Even at this moment, Chen Beiwang's hands holding the Tiger and Leopard Thunder Sound Power and vertical and horizontal sword chi could not help but tremble and shiver. This is a ground-level martial art. In the Star Moon Kingdom, the value of an Earth-level martial art is absolutely beyond imagination. If the news that the Chen family possesses Earth-level martial arts spreads, then it will definitely attract a group of wealthy wolves, tigers and leopards, and even the royal family of the kingdom will not be able to resist and try to snatch this martial art. With the strength of the Chen family, they can resist these people's looting. It's impossible. Therefore, the Tiger and Leopard Thunder Sound Power is fine, but the sword energy must not be leaked. Call. After a long time, Chen Beiwang took a deep breath. He tried to calm himself down. While he was excited, he was also deeply grateful. He never thought that Ye Bufan would leave such a precious treasure to the Chen family. No wonder he just left it here instead of handing it over to me personally. If he handed it to me personally, I would definitely not accept it. Bang! Before Chen Beiwang could think about it, the tightly closed door behind him was suddenly kicked open by someone. Who? Chen Beiwang exclaimed instinctively and immediately put away the two martial arts in his hands. Outside the door, Chen Yuan'er ran in angrily. She glared at Chen Beiwang and shouted angrily, "Chen Beiwang, how dare you let my man run away?" One day later, outside the Star Moon Forest. Is this the Star Moon Forest? Looking at the endless Star Moon Forest in front of him, Ye Bufan murmured to himself. Tianlong, dismount. The next second, Ye Bufan turned over and got off the horse. Oh. Chen Tianlong responded and climbed down from the horse. Go ahead. Ye Bufan patted the horse's back and let the two top-quality horses of the Chen family run away. Seeing this, Chen Tianlong widened his eyes and asked, Master, you don't want this horse anymore? No. Ye Bufan said calmly. As a warrior, you actually use an ordinary horse as a mount. Don't you think it's shameful? I, your master, think it's too much of an insult to the horse. Wait, once we enter the Star Moon Forest, I will catch you a monster to use as a mount. Capture a monster as a mount. Chen Tianlong was stunned at first, then overjoyed. Really, master? What do you mean really? Remove the word, ma. Ye Bufan glared at Chen Tianlong and said, what did your master tell you on the way here? Remember, you are Chen Tianlong. You have the innate soul-devouring body and the indestructible body of diamond. You are the proud son of heaven. Your future is destined to be high above, overlooking the people of the world. Moreover, after your Vajra indestructible body awakens, your martial arts will surely defeat everything with your physical body. To put it bluntly, from now on, you will be a humanoid monster with a body so strong that it will make people tremble. You should be full of dominance and fearlessness. It's not like now. It's just a demon beast mount. It doesn't matter whether it's real or fake. If you want it, you must get it. If you can't get it, then destroy it. Oh. Chen Tianlong responded weakly, the sound was as soft as a mosquito. What are you talking about? I can't hear you. Ye Bufan shouted loudly. Master, I understand. Chen Tianlong shouted loudly. Very good. Ye Bufan smiled and said, although it's a little disappointing, everything has just begun. Don't rush. Take your time, change slowly, and adapt slowly. Just remember that when you speak, your voice doesn't have to be loud, but you must be confident, instead of being timid like you were before. Because you are Chen Tianlong, a dragon among men, not a worm among men. In this world, there may not be one person better than you among millions of people. Okay, let's go into the Star Moon Forest. This will be the beginning of your rise. After he finished speaking, Ye Bufan walked towards the Star Moon Forest in front of him with his hands behind his back. The beginning of my rise. Master, Tianlong will never let you down. Looking at Ye Bufan's back, Chen Tianlong said something in his heart and followed him directly. Chapter 2000, The Second Royal Family. Infinite Evolution. The Star Moon Forest is actually somewhat similar to the Star Moon Kingdom, except that the Star Moon Kingdom is ruled by the kingdom's royal family, while the Star Moon Forest is the private territory of a certain monster. As for what kind of monster it was and what level of strength it had reached, Ye Bufan had no idea. After all Ye Bufan's knowledge of the Star Moon Forest came from Chen Beiwang, and with Chen Beiwang's current strength and status, he obviously could not reach this level. The only thing Chen Beiwang could be sure of was that the strength of this king-level monster in the Star Moon Forest had definitely surpassed the Tai realm, and even the Tiangong realm. But this has nothing to do with Ye Bufan. At least for now, this has little to do with Ye Bufan. After all, this kind of king-level monster must live in the core area of the Star Moon Forest, and in a short period of time, Ye Bufan would not, and there was no need for him to enter the core area of the Star Moon Forest. Since you won't go there, you are destined not to meet. Since you won't encounter it, why bother about the strength of this monster? After entering the Star Moon Forest, Ye Bufan began to look for the whereabouts of the Taikang dragons and snakes. Although the Hongmeng Tianian can directly locate the positions of these Taikang dragons and snakes, this positioning is limited by distance. If the two are too far apart, even the Hongmeng Tianian cannot accurately locate them. Just like now, the distance between Ye Bufan and the Taikang dragon snakes was too far, so the Hongmeng Sky Seal could not directly lock the position of the Taikang dragon snakes, but could only determine a rough direction. But for Ye Bufan, this is enough. Knowing the direction, we will naturally know the approximate location of the Taikang dragons and snakes. In this way, as long as we follow the direction determined by the Hongmeng Tianian, we will find those Taikang dragons and snakes sooner or later. Fortunately, there is the Hongmeng Heavenly Seal. Otherwise, if Ye Bufan wanted to find these Taikang dragon snakes in the Star Moon Forest by himself, it would be as difficult as looking for a needle in a haystack. One day later, somewhere outside the Star Moon Forest, bang! Ye Bufan killed a demon beast in the Destiny Realm with one punch. This was the 23rd Destiny Realm demon beast that Ye Bufan had killed since entering the Star Moon Forest. Of course, Ye Bufan did not deliberately hunt these monsters. He encountered these monsters while chasing the Taikang dragon snake and killed them casually. Just like this one now. It was Ye Bufan who took the initiative to rush out and attack. He obviously regarded Ye Bufan and Chen Tianlong as his prey. It's a pity that the strength is not enough. Not only did it fail to have a full meal, but it also lost its life. After Ye Bufan killed the monster in the Destiny Realm, Chen Tianlong behind him immediately ran up. What are you doing? Of course, it is to collect the corpse of this monster. After entering the Star Moon Forest, Ye Bufan gave Chen Tianlong a storage ring, and all the monsters killed by Ye Bufan along the way were also collected by Chen Tianlong. For Chen Tianlong, who has been hungry for more than 10 years, these monsters are all delicacies. If he just ignores them, it would be a crime against himself. 23 demon beasts in the Destiny Realm. Chen Tianlong swore that he had lived for more than 10 years, but he had never seen so many monsters combined, let alone eaten so many. It's okay now. All these monsters belong to him. He can eat with confidence, eat boldly, and eat casually. It feels so good. The next second, Chen Tianlong just bent down and wanted to put the monster in front of him into the storage ring, but Ye Bufan suddenly said, "Okay, Tianlong, don't take this monster." Well, Chen Tianlong was stunned. He turned his head and looked at Ye Bufan with a puzzled look. "Go get some firewood nearby." Ye Bufan smiled and said. For more than a day, Ye Bufan did not stop for too long along the way because he was trying to track down the Taikang dragon snake. Naturally, Chen Tianlong could only follow Ye Bufan. This directly resulted in the fact that although they had harvested more than 20 monsters, the two of them had no time to cook them, let alone eat them. Ye Bufan might not be a big deal. But Chen Tianlong is different. In just over a day, he probably drooled about 5 or 6 kilograms of saliva. If Chen Beiwang had not prepared a lot of dry food for Chen Tianlong before leaving, this guy would probably have secretly eaten these monsters alive. Fortunately, one day later, Ye Bufan finally sensed those Taikang dragons and snakes. Although there is still a distance of several thousand meters between them, this distance no longer has much impact or hindrance. Ye Bufan just needs to wait where he is, and then use the Hongmeng Heavenly Seal to summon these Taikang dragons and snakes to come and join him. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Chen Tianlong was stunned at first, and then he was overjoyed. Collecting firewood. What are you doing collecting firewood? The purpose of collecting firewood is naturally to make a fire. What is the purpose of making a fire? The purpose of making a fire is naturally to grill meat. Yes, master. Chen Tianlong responded and ran away with an excited look on his face. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Then he directly released the pressure of his Tai realm. This is naturally done to protect Chen Tianlong. After all, this is the Star Moon Forest. No one can guarantee that a monster will not suddenly rush out from the darkness. With Chen Tianlong's mortal body, Any demon beast in the heavenly fate realm could take his life, but with Ye Bufan's pressure, it was different. This is the pressure from the Tai realm. That powerful aura was enough to scare away all the monsters around. In this way, Chen Tianlong will be safe. After releasing the pressure of Tai realm, Ye Bufan looked at the corpse of the monster in front of him. This is a dog demon in the realm of destiny. As for what kind of monster it was, Ye Bufan had no idea. But that doesn't matter. No matter what kind of monster it is, as long as we can eat it. Ye Bufan directly took out a dagger from the storage ring, then came to the monster, first drained its blood, and then cut open its belly and took out its internal organs. As for whether the smell of blood will attract other monsters, Ye Bufan didn't care at all. Do you really think that his Tai realm's pressure is just for show? What's more, what does it matter if it comes? On the outskirts of the Star Moon Forest, there were no monsters that could threaten Ye Bufan. Ah! A moment later, a terrified scream suddenly sounded from behind Ye Bufan. It was none other than Chen Tianlong. Suddenly, Ye Bufan's figure flashed and he disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he had already come to Chen Tianlong's side. Master, snake, snake, such a big snake. Chen Tianlong was sitting on the ground. The moment he saw Ye Bufan, he pointed his right hand directly at a silver-white python in front of him, which was 4 meters long and about the thickness of a child's arm, and said tremblingly. Ye Bufan frowned. The python in front of me is only at the spiritual soul realm. He could actually ignore my pressure. Ye Bufan was puzzled, but still said sternly, "You are looking for death." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan was about to take action. But at this moment, the silver-white python in front of him suddenly fell to the ground. At the same time, an extremely trembling voice suddenly sounded in Ye Bufan's mind, "God, Lord God." Is this telepathic communication? Ye Bufan was shocked. His original killing move also suddenly came to a halt. Are you Taikang Dragon Snake? The next second, Ye Bufan looked at the silver python in front of him and spoke through telepathic communication. Yes, it's a little snake. The silver-white giant python's trembling voice sounded. Oh shit. Ye Bufan couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Looking at the silver-white python in front of him, his face was filled with shock and confusion. Are you Taikang Dragon Snake? Are you kidding me? Ye Bufan clearly remembered that the Taikang Dragon Snake was silver-black in color and no more than half a meter long, but what about this guy who called himself the Taikang Dragon Snake? The whole body is silvery white. The body length is more than 4 meters. Could this be the Taikang Dragon Snake that I summoned? The most important thing is that he is still in the Shinpo realm. But if you say he is not, how can he communicate telepathically? How does he know his title of God Lord? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before Ye Bufan could think more, silver lights came rushing towards him from afar. In just a moment, 76 colorful pythons appeared behind the silver-white python. These pythons were slightly smaller than the silver-white python, and their cultivation was only at the heavenly fate realm. Greetings to the Lord God. The next second, 76 voices sounded in Ye Bufan's mind at the same time. Ye Bufan was confused and dumbfounded. He could finally confirm that what he saw were the Taikang dragons and snakes from the Tianyuan Small Thousand Worlds. But how did the Taikang Dragon Snake become like this? Because of mutation. If it was due to mutation, it wouldn't have turned out like this, right? They are all Taikang Dragon Snakes. Why did some turn red, some turn green, some turn gold, and some turn silver? What is this? Is it dyed? Master, master. Ye Bufan was confused, but Chen Tianlong beside him was frightened. Shut up. Facing the terrified Chen Tianlong, Ye Bufan shouted, "These dragons and snakes are all monsters raised by my master. What are you afraid of? Dragon, dragon snake. Master, the monster that you raise. This." Chen Tianlong was completely confused. Ye Bufan ignored him and glanced at the 77 mutated Taikang dragon snakes in front of him. He then locked onto the Taikang dragon snake in the spirit realm and asked through telepathic communication, "What exactly did you experience in the Star Moon Forest? Also, what about mutation and evolution?" The Lord God doesn't know. The leading Taikang Longshi in the Divine Soul realm was somewhat surprised. Know what? Ye Bufan didn't understand. This. The Taikang dragon snake in the Shinpo realm was suddenly speechless. Explain. Ye Bufan said in a stern voice. Yes, Lord God. The Taikang dragon snake in the Divine Soul realm responded, saying, "The reason why we have become what we are now is because when the Lord God brought us to this world, He granted us the position of the second royal family and gave us the special ability to evolve infinitely. In this world, as long as we continue to devour the inner core of the monsters in this world, we can continue to mutate and evolve until we reach the limit of this world." Chapter 2001, The First God Clan, Immortal Body and Luck-Filled Body. The reason why we have become what we are now is because when the Lord God brought us to this world, He granted us the position of the second royal family and gave us the special ability of unlimited evolution. In this world, as long as we continue to devour the inner core of monsters, we can continue to mutate and evolve until we reach the limit of this world. Hearing this, Ye Bufan was a little confused. The second royal family. Infinite evolution. How come I don't know about it? This little snake doesn't know. The Taikang dragon snake in the Shinpo realm said with some embarrassment and difficulty. Ye Bufan was messy. After all, I am the master of a world. These Taikang dragons and snakes are also his own people. Now things are different. What second royal family? What infinite evolution? How could I, the master of this world, know nothing about it? It's really fucked up. Ye Bufan was powerless to complain, so he could only ask again. I already know something about infinite evolution, but what about this second royal family? The second royal family is the second race to enter the Hongmeng world. The second race to enter the Hongmeng world. Yes. Is it that simple? No, since there is a second race, there must be a first race. However, I have only summoned your Taikang Dragon Snake clan. So, where does the first race come from? The first race is naturally the human race where the Lord God is, also known as the first God race. Human race. The first race of gods. Yes. So, humans also have some special abilities. That should be it. What do you mean by should be? Little Snake is only from the second royal family. He is not clear about the situation of the first divine family, nor does he understand it. All right. Ye Bufan was angry and even a little crazy. The first God clan, the second royal family, so are there third, fourth, fifth and other special races. That's fine, I'm a human, right? According to Taikang Longxi, the human race is the first race of gods, so shouldn't I also possess some special abilities? But, is there? No. At least for now, Ye Bufan has not discovered that he has any special ability like the Taikang dragon snakes, infinite evolution. Am I a fake human? That's not all. After all, I am the master of a world, right? As the master of a world, shouldn't I know everything about the Tianyuan small thousand worlds? But what about now? MMP. What is Hongmeng Tianyan doing? Playing guessing game with yourself. Ye Bufan was even a little surprised that he was not only a fake human, but also a fake god. Call. After a moment, Ye Bufan took a deep breath, looked at the Taikang dragon snake in the divine soul realm again, and asked through telepathic communication, "Are you sure that the human race is the first divine race?" Snake is sure. The Taikang dragon snake in the divine soul realm said with great determination. Very good. Ye Bufan responded, then looked at Chen Tianlong, who was sitting on the ground and looking at the Taikang dragon snake with some trepidation, and said, "Tianlong, stay here for a while, and I will leave for a while." Master. Hearing this, Chen Tianlong immediately looked at Ye Bufan with fear on his face. Staying here alone? Are you kidding me? There are so many big snakes here, won't they eat themselves? You're a wimp. Ye Bufan shouted, Master has already told you that these dragons and snakes are all monsters that Master has raised. So, what are you afraid of? Chen Tianlong's face was full of bitterness. These are all monsters. How can a mortal like me not be afraid? Ye Bufan didn't pay any more attention to him. Stay here. Leaving behind a few words, Ye Bufan rushed directly into the distance. Master! Chen Tianlong exclaimed instinctively. But it was too late. By the time he finished speaking, Ye Bufan had already disappeared. Suddenly, Chen Tianlong was confused and even desperate. He turned his eyes away and secretly looked at the Taikang dragons and snakes in front of him. The dragons and snakes of Taikang were also looking at Chen Tianlong. The atmosphere was dead silent, and even more eerie. Chen Tianlong and a group of Taikang dragons and snakes looked at each other. After a while, seeing that these Taikang dragon snakes had not yet attacked him, Chen Tianlong plucked up his courage and asked, are you really the monsters raised by the master? As soon as he opened his mouth, Chen Tianlong regretted it. These were only monsters at the Destiny realm and the spiritual soul realm, their intelligence had not yet been developed, so how could they possibly understand what he was saying? However, the next scene made Chen Tianlong dumbfounded. In front of him, the Taikang dragon snake, who was at the Divine Soul realm and was leading the group, nodded directly at him. Chen Tianlong was stunned for a moment. He widened his eyes and looked at the Taikang dragon snake in the Shenpo realm with disbelief. The big snake actually nodded. Does it understand what it is saying? Are you kidding me? Didn't Daddy say that monsters like Tianming and Shenpo cannot communicate with humans? So what is this now? Could it be that Dad lied to me? No, that's not the point. The point is, the big snake actually nodded. Could it be that they are really the monsters raised by the master? Are you really the monsters raised by the master? Chen Tianlong was shocked and couldn't help but ask again. The Taikang dragon snake in the Divine Soul realm could only nod. Oh shit. Chen Tianlong jumped up directly from the ground. Real. These big snakes turned out to be monsters raised by the master. This is a monster. And there are so many monsters. Chen Tianlong looked at the Taikang dragons and snakes in front of him with excitement. As for his previous fear and terror, he had already forgotten them completely. After a moment, Chen Tianlong looked at the Taikang dragon snake in the spirit realm and said, "Since you are the monsters raised by the master, you should listen to me, right? Can you stand up and show me? Stand up and let me show you again." Your mother approved. Now it was the turn of Taikang Longxi in the Shenpo realm to be confused. I'm just a snake. As a snake, I don't even have legs, how can I stand up for you? But in the end, the Taikang dragon snake in the Divine Soul realm still straightened up its upper body. There was nothing it could do, because the man in front of it was the disciple of the God Lord, and it couldn't afford to offend him. Haha, it actually works. Chen Tianlong was overjoyed. He looked at the Divine Soul realm Taikang dragon snake again and said, "Can you dance for me?" "Me? Dance? Ma batch. Boy, you are going too far in bullying the snake. Okay, just jump." The Taikang dragon snake in the Shenpo realm twisted its body helplessly. 300 meters away, Ye Bufan didn't know what happened between Chen Tianlong and Taikang Longxi. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care too much. At this moment, Ye Bufan used his spiritual sense to investigate, and after confirming that there was no one around, he directly summoned the Hongmeng Heavenly Seal in his body. What are you doing? Naturally, it is to determine some circumstances of the First God clan. As for how to determine it, it's very simple, just summon a human. Inside the Hongmeng Heavenly Seal, under the infusion of Ye Bufan's divine power, a curtain of light shot out directly. Displayed on the light curtain were the names and information of all the living beings in the Tianyuan small thousand worlds. The first one was still the body of God Slayer worth 9,999,999, and the second one was Long Xiaobao worth 328,754. Ye Bufan now only has more than 80,000 points of luck left, and obviously cannot summon Long Xiaobao. Moreover, he does not plan to summon Long Xiaobao so early. After all, he does not know much about the situation in the Hongmeng world. If he summons Long Xiaobao under such circumstances and something goes wrong, it will not be fun. What's more, Ye Bufan now only wants to identify the First God clan and understand some information about the First God clan, so there is no need to summon Long Xiaobao. Search for members of the human race's destiny realm. Requirements: excellent cooking skills. Summoning a warrior in the destiny realm only requires a few hundred to a few thousand points of luck, which Ye Bufan can fully afford. As for cooking skills, Ye Bufan was naturally the choice made for Chen Tianlong. As soon as Ye Bufan's mind moved, the information on the light curtain changed immediately. All the chefs listed on it were human chefs in the destiny realm. Ye Bufan didn't even think about it and directly chose the cheapest one. Hu Sandao, human race, first level of destiny, 666 luck points. Call. The Hongmeng Sky Seal directly devoured 666 points of luck. The next second, there was a flash of white light. A person appeared out of nowhere in front of Ye Bufan. Fuck. However, the moment he saw the person in front of him, Ye Bufan couldn't help but exclaim. Hu Sandao, Hu Sandao. No matter how you look at it, this name should be a male, right? But the person who appeared now was actually a woman, and a beautiful one at that. How beautiful is it? At least he is on the same level as Langning Shang. Hu Sandao. Chef. Beauty. This style of painting is really weird. Greetings to the Lord God. Before Ye Bufan could think more, the woman in front of him knelt down on one knee and said, "That voice sweet, beautiful, and soft. It's really fucked up. What I want is a chef, not a beautiful woman. Isn't this forcing me to make mistakes?" Ye Bufan was in a mess, but he still looked at the young woman in front of him and pretended to be calm and said, "Get up." "Thank you, Lord." Hu Sandao stood up and said, "Are you a chef?" Ye Bufan looked at the other person and said, "Yes, Lord." Hu Sandao responded, "My family has been cooks for generations, and my generation is already the 73rd generation." Ye Bufan groaned softly, no longer bothering about Hu Sandao's name and her gender, but directly asked, "Do you know the first God clan?" "No." Hu Sandao responded, "With the blessing of the Lord God, the human race is the first race of gods." "God's blessing. What a blessing. I am the God Lord, but I know nothing." Ye Bufan complained in his heart and said, "Since you know that the human race is the first race of gods, you should also be aware of the special abilities that the gods have, right?" "Yes, Lord." Hu Sandao responded and said, "When I came to this world, I was given two special abilities, immortality and luck." Chapter 2002. I am definitely a fake God Lord. Immortal. What does that mean? You'll never die. Ye Bufan widened his eyes, looked at Hu Sandao, and asked in shock and disbelief. As for the so-called luck infusion into the body, he simply ignored it. "Yes, I will never die." Hu Sandao responded. Her expression was calm and her tone was calm. Ye Bufan's heart was already in turmoil. Immortality. Never die. Is this the talent of the first God clan? Damn it. Do you have to be so scary? Do you have to be so scary? Not dead. Even the powerful people in the Holy Spirit realm of the Hongmeng world cannot achieve true immortality, but the talent of the human race is simply against the will of heaven. Are you sure? Looking at Hu Sandao, Ye Bufan said with some disbelief. Sure. Hu Sandao responded, "Of course, the so-called immortality does not mean that they cannot be killed, but when all members of the God clan enter this world, their life marks are left in the Tianyuan small thousand worlds. In other words, if any member of the God clan is killed in this world, the God Lord can still summon him again." "You mean, you will die, but after death you will return to the Tianyuan small thousand worlds, and if I need you, I can summon you to the Hongmeng Great World again?" "Yes. MMP. Isn't this equivalent to immortality?" "Wrong. To be precise, this should be infinite resurrection." "Infinite resurrection. Imagine two parties fighting each other, but one party can be resurrected infinitely. What kind of concept is that? What kind of scenario is that? For example, take the two warriors in the immortal martial realm for example. One is a native warrior of the immortal martial realm in the Hongmeng world. One is a warrior from the immortal martial realm from the Tianyuan small thousand worlds. The two of them were evenly matched, and after a desperate fight, the immortal martial realm warrior from the Hongmeng world finally killed the immortal martial realm warrior from the Tianyuan small thousand worlds despite being seriously injured. But at this moment, Ye Bufan summoned the immortal martial realm warrior from the Tianyuan small thousand worlds again, and the other party was directly resurrected, on the spot with full status. In this case, what kind of reaction and mood would the immortal warriors in the Hongmeng world have? How FCK was he in his heart? This is just a contest between warriors of the same level. What if it is a contest between different warriors? Take the Shanwu realm and Tai realm for example. The warriors in the Hongmeng world have reached the Tai realm. The warriors in the Tianyuan small thousand realm have reached the immortal martial realm. Shanwu vs Tai. There is simply no comparison between the two. If the Shanwu realm faces the Tai realm, there is absolutely no chance of survival. But it doesn't matter. I come from the Tianyuan small thousand worlds. I am the first god. I can revive infinitely. You kill me once, and I will revive you once. If you kill me again, I will revive you again. And you. You can't resurrect infinitely. You can't heal your injuries instantly. In other words, every time I revive, I can hurt you one more point. Water drops can wear away stone. An iron rod can be ground into a needle. If I can't kill you in one time, I'll do it twice, 3 times, 4 times, or even more times. In short, you can't kill me, but I can exhaust you to death. So, let me ask you, are you afraid? This feeling is so fucked up. Before, Ye Bufan thought that the infinite evolution of the Taikang dragon snake was a bit abnormal. But what about now? Compared with the infinite resurrection of the Protoss, or the human race, the infinite evolution of the Taikang dragon snake is simply rubbish, it's not even worth a fart. The human race's infinite resurrection is the real horror, the real perversion. Etc. I am also a human. Doesn't that mean that I can also be resurrected infinitely? With this thought, Ye Bufan looked at Hu Sandao in front of him and said, as you said, can I also be resurrected infinitely? This Hu Sandao said hesitantly. I don't know, but I think it should, maybe, it can't be possible. No. Why? Lord God, think about it. You are the ruler of the Tianyuan small thousand worlds. If something happens to you, the Tianyuan small thousand worlds will also perish. At that time, Hu Sandao did not continue speaking, but her meaning was already very clear, that is, if the Lord God dies, the Tianyuan small thousand world will also perish. In this case, how can the Lord God be resurrected? Your mother criticized it, it's true. Ye Bufan was in a mess and even more crazy. In other words, although he is also a member of the God clan, he does not possess the God clan's abnormal ability of infinite resurrection. How embarrassing this is. What the hell is this? God Lord, as the master of a world, shouldn't you have more privileges? But now it's good. Infinite evolution. Unlimited resurrection. I don't even have this kind of ability that is so powerful that it is almost abnormal. MMP. The great God is not as good as his own people. What kind of God is this? This might be a fake God. Forget it, forget it. Isn't it just infinite evolution and infinite resurrection? No matter how powerful the race is, or how abnormal the creatures are, they are still our people. Ye Bufan comforted himself in his heart, then looked at Hu Sandao again and said, in addition to immortality, you seem to have mentioned another talent just now, right? Yes, Lord. What kind of talent is that? Reporting to the Divine Lord, that is the infusion of luck into the body. All members of the Divine Clan can receive the Divine Lord's blessing. In other words, as long as the Divine Lord infuses the luck into the bodies of the Divine Clan members, the Divine Clan members can rely on this luck to directly improve their cultivation. There is no need for cultivation, and there is no bottleneck. Ye Bufan suddenly had the urge to bang his head against the wall and pretend to be dead. Infuse the body with good fortune and directly improve your cultivation. MMP. Although he could improve his cultivation through luck, he still needed to use the Tianyuan Yu Shenju to transform it. But the human race is better. Direct improvement, and there is no bottleneck. If this isn't an insult to people, what is? If possible, Ye Bufan really wanted to give up this so-called title of God. How can this be the master of a world? This is clearly the human race's exclusive nanny. After all, with the immortal body in front, and now with the luck infusion, a special ability that is almost like a bug, Ye Bufan cannot help but make use of it. In other words, Ye Bufan will definitely use the Qi fusion to quickly improve the cultivation of those human members he summoned. As a result, Ye Bufan's burden naturally increased. After all, in addition to supporting his own cultivation and summoning creatures from the Tianyuan small thousand worlds, the luck he would gain in the future would also need to be used in large part to enhance the strength of the human race. Just thinking about it, Ye Bufan felt his scalp tingling. Luck, luck, luck. Originally he thought that he was gaining luck very quickly. But now it seems that it is not only slow, but also very slow. The current speed at which luck is acquired is simply not enough to support one's overall development. What to do? Think of a way. Can a living person be suffocated to death by urine? Moreover, after the human race gained immortality, Ye Bufan had another choice. At least he could summon Qian Duoduo and others without any worries. Of course, before that, Ye Bufan still needs to verify it. Throw away all the distracting thoughts in your mind. Ye Bufan looked at Hu Sandao in front of him again and said, I need you to verify the immortality of the human race. Is that okay? I am willing to go through fire and water for the Lord God. Hu Sandao said with a determined look. Bang! As soon as she finished speaking, she slapped herself on the forehead. Blood was oozing from the corner of his mouth. Hu Sandao fell to the ground with a bang. Looking at Hu Sandao's corpse, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. I have to admit that although being a god is a bit aggrieved, there is still one advantage. At least all the creatures in the Tianyuan small thousand worlds are absolutely loyal to me and will obey my orders. Just like now, he only said that he needed the help of Hu Sandao to verify the immortality of the human race, and she chose to commit suicide without saying a word. If it were anyone else, who could be so decisive and so clean and neat? Before Ye Bufan could think about it, Hu Sandao's body in front of him had turned into billions of white lights, and then floated directly between heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan was slightly dazed, and then he directly sacrificed the Hongmeng Heaven seal, and searched, human race, Hu Sandao, female, the first level of destiny. In an instant, on the light curtain emitted by the Hongmeng Sky seal, the originally densely packed summoning targets were reduced to only one. Hu Sandao, human race, first level of destiny, 666 points of luck. There is no doubt that this is the Hu Sandao from before. Ye Bufan summoned directly. The next second, a white light flashed, and Hu Sandao appeared in front of Ye Bufan again. Greetings to the Lord God. Looking at Ye Bufan, Hu Sandao said respectfully. Do you remember what just happened? Ye Bufan looked at the other person, then asked with a frown. Reporting to the Lord, I still remember it. So, after being summoned again, you can still retain your memories of the Hongmeng world. Yes, Lord. What about cultivation? This I don't know. Then give it a try. Ye Bufan said, to infuse the body with the luck of the gods, does it only require me to infuse the luck in my heavenly seal into your body? Yes, Lord. Very good, let's get started. Ye Bufan's mind moved, and the Hongmeng Sky seal fell directly on Hu Sandao's head, and then a golden light fell on Hu Sandao. This golden light is exactly the great world fortune accumulated by the Hongmeng Heaven seal. At this moment, under Ye Bufan's control, the luck of the great world within the Hongmeng Tianian is continuously injected into Hu Sandao's body. Qi flows into the body. Improve your cultivation. Boom. 10 seconds later, Hu Sandao was directly promoted to a higher level of destiny. Boom. 20 seconds later, the third level of destiny. Boom. 30 seconds later, the fourth level of destiny. A breakthrough every 10 seconds. 90 seconds later, Hu Sandao had broken through the destiny realm and reached the first level of spirit and soul. At this time, Ye Bufan directly took back the Hongmeng Tianian and checked it. He found that the luck in the Hongmeng Tianian was only 162 points less than before. In other words, Hu Sandao only spent 162 points of luck to go from the first level of destiny to the first level of spirit. 162 points of luck create a warrior in the Shenpo realm. If this were to get out, it would probably be enough to make the entire Hongmeng world boil. Of course, this kind of model improvement cannot be imitated by others. And 162 points of luck is actually a lot. You know, the luck that a warrior in the destiny realm can bring to Ye Bufan is only in the single digits, at least 1 point and at most 9 points. In addition, the luck consumed by Ye Bufan every time he breaks through is 10 times the luck that his current realm can provide him. In other words, if it were Ye Bufan, the amount of luck he would need to consume to go from the first level of destiny to the first level of spirit and soul would be 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, and 100 respectively. A total of 540 points. Hu Sandao only used 162 points. From this point alone, it is not difficult to see that the amount of luck Ye Bufan needs to consume for each breakthrough in his current realm is 10 times that of his current realm, while Hu Sandao only needs 3 times. Ye Bufan understood. The differences between people and the gaps between talents directly lead to the fact that the number of luck points required by each person to reach each realm are also different. My tenfold consumption should already be the limit. But that's not the point. The key point is whether the human race of the Tianyuan Small Thousand World can retain their cultivation in the Hongmeng Great World when they are resurrected after their death in the Hongmeng Great World. As if seeing through Ye Bufan's thoughts, Hu Sandao said, "Thank you, Lord God," after his cultivation level was raised to the first level of the Divine Soul. Then she slapped herself directly on the forehead. He committed suicide again and died. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched, and his expression was slightly embarrassed. Letting a stunning beauty who was no less beautiful than Langning Sheng commit suicide in front of him one after another, this feeling was almost like committing a crime. Fortunately, this is the last time. Ye Bufan directly summoned the Hongmeng Heavenly Seal, and searched for Hu Sandao. This time, Hu Sandao's information finally changed. Hu Sandao, human race, first level of spirit and soul, 3,247 points of luck. The luck required for summoning has increased, but at the same time, Hu Sandao's cultivation has also been raised from the first level of destiny to the first level of spirit and soul. There is no doubt that after the gods fell in the Hongmeng world, not only their memories would be preserved but also their cultivation would be preserved. Immortality. This is true immortality. Chapter 2003 Cultivating Taikang Dragon Snake. 3,247 points of luck. Not much. With the luck Ye Bufan has now, this little bit of luck is nothing. Ye Bufan summoned Hu Sandao again. Not only that, he also gave Hu Sandao a second qi infusion. After consuming more than 1,600 points of luck, Hu Sandao's cultivation level was directly raised from the first level of Shenpo to the first level of Shanwu. From the first level of Destiny to the first level of Immortal Martial Arts, the whole process takes less than 3 minutes in total, and the only cost is nearly 2,000 points of luck. In less than 3 minutes, about 2,000 points of luck directly created a warrior in the Immortal Martial realm. It has to be said that the God Clan's luck infusion is absolutely amazing. As for the Tai realm, Ye Bufan did not directly raise Hu Sandao's cultivation from the Shanwu realm to the Tai realm. After all, it takes more than 10,000 points of luck to go from the Shanwu realm to the Tai realm. More than 10,000 points of luck are definitely not a small amount for Ye Bufan now. What's more, Hu Sandao is just a chef. Does a chef need to reach the Tai realm? Not necessary at all. The number of chefs is a little less. After all, Chen Tianlong has an amazing appetite. If Hu Sandao cooks the food alone, her speed may not be able to keep up with Chen Tianlong's digestion speed. What to do? Isn't he just a chef? If one is not enough, give me 2. Ye Bufan summoned 2 more chefs from the Tianyuan Small Thousand Worlds. Shu, Peng, Zhu, Zhiming. Both of them have reached the first level of Destiny. After summoning the 2 people, Ye Bufan directly spent more than 3,000 points of luck to raise the cultivation of both of them to the first level of Shanwu. Qi Fuxing Body is absolutely a heaven-defying talent. If Ye Bufan has enough luck, he can definitely create an army of immortal warriors directly by relying on the luck infusion. Even if he has enough luck, Ye Bufan can directly create the Tai realm army, the Tiangong realm army, or even the Yuanfu and Wuji realm armies. Of course, this is all later. Given the current situation, it is still too early to say anything. 3 chefs from the Shanwu realm. This was the preparation Ye Bufan had made for his disciple Chen Tianlong to awaken his Vajra indestructible body. You know, in Qingshan town, warriors in the immortal martial realm are definitely the top existences. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are local powerful people. However, when it comes to Ye Bufan, they become the royal chef of his apprentice. With this lineup and this appearance, I just want to ask you, are you afraid? The other side. Less than half an hour after Ye Bufan left, Chen Tianlong and the Taikang dragons and snakes had already become familiar with each other, and Chen Tianlong was still directing the Taikang dragons and snakes to help him collect firewood. When Ye Bufan turned back, the firewood in front of Chen Tianlong had piled up into a small mountain. It was obvious that he was going to roast all the more than 20 monsters that he had captured that day. Master. Seeing Ye Bufan, Chen Tianlong immediately came forward. Ye Bufan nodded and said, "These 3 are the chefs that the master found for you. Give all the monsters on you to them." Chef. Chen Tianlong looked at Hu Sandao and the other 2 in astonishment. This is the Star Moon Forest. Where did the master find the chef? Although he was puzzled, Chen Tianlong did not ask any more questions. He just said, "Okay, master." Then he took out the corpses of monsters from his storage ring one by one. Master still has some things to take care of, so you just stay here and wait for the meat. Ye Bufan left a word and walked directly into the deeper part of the Star Moon Forest. Chen Tianlong was puzzled, but did not ask any more questions. At this time, all the Taikang dragons and snakes followed Ye Bufan's footsteps. The night is long and the moon is bright in the sky. Although the Star Moon Forest was dead silent at this time, it was definitely the most dangerous time of the day, because this was the time when most of the monsters came out to look for food. If it were an ordinary warrior, he would not dare to enter the Star Moon Forest during this period of time. Even warriors who are already in the Star Moon Forest will look for a relatively safe place nearby and wait quietly for the night to pass. But Ye Bufan is different. Taiyi's 7th level of cultivation. The combat power is comparable to that of Tiangong realm. At the outermost edge of the Star Moon Forest, Ye Bufan was fearless. After all, in this area, there were no monsters that could threaten Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan continued forward. The dragons and snakes of Taikang followed closely behind. Star Moon Forest, the area where the demon beasts in the Shinpo realm are located. Ye Bufan stopped, then turned to look at the Taikang dragons and snakes in front of him and said, "Now you can only devour the inner core of the demon beasts in the spirit realm." "Yes, Lord." The Taikang dragon snake in the divine soul realm responded. "What would happen if I devoured the inner elixir of a demon beast in the immortal martial realm?" Ye Bufan asked with a frown. The Taikang dragon snake in the divine soul realm hesitated for a moment and said, "It should be directly blown up by the energy filled in the inner elixir of the immortal martial realm monster." "Is that so?" Ye Bufan touched his chin. Originally, he wanted to hunt some Shanwu realm, or even Tai realm monsters, to help his Taikang dragons and snakes quickly improve their strength. But now it seems that this idea doesn't seem to work. Can it only devour the inner elixir of demon beasts at the spiritual realm? Then we can only start by killing the monsters in the spirit realm. In fact, for Ye Bufan, there is no difference at all between hunting monsters in the Shinpo realm and hunting monsters in the Shanwu realm. They are all ants that can be killed instantly with one strike. In this way, it is naturally more cost-effective and efficient to directly hunt the monsters in the Shanwu realm, and Ye Bufan will also gain more luck. But there was no way. This time, Ye Bufan wanted to help his Taikang dragons and snakes improve their strength, so naturally, the Taikang dragons and snakes would be the leader. The second royal family. Infinite evolution. Ye Bufan didn't want to waste the powerful talent of Taikang dragon snake. He must help the dragon snake clan grow up as quickly as possible, or at least allow them to have the minimum self-protection ability in this Star Moon Forest. Then let's get started. After he finished speaking, Ye Bufan directly released his Tai realm spiritual consciousness, and everything within a radius of hundreds of meters appeared in his perception. 200 meters away, a demon beast in the spirit realm was directly locked onto by Ye Bufan. "Walk." Ye Bufan said the word and rushed out quickly. The dragons and snakes of Taikang followed closely behind. A distance of 200 meters. Ye Bufan arrived in an instant. Roar. In front of him, the demon beast in the spirit realm roared the moment it saw him, and then rushed straight towards Ye Bufan. Base. Ye Bufan didn't say much and directly took out a long knife. The monster is approaching. Ye Bufan slashed with his sword. A momentary confrontation. Puff. Before the demon beast in the spirit realm could figure out what was going on, Ye Bufan had already chopped him in half with one strike of his sword. Suddenly, blood spurted out and internal organs were scattered all over the ground. But Ye Bufan did not give up. Puff, puff, puff. He swung the long sword in his hand, and in just a moment he had chopped the monster's body into 17 or 18 pieces. The blood dyed the earth red. The smell of blood wafted in the wind. Such a strong smell of blood is bound to attract other monsters in the surrounding area. And this is exactly what Ye Bufan hoped for. Find one and kill one. That's too slow. What Ye Bufan wanted was for the monsters to come to him on their own accord. More than 30 seconds later, the second demon beast in the spirit realm appeared in Ye Bufan's sight. In the end, he naturally couldn't escape death. Ye Bufan dismembered him directly. The blood of the two monsters added together, causing the bloody smell in the area where Ye Bufan was to double compared to before. Time passes by every second. The third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth. In less than half an hour, Ye Bufan had hunted down 13 demon beasts in the divine soul realm. He chopped all the monsters into pieces. The blood of 13 monsters gathered together, and the smell was so strong that it was a bit pungent, and the smell even drifted thousands of meters away. If someone saw this scene, they would definitely think that Ye Bufan was crazy and he was definitely playing with fire and getting burned. But what is the reality? It's just a demon beast in the spirit realm. With Ye Bufan's strength, there is no need to worry at all. He killed them one by one. No matter how many come, they are not enough for him to kill. Ouch. 40 minutes later, a wolf howl suddenly sounded. Finally the feast has arrived. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. On his left side, in the endless darkness, pairs of blood-red eyes emitted icy cold light and were approaching him step by step. A moment later, hundreds of wolf demons appeared in Ye Bufan's sight. Without exception, all of these wolf monsters have reached the divine soul realm. The leading one, a relatively large wolf monster, has even reached the immortal martial realm. But so what? It's just a fairy weapon. Ye Bufan can solve it with just one sword. It's a pity that the wolf demons in front of them were not aware of this and did not think so. They only knew that they did not sense any dangerous aura from Ye Bufan. That's enough. Ouch. The leading Wolf King howled. His wolf howl seemed like an order to charge. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, hundreds of wolf demons behind the Wolf King rushed directly towards Ye Bufan. Good to come. Ye Bufan shouted, after I kill you, my dragons and snakes will be able to collectively advance to the spirit realm. Call. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan rushed out with a knife in hand. In an instant, the two parties encountered each other. Ye Bufan fought against hundreds of wolf monsters alone. Puff, puff, puff. He raised his knife and slashed, killing one wolf at a time. The speed was like chopping melons and vegetables. Look at the wolves. Hundreds of wolf demons besieged Ye Bufan, but no one of them could get within half a meter of Ye Bufan. This is a battle of extremely unequal strength. Ye Bufan's bloody massacre. 30 seconds later, more than 40 wolf demons had died at the hands of Ye Bufan. However, these wolf demons were not frightened or afraid. On the contrary, they became more ferocious and their attacks became more fierce. But it's no use. Spirit, Tai. The gap between the two realms meant that they were destined to be no match for Ye Bufan no matter what. 3 minutes later, the battle was over. Hundreds of wolf demons were killed by Ye Bufan's sword. Ye Bufan put away his knife and looked at the Wolf King in the immortal martial realm. Unfortunately, at this moment, the Wolf King from the immortal martial realm had already disappeared. Suddenly, Ye Bufan was stunned. He instinctively asked, "Where is the Wolf King?" Lord God, it ran away. Behind Ye Bufan, the Taikang dragon snake in the divine soul realm spoke directly through telepathic communication. Run away. Ye Bufan was stunned again. Yes. The Taikang dragon snake in the divine soul realm responded, saying, just now when the divine lord was killing half of these wolf monsters, it had already run away. In an instant, Ye Bufan was confused and even crazy. Run away. Or did he run away when the battle was only halfway through? Damn it. Isn't it said that wolves are always united and fearless of life and death? But now it's good. The wolf pack members fought to the death, but the Wolf King actually ran away by himself, and he escaped when the battle was only halfway through. MMP. Where is the Wolf King's moral integrity? What about the dignity of the Wolf King? For some reason, Ye Bufan suddenly thought of the Snow Wolf Demon King. Could it be that? Or all wolf kings like this? Chapter 2004, 10,000 more. The Snow Wolf Demon King was notorious for his shamelessness and vulgarity, and Ye Bufan was well aware of this. And now the Wolf King is using his subordinates to attract himself and then taking the opportunity to escape. Isn't this exactly the style of the Snow Wolf Demon King? Ye Bufan had only come into contact with two Wolf Kings. The first one is naturally the Snow Wolf Demon King. The second is the Wolf King in front of us. Since both Wolf Kings behaved like this, Ye Bufan would naturally have such doubts. But after all, it was just a Wolf King in the immortal martial realm. Ye Bufan obviously wouldn't care too much about it. If it ran away, it ran away. For Ye Bufan, the harvest of hundreds of wolf monsters in the divine soul realm was enough. After all, hundreds of wolf monsters mean hundreds of monster inner cores and more than 20,000 points of luck. In just a few minutes, Ye Bufan had gained such a huge harvest. What could he be dissatisfied with? Without paying any more attention to the escaping Wolf King from the Shanwu realm, Ye Bufan directly ordered a group of Taikang dragons and snakes to devour the inner cores of the monsters in front of them. Naturally, the dragons and snakes of Taikang would not refuse this. They each chose a monster, then stuck their heads out and drilled into the other's mouth. Of course, given the current size of the Taikang dragon snake, it is obviously impossible and unrealistic to drill into the bodies of these monsters. But it doesn't matter. The Taikang dragon snake had no intention of completely drilling into the bodies of these monsters. They did this just to devour the inner elixirs in the bodies of these monsters. Since it is just for the inner elixir, there is naturally no need to drill into the other person's body completely. When 1/3 of their bodies entered the bodies of these monsters, they began to search like, turning the seas and rivers, inside the monsters, searching for the monsters' inner elixirs. The scene was as bloody and horrific as it could be. Ye Bufan couldn't bear to look at it. He even felt a chill in his scalp tingling. However, the dragons and snakes in Taikang obviously did not have this feeling. They kept drilling into the bodies of monsters and devouring their inner cores. Hundreds of monster corpses. 80 Taikang dragon snakes. If divided equally, almost every Taikang dragon snake can obtain 7 or 8 inner cores of the Shinpo realm demon beasts. Even though there are only 7 or 8 demon beast inner cores, it is actually quite a lot. Under normal circumstances, if a demon beast at the Destiny realm swallowed 7 or 8 inner elixirs at the spiritual soul realm in succession, its body would definitely be blown up by the energy contained in these demon beasts' inner elixirs. But the Taikang dragon snake does not. 7 or 8 inner cores of demon beasts at the Shinpo realm are just right for the Taikang dragon snake at the Tianming realm. More than 2 minutes later, the 80 Taikang dragon snakes have devoured all the monsters' inner cores. The whole place was in a mess. At this time, a layer of silver-white halo appeared on the body of one of the Taikang dragon snakes. Under the cover of this halo, the body of the Taikang dragon snake gradually grew larger. Obviously, this is the evolution of the Taikang dragon snake. After devouring 7 or 8 inner cores of demon beasts in the spirit realm, the huge amount of energy accumulated in its body was enough for it to undergo a second transformation and evolution, which was similar to the advancement of a warrior's cultivation. And this is just the beginning. When the first Taikang dragon snake began to evolve, other Taikang dragon snakes were unwilling to lag behind. Article 2, Article 3, Article 4. In the blink of an eye, all 80 Taikang dragon snakes, except for the leading dragon snake in the Divine Soul realm, began their second evolution. Seeing this, Ye Bufan smiled bitterly to himself. This is what Chen Tianlong is like. The same is true for these Taikang dragons and snakes now. A congenital soul-devouring body. An infinite evolution. It's really bullying. Ye Bufan even began to miss the heaven-swallowing seal from the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra. When you are full, you will improve. What a great and satisfying feeling it is. It's a pity that both the Hongmeng Emperor scripture and the heaven-devouring seal have become a thing of the past. Fortunately, Ye Bufan still has the Hongmeng Heavenly Seal and the Tianyuan Divine Control Technique. Although these two things cannot allow him to improve his cultivation quickly just by eating like Chen Tianlong and Taikang Longxi, the combination of the two can allow countless people to help Ye Bufan practice. Why do I say so? It's very simple. Ye Bufan practiced the Tianyuan Yushin Ju, relying on the power of luck in the Hongmeng world. The more luck he has, the faster Ye Bufan will improve. On the contrary, the less luck he has, the slower Ye Bufan's improvement. Where does good luck come from? It's also good to earn spirit stones. Killing living beings is fine. Both of them can provide Ye Bufan with luck. Moreover, in addition to spirit stones and killing, there must be other ways to improve Ye Bufan's luck, but Ye Bufan has not discovered them yet. Of course, that's not the point. The point is that all living beings in the Tianyuan small thousand world can earn luck for Ye Bufan. How many living beings are there in the vast Tianyuan small thousand world? Difficult to calculate. Absolutely astronomical figures. If all these creatures were summoned to the Hongmeng world, then even if one creature could only provide Ye Bufan with a little luck a day, Ye Bufan's daily income would definitely be an astronomical figure. Thinking of this, Ye Bufan felt relieved and excited. Infinite evolution. Will you improve after eating? Very cool. Very perverted. But, what can it matter no matter how awesome or abnormal you are? If I were to say that I was a landlord, then you are the landlord's farmhands. No matter how good a farmhand is, he has to work for me, the landlord. Call out. The next second, Ye Bufan directly summoned the Hongmeng Sky Seal. What are you doing? Of course, he should continue to summon the farmhands. No, he should continue to summon the Taikang dragon and snake. 100 Taikang dragon snakes were summoned previously. Now 20 have been lost, leaving only 80 Taikang dragon snakes. For the huge Star Moon Forest, 80 Taikang dragon snakes are obviously not enough, and the benefits they can provide to Ye Bufan are also very little. In this case, we naturally have to continue summoning. A Taikang dragon snake only brings a little luck. Using a little luck to summon a powerful helper with unlimited potential and unlimited evolution is definitely a profitable deal, so Ye Bufan plans to set a small goal for himself and summon 100 million Taikang dragon snakes first. As for now, Ye Bufan waved his hand and directly summoned 10,000 Taikang dragons and snakes. 10,000 Taikang dragons and snakes only have 10,000 points of luck. Even after summoning these 10,000 Taikang dragons and snakes, Ye Bufan still had more than 70,000 points of luck. However, Ye Bufan did not continue to summon. It's not that I don't want to, but that I can't. After all, the Taikang dragon and snake are always outsiders and invaders. God knows what's going on in this star-moon forest. If the noise is too loud and alarms the king of the star-moon forest, it will not be fun. At least for Ye Bufan and Taikang dragon snake at the moment, it will definitely be harmful and not beneficial. Now, what Ye Bufan wants is to proceed steadily and step by step. After gaining enough strength and power, he would not care about the king of the star-moon forest or not. If he was not convinced, he would just kill him and occupy the star-moon forest. The next second, white light flashed, and 10,000 Taikang dragons and snakes descended into the Hongmeng world at the same time. Greetings to the Lord God. Facing Ye Bufan, they shouted in unison through telepathic communication. Not bad, not bad. Looking at the 10,000 Taikang dragons and snakes in front of him, Ye Bufan was full of vigor and enthusiasm. Is this the Taikang dragon snake? No. These are 10,000 dragons. In Ye Bufan's opinion, the Taikang dragon snakes, which possess the special ability of infinite evolution, will surely evolve into supreme dragons in the future, or even surpass the dragons and become a new race that is superior to the dragons. But even just the dragon is enough. 10,000 giant dragons came out at the same time. That scene, that momentum, would probably scare even the Holy Spirit Heavenly King to death. From now on, you will be the patriarch of the Dragon Snake clan. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan looked directly at the dragon snake in the divine soul realm beside him and said, "Thank you, Lord." The dragon snake in the spiritual soul realm was stunned at first, then he was overjoyed. This is the patriarch appointed by the God himself. Who dares to question, who dares to disobey, who dares to disobey? Don't be too quick to be happy. After the divine soul realm dragon snake finished speaking, Ye Bufan said, "It's not easy to be the leader of a clan. Starting tomorrow, you must lead the entire dragon snake clan to quickly improve its strength. I will give you 1 month. After 1 month, all dragons and snakes must evolve again. That is to say, the existing 79 dragon snakes in the spirit realm must all advance to the immortal martial realm, and the 10,000 ordinary dragon snakes must also complete their mutation and evolve into demon beasts of the first heaven of destiny. As for how to do it, that's up to you. I don't care about the process, I only care about the result. In addition, the casualties of the dragon snake clan must be controlled within 1/10. Clear. The dragon snake in the Shenpo realm couldn't help but be stunned. In 1 month, all dragons and snakes evolve once. I have to say, this is a bit difficult. But Ye Bufan is the master of a world, and his words are like the emperor's edict. As a member of the Tianyuan Small Thousand Worlds, how could the dragon snake in the divine soul realm dare to refuse? He doesn't even have the qualifications to refuse. Yes, Lord God, little snake understands. Immediately, the dragon snake in the spiritual soul realm responded with some worry. Very good. Ye Bufan said grimly, this is your first mission as the leader of the dragon snake clan. If you complete it, I will help you advance to Tai in a month. If you fail, there is no need for you to exist. Upon hearing this, the dragon and snake in the spirit realm trembled. Done, advance to Tai. If it cannot be completed, just kill it directly. This is simply the difference between heaven and hell. But risks and benefits coexist. Even if he could refuse, he would definitely not refuse. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. Facing Ye Bufan, the dragon snake in the spirit realm raised its head high and said in a resolute tone, "Yes, Lord, I will do my best and will not let you down." Chapter 2005 Kanglang Army, Wuqianyan. When all 10,000 Taikang dragon snakes grow to the level of giant dragons, they will definitely be able to sweep across the entire Hongmeng world. Even if there are huge casualties during the growth period, it doesn't matter. After all, Ye Bufan can continue to summon Taikang dragon snake from the Tianyuan Shaochen realm. 10,000 is just the beginning. In the future, the number of dragon snakes in Taikang will only increase. Ye Bufan has made up his mind to train the Taikang dragon snake into a powerful dragon that can help him conquer the world and sweep across the universe. However, it will take a long time to achieve this goal. But it doesn't matter. Ye Bufan has plenty of time. As for the dragon and snake clan, although the lifespan of Taikang dragon snakes before mutation was mostly between 1 and 2 years, their lifespan has changed after mutation and evolution. According to the dragon snake in the divine soul realm, that is a tenfold improvement. What is a tenfold improvement? That is to say, every time the Taikang dragon snake evolves, their lifespan can increase tenfold. For example, the lifespan of an ordinary dragon snake is only 1 year. So, dragon snakes in the Destiny realm will have a lifespan of 10 years. The Spirit realm lasts for 100 years. The Shanwu realm lasted for 1,000 years. Tai realm for 10,000 years. According to this growth pattern, the Taikang dragon snake will have no shortage of lifespan in the future. Since it has no shortage of lifespan, it will naturally have enough time to evolve into a giant dragon. Of course, this is a later story. For now, the only benefit that the Dragon Snake clan can bring to Ye Bufan is that every member of the second royal family can provide Ye Bufan with 100 points of luck after mutating into a demon beast in the Destiny realm. A Taikang dragon snake gives you 100 points of luck. 10,000 Taikang dragon snakes mean 1 million points of luck. This is also the reason why Ye Bufan wants the spiritual soul realm dragon snakes to train all these 10,000 dragon snakes into Destiny realm monsters within a month. I'm new here in the land of Hongmeng. The foundation is still shallow and the power is insufficient. Nowadays, Ye Bufan is in urgent need of luck to improve his strength and influence. And he obviously regarded the mutation of the dragon and snake clan as a way to earn luck. After explaining the dragons and snakes in the Divine Soul realm, Ye Bufan chose to leave. The rest of the matter will naturally be left to the dragon and snake in the Divine Soul realm. As for what the dragon snake in the Divine Soul realm does, that is his business and Ye Bufan will not interfere too much. In Ye Bufan's words, he only cares about the result and does not care about the process. There is also the safety of the dragon snake clan. Ye Bufan is even less worried about this. 80 dragon snakes in the Divine Soul realm are enough to contend with the demon beasts in the Immortal Martial realm. In the monster area of the Destiny realm, the dragon snake clan is already invincible, and no monster can threaten them at all. Of course, this is the case if the dragons and snakes in the spiritual realm do not seek death. If he were to seek death and act recklessly, and enter the demon beast area of the Shenpo realm or the demon beast area of the Shanwu realm without sufficient strength, it would be doomed to be a tragedy. After saying goodbye to all the dragons and snakes, Ye Bufan returned to where Chen Tianlong was. At this moment, where Chen Tianlong was, Hu Sandao, Xu Peng, and Zhu Zhiming, 3 chefs from the Immortal Martial realm, were busy dealing with the corpses of the monsters. In addition, 21 bonfires had been lit on the open ground, and on each bonfire were 7 or 8 pieces of monster meat weighing 5 or 6 pounds. If someone who didn't know the situation saw this, they would think that Hu Sandao and his companions were having a bonfire party. What was originally a very simple matter was complicated by Hu Sandao and his companions. It's just a barbecue. Can't you just put the whole monster over the fire and roast it? Is it necessary to be so troublesome and time-consuming as it is now? In fact, Hu Sandao and the other 2 thought so too. But there's nothing I can do. If the entire monster is grilled directly, it will indeed save a lot of trouble, but such a large monster will definitely take a longer time to be eaten if it is grilled whole. There was naturally no problem for Hu Sandao and his 2 companions. But can Chen Tianlong wait? Stop kidding. At the beginning, Hu Sandao and his 2 companions did just that. What is the result? The result was that Chen Tianlong was drooling all over the floor before the meat was cooked. In fact, if Hu Sandao and the other 2 hadn't stopped him, Chen Tianlong would have pounced on the monster and eaten it raw. In desperation, Hu Sandao and the other 2 could only choose the current method. Although it was a bit complicated and laborious, at least it would not let the Lord God's disciple starve or eat the monster alive. 3 people, 21 fires. Hu Sandao, Xu Peng and Zhu Zhiming were all extremely busy. The other side. Chen Tianlong sat on the ground, holding a piece of monster meat in his left hand and a piece of monster meat in his right hand. Then he took a bite on the left and 2 bites on the right. The whole process is done without chewing, just swallowing it directly into the stomach. In addition, not far from Chen Tianlong there were 7 skeletons of monsters and a large amount of fur and internal organs piled up. As for the meat of the monsters, it had long disappeared. Where did you go? It obviously went into Chen Tianlong's stomach. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. How long have you been away? It only took about an hour. In just 1 hour, Chen Tianlong had eaten 7 monsters weighing hundreds of pounds. MMP. This is simply a bucket among buckets. No wonder Chen Tianlong has never had enough to eat since he was born. That's the amount of food I eat. Hee. With the strength of the Chen family, if Chen Tianlong was allowed to eat as much as he wanted, within a month at most, Chen Tianlong would be able to eat away the entire Chen family and make them bankrupt. Although he had long known that the owner's appetite would be extremely astonishing before the Vajra indestructible body awakened, Ye Bufan never expected it to be so astonishing. Fortunately, this is the Star Moon Forest. Fortunately, the thing that is most abundant here is monsters. If not, Ye Bufan would probably give up on Chen Tianlong, this rough diamond. There's no way, I can't afford it. Master. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, Chen Tianlong had already seen him. Ye Bufan responded. Chen Tianlong put down the piece of monster meat in his right hand, picked up a piece of monster meat that he had not bitten, stood up and walked to Ye Bufan, and handed over the monster meat in his right hand, saying like offering a treasure, "Master, this monster meat is delicious, please try it." As he spoke, Chen Tianlong did not forget to take a bite of the monster meat in his left hand. Looking at the piece of monster meat in Chen Tianlong's hand, no, it should be said that looking at the saliva on his hand, Ye Bufan's mouth twitched imperceptibly. Then, he smiled and said, "Master is not hungry, you can eat by yourself." Ye Bufan didn't want to eat his apprentice's saliva. Oh. Chen Tianlong responded and took a bite of the monster meat in his right hand. The posture looked like a starving ghost reincarnated. Ye Bufan couldn't even bear to watch it anymore. But what can he do? Don't let Chen Tianlong eat. Or should he scold Chen Tianlong and ask him to pay attention to his image? Let's just forget it. After coming out of Qingshan town, Ye Bufan has been indirectly or directly instilling in Chen Tianlong the mentality that a man should live in the world, avenge his enemies and do whatever he wants. To put it bluntly, it is to make Chen Tianlong change his previous timid personality, make him more active and more confident. In fact, Ye Bufan's efforts have achieved certain results. If Chen Tianlong were to deliberately change his eating habits or control his desire for food at this time, wouldn't that go against the ideas that I had instilled in him? What will Chen Tianlong think and do at that time? Ye Bufan couldn't predict it. In the process of transforming Chen Tianlong, Ye Bufan would never allow any accidents to happen. So, let him be. Fortunately, Chen Tianlong's hunger was only temporary. Once the Vajra indestructible body awakens, all this will change. Without paying any more attention to Chen Tianlong, Ye Bufan walked straight towards Hu Sandao and his three companions. God Lord. Seeing Ye Bufan coming, Hu Sandao and the other two said something respectfully. Ye Bufan responded and said, "After you have dealt with the monster on hand, take a rest. I will find a few more people for you tomorrow." Ye Bufan originally thought that Hu Sandao and his two companions were enough to deal with Chen Tianlong, but when he saw the three of them sweating profusely, Ye Bufan knew that he had still underestimated Chen Tianlong's eating speed. In that case, just summon some more chefs. Although these people do not have much fighting talent, they are cheap and will be useful in the future. It is not a waste to bring them into the Hongmeng world in advance. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Hu Sandao and the other two were stunned for a moment, and then immediately said, "Thank you, Lord." As chefs, they have seen many foodies, but this is the first time that the three of them have met someone who eats as much as Chen Tianlong. If this continues, they are really afraid that they will be exhausted to death. A night in silence. The next day, as soon as the sun rose, Ye Bufan left. What are you doing? Naturally, he would go to the depths of the Star Moon Forest and hunt down monsters from the Shanwu realm or even the Tai realm. After all, these monsters were luck to Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan had three purposes for coming to the Star Moon Forest this time. First, understand the reasons for the mutation of the Taikang dragon snake. Second, earn luck. Third, help Chen Tianlong develop the Vajra indestructible body. Now that the first goal has been achieved, only the second and third goals remain, and both can be carried out simultaneously. Hunt monsters to earn luck. The monsters hunted back can also be eaten by Chen Tianlong. Definitely kill two birds with one stone. Of course, before setting off, Ye Bufan summoned 10 chefs from the Tianyuan small thousand worlds, and raised their cultivation to the first level of Shanwu. Plus the 3 people including Hu Sandao. There are a total of 13 chefs at the first level of Shanwu. This treatment. Tisk tisk. I'm afraid even the king of the Star Moon Kingdom can't catch up. Star Moon Forest, the demon beast area of the Shanwu realm. Ye Bufan swept all the way. In one day, he hunted down a total of 87 fairy-level monsters. The 87 demon beasts in the immortal martial realm also brought more than 43,000 points of luck to Ye Bufan. Although it's not much, it's also not a small amount. The corpses of these monsters were also brought back to the camp by Ye Bufan. The inner elixir was left to the Taikang dragon and snake. As for the monsters, except for Ye Bufan and the 13 immortal martial realm chefs who ate some, the rest was naturally left to Chen Tianlong. However, there were 87 monsters, all of which were at the immortal martial level. With Chen Tianlong's abnormal appetite, it was impossible for him to eat them all in one day. If you can't finish it, keep it. For Chen Tianlong, the more monsters there are, the better. The next day, Chen Tianlong and the 13 Shanwu realm chefs still stayed in the camp, while Ye Bufan continued to go deep into the Star Moon Forest to hunt Shanwu realm monsters. On this day, Ye Bufan hunted 76 monsters and gained more than 37,000 points of luck. Day 3. Ye Bufan hunted 98 monsters and gained more than 51,000 points of luck. Day 4. Ye Bufan hunted 103 monsters and gained more than 56,000 points of luck. Day 5. Ye Bufan hunted 66 monsters and gained more than 32,000 points of luck. Day 6. At the same time Ye Bufan entered the depths of the Star Moon Forest. Outside Kenyan City, a group of more than 30 people came galloping on horseback. Wrong. What these 30-odd people were riding were not horses, but demonic beasts, the howling moon wolves of the divine soul realm. Not only that, among these more than 10 people, except for the middle-aged man in the lead, all the others were wearing blood-red robes, and there was a silver-white dragon totem on the left chest of the robe. Mount. Grey Wolf. Blood-stained robe. This is none other than the Kanglang army, one of the 3 ace armies of the Star Moon Kingdom. The Kanglang army entered the city. The middle-aged man in the lead was none other than the commander of the Kanglang army, the son of the current prime minister, and Wu Qianchuan's full brother, Wu Qianyan. Chapter 2006 Wu Qianyan's Fury. As the commander of the Kanglang army, one of the 3 ace armies of the kingdom, Wu Qianyan's cultivation has already reached the 2nd level of Tiangong. Although there are only 3,000 people in the Kanglang army under his command, the weakest among them are at the Shanwu level, and the strongest has reached the 9th level of Tai. This time, the more than 30 people Wu Qianyan brought were all top fighters. Among them, there were 8 warriors in the Tai realm, and the rest were warriors above the 5th level of the immortal martial realm. A person in Tiangong realm. 8 people in Tai realm. More than 20 warriors above the 5th level of immortal martial arts. Such a force is enough to sweep across the entire Kenyan city. Even in the Xingyu kingdom, it is an existence that cannot be underestimated. However, at this moment, such a force was only used to reinforce Wu Qianchuan. No way. Who made Wu Qianchuan the second son of Wu Yuanying, the prime minister of the time? Wu Qianchuan asked for help. Wu Yuanying had to take it seriously. What's more, Wu Qianchuan said in the letter that he suspected someone was secretly behind Wu Linfang's incident, with the intention of targeting or even plotting against the entire Wu family. For this reason, the Wu family dared not be careless. After entering the city, Wu Qianyan rode ahead, leading more than 30 Kanglang soldiers and heading straight for the city lord's mansion. Such a big commotion, coupled with the fact that the mounts ridden by Wu Qianyan and others were all howling moon wolves at the divine soul realm, naturally caused quite a stir in Kenyan city. But Wu Qianyan obviously didn't care about these. It takes more than an hour to walk from the city gate to the city lord's mansion, but Wu Qianyan and his group only took a few minutes. When they arrived at the city lord's mansion, they found that the door was closed and there was not a single person around. That's not all. There was even a faint smell of blood in the air around. Immediately, Wu Qianyan frowned and said, "Han Feng, go and take a look." "Yes, General." Beside Wu Qianyan, a middle-aged man at the 8th level of Tai jumped off the howling moon wolf and ran directly towards the gate of the city lord's mansion in front of him. Squeak. As soon as Han Feng touched the gate of the city lord's mansion, the gate was pushed open by him. Han Feng didn't care too much about this and he ran straight into the city lord's mansion. Wu Qianyan and others were waiting outside. "General." A moment later, Han Feng's almost trembling voice was heard from the city lord's mansion. Wu Qianyan frowned. "Go in." He jumped off the back of the howling moon wolf and ran directly to the city lord's mansion. The other members of the Kanglang army followed closely behind. Boom. When Wu Qianyan ran into the city lord's mansion and saw the scene inside, his heart was shocked. He was stunned and even stupid. He seemed to be imprisoned in place by some force. Wu Qianyan is like this. The members of the Kanglang army behind Wu Qianyan were no exception. What did they see? They saw bloody corpses lying in the courtyard of the city lord's mansion in front of them. The most important thing is that among these hundreds of corpses, except for the 3 corpses in the front, none of the others were intact. They were all chopped in half. In the front yard of the city lord's mansion, the viscera were scattered all over the floor. The blood dyed the earth red. That picture, too bloody, too hideous, and too cruel. It is no exaggeration to say that he is hell on earth. That's not all. Who are those 3 bodies in the front? Wu Qianchuan, Wu Linfeng, and there is Li Yuanao. The members of the Kanglang army were not familiar with Li Yuanao, the deputy city lord of Kangyan City, and they didn't even know him. But what about Wu Qianchuan and Wu Linfeng? As a member of the Kanglang army, they were not unfamiliar with Wu Qianchuan and Wu Linfeng. One of them was their general's younger brother and the other was their general's nephew. Now, they were all killed. And it was so casually placed in the front yard of the city lord's mansion along with hundreds of corpses. This was simply a provocation to their general. This is even more of a provocation to their entire Kanglang army. Anger. Shocked and angry. Even more furious. More than 30 members of the Kanglang army felt murderous intent in their hearts. Even the Kanglang army is like this. What's more, Wu Qianyan is the person involved. The younger brother was killed. The nephew was killed. Both of them were exposed among hundreds of corpses. How could Wu Qianyan tolerate this? How could Wu Qianyan accept this? Who is it? Suddenly, Wu Qianyan couldn't help but let out a roar of anger. Boom! The terrifying aura of his Tiangong level 2 also surged out uncontrollably. Puff, puff, puff. Beside Wu Qianyan, several Kanglang soldiers in the immortal martial realm could not help but spit out blood under Wu Qianyan's raging rage and terrifying pressure. It can be seen how angry and crazy Wu Qianyan is at this moment. Feeling the strangeness of the Kanglang army, Wu Qianyan immediately suppressed his anger and even put away the pressure that belonged to a strong man in the Tiangong realm. At this moment, outside the city lord's mansion, a figure hurriedly ran in. This person was none other than the old patriarch of the Lu family. Who? As soon as the old patriarch of the Lu family came in, the fierce murderous intent of the Kanglang army directly locked onto him. Bang! The old patriarch of the Lu family knelt on the ground without a second thought, and looked at Wu Qianyan and the others tremblingly and said, "Sir, I am the old patriarch of the Lu family in Kangyan City." Lu family. Wu Qianyan turned and looked at the old patriarch of the Lu family. Yes, yes, my lord. The old patriarch of the Lu family responded. What Lu family? What old patriarch? Wu Qianyan didn't care at all. Who did this? Pointing at the bodies of Wu Qianchuan and others, Wu Qianyan asked directly in a stern voice. The old patriarch of the Lu family was stunned at first, and then immediately said, reply to your words, yes, yes, it was I who arranged for my Lu family to do it. You did it. Wu Qianyan's expression turned cold. Yes, it is. The old patriarch of the Lu family responded, previously, a lunatic killed the city lord and scared away all the city guards. As a result, no one collected the bodies of City Lord Wu and the city guards, so I took the initiative to collect their bodies and reported the matter. I am waiting for you to deal with it. Make decisions on your own. Collecting corpses. And you reported the matter and waited for us to deal with it. The members of the Kanglang army are not fools. How could they not see that the man in front of them was clearly here to take credit? Unfortunately, he miscalculated. Who is Wu Qianchuan? Who is Wu Linfeng? One of them is the general's younger brother, and the other is the general's nephew. It would have been fine if the man in front of him had properly placed their bodies, but he just dumped their bodies here at random. Even with this, he still wants to take credit. It was already good enough that his own general did not take his life directly. Of course, this cannot be blamed on the old patriarch of the Lu family. After all, he didn't know Wu Qianchuan's true identity, and he didn't know that Wu Qianyan in front of him was actually Wu Qianchuan's biological brother. In the eyes of the old patriarch of the Lu family, Wu Qianyan was just an envoy sent by the Star Moon Kingdom to deal with the matter of the city lord's mansion. Who asked you that? The next second, Wu Qianyan shouted angrily, what I want to ask is, who did this? And who killed these people? Well, the old patriarch of the Lu family was stunned and said, reply to your words, yes, it is a lunatic named Ye. A lunatic named Ye, yes. Where is he from? Where is he now? This villain is not very clear either. You don't know. Wu Qianyan's expression turned stern. Sir. The old patriarch of the Lu family was frightened and immediately said, although I don't know where this lunatic came from or where he is now, but I know that he has a close connection with the Chen family in Qingshan Town. Qingshan Town, Chen family. Yes, I am sure that the Chen family in Qingshan Town must know the whereabouts of that madman. In fact, it is very likely that the madman is still in the Chen family. Let's go to Qingshan Town. Wu Qianyan said this and walked directly out of the city lord's mansion. When he passed by the old patriarch of the Lu family, he paused, then looked down at him and said, "Do you know who I am?" Well, the old patriarch of the Lu family was stunned. My name is Wu Qianyan. Wu Qianyan. The old patriarch of the Lu family was shocked. Wu Qianchuan, Wu Qianyan. Could it be that? There was a hint of horror in his eyes. Yes, I am Qianchuan's brother. The old patriarch of the Lu family was confused and dumbfounded. Snort. Wu Qianyan snorted coldly and said, "You dumped the bodies of my brother and nephew here casually, and you still want to take credit for it in front of this general. If I don't kill you, I will be sorry for your kindness." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Qianyan took action. The old patriarch of the Lu family was shocked. Grown-ups. He cried out in surprise, wanting to explain, but also remembering to protect himself. It's a pity that Wu Qianyan is not Wu Qianchuan. The old patriarch of the Lu family can compete with Wu Qianchuan, but how can he be a match for Wu Qianyan, a strong man in the Tiangong realm? Wu Qianyan brought down a palm. The old patriarch of the Lu family knelt on the ground and instinctively greeted him with his arms. In an instant, the two sides collided. Click. There was a sound of bones breaking. Wu Qianyan broke the arm bones of the Lu family's old patriarch with one palm. The old patriarch of the Lu family let out a scream. Wu Qianyan did not stop. He kicked out directly. In a flash. Bang. Wu Qianyan kicked the old patriarch of the Lu family directly on the left chest. Click. The sound of bones breaking was heard. Puff. The old patriarch of the Lu family spat out another mouthful of blood. Then his body flew backwards like a cannonball. Bang. There was a loud bang. The body of the old patriarch of the Lu family fell directly on the wall of the city lord's mansion. Boom boom. The walls of the courtyard collapsed. Half of the Lu family's old patriarch's body was buried in the rocks. After a few twitches, he became unresponsive and was completely lifeless. Snort. Wu Qianyan snorted coldly and ignored the old patriarch of the Lu family. Instead, he said in a cold voice, "Let's go to Qingshan Town." Chapter 2007. The Chen family is in danger. Qingshan Town, Chen family. After Ye Bufan left, the Chen family seemed to have returned to its former peace. But it's not. With the two martial arts and a large amount of resources left by Ye Bufan, the Chen family has obviously entered a state of rapid development. At least the large amount of resources has made the Chen family members practice twice as fast as before. Especially the Chen family members who are in the Destiny realm. The Thunder Fist that the Chen family members had practiced before was only of the lower yellow grade. But what about the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound power left by Ye Bufan? That is a true Zon level martial art. Compared to yellow level martial arts, the effects of black level martial arts are naturally extraordinary. Since acquiring the Zon level martial art, Tiger and Leopard Thunder Sound Force, the cultivation speed of the Chen family's Tianming realm members has increased by 3 to 4 times compared to before, which can be said to be truly rapid progress. For the Chen family, this is naturally a great thing. But at the same time, there is a problem that has been bothering Chen Beiwang these days. What's the problem? In Qingshan Town, everyone knows that the Chen and Shui families are in an alliance. All along, the Chen and Shui families have always advanced and retreated together when faced with difficulties. This can be easily seen from the way they dealt with the incident at the city lord's mansion. That is why Chen Beiwang has been considering these days whether or not to pass on the two high-level martial arts, Tiger and Leopard Thunder Sound Force, and vertical and horizontal sword Qi, to the Shui family. The reason for his hesitation was not because Chen Beiwang was reluctant, nor because Chen Beiwang did not want to see the Shui family grow stronger, but because of the special nature of these two martial arts. Take resources for example. Chen Beiwang gave half of the resources left by Ye Bufan to the Shui family without hesitation. After all, since Ye Bufan gave these resources to the Chen family, it means that these resources have already belonged to the Chen family. As the head of the Chen family, Chen Beiwang naturally has the power to distribute them. But the martial arts are different. Each martial art represents a kind of inheritance. Especially the high-level martial arts like the one Ye Bufan brought out. Although Ye Bufan left these two martial arts to the Chen family, he only left them to the Chen family. He did not indicate that the Chen family could pass these two martial arts to other people. If the news were leaked secretly, Chen Beiwang would be worried that he would have trouble explaining to Ye Bufan in the future. But today, Chen Beiwang finally made a decision. He decided to reveal these two martial arts to the Shui family. If Ye Bufan pursued the matter in the future, he was willing to take full responsibility. As for whether the Shui family would accept these two martial arts, that was not a problem that Chen Beiwang needed to consider. All he had to do was live up to the kinship between the two families for so many years. At this moment, the sun is setting. In the main hall of Chen Mansion, Shui Lanshan looked at Chen Beiwang in front of him and said in confusion, "Brother Chen, you called me here but didn't say anything. What on earth are you trying to do? Why are you in such a hurry?" Chen Beiwang said directly in a rebuke tone. "I'm in a hurry. The water blue mountains are messy. Why am I in a hurry? Brother Chen, Master Chen, you are the one who asked me to come here, but after I came here, you didn't say anything. What's wrong with me asking a question? Is it wrong for me to ask a question?" Shui Lanshan couldn't help but complain in his heart. However, he also noticed that Chen Beiwang seemed to be worried about something. So he asked softly, "Brother Chen, has something happened?" "Fine," Chen Beiwang said, "forget it, you should take a look at this first." As he spoke, Chen Beiwang directly took out the two martial arts, Tiger and Leopard Thunder Sound Force, and Vertical and Horizontal Sword Qi, and placed them on the table in front of Shui Lanshan. "This is..." Shui Lanshan looked at Chen Beiwang with some confusion. "You'll see for yourself," Chen Beiwang said lightly. Shui Lanshan frowned. Although he was puzzled, he still picked up the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound Force among the two martial arts. "Fuck." After seeing it, Shui Lanshan immediately stood up and exclaimed, and looked at Chen Beiwang with a look of shock and disbelief. "Chen, Brother Chen, this is a mysterious martial art. To be precise, it should be a mid-level Zon level martial art." "A mid-level Zon level martial art?" Shui Lanshan's eyes widened instantly. "Look at the other one," Chen Beiwang said again. "Another." Shui Lanshan glanced at the Zonggung Sword Qi on the table. "The martial art in my hand is a Zon level martial art. Could this be another Zon level martial art? Impossible, impossible. This is a mysterious level martial art. Not to mention a small Qingshan town, even in Canyon City it is an extremely rare existence. How could Chen Beiwang possibly come up with two Zon level martial arts at once?" With this mentality, Shui Lanshan directly put down the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound Power in his hand, then picked up the Zonggung Sword Qi, and looked at it carefully. It would have been fine if he hadn't seen it, but once he saw it, Shui Lanshan was shocked. This is also a Zon level martial art. "No, this is not a Zon level martial art. No. Chen Beiwang, are you kidding me? If this isn't a Zon level martial art, then what is it? This is a low-grade Earth level martial art." Shui Lanshan was confused and dumbfounded. Even his hands holding the Zonggung Sword Qi couldn't help but tremble and shiver. Low-grade Earth-level martial arts. What concept? Even the royal family of the Star Moon Kingdom may not have Earth-level martial arts. But now Chen Beiwang, this fellow, just took out a mid-grade Zon-level martial art, and in the blink of an eye, he actually took out a low-grade Earth-level martial art. Damn it, this is a low-grade Earth-level martial art. Shui Lanshan felt that his heart could no longer bear it. But he is the head of the clan after all. Soon, Shui Lanshan calmed down, looked at Chen Beiwang, and asked solemnly, "Brother Chen, where did you get these two martial arts?" "Mr. Yi gave it to me." "Master Yi." Shui Lanshan was stunned. He understood and felt relieved. Come to think of it, in the vicinity of Canyon City, or even in the entire Xingyu Kingdom, the only person who can easily perform this kind of Earth-level martial arts is probably Ye Bufan, a mysterious young man whose origins are unknown but whose depths are unfathomable. So where are you now? The next second, Shui Lanshan put down the Zonggung Sword Qi in his hand, looked at Chen Beiwang and asked a question. "Don't you understand what I mean?" Chen Beiwang smiled and said, "Since I have already taken out these two martial arts, I will naturally share them with your Shui family, or in other words, own them together. This. Shui Lanshan was stunned and even speechless. Chen Beiwang continued, Brother Shui, given the relationship between our two families, there is no need to say more polite words or thank you, but there is one thing I need to remind you. What? You also know that these two martial arts are not from my Chen family, but from Master Yi. In other words, they belong to Master Yi, or to the faction to which Master Yi belongs. Before Master Yi left, he only said that he left something for my Chen family, but he didn't say what it was. Naturally, I didn't ask him whether these two martial arts could be passed on to other people besides the Chen family. This is why I took out these two martial arts after so many days. In fact, I have been thinking about this issue these days. Therefore, if Brother Shui is willing to accept these two martial arts, he must be prepared to be held accountable by Master Yi in the future. Shui Lanshan's mouth twitched, and he said speechlessly, Brother Chen, you have been absent-minded these days. Aren't you thinking about these things? What else? I finally understand what it means that there is nothing to worry about in the world, but mediocre people worry about it themselves. What's the meaning? What do you mean? Think about it, since Master Yi has given these two martial arts to your Chen family, it means that he has tacitly agreed to your Chen family's right to dispose of these two martial arts at will. Otherwise, would he not remind you before leaving? Also, please don't always look at others with your own eyes, okay? In your eyes, Earth-level martial arts may be very precious, but in Master Yi's eyes, perhaps this Earth-level martial arts is nothing at all, and it is even similar to the ordinary level martial arts in your eyes and mine. Well, Chen Beiwang was stunned. It seems as it really like this. What do you mean by as if? It's not good at all. Shui Lanshan rolled his eyes. Ha ha. Chen Beiwang smiled and said, if that's the case, then you can take it. No. Shui Lanshan frowned. Why? Chen Beiwang was puzzled. Shui Lanshan said, after all, this is a Zan-level or even Earth-level martial art. It is too precious. My Shui family cannot accept it. Oh shit. Chen Beiwang stood up and said unhappily, Shui Lanshan, what do you mean? You look down on me, Chen Beiwang, right? It's too precious and you won't accept it. Then why didn't you stay out of it when the city lord's mansion was causing trouble for my Chen family? These are two different things. Two different things. Okay, Shui Lanshan, oh Shui Lanshan, when our ancestors founded our family business in Qingshan town, we already set down the ancestral precepts. The Chen and Shui families are of the same blood and are inseparable, but you unfilial descendant, you are so arrogant, aren't you afraid that your ancestors will come to you in the middle of the night to discuss the family rules and ancestral precepts? Shui Lanshan's mouth twitched. It was also at this time. Wu Qianyan and more than 30 Kanglang soldiers have arrived at the street outside the Chen mansion. Without any hesitation, the more than 30 people jumped directly from the back of the Howling Moon Kanglang, and then, under the leadership of Wu Qianyan, walked towards the gate of the Chen family with great momentum. At the Chen family's gate, the two Chen family members were originally shocked by the more than 30 Howling Moon wolves on the street in front of them. When they saw Wu Qianyan and his group walking towards them, one of them couldn't help but ask, who are you? It's a pity that neither Wu Qianyan nor the other members of the Kanglang army paid any attention to the two members of the Chen family. They still walked towards the gate of the Chen family as if no one was around. When Wu Qianyan came in front of the two Chen family members and was about to go in, the two Chen family members finally got angry, and one of them shouted sternly, stop. Unfortunately, Wu Qianyan still ignored them. It was also at this time. Swish. The two Kanglang soldiers beside Wu Qianyan drew their swords. The two Chen family members were shocked. They were about to resist, but it was too late. Puff, puff. The two Kanglang soldiers chopped off their heads without saying a word. In an instant, blood splattered and lives disappeared. The sun sets. Wu Qianyan came with endless murderous intent. The Chen family is in danger. Chapter 2008 Wu Delang, you are so majestic. Kill someone and enter the mansion. Wu Qianyan and his group were extremely unscrupulous. Of course, they have the strength and capital to do whatever they want, not to mention that the deaths of Wu Qianchuan and Wu Linfang are closely related to the Chen family. Under such circumstances, Wu Qianyan would naturally not treat the Chen family politely. He's just a small town bumpkin, so just kill him. After Wu Qianyan and his party entered the Chen mansion, 4 Kanglang soldiers from the immortal martial realm stayed outside the door. It was obvious from the look on their face that they didn't want to let the Chen family escape. The front yard of Chen Mansion. Wu Qianyan stood with his hands behind his back. Beside him, a member of the Kanglang army at the Tai realm directly activated his spiritual power and shouted loudly, "Everyone in the Chen family, listen to me, everyone in the mansion, regardless of gender, age or young, all gather in the front yard. Otherwise kill without mercy." A cold and unquestionable voice echoed in the Chen family mansion. Everyone in the Chen family was stunned. The main hall of Chen Mansion. Chen Beiwang and Shui Lanshan looked at each other. Those who come with evil intentions will not come, and those with good intentions will not come. They all saw a hint of surprise and solemnity in each other's eyes. But no matter what, they need to see what's going on. Walk. As Chen Beiwang spoke, the two of them ran out of the hall and headed straight for the front yard of the Chen Mansion. Chen Beiwang and the other person were like this, and the rest of the Chen family was no exception. It's not because of fear. It's just their instinctive reaction. Everyone rushed to the front yard. When Chen Beiwang and Shui Lanshan arrived, dozens of Chen clan members had gathered at the Chen Mansion Qianyan in addition to Wu Qianyan and others. "Who are you?" Chen Beiwang frowned and asked Wu Qianyan and others. "Shut up." The Tai realm Kanglang army beside Wu Qianyan shouted angrily, "If you don't want to die, stay here quietly." While speaking, the members of the Kanglang army directly released the pressure of their Tai realm. Suddenly, Chen Beiwang's heart trembled. Shuilin Mountain is no exception. Is this King Tai? They both looked horrified. They couldn't even figure out who these people were and what they wanted to do. However, facing the warning from the Kanglang army of Tai realm, neither of them said anything more. At least before figuring out the other party's origins and intentions, Chen Beiwang and the others would never act rashly. The two sides faced off. Time is passing by every second. Members of the Chen clan arrived one after another. 5 or 6 minutes later, 200 to 300 people had already gathered in the front yard of the Chen residence. Although these are not all the members of the Chen family, they are all the people who remain in the Chen mansion. Is everyone here? Looking at Chen Beiwang and others, the Kanglang army soldier from Tai realm asked directly. "Everyone is here," Chen Beiwang said with a frown. "Search." However, the members of the Kanglang army in Tai realm shouted sternly. In an instant, behind him, more than 20 Kanglang soldiers from the Shanwu realm scattered. The other party obviously didn't believe him. Chen Beiwang was helpless, but didn't dare to say anything more. The two sides remained in a stalemate. Another 10 minutes later, more than 20 Kanglang soldiers from the Shanwu realm went and returned. They didn't say anything and just stood behind Wu Qianyan. The Tai realm warrior did not ask any further questions. Because he knew very well that even if someone was not present, he would already be a dead person. Since they were already dead, why should he care? It was also at this time. Wu Qianyan glanced at Chen Beiwang and asked, "Are you the head of the Chen family?" Although Wu Qianyan didn't know Chen Beiwang at all, and he didn't even know what the head of the Chen family looked like before, but as the commander of the Kanglang army and a top powerhouse in the second level of the Tiangong realm, Wu Qianyan's eyesight was naturally not too bad. It was obvious that these people in front of him were all led by Chen Beiwang. In this case, if he is not the patriarch, who else can be the patriarch? Exactly. Chen Beiwang responded and asked, "Who are you?" Facing Chen Beiwang's question, Wu Qianyan simply ignored it and asked again, "Where's the man who killed my brother and nephew now?" "Killed your brother and your nephew?" Chen Beiwang was stunned. He looked stunned and a little bewildered. "My brother Wu Qianchuan, my nephew Wu Linfeng," Wu Qianyan said in a cold voice. Boom. Chen Beiwang's mind was shocked and his body trembled violently. No one else present was an exception. They looked at Wu Qianyan with shock, horror, and disbelief. Is the person in front of me Wu Qianchuan's brother? How is that possible? Wu Qianchuan has an older brother. Why have I never heard of it before? You. After a moment, Chen Beiwang wanted to speak, but didn't know what to say. Tell me, where is that person now? Wu Qianyan asked again in a stern voice. As for the reactions of the Chen family, Wu Qianyan didn't care at all. After Wu Qianyan finished speaking, Chen Beiwang frowned. Where is Ye Bufan? Of course he knows. Ye Bufan and Chen Tianlong went to the Star Moon Forest. But can he say it? The man in front of him was Wu Qianchuan's brother, and he had obviously come here to seek revenge on Ye Bufan, and the other party's strength and power were obviously far beyond Wu Qianchuan, the lord of Kangyan City. If he was told that Ye Bufan went to the Star Moon Forest, he would definitely chase after him. Will Ye Bufan still be alive by then? What's more, Ye Bufan killed Wu Qianchuan for the sake of their Chen family. In this case, how could Chen Beiwang betray him? Chen Beiwang would never do such a thing as repaying kindness with enmity, and he would rather not do it. Have no idea. Immediately, he answered with 3 words. Are you sure? Wu Qianyan's face turned cold. From Chen Beiwang's expression, he could clearly see that Chen Beiwang must know Ye Bufan's whereabouts, but he just refused to say it. Sure. After Wu Qianyan finished speaking, Chen Beiwang said firmly. Base. But at this moment, Wu Qianyan suddenly pulled out the long sword from the hand of a Kanglang soldier in the Shanwu realm beside him, and moved his body, directly slashing at a member of the Chen clan. In a flash, puff, Wu Qianyan chopped off the head of the Chen clan member with 1 blow. Bang! Heads fell to the ground. The Chen clan members fell to the ground. The blood instantly dyed the ground red. Faced with this sudden change, everyone in the Chen family was shocked. Ah! Some timid people couldn't help but scream. You! Chen Beiwang looked at Wu Qianyan with hatred in his eyes. Wu Qianyan ignored him and just looked at Chen Beiwang and asked again, I'll ask you again, where is that person now? I have no idea. Chen Beiwang clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Very good. Wu Qianyan said in a cold voice, from now on, every time you reject me, I will kill someone from your Chen family. I want to see how long you can keep your mouth shut. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Qianyan was about to draw his sword. You're looking for death. Seeing this scene, Chen Beiwang's eyes turned red and he shouted angrily, fight with them. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward. Kill. Members of the Chen family also rushed forward. Even Shui Lanshan did not hesitate or waver. Snort. Seeing Chen Beiwang and the others rushing towards him, Wu Qianyan snorted coldly and said, leave them alive. Yes. More than 30 Kanglang soldiers behind Wu Qianyan responded in unison. Then they rushed out directly. 8 people in Tai realm. More than 20 people in the immortal martial realm. How could the Chen family contend with such a lineup? Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull and heavy sounds rang out. In less than a minute, all the members of the Chen family, including Chen Beiwang and other Shanwu realm warriors, were knocked to the ground by more than 30 Kanglang soldiers. You! Chen Beiwang raised his head and looked at Wu Qianyan's face full of shock and trembling. He never imagined that the weakest of the people around Wu Qianyan were at the 5th level of immortal martial arts, and among them there were actually 8 kings of the Tai realm. Wu Qianyan didn't care about Chen Beiwang's shock or even trembling. He just looked at Chen Beiwang quietly and said in a cold voice, I'll ask you again, where is that person now? Have no idea. Chen Beiwang gritted his teeth and said with a ferocious look on his face. Puff. Wu Qianyan swung his knife and killed the person directly. You! Chen Beiwang's heart was trembling. Where is that person now? Wu Qianyan asked again. Brush. Hearing this, Chen Beiwang simply closed his eyes. Betray Ye Bufan's whereabouts. That's impossible. What's more, even if they told the other party Ye Bufan's whereabouts, would they really spare the Chen family? In that case, let's kill him. Innate soul-devouring body. The indestructible body of Vajra. Chen Beiwang firmly believed that his son would avenge the Chen family in the future. Seeing that Chen Beiwang looked like he wanted to kill him, Wu Qianyan's right hand holding the knife suddenly tightened, and the anger in his eyes increased by 7 points. The next second, he looked directly at the other members of the Chen clan. Chen Beiwang was able to face death with equanimity. But what about others? Are all the people in the Chen family tough guys? Wu Qianyan didn't believe it. Immediately, he pointed the bloody long knife in his hand directly at one of the Chen clan members and said, tell me, where is that person now? Buzz. The man couldn't help but tremble. Clan leader. The next second, he looked towards Chen Beiwang for help. Snort. Chen Beiwang snorted coldly and said, you don't need to ask. In the entire Chen family, or even in the entire Qingshan town, no one knows where young Master Yi is except Chen. Wu Qianyan frowned. Then, he looked at Chen Beiwang and sneered, do you think that since you are not afraid of death, this general can't do anything to you? After saying that, Wu Qianyan shouted again, Shanshui. Exist. A Kanglang soldier from the Tai realm stepped forward. Wu Qianyan pointed his long sword at the Chen clan member and said, General, chop this man into pieces in front of our Chen clan leader. Buzz. Hearing this, everyone in the Chen family was shocked. Cut into pieces. Or in front of Chen Beiwang. Just to force him to tell the whereabouts of Ye Bufan. Too cruel. It's too poisonous. You. Chen Beiwang looked at Wu Qianyan with hateful eyes. Do it. Wu Qianyan ignored it. Yes, General. The members of the Tai realm Kanglang army stepped forward in response. Chen Beiwang had no choice but to close his eyes, with 2 lines of tears falling from the corners of his eyes. The other members of the Chen family also looked despairing. But at this moment, there was a loud bang behind everyone, and the Chen family's door, which had been tightly closed, suddenly opened, and then 2 red figures flew in from outside. A sudden change. Wu Qianyan and others turned around instinctively. Bang, bang. In an instant, 2 figures fell directly in front of Wu Qianyan and others. These 2 people were none other than the 2 Kanglang soldiers who had been guarding outside the gate of Chen Mansion, and at this moment, they were already dead. Seeing this scene, Wu Qianyan and the other Kanglang soldiers were all furious. Who? Wu Qianyan instinctively shouted angrily. Yo-ho! Outside the gate of Chen's house, a mocking and amusing voice suddenly sounded, as expected of you, the commander of the Kanglang army. Tisk tisk, Wu Delang, you are so majestic. Chapter 2009 Chu Zan, Master Chu Tu. Wu Delang. The moment Wu Qianyan heard these 3 words, his face turned dark. In the Star Moon Kingdom, the only people who dare to call him, the commander of the Kanglang army, like that or that loser in the royal city, that evil star, and that fool. But why did this guy come? Before Wu Qianyan could think about it, 3 people walked in from the gate of Chen Mansion. Leading the group were a man and a woman. The man was about 18 or 19 years old and very elegant. The girl was about 16 or 17 years old and very pretty. These 2 people came side by side. They are a true match made in heaven. Behind the 2 men was a 1-armed old man. Although the old man had lost an arm, he gave people the feeling of a sleeping beast, full of extremely dangerous aura. Yanur, Mo Yan, Miss. The moment they saw these 3 people, or rather the moment they saw the girl in front of them, everyone in the Chen family couldn't help but exclaim. Especially Chen Beiwang. Who is this girl? She is Chen Moyan, the eldest daughter of Chen Beiwang, and the pride of the entire Chen family. However, half a year ago, an accident happened to Chen Moyan when she was undergoing trial in the Star Moon Forest, and as a result, this favored girl of heaven disappeared without a trace. For this purpose, the Chen and Shui families almost went out in full force and searched in the Star Moon Forest for several months, but unfortunately they still failed to find Chen Moyan in the end. In their opinion, Chen Moyan was probably already in danger. However, they did not expect that at this moment, under this situation, Chen Moyan would appear again at the Chen family and appear in their sight. Should they be happy or worried? Father. At this time, Chen Moyan also couldn't help but exclaim. The next second, she ran directly towards Chen Beiwang. After seeing Chen Beiwang's miserable condition and his missing left arm, Chen Moyan's body trembled, and tears could not help but flow down her eyes. Dad, your arm. Yanur, you shouldn't have come back. Chen Beiwang did not answer Chen Moyan, but just said something with a bitter face. He didn't know where Chen Moyan had been in the past 6 months. He also didn't know what had happened to Chen Moyan in the past 6 months. He only knew that Chen Moyan came back at the wrong time. Faced with Wu Qianyan's invincible nightmare threat, Chen Moyan's return at this moment would only cause the Chen family to lose 1 more life in vain. But now that things have come to this, what else can Chen Beiwang do? Let Chen Moyan run. Can you run away? The next second, before Chen Beiwang could think about it, Wu Qianyan had already looked at the young man in white who came with Chen Moyan, and asked through gritted teeth, "What are you doing here?" When Wu Qianyan said this, especially his expression and tone, Chen Beiwang and others were all stunned. They actually felt a hint of fear from Wu Qianyan. What's going on? Who is this boy? Wu Qianyan seems to be very afraid of him. For a moment, Chen Beiwang, Shui Lanshan and other members of the Chen family, all looked at the young man in white at the gate with astonished and surprised eyes. Wu Delang, what's your attitude? Unexpectedly, the young man in white shouted angrily, staring at Wu Qianyan and scolding, "What do you mean by you? Don't I have a name for you? What should you call me?" Wu Qianyan's mouth twitched. Although he was furious, after taking a look at the 1-armed old man behind the young man, he still turned to the young man and said reluctantly, "Second master." Second master. When Wu Qianyan said this, everyone in the Chen family was stunned and dumbfounded. At this moment, they were already sure that Wu Qianyan was indeed very afraid of the young man in white who came to the Chen family with Chen Moyan. Yunur, who is he? Immediately, Chen Beiwang looked at Chen Moyan and couldn't help but ask a question. The other members of the Chen family also looked at Chen Moyan. Shuilin Mountain is naturally no exception. Dad, let's talk about this later. Chen Moyan just said, don't worry, no matter what happens, as long as Brother Zan is here, no one will try to embarrass my Chen family. Chen Moyan's confidence made Chen Beiwang slightly distracted. Especially when she called him Brother Zan. Isn't this a bit too intimate? What exactly happened to my daughter in the past 6 months? Although Chen Beiwang was curious, he didn't ask any more questions. After all, now is not the time to talk about this. At this time, the young man looked at Wu Qianyan and shook his head, saying, your attitude is not sincere enough, so it doesn't count. Call it again. Your uncle. Wu Qianyan's mouth twitched, he was about to explode with anger. Am I not sincere enough? Why am I not sincere enough? Or, how else do you want me to be sincere? You are just a useless person who is incapable of cultivation. Calling you, second master, is already giving you enough face. Don't push your luck. Although he thought so in his heart, Wu Qianyan didn't dare to say it at all. Who is this person in front of me? That was Chu Zan, the second prince of the Star Moon Kingdom. Of course, the identity of the second prince was nothing to Wu Qianyan. After all, even the eldest prince of the Star Moon Kingdom had to call him uncle when he saw him. The reason why Wu Qianyan was so wary and even afraid of the second prince was entirely because of other reasons. Because of why? Because this guy is the biggest weirdo and alternative in the Star Moon Kingdom. As the second prince of the Star Moon Kingdom, Chu Zan should have been a child of destiny, a rare talent among men. However, his tendons and veins were blocked when he was born, and for some unknown reason, his tendons and muscles continued to atrophy and stiffen as he aged. Chu Zan is now 19 years old. Under normal circumstances, Chu Zan's body would have already shrunk and stiffened to the point where he could not move. The reason why he can still act like a normal person now is entirely because the royal family has been using various precious medicines over the years to delay the atrophy and stiffness of his body. But even so, Chu Zan would definitely not live past the age of 30. Even more so, if the royal family's medicine suddenly became ineffective one day, then Chu Zan, between the ages of 20 and 30, would most likely die at any time. To put it bluntly, the second Prince Chu Zan is a waste and a short-lived ghost who has no qualification to inherit the throne and may die at any time. Such a life is destined to misfortune and tragedy. Even living is a torment. If it were someone else, they would have chosen to end their life long ago. But Chu Zan didn't. Not only that, he had lived a more carefree and comfortable life than anyone else during these 19 years, because his grandfather was the pillar of the Star Moon Kingdom, Gongsun Bupo. In the Kingdom of Star Moon, some people may not know the king's name, but there is absolutely no one who does not know the name of Gongsun Bupo. He is the strongest man in the Star Moon Kingdom. His martial arts skills have already reached the peak of the 9th level of Tiangong, and he may even enter the Yuanfu realm at any time. Not only that, Gongsun Bupo also controls more than 70% of the entire Star Moon Kingdom's military. Among the kingdom's 3 ace armies, except for the Kanglang army, the other 2 are also under Gongsun Bupo's command. In terms of strength and influence, Gongsun Bupo is definitely the number 1 in the entire Star Moon Kingdom. Even the king of a country cannot compare with him. Is his achievement greater than his master's? That's true. But the royal family was not worried at all that Gongsun Bupo would have any ill intentions. Because he can't and doesn't want to. Gongsun Bupo was a man of loyalty and courage, dedicated to his country and his people. It is precisely because of Gongsun Bupo and the Gongsun family's protection and long-term guarding of the border that the Star Moon Kingdom has achieved peace and prosperity over the years. Of course, the Gongsun family also paid a heavy price for this. Gongsun Bupo had 3 sons and 1 daughter. Except for his only daughter who married into the royal family and is still alive, the other 3 sons all died in battle on the border and did not leave any offspring. In other words, after Gongsun Bupo, the Gongsun family will be extinct. For this reason, the king, the ruler of a country, personally promised Gongsun Bupo that the descendants of the second Prince Chu Zan, regardless of gender, would belong to the Gongsun family and continue the bloodline of the Gongsun family. Do royal children belong to the families of generals and ministers? Nothing like this had ever happened before. But it's happening now. As a result, Chuzan became the only bloodline of the Gongsun family. Even if he did not live past the age of 30, he was still a hope for the Gongsun family and Gongsun Bupo. Under such circumstances, who in the Star Moon Kingdom would dare to touch Chuzan? Touch him. You have to consider whether you can withstand the wrath of Gongsun Bupo, the strongest man in the kingdom who controls more than 70% of the kingdom's troops. Gongsun Bupo didn't even have to take action, the kingdom's royal family was the first to disagree. This directly created the weirdo Chuzan. Not eligible to inherit the throne. Can't practice. Not live past 30. Is this the greatest misfortune? No no no. In Chuzan's opinion, this is his greatest advantage. As the saying goes, those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. He, Chuzan, had nothing. He, Chuzan, could die at any time. In that case, what is he afraid of? You are arrogant, but I am more arrogant than you. You are stunned, but I am even more stunned than you. Don't you want to live? Hee. I could die at any moment. Coupled with the fact that Gongsun Bupo and the royal family of the kingdom are two powerful backers who are strong enough to cover the sky with one hand, Chuzan has become even more unscrupulous and lawless. In short, Chuzan's outlook on life is, don't care about life and death, just fight if you don't agree. Take Wu Qianyan in front of us for example. The Prime Minister's son. Commander of the Kanglang army. A strong person in Tai realm. That's not a problem. I'm going to bully you. What? You don't accept it? If you don't agree, let's have a fight. Wu Qianyan knew all of this very well, and because of this, in the royal city, from princes and ministers to peddlers and hawkers, the person they least wanted to encounter was Chuzan, the unlucky star. But now he happened to meet it again. What to do? Just give in. Second master. Wu Qianyan gritted his teeth and shouted sincerely. Didn't you eat? Your voice is so low. Second master. Why are you yelling so loudly? Do you want to scare your master to death? You Chuzan, what do you want? What do I want? Chuzan sneered and said, Second master just doesn't like you and wants to punish you. What? You don't accept it? You. Wu Qianyan gritted his teeth. Uncle Yang. Chuzan chuckled and said, beat him. Chapter 2010. Let's talk after we finish fighting. Beat him. As soon as Chuzan finished speaking, Wu Qianyan's body couldn't help but tremble. Then he looked directly at the old man with a broken arm behind Chuzan, and his eyes were filled with deep fear. Others don't know how terrifying the old man with the broken arm is, but Wu Qianyan knows it very well. The old man's name is Gongsun Yang. He is an orphan adopted by Gongsun Bupo when he was young. He has been following Gongsun Bupo's side all these years and is definitely a veteran soldier who has experienced many battles on the battlefield. Not only that, his cultivation has also reached the 5th level of Tiangong. The cultivation level of the 5th level of Tiangong. Plus the combat experience gained from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It can be said that the old man's true combat power is comparable to that of a martial arts master at the 7th or 8th level of Tiangong. It is precisely because of this that Gongsun Bupo left Gongsun Yang with Chuzan, because with Gongsun Yang's protection, there would definitely be no more than 10 people in the Star Moon Kingdom who could hurt Chuzan. What about yourself? I am only at the 2nd level of Tiangong. Not as strong as Gongsun Yang. His combat experience is not as good as Gongsun Yang's. How to play? There is a world of difference between the two. If Gongsun Yang attacked, he wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. But are we just going to sit there and wait for death? No, absolutely not. Before Wu Qianyan could think more, Gongsun Yang behind Chuzan had already stepped forward. Each step he took was very slow, but each step gave Wu Qianyan a feeling of being overwhelmed by a mountain. Wu Qianyan gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Yang, your duty is only to protect the safety of the second prince. You can't just follow him and make trouble, right? It's a pity that Gongsun Yang ignored Wu Qianyan at all. Damn it! Wu Qianyan cursed in his heart. Then he looked at Chuzan and said, Chuzan, I am the leader of the Kanglang army after all. Isn't it a bit too much for you to do this? Aren't you afraid that I will complain to your father? Oh, I'm so scared. Chuzan patted his chest, then said sternly, are you still going to complain? Go ahead and complain however you want. Uncle Yang, beat him up hard. Wu Qianyan's mouth twitched. Faced with Chuzan's arrogant look, he felt extremely aggrieved. What to do? It doesn't make sense. I can't beat him. This feeling is so fucked up. Before Wu Qianyan could think about it, Gongsun Yang had already arrived in front of him. Sheep, old sheep. Wu Qianyan looked terrified. Snap. However, just as he opened his mouth, Gongsun Yang slapped him directly on the left cheek. Under the powerful impact, a blood-red palm print appeared on Wu Qianyan's left cheek. Not only that, Wu Qianyan's body fell down with a bang. No, it hit the ground directly. Gurgle. Seeing this scene, all of the more than 30 members of the Kanglang army under Wu Qianyan could not help but swallow their saliva. Looking at Wu Qianyan, they all had a look of helplessness and sympathy on their faces. As for helping, let's just forget it. Even if all of them attacked together, they would not be a match for Gongsun Yang. If that's the case, why bother yourself? Seeing the Kanglang army's behavior, Shui Lanshan and the Chen family were somewhat relieved. Although they still didn't quite understand what had happened, but for now, the Chen family's crisis seemed to have been resolved with the arrival of Chen Moyan. Forget it, Uncle Yang, I'll do it myself. At this time, Chu Zan suddenly said something, then ran to Gongsun Yang, rolled up his sleeves and said, I haven't beaten anyone for a long time, I'm almost rusty, so I'll just use him to practice. Hearing this, Gongsun Yang smiled and stepped aside. Wu Qianyan was angry. I haven't beaten anyone up in a long time, so why don't you use me as a training ground? What the hell do you take me for? Chu Zan, don't go too far. Immediately, Wu Qianyan lay on the ground and roared angrily at Chu Zan. As for rising up to resist, haha, stop kidding. If he dared to resist, he would definitely die a more miserable death. I just bullied you because you were too strong, what's wrong? Facing Wu Qianyan's angry roar, Chu Zan just smiled and said something. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked Wu Qianyan and said, not only am I going to bully you, I'm also going to beat you up. Don't you agree? If you don't agree, bite me. MMP. Do you think I don't want to bite you? If Gongsun Yang was not present, if Gongsun Bupo and the king didn't support you, I would have chopped you off a long time ago. Wu Qianyan felt aggrieved. Chu Zan did not stop. Bang! 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 He kicked Wu Qianyan 18 times in a row. Each kick was more vicious than the last. Each kick is more powerful than the last. Fortunately, Chu Zan is just an ordinary person. Otherwise, if he were a warrior in the immortal martial realm or even the Tai realm, he would definitely be able to cripple Wu Qianyan with just 18 kicks. But even so, Wu Qianyan didn't feel good. Of course, not physically, but mentally. After all, Wu Qianyan was the son of the prime minister, the commander of the Kanglang army, and a warrior at the second level of the Tiangong realm. Yet, he was being bullied by an ordinary person with no cultivation at all. This is not only a humiliation to him, but also a violation of his dignity. Finally, I couldn't stand it anymore. Boom! The pressure from the Tiangong realm surged out. Wu Qianyan exploded directly. Chu Zan. After he let out an angry roar, he jumped up. Da da da. Faced with Wu Qianyan's sudden Tiangong realm pressure, Chu Zan uncontrollably retreated 3 steps, and his face turned pale. It was also at this time that Gongsun Yang stood directly in front of Chu Zan. Chu Zan's expression finally eased a lot. The next second, Chu Zan glared at Wu Qianyan and angrily said, Wu Delang, you dare to resist. Resist? So what? Wu Qianyan shouted coldly, Chu Zan, do you really think you can do whatever you want in the Star Moon Kingdom? You are wrong. It's not that no one dares to mess with you, but that no one is willing to bother with a short-lived ghost. Mr. Yang is strong, but if a fight really breaks out, do you think he can protect you alone? He can't, so I advise you to keep a low profile and don't get yourself into trouble. Yeah, Chu Zan chuckled and said, what if I insist on causing trouble for myself? You. Wu Qianyan was furious. Snort. Then he snorted again and said, today's incident was all caused by the Chen family killing my brother Qianchuan. Qianchuan was the lord of Kangyan City, and the Chen family killed him, which was a provocation to the laws of the kingdom. So if the second prince insists on protecting them, then even if the second prince is injured, I'm sure His Majesty and General Gongsun will have nothing to say. Don't be in a hurry to change the subject. Let me ask you, if I must cause trouble for you, what will you do? Chu Zan said with a smile, ignoring Wu Qianyan's warning. Then I can only offend you. Wu Qianyan frowned and said in a cold voice. Yeah, Chu Zan smiled. Pa, pa, pa. The next second, he clapped his hands and said, come in. Da da da. As soon as Chu Zan finished speaking, a group of people rushed in from outside the Chen mansion. There weren't many people, only about 100 or 200. However, the lowest level of cultivation among these people is at the Shanwu realm, and among them there are several Tai realm masters, and even the leader has reached the Tiangong level. The moment he saw these people, Wu Qianyan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Royal City Guards. The leader of the team is Zhao Gang, the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards of the first level of Tiangong. You are a jerk. It's really fucked up, Your Highness. Before Wu Qianyan could think more, 100 or 200 Royal City Guards had already come to Chu Zan, and under the leadership of Zhao Gang, the deputy commander of the Royal Guards, they shouted in unison towards Chu Zan. Chu Zan responded, then looked at Wu Qianyan in front of him and said with a smile, Wu Delang, don't you want to fight? Come on, my people are here, let's start. Wu Qianyan was confused, mad, and even more aggrieved. Gongsun Yang alone is enough to give him a headache. If he adds these 100 or 200 Royal Guards and Zhao Gang, the deputy commander of the Royal Guards at the first level of Tiangong, how can he fight? Fight your ass. Wu Qianyan never thought that Chu Zan would be followed by 100 or 200 guards. But think about it, considering how much the king values Chu Zan, how could he not send a large number of troops to accompany and protect Chu Zan when he leaves Xingyu Royal City? But, Chu Zan is safe, what should I do? Is that just the way it is? If I just let it go like this, then my brother's death would have been in vain. Call. Thinking in his heart, Wu Qianyan took a deep breath and said, Second Prince, no, Second Master Chu, I was just joking with you, how could I really fight with you, let's talk about it first. Stop, stop, stop. Chu Zan interrupted Wu Qianyan and said impatiently, Wu Delang, you are a man who pees while standing. Isn't it shameful to be so hesitant now? I just want to ask you one question, do you want to fight or not? I'll beat your sister. If I could beat him, I would have done it long ago. Why would I wait until now? Wu Qianyan cursed inwardly. Never mind. Chu Zan shook his head and said, no matter if you fight or not, or if you do it or not, if I say I will beat you, then I must beat you, come on, let's beat him together. Etc. Seeing this scene, Wu Qianyan said anxiously, Second Master, I have something to say. You're a pockmarked person. Chu Zan cursed, if you have anything to say, wait until we're done. Chapter 2011. Master Chu was angry, but also happy. Superior. As soon as Chu Zan finished speaking, more than 100 guards rushed forward. There has always been discord between the Royal Guards and the Wolf Army, and there have been constant conflicts, but until now neither side has been able to do anything to the other. Now that there is such a good opportunity to defeat the Wolf Army, the members of the Royal Guards will naturally not be polite. More than 100 guardsmen fighting against more than 30 Kanglang soldiers can definitely beat them so badly that they won't even recognize themselves. Seeing more than 100 guards charging towards them, the more than 30 members of the Kanglang army all looked depressed and bitter. With the current difference in numbers, they were no match for the guards. What to do? It is impossible to sit back and wait for death. Since I can't win, I should at least drag someone down with me. After making up their minds, more than 30 people from the Kanglang army prepared for a counterattack. But at this moment, Chu Zan suddenly said calmly, just fight for 7 or 8 minutes. Of course, if anyone dares to resist, beat them to death. Don't give me face. I will take care of it if I kill 10 or 8 of them. Damn it. Those who resist will be beaten to death. All members of the Kanglang army were terrified. They had originally prepared to fight back, but they immediately gave up the resistance. It is better to live a miserable life than to die. Being beaten up is better than losing your life. The Kanglang army felt aggrieved. The guards were delighted. Originally, they had the upper hand with more than 100 people fighting against the Kanglang army of more than 30 people, but they didn't expect that the second prince would not allow the Kanglang army to fight back. So, what are you waiting for? Fuck him. All the grudges of the past are now recovered with interest. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately, more than 100 guards surrounded more than 30 Kanglang soldiers and started beating and kicking them. It was like a fight between hooligans, with no rules at all. The members of the Kanglang army screamed in agony. The members of the guards never tire of it. Aside. Wu Qianyan's face turned the color of liver due to anger. After all, the Kanglang army was one of the 3 ace armies of the Star Moon Kingdom, and the members of the Kanglang army were like brothers to him. Now they were being bullied and humiliated like this, how could he tolerate it? 2. The next second, Wu Qianyan was about to speak, but Chu Zan interrupted him. Zhao Gang, haven't you always wanted to spar with Wu Delang? If so, what are you still standing there for? Go ahead. Finally, Chu Zan added, of course, if you can't beat him, you can ask Uncle Yang to help you. Uncle Yang is always ready. However, if you can avoid bothering Uncle Yang, then it's best not to bother Uncle Yang. After all, once Uncle Yang takes action, it will definitely be either death or injury. If he beats our Wu Delang to death, it will not be fun anymore. What do you mean? Can't you just tell me not to fight back? Wu Qianyan suddenly had the urge to bang his head against the wall and die. This Chu Zan is such a bully. Zhao Gang, the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard, was overjoyed. Yes, Your Highness. After he said this, he rushed directly towards Wu Qianyan. Tiangong First Heaven vs Tiangong Second Heaven. Can't beat Wu Qianyan. Does not exist. First ask Wu Qianyan if he dares to fight back. Seeing Zhao Gang rushing towards him, Wu Qianyan instinctively wanted to fight back. Ahem. But at this moment, Chu Zan coughed lightly and said, Uncle Yang, you have to watch carefully. If Zhao Gang can't beat Wu Delang, you must help Zhao Gang. Yes, Your Highness. Gongsun Yang responded with a smile. Wu Qianyan was so frightened that he didn't dare to fight back. Bang! Zhao Gang took advantage of the situation and punched Wu Qianyan directly in the face. Wu Qianyan's nose was bleeding. Zhao Gang took advantage of the victory and pursued the enemy. Just lie down. Zhao Gang shouted loudly, and then slapped Wu Qianyan directly on the left cheek. Wu Qianyan was furious and wanted to fight back immediately. Uncle Yang. Unexpectedly, Chu Zan called out again faintly. You are a jerk. Wu Qianyan felt aggrieved, but there was nothing he could do. What to do? Tolerate. Even though it's unbearable, you have to endure it again. Pa. In the next breath, Zhao Gang slapped Wu Qianyan directly on the left cheek. The powerful force knocked Wu Qianyan to the ground. Then, bang, bang, bang. Zhao Gang started punching and kicking Wu Qianyan. His moves were exactly the same as those of the other members of the Imperial Guard. After all, it felt good to beat someone up like this. 7 or 8 minutes later. No matter whether it was Wu Qianyan or the other members of the Kanglang army, they had all been beaten black and blue with blood all over their faces. Even some timid people in the Chen family didn't dare to look any further. All right. At this time, Chu Zan said calmly, that's about it. Let's leave it at that for today. What do you mean let's leave it at that for today? Do you still want to have a future? The members of the Kanglang army were so angry that they almost vomited blood. The members of the royal guards immediately stopped and retreated behind Chu Zan, but they were still looking at the Kanglang army who were being beaten like dead dogs in front of them with an unsatisfied look on their faces. In an instant, the atmosphere became dead silent. Chu Zan walked slowly to Wu Qianyan. Not dead yet. Kicking Wu Qianyan who was lying on the ground, Chu Zan asked calmly. Wu Qianyan suddenly raised his head, staring at Chu Zan with cold and angry eyes, as if to say, I will not die even if you die. Oh. Seeing this scene, Chu Zan chuckled and said, Wu Delang, do you know why I want to beat you up? Wu Qianyan frowned, puzzled. Mo Yan, come here. Chu Zan looked at Chen Moyan, who was supporting Chen Beiwang, and waved to her. Everyone immediately looked at Chen Moyan. Chen Moyan hesitated for a moment, then walked towards Chu Zan. When Chen Moyan came to Chu Zan pointed at her and looked at Wu Qianyan and said, do you know who she is? Who? Wu Qianyan asked instinctively. She is my master's princess. Chu Zan said in a deep voice. What? When Chu Zan said this, Shui Lanshan and everyone in the Chen family were all shocked. Chen Moyan is the princess. What's going on? What exactly happened to Chen Moyan in the past 6 months? Everyone in the Chen family was puzzled. Wu Qianyan was stunned. Why, you don't believe it? Looking at Wu Qianyan, Chu Zan said with a smile, and then said, come on, Zhao Gang, tell Wu Delang what you are doing in Qingshan town this time. Your subordinates, have been ordered by the Lord to accompany you to the Chen family to propose marriage. Zhao Gang said truthfully. Did you hear that? Chu Zan squatted down, patted Wu Qianyan's swollen left cheek and said, this time I came to propose marriage, and it was agreed by my father, which means that the identity of Princess Mo Yan has been recognized by my father. From now on, the Chen family of Qingshan town is the royal family of my Xingyu kingdom, but you for what you did just now, let alone giving me a beating. Even if I kill you, it shouldn't be too much, right? Wu Qianyan's heart trembled, and then he immediately said, so what? If a prince breaks the law, he will be punished the same as a commoner, not to mention a small Chen family. Even if this matter is reported to the king, my Wu family is not afraid, and I believe that the king will definitely stand on the side of the Wu family. After all, Qianchuan is not only the lord of a city, but also the son of the prime minister. How can he die in vain? Yoho. After Wu Qianyan finished speaking, Chuzan chuckled and said, son of the prime minister. Who the hell are you trying to scare? Others are afraid of Wu Yuanying, but I am not. I just killed one of his sons. Believe it or not, I killed his other son too. Buzz. Hearing this, Wu Qianyan's heart couldn't help but tremble. Wu Yuanying's other son, isn't that yourself? Chuzan even wants to kill himself. If someone else said this, Wu Qianyan would definitely not believe it. Even the current ruler might not dare to do this. After all, he is the son of the prime minister of the time. Killing him would be tantamount to openly declaring war on Prime Minister Wu Yuanying. Does the current ruler dare to declare war on Wu Yuanying? Definitely not, because there are too many people involved. But Chuzan is different. This guy is a short-lived ghost who may die suddenly at any time. Poor thing, if he goes crazy, he might really kill himself. You. For a moment, Wu Qianyan looked at Chuzan and didn't know what to say. Bring me the knife. But at this moment, Chuzan suddenly shouted loudly. What? Bring me a knife. What do you want to do? You don't really want to kill him, do you? When Chuzan said this, everyone present was frightened. Even Gongsun Yang beside Chuzan had to remind him, my lady, don't do anything rash. Who is Wu Qianyan? That was Wu Yuanying's only remaining son. Now that Wu Qianchuan has just died, if Wu Qianyan is killed as well, wouldn't that force Wu Yuanying, the prime minister of the current dynasty, to rebel? At that time, no matter what the result is, it will be a catastrophe for the Star Moon Kingdom. It's a pity that Chuzan ignored it at all. What's the point of doing this? There is no one in the Star Moon Kingdom that I dare not kill. After a loud shout, Chuzan directly pulled out the long sword from the hand of a guard beside him, and walked towards Wu Qianyan who was still lying on the ground not far away with the sword in hand. My lord, no. Seeing this scene, Gongsun Yang directly blocked Chuzan. Brush. Unexpectedly, Chuzan directly put the long knife on his neck, and looked at Gongsun Yang without questioning. Uncle Yang, either you get out of the way, or I commit suicide, you choose one. Hearing this, Gongsun Yang couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Let me choose. How to choose this? There's really no choice at all. Helplessly, Gongsun Yang could only look to Chen Moyan beside him for help. If there was anyone present who could stop Chuzan, it would definitely be Chen Moyan. After all, Gongsun Yang knew very well what had happened between Chuzan and Chen Moyan in the past 6 months or so. Facing Gongsun Yang's pleading eyes, Chen Moyan understood and blocked Chuzan's way. She said with a serious and worried look, Brother Zan, forget it. After all, he didn't do anything. Yes. Hearing this, Wu Qianyan hurriedly said, Second Master, this girl is right. I don't intend to do anything to the Chen family. I just want to learn from them the whereabouts of the murderer. What the hell? When Wu Qianyan said this, Chuzan was stunned. Second Master, I say, this girl is right. I don't want to do anything to the Chen family. I just want to learn the whereabouts of the murderer from them. Wu Qianyan repeated tremblingly. There was no way out. Facing Chuzan holding the butcher knife, he had to be timid and afraid. However, facing Wu Qianyan's answer, Chuzan was confused and dumbfounded. Is he really going to kill Wu Qianyan with the knife? Of course not. After all, he was just short-lived, not a fool. Wouldn't he know the consequences of killing Wu Qianyan? Let's not talk about anything else, let's just talk about the Chen family as the party involved. Once Wu Qianyan dies, Wu Yuanying will definitely not let the Chen family off easily. He will even wipe out the entire Chen family. In this case, what would be the point even if he killed Wu Qianyan? Not only is it meaningless, it is also counterproductive. So, Chuzan just wanted to scare Wu Qianyan from the beginning, to let Wu Qianyan know, and also let Wu Yuanying know, that he, the second Master Chu, had protected the Chen family, and asked them not to cause trouble for the Chen family in the future. Otherwise, Master Chu would fight to the death with the Wu family. However, He didn't expect that after his threats, Wu Qianyan actually said that he came to Chen's house just to force the whereabouts of the murderer who killed Wu Qianchuan. Of course, Wu Qianyan must have lied. According to Wu Qianyan's thinking, even if he found out the whereabouts of the murderer, he would never let the Chen family go. But that's not the point. The key point is that Wu Qianyan came to the Chen family to force the whereabouts of the murderer. What does this mean? This means that the murderer is not in the Chen family at all, and is not even a member of the Chen family. MMP. Suddenly, Master Chu became angry. He pointed the long knife in his hand directly at Wu Qianyan, and angrily confirmed, Wu Delang, I have another question for you, who killed your brother Wu Qianchuan? Yes, it's a young man named Ye. Young man named Ye, not from the Chen family. No, it's not. Then what the hell are you doing at my wife's house? I learned from the Liu family in Kangyan City that this young man surnamed Ye is related to the Chen family, and my brother's incident was also caused by the Chen family, so you uncle. Master Chu directly smashed the long knife in his hand towards Wu Qianyan. He was angry, but also happy. After all this time, it turns out that the man was not killed by the Chen family. In that case, why are you hesitating? Fuck him to death. Anyway, Wu Qianyan was in the wrong first, so Mr. Chu had a legitimate reason. Chapter 2012. Come often when you have time. Since the Chen family didn't kill him, then what are you doing here? And you think a prince is guilty of the same crime as a commoner? Is there something wrong with your brain? Chu Zan glared at Wu Qianyan and roared. Wu Qianyan felt helpless and bitter. Although his main purpose of coming to the Chen family was to force the whereabouts of Ye Bufan, but even if he knew Ye Bufan's whereabouts earlier, would he not have come to the Chen family? He will still come. After all, Wu Qianchuan's incident was all caused by the Chen family. And the Chen family in Qingshan town is nothing to Wu Qianyan. What happens if you kill someone? So what if the clan is exterminated? It's just a small matter. In the huge Star Moon Kingdom, people die every day, and families are destroyed every day. Even if he massacred the Chen family, it would not matter. But who would have thought? What was originally a simple matter actually involved the evil star Chu Zan, and this guy even wanted to marry the daughter of the Chen family as his concubine. It's really fucked up. Wu Qianyan even felt like millions of alpaca horses were galloping through his heart. He refused to accept. He is unhappy. He was even more unwilling. But what can he do? The gap between him and Chu Zan is like the gap between the Chen family and him. One is in the sky and the other is on the ground. He can't afford to offend them and there is no way to offend them. As for the explanation, if the explanation is useful, can Master Chu Zan, the second master, make sure that other cars give way to other cars and people avoid each other in the royal city? Stop kidding. Mr. Chu has never been one to convince others with reason. Why aren't you talking? Are you mute? Faced with Wu Qianyan's silence, Chu Zan walked straight up to him and kicked him. What do you want me to say? Wu Qianyan felt aggrieved and resentful. Chu Zan was too lazy to waste time talking to him and went straight to the point. Forget it. Seeing you like this, I'm afraid I can't help but kill you. Let's talk about compensation. Compensation? I'll compensate you, uncle. You beat me up and hit my people, and now you want compensation from me. Where's your face? Is there still law in the Star Moon Kingdom? Wu Qianyan was furious, but he didn't dare to show it, and could only look at Chu Zan with a frustrated look on his face and said, Second Master, tell me, how do you want me to compensate you? If I can't afford to offend you, can't I just hide away? At this moment, Wu Qianyan just wanted to leave the Chen family as soon as possible and stay away from Chu Zan, the evil star. Is this the right attitude? Chu Zan smiled slightly, and then said, Don't worry, I always convince people with reason, so I will definitely not take the opportunity to blackmail you this time. If I believe you, I'd be a fool. Wu Qianyan's mouth twitched. He was ready to be ruthlessly slaughtered by Chu Zan. Chu Zan touched his chin, then pointed to the Chen family member whose head was chopped off by Wu Qianyan not far away, and said, You killed this man, right? Wu Qianyan was stunned. Chu Zan continued, As the saying goes, the dead cannot be resurrected. You have already killed him, so it is definitely impossible for you to revive him. So, just give him 100 million. Puff. Upon hearing this, Wu Qianyan was so angry that he spat out blood. Just give me 100 million. You are a jerk. You want 100 million from me for a warrior at the spiritual soul realm. Why don't you go and rob it? Although he had already prepared himself to be ripped off by Chu Zan, Wu Qianyan still found it hard to accept the huge compensation of 100 million yuan. Why, you don't want to? Chu Zan frowned, not caring at all about Wu Qianyan's miserable state of vomiting blood due to anger, and just explained calmly, Wu Delang, don't think that 100 million is a lot. Think about it, killing someone means paying with one's life. You killed him, so you should pay with his life. Who are you? You are Wu Qianyan, the son of the Prime Minister, the commander of the Kanglang army, and a strong man in the Tiangong realm. Isn't your life worth a mere 100 million? Now I only ask you to pay with your 100 million for your life. You have actually made a profit. Do you know that? All right, what you said makes a lot of sense, I'm speechless. I'll give it to you. Gritting his teeth, Wu Qianyan said indignantly. That's right. Chu Zan smiled slightly, and then said, okay, next, let's discuss other aspects of compensation. Are there any other compensations? Wu Qianyan was shocked. Why is it gone? Chu Zan said seriously, you broke into someone's house and scared him half to death. Don't you need to compensate for this? This is mental damages compensation, also called psychological comfort compensation, do you understand? Also, shouldn't you also compensate for the flowers and plants you trampled on? Shouldn't you also pay to repair the damaged ground? Of course, you have disturbed them for such a long time without any reason, so you should pay them some compensation for lost wages. After all, they have to make a living too. In this, as he spoke, Chu Zan came directly to a member of the Chen family. He was a boy of about 16 or 17 years old. At this moment, the boy was in a confused state. Chu Zan ignored him. He directly put his arm around the boy's shoulders and stared at Wu Qianyan. Do you know who he is? Who is it? Wu Qianyan asked helplessly. It doesn't matter who he is or what his name is. What matters is, Chu Zan said in a serious tone, he is a martial arts genius that is rarely seen in a million years. It is a foregone conclusion that he will advance to the Holy Spirit Heavenly King in the future. But now, you have frightened him directly. This is equivalent to the Chen family directly losing a Holy Spirit Heavenly King. Tell me, should you pay for it? After Chu Zan finished speaking, Shui Lanshan and the Chen family were dumbfounded. It's really that Chu Zan is too good at making up stories. However, they all knew that Chu Zan belonged to their side, and Chu Zan was now asking for benefits for them. In this case, they naturally won't say much. But Wu Qianyan is different. Holy Spirit King, I am the Holy Spirit. Wu Qianyan went crazy. But what can he do? Just tell me the number and I'll give it to you. Gritting his teeth, Wu Qianyan said with an angry and helpless look on his face. This time, I admit defeat. I will also give you this compensation. But the feud was formed. From now on, you'd better not fall into my hands. Otherwise, today's misery, today's shame, and everything else today, I will repay you tenfold one day. Readily. After Wu Qianyan finished speaking, Chu Zan exclaimed, well, I won't ask for much from you. Just give me 1 billion, and we'll call it a day. Hiss. Hearing this, everyone in the Chen family couldn't help but gasp. This is 10 billion. The total assets of the Chen and Shui families are not as much as this. Now things are different. Chu Zan actually wanted to blackmail Wu Qianyan for 1 billion spirit stones as soon as he opened his mouth. This is fucking crazy. Everyone in the Chen family was shocked. Wu Qianyan's face turned ashen. 1 billion spirit stones. It's not that the Wu family can't provide it. However, if the Wu family lost so many spirit stones at once, it would certainly be seriously damaged, and it might even shake the foundation of the Wu family. But Wu Qianyan had no choice at all. He was afraid that if he refused, Chu Zan, the lawless madman, might really kill him with a knife. I'll give it to you. Helpless, Wu Qianyan could only grit his teeth and say, very good. Chu Zan smiled slightly, then stretched out his hand and said, give it to me. What? Wu Qianyan asked instinctively. Nonsense, of course it's 1 billion in compensation. Chu Zan shouted angrily. Wu Qianyan's mouth twitched. Master Chu, do you think I would carry 1 billion spirit stones with me? Or, do you think there is any madman who would carry 1 billion spirit stones with him? So you have no money. Chu Zan's face darkened. Wu Qianyan was speechless and his heart was trembling. Snort. The next second, Chu Zan snorted coldly and said, take away all their valuables. Yes, Your Highness. The members of the royal guard responded immediately. All members of the Kanglang army had bitter expressions on their faces. Wu Qianyan felt even more aggrieved. But they didn't dare to resist at all. In less than a minute, the royal guard stripped Wu Qianyan and more than 30 members of the Kanglang army of all their valuables, leaving only a for each of them. Wu Qianyan and others were ashamed and angry. Chu Zan ignored him and said, "Those things are worth 1,000 spirit stones. There are still 999,999,090 spirit stones left. Write an IOU. You are a jerk. There are tens of millions of spirit stones in my storage bag alone, plus other items, as well as the property of more than 30 Kanglang soldiers. It is worth at least 100 million. When it comes to you, it directly becomes 1,000 spirit stones." Wu Qianyan was filled with resentment. But he said nothing, because he knew that even if he said anything, it would be meaningless, because Chu Zan was clearly taking advantage of the situation. "An IOU, right. I'll write it for you." A moment later, Wu Qianyan used the paper and pen brought by the Chen family members to write an IOU worth 1 billion spirit stones to Chu Zan. "That's right, 1 billion. The extra 1,000 spirit stones can be regarded as feeding the dog. Can we go now?" After writing the IOU, Wu Qianyan looked at Chu Zan with a grim face. "The gate is right there, you are welcome to do as you please." Chu Zan took the IOU, shook his hands and said with a smile. Snort. Wu Qianyan snorted coldly and did not stop. He led more than 30 members of the Kanglang army and ran out of the Chen family mansion as if fleeing. When they ran to the gate, Chu Zan suddenly said, "By the way, Wu Delang, you are welcome to come often when you are free in the future. I often come to your sister." Wu Qianyan was so angry that he staggered and almost fell to the ground. Chapter 2013 Sky High Reward. After Wu Qianyan and the others left, Chu Zan looked directly at Chen Beiwang, and came to Chen Beiwang happily, saying with enthusiasm and excitement, "This must be my father-in-law, right? I am honored to meet you. Father-in-law, son-in-law." Looking at Chu Zan who was smiling in front of him, Chen Beiwang was a little at a loss. After all this happened too suddenly and too unexpectedly. Who is this person in front of me? If it was before today, Chen Beiwang naturally wouldn't know Chu Zan. But after experiencing what happened just now, or from the conversation between Chu Zan and Wu Qianyan, Chen Beiwang has clearly realized that the young man in front of him is the second prince of the Star Moon Kingdom. The second prince of the Star Moon Kingdom became his son-in-law. What is going on? Chen Beiwang was a little overwhelmed to react. Shui Lanshan and other members of the Chen family were mostly the same. At this time, Chen Moyan came up. She came to Chu Zan, pinched Chu Zan's waist hard, glared at him, then looked at Chen Beiwang and said, "Dad, let's go into the house and talk." "Oh, okay." Chen Beiwang came back to his senses and said, "Half an hour." The main hall of Chen Mansion. Chen Beiwang and Chu Zan were sitting above the hall. As for the rest, including the 3 elders of the Chen family, Chen Beiwang's 2 brothers, and Shui Lanshan were all sitting at the bottom of the hall, while Chen Moyan stood next to Chen Beiwang. Of course, there was also Gongsun Yang standing next to Chu Zan. After Chen Moyan's narration for more than 20 minutes, everyone in the Chen family finally had a general understanding of Chen Moyan's experience over the past 6 months since he disappeared. After encountering an accident in the Star Moon Forest more than half a year ago, although Chen Moyan successfully escaped under the cover of the Chen family's immortal martial arts realm warriors, she encountered other monsters on the way. After a fierce battle, although Chen Moyan killed the monster, she herself was seriously injured and fell into a coma. When Chen Moyan woke up, she found that she had been rescued by a mercenary group. This was originally a good thing. However, unexpectedly, the mercenary group rescued Chen Moyan not out of kindness or goodwill, but because they thought Chen Moyan was quite pretty, so they planned to sell Chen Moyan to a brothel in the royal city so as to take the opportunity to make a fortune. Chen Moyan naturally didn't want to do this. But she was already seriously injured at the time, and each of those mercenaries was stronger than Chen Moyan, so Chen Moyan had no right to resist or escape, and she didn't even have the chance to commit suicide. It was then that Chen Moyan realized what it meant to have no way to heaven and no door to earth. She was already desperate. Finally, the mercenary group brought Chen Moyan to the royal city. Maybe there is always a way out. Or maybe it was fate. When the mercenary group was leading Chen Moyan into the Xingyu royal city, they unexpectedly encountered Master Chu who was patrolling the city. That's right, it was Master Chu patrolling the city. What is Mr. Chu doing while patrolling the city? Bullying men and women. No, no, no. Bullying men and women is something that only ordinary playboys would do. Who is Mr. Chu? He is a playboy among playboys and a bully among bullies. To Mr. Chu, bullying men and women is too ungentlemanly and too disrespectful. When Mr. Chu patrols the city, it is natural for him to bully the playboys and punish the bullies. That is why, in the royal city, nobles like Wu Qianyan regard Master Chu as a jinx and try to avoid him, but in the eyes of ordinary people in the royal city, Master Chu is their guardian. Even after Mr. Chu's city patrol, although the Star Moon royal city had the largest area and the largest population, it became the main city with the lowest crime rate and the lowest number of injustices in the entire Star Moon Kingdom, and there is no other city like it. No way. That's Master Chu, you can't afford to offend him. That mercenary group deserved their bad luck. It was obviously their first time to come to Xingyu Royal City, and they didn't know much about the situation in Xingyu Royal City. They only thought that they could sell Chen Moyan to the brothel in the royal city for a higher price, but they didn't know that there was a Master Chu in this royal city. Let's not talk about whether they met Mr. Chu Eri. So what if they didn't meet? Sell Chen Moyan to a brothel in the royal city. Stop kidding. Which brothel in the royal city would dare to buy it? It would be fine if Chen Moyan did it voluntarily. But she didn't do it voluntarily. Since it is not voluntary, it is prostitution. Hee. A good prostitute. If Mr. Chu knew about this, closing the brothel would be a small matter, but losing one's life would be a big deal. As for whether Mr. Chu will find out, there's no need to even think about it. Mr. Chu would conduct a small inspection of all the brothels in the royal city every 3 days and a large inspection every 5 days. In addition, there would always be a few days in a month where he would conduct a few random inspections. In this situation, can you hide it? It can't be hidden at all. Even if I'm lucky enough not to be discovered by Master Chu, what good will that do? Don't forget, this is a brothel. Since it is a brothel, the women here have to come out to entertain customers all the time. If the guest knew that the woman who received him was not willing but was forced, then tisk tisk, the guest would definitely run away without saying a word and would just pull up his pants. This is still light. If you meet someone who is less courageous, he will definitely report to Master Chu. There is no way around it. If you know about it but don't report it, you will be held jointly liable. Once Mr. Chu starts investigating and finds me, I will be seriously injured even if I don't die. In this situation, who would dare to conceal it? Who would dare not report it? Who would dare to shield the brothel? This directly led to the fact that there was no such thing as forced prostitution in all the brothels in the Star Moon Royal City, and all the women in the brothels were absolutely willing. In other words, this mercenary group that wanted to sell Chen Moyan to a brothel had come to the wrong place. It would have been fine if they had come to the wrong place, but when they met Mr. Chu patrolling the city, they actually mistook him for an ordinary playboy in the royal city. They directly stated that they were planning to sell Chen Moyan to a brothel, and even reminded Mr. Chu that Chen Moyan was still a virgin, and if he was interested, he could buy her back as a concubine. When these words came out, the scene was so exciting. All the passers-by on the street were dumbfounded. Master Chu was also confused. Everyone in the Star Moon Royal City knows that what Master Chu hates the most are prostitutes. But this group of foreign mercenaries are on the other side. They actually commit crimes right in front of Master Chu. This is simply courting death. In the end, all these mercenaries were forcibly conscripted by Master Chu, and they were sent to the border to serve as a death squad for Gongsun Bupo. If they could survive after 10 battles, they would be free. If they could not survive, they would be unlucky. As for Chen Moyan, there are women in the royal city who are better than her. There are countless women in the royal city who are more beautiful than her. But Mr. Chu never had any thoughts about those women, except Chen Moyan. The moment he saw her, Mr. Chu finally understood what it meant to have a pounding heart. He was sure that Chen Moyan was the person he wanted to protect for his whole life. Afterwards, Master Chu brought the seriously injured Chen Moyan back to the palace and found the best imperial physician to treat Chen Moyan's injuries. During the period when Chen Moyan was recovering, Master Chu stayed by his side and took great care of him. Even the daily patrols of the city that were necessary in the past were forgotten by him. It can be said that in Master Chu's eyes at that time, there was only Chen Moyan left. Where is Chen Moyan? Although the hero saving the beauty is cliché, it is the easiest way to win the heart of a beauty. Especially when Master Chu took action, Chen Moyan was the most helpless and desperate, coupled with Master Chu's care for her during her recovery. Gradually, Chen Moyan's heart was completely conquered. After that, it became what it is now. Now, looking at Chen Moyan, then at Mr. Chu Chen Beiwang and others didn't know what to say. Mr. Chu looked at Chen Beiwang nervously and said, "Well, father-in-law, I'm here to propose marriage. You see the marriage between me and Mo Yan. As long as Yanur has no objection, I have no objection." Chen Beiwang spoke without even thinking. He had always thought that Chen Moyan had died in the belly of the monster half a year ago. Now that Chen Moyan had returned to the Chen family safely, what else could Chen Beiwang be unsatisfied about? What's more, Chu Zan not only saved Chen Moyan, but also saved the lives of all members of the Chen family. In addition, Chen Moyan had already fallen in love with Chu Zan, so Chen Beiwang could not find any reason to refuse. As for the identity of the second prince Chu Zan, in Chen Beiwang's opinion, it is not important at all. After all, Chen Beiwang never thought about getting anything from Chu Zan. As long as my daughter is happy, that's enough. Haha, that's great. As soon as Chen Beiwang finished speaking, Mr. Chu smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. There's no way, he's nervous. This is Chen Moyan's biological father and her future father-in-law. What should I do if he refuses? Even before coming to the Chen family, Chu Zan had considered dozens, or even hundreds of possible scenarios, and he also secretly pondered some countermeasures. But I didn't expect that Chen Beiwang agreed so easily. Father-in-law. The next second, Chu Zan was about to say something, but was glared at by Chen Moyan. Well, Chu Zan was puzzled. Chen Moyan had already looked at Chen Beiwang and said, "Dad, what happened just now? Why is our Chen family involved with the murderer who killed the Lord of Kangyan City?" "What murderer?" Chen Beiwang glared at Chen Moyan and said, "You must remember that Master Yi is our Chen family's benefactor." Yes, benefactor." Chen Moyan smiled and responded a few times, saying, "Then tell us what's going on. After all, you just told your daughter a small part of it." "Why?" Chen Beiwang sighed and said, "This matter has to start with Wu Qianchuan's son Wu Linfeng." Afterwards, Chen Beiwang told Chen Moyan and Chu Zan the whole story. After listening, Chen Moyan looked directly at Chu Zan and said, "Brother Zan, this young Master Yi is our family's benefactor, and he killed Wu Qianchuan because of our Chen family. You must help him." This. Chu Zan hesitated for a moment. It's not that he doesn't want to help, but he may not be able to help. After all, Ye Bufan killed Wu Qianchuan. Based on Chu Zan's understanding of Wu Yuanying, this old guy will definitely not give up. As the saying goes, it is easy to dodge a spear, but hard to guard against an arrow from the dark. If Wu Yuanying was determined to avenge Wu Qianchuan, he would not be able to stop him unless he could keep Ye Bufan by his side. However, he did not even know where Ye Bufan was now. But Master Chu still said, "Let me try." Outside Qingshan town, Wu Qianyan and others have put on their clothes again. As for where these clothes came from, naturally, it was snatched from the residents of Qingshan town. At this moment, standing at the gate of Qingshan town and looking in the direction of the Chen family, Wu Qianyan's face was ashen and ferocious. For him, the humiliation he suffered at the Chen family today was something he would never forget in his entire life. "General, what should we do next?" At this time, a Tai realm warrior beside Wu Qianyan looked at him and asked in a low voice. "What to do?" Wu Qianyan snorted coldly and said, "Let's go to Kangyan City." Half a day later, Wu Qianyan and others returned and entered Kangyan City again. After entering Kangyan City, they went directly to the Lu family, one of the three major families in Kangyan City. As for why Wu Qianyan wanted to go to the Lu family, it was naturally to get Ye Bufan's portrait from everyone in the Lu family. Yes, it's a portrait. Since we don't know where Ye Bufan is, let's get his portrait first. After Wu Qianyan got Ye Bufan's portrait from the Lu family, he did not stay any longer and left Kangyan City directly with more than 30 members of the Kanglang army. 3 days later, a bounty notice was posted at all the main city gates of Star Moon Royal City. It contained not only Ye Bufan's portrait, but also some simple text descriptions. The content is, anyone who can provide information about Ye Bufan's whereabouts, once confirmed, can receive 1 million lower-grade spirit stones from the City Lord's mansion. If anyone can kill Ye Bufan or capture him alive and bring him to the Star Moon Royal City, they can receive 100 million lower-grade spirit stones from the Prime Minister's mansion. 100 million spirit stones. A sky-high reward. The entire Star Moon Kingdom was instantly in an uproar. Chapter 2014 Chen Tianlong Awakens. What is the concept of 100 million low-grade spirit stones? Take the Chen family for example. The Chen family's net income is only about 300,000 yuan a month, which is about 3.6 million yuan a year. If it were 100 million yuan, it would take the Chen family about 28 years to earn it. 28 years. This is because the Chen family is a family, not an individual. If it were a person, even a warrior at the immortal martial realm or even the Tai realm may not be able to earn a full 100 million low-grade spirit stones before the end of his life. As for the warriors in the Tiangong realm, a warrior in the Tiangong realm may be able to earn 100 million low-grade spirit stones in his lifetime, but if there is no special opportunity, these 100 million low-grade spirit stones are enough to make a warrior in the Tiangong realm run around until death. In short, in the Star Moon Kingdom, a sky-high bounty of 100 million is something that no one or any force can ignore or resist. As the saying goes, money moves people's hearts. Money makes the world go round. Faced with a sky-high bounty of 100 million, all individuals, families, and even some forces in the Star Moon Kingdom fell into absolute madness. Who is Ye Bufan? Where is he? Why did the Prime Minister of the time offer a whopping 100 million to keep him? None of this matters anymore. The important thing is that Ye Bufan's head is worth 100 million low-grade spirit stones. Just this is enough. Find him and kill him. More than 80% of the warriors in the Star Moon Kingdom were mobilized to launch a carpet search for Ye Bufan in the Star Moon Kingdom. For a time, Ye Bufan was an enemy throughout the country. Qingshan Town, Chen family. After seeing the sky-high reward offered by the Wu family, Chen Beiwang and everyone in the Chen family were all stunned, dumbfounded, and even at a loss. Even Mr. Chu looked helpless. Originally, he had promised Chen Moyan that he would find a way to resolve the feud between Ye Bufan and the Wu family. Although the possibility is slim, at least he can try. Now, before he even approached the Wu family had already issued a bounty notice for Ye Bufan, and it was a sky-high bounty worth 100 million yuan. What to do? Master Chu was already at his wit's end. Because the situation has completely gotten out of control. Even if he had the ability and a way to get the Wu family to withdraw the bounty on Ye Bufan, it was too late. After all, whether it was a bounty notice or a withdrawal of the bounty notice, it could only be posted in major towns in the Star Moon Kingdom. Nowadays, there must be quite a few warriors, or even the majority of warriors, who have left various towns and are searching for Ye Bufan's trace throughout the Star Moon Kingdom. In this case, even if the Wu family issued another notice to cancel the bounty, what would it matter? Those warriors outside the town would not be able to see it at all. Since they couldn't see it, they naturally wouldn't know that the Wu family had withdrawn the bounty on Ye Bufan. Since they didn't know that the Wu family had withdrawn the bounty on Ye Bufan, they would definitely continue to search for Ye Bufan and hunt him down. In other words, this problem has no solution. That night, 2 Shanwu realm elders from the Chen family and 2 Shanwu realm elders from the Shui family, along with 30 Shenpo realm warriors from the 2 families, secretly left Qingshan Town under the cover of darkness. The purpose of their trip was none other than the Star Moon Forest. Because Chen Beiwang knew that Ye Bufan was in the Star Moon Forest at this moment. Chen Beiwang's idea was very simple, that is before Ye Bufan's whereabouts were exposed, his 2 families would find him first, and then make him leave the Star Moon Kingdom as soon as possible. As long as Ye Bufan leaves the Star Moon Kingdom, the Wu family's reward will be meaningless. But the Star Moon Forest is so big. Can the 34 people from the 2 families really find Ye Bufan before his whereabouts are exposed? Chen Beiwang didn't know, and he was also unsure. But that didn't stop him from doing it. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. This is the only thing their 2 families can do for Ye Bufan. Star Moon Forest, the demon beast area of Shanwu realm. 10 days have passed since Ye Bufan started hunting monsters. During these 10 days, Ye Bufan was able to hunt dozens or even hundreds of immortal martial realm monsters every day, and he could also plunder 30 to 40,000 points of luck from these immortal martial realm monsters every day. 10 days. Ye Bufan has hunted thousands of monsters, and the luck he has obtained has exceeded 400,000. Adding on to the profits brought to him by more than 10,000 Taikang dragon snakes, especially the profits after the mutation of these Taikang dragon snakes, Ye Bufan's luck now has exceeded 500,000 and reached as much as 530,000. 530,000 points of luck. According to the consumption of Ye Bufan's current cultivation, he needs 70,000 points of luck to advance to the 7th level of Tai, 80,000 to the 8th level, 90,000 to the 9th level, 100,000 to the 1st level of Tiangong, and 200,000 to the 2nd level of Tiangong. In other words, this luck of more than 500,000 is enough for Ye Bufan to improve his cultivation to the 2nd level of Tiangong. But Ye Bufan didn't do that. He had other plans for these fortunes. Of course, this is a later story. At this moment, looking at Chen Tianlong in front of him, Ye Bufan felt confused and helpless. When Ye Bufan knew that Chen Tianlong possessed the indestructible body of Vajra, he was already fully mentally prepared for the consumption before his awakening. But when he really faced it, Ye Bufan still found it hard to accept. 10 days. Chen Tianlong ate almost 130 immortal martial realm level monsters. But what is the result? The result is nothing happened. As for awakening, Ye Bufan didn't even feel any signs of his awakening. What to do? Just keep eating. Fortunately, this is the Star Moon Forest. Fortunately, the thing that is most abundant here is monsters. Fortunately, Ye Bufan has enough strength to hunt enough monsters for Chen Tianlong. Otherwise, if it was in Qingshan town, if it was the Chen family, Chen Tianlong would never be able to awaken his Vajra indestructible body in his lifetime. This is simply a bottomless pit. In the following days, Ye Bufan still went out early and came back late every day, constantly hunting fairy martial arts level monsters in the Star Moon Forest. Chen Tianlong was served by 13 Shanwu realm chefs including Hu Sandao. All he did every day was eat. His treatment was no different from that of raising pigs. As for the astronomical bounty offered by the Wu family to him, Ye Bufan had no idea. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Reward yourself. In the Star Moon Kingdom, how many people are strong enough to take Ye Bufan's life? What's more, Ye Bufan still has more than 500,000 points of luck in his hands, which can allow him to improve his cultivation to the 2nd level of Tiangong in the shortest time. Ye Bufan, who is at the 2nd level of Tiangong, is not invincible in the Star Moon Kingdom, but if he is determined to escape, no one can stop him, not even Gongsun Bupo, the strongest man in the kingdom. Therefore, to Ye Bufan, the sky-high bounty offered by the Wu family was simply a joke. It was meaningless and meaningless. Ye Bufan even hoped that the warriors from the Star Moon Kingdom would come and cause trouble for him. Why? He who kills others will be killed. Since these people want to take my life, I might as well kill them. After all, it's all luck. It's a pity that Ye Bufan knew nothing about all this. Otherwise, he might reveal his whereabouts. In this way, time passed day by day. During this period, Ye Bufan and his companions also encountered 2 mercenary groups that were about to leave the Star Moon Forest. However, Ye Bufan did not want to have too much interaction with them, so he simply sent them away. Of course, Ye Bufan actually only encountered one of the 2 mercenary groups. The other one was encountered by Chen Tianlong and others when Ye Bufan was out hunting fairy martial arts realm monsters. But it's all the same. Faced with Hu Sandao and other 13 immortal martial realm warriors, who were covered in blood, the 2 mercenary groups decisively chose to give in and leave. 13 days later. That was the 24th day since Ye Bufan started hunting monsters. At this time, Ye Bufan's luck had exceeded 1 million, reaching 1.89 million. He only needed the last 110,000 to reach 2 million. You read that right, it's 1.89 million. 13 days ago. Ye Bufan has 530,000 points of luck. 13 days later. Ye Bufan's luck directly reached 1.89 million. In other words, in just 13 days, Ye Bufan gained a total of 136 points of luck. The reason why there are so many is all because of the Taikang dragon snake. After all, every Taikang dragon snake can provide Ye Bufan with 100 points of luck when it mutates for the first time. Previously, Ye Bufan summoned a total of 10,000 Taikang dragon snakes. Among these 10,000 Taikang dragon snakes, except for a very small part that completed the mutation in the first 10 days, the remaining dragon snakes all completed the first mutation within the next 13 days. Naturally, this also brought about an explosive growth in Ye Bufan's luck. After all 10,000 Taikang dragon snakes completed their first mutation and evolved into demon beasts at the Destiny Realm, Ye Bufan summoned them to come before him. In addition to the 10,000 Taikang dragon snakes in the Destiny Realm, 11 of the 80 dragon snakes in the Spiritual Soul Realm have already advanced to become demon beasts in the Immortal Martial Realm. Among them was the dragon snake in the Spirit Realm who was appointed by Ye Bufan as the patriarch of the dragon snake clan. After advancing to the Immortal Martial Realm, the body shapes of these 13 Taikang dragon snakes changed again. They had reached 7 or 8 meters in length and were as thick as an adult man's thigh. At this time, they should no longer be called Taikang dragon snake, but should be called Taikang dragon python. Not bad, not bad. Looking at the dragon and snake army in front of him, Ye Bufan nodded, then looked at the dragon and snake clan leader he had designated and said, "Although you are still a little short of completing the task I set for you, but a month has not yet arrived, so I will consider you to have completed it ahead of schedule." After saying this, Ye Bufan waved his hand. In an instant, all the inner cores of the immortal beasts that Ye Bufan had harvested over the past 20 days appeared in front of the Taikang dragons and snakes. Looking at the inner cores of these monsters, all the dragons and snakes felt an instinctive tremor. Especially those dragons and snakes in the Shinpo realm and Shanwu realm. After all, the dragons and snakes in the Tianming realm are still unable to devour the inner core of the monster beasts in the Shanwu realm, but the dragons and snakes in the Shinpo realm and Shanwu realm can directly devour the inner core of the monster beasts in the Shanwu realm. Moreover, the number of these monster beasts' inner cores has now reached 2 to 3,000. With so many inner cores of demon beasts in the immortal martial realm, it is definitely possible for the remaining dragons and snakes in the divine soul realm to all advance to become demon beasts at the immortal martial realm level. As for whether the dragons and snakes in the Shanwu realm can be advanced to become Tai realm monsters, it is unknown. After all, so far, no dragons and snakes have advanced to become Tai realm level monsters. Since no dragon or snake has advanced to become a Tai realm monster, naturally we don't know how many Shanwu realm monster inner cores are needed to advance from the Shanwu realm to the Tai realm. Looking at the reactions of the dragons and snakes, Ye Bufan smiled and said to the dragon snake clan leader, "I have clear rewards and punishments. Since you have completed the task, you deserve a reward. These inner cores of Shanwu realm monster beasts will be provided to all Shinpo realm dragons and snakes first. After all Shinpo realm dragons and snakes have advanced to Shanwu, the remaining inner cores will all be yours. You can directly devour these inner cores to reach Tai realm. If they are not enough, I have more." "Thank you, Lord," the dragon snake clan leader said with great excitement. "You deserve it," Ye Bufan said, in addition. Boom. However, just as Ye Bufan was about to speak, a huge roar suddenly sounded from the outer edge of the Star Moon Forest, followed by a heavy and violent aura coming from the source of the roar. A sudden change. Ye Bufan was shocked. The Taikang dragons and snakes present were no exception. They looked up instinctively. Not far away, a golden Vajra phantom stood proudly. The mountains around it, which were tens of meters high in the Star Moon Forest, did not even reach its knees. Strange beast. King Kong. Phantom. At this moment, Chen Tianlong awakened. Chapter 2015. The target of public criticism, who is the prey? Looking at the phantom of the strange beast in the distance, Ye Bufan felt both bitter and relieved. It really is true that God will not let down those who work hard. In the course of 23 days, nearly 300 demon beasts from the immortal martial realm had finally fed Chen Tianlong, a complete foodie. Moreover, Chen Tianlong's Vajra indestructible body did not disappoint Ye Bufan. You know, the place where Ye Bufan is standing now is more than tens of thousands meters away from where Chen Tianlong is. But even so, Ye Bufan could still clearly feel the tremendous momentum and fierce power released by the phantom of the strange beast in the distance. The phantom of the strange beast is already so terrifying. What about the original body of the strange beast? It's unimaginable. As the vision that appeared when Chen Tianlong awakened, this King Kong beast is actually equivalent to Chen Tianlong himself. At least in the future Chen Tianlong will be able to grow to the level of a King Kong beast. It is conceivable how powerful Chen Tianlong's Vajra indestructible body is. You guys should step back first. After leaving a word to the Taikang dragons and snakes, Ye Bufan no longer hesitated or stopped, and ran directly towards Chen Tianlong in the distance. The phantom of the strange beast awakened by Chen Tianlong made such a big noise that it would definitely alarm the surrounding monsters and human warriors. Ye Bufan had to go and ensure his safety. After Ye Bufan left, the Taikang dragons and snakes did not stay there, but went directly deeper and disappeared into the vast Star Moon Forest. A moment later, Ye Bufan had arrived 2 kilometers away from Chen Tianlong. At this time, he stopped immediately. It's not that Ye Bufan doesn't want to move forward, but that he can no longer move forward. Because the power released by the phantom of the strange beast was so ferocious and powerful, its aura was simply overwhelming the world and suppressing everything. Ye Bufan felt that if he continued to move forward, he would definitely be suppressed by the fierce power released by the phantom of the strange beast. This is also true. At this moment, the 2-kilometer area around Chen Tianlong seemed to have become a death zone. In this area, all living creatures, whether human or monsters, were suppressed by the King Kong beast. Ye Bufan could even clearly see that beside Chen Tianlong, 13 chefs in the immortal martial realm, including Hu Sandao, had all collapsed to the ground, and were trembling uncontrollably. So powerful, too overbearing. As for Chen Tianlong, at this moment, Chen Tianlong seemed to have fallen asleep. He was lying on the ground with his eyes closed, and a faint golden light was covering his body. Above the golden light is the shadow of a strange beast. The phantom of the strange beast was hundreds of meters tall, standing proudly between heaven and earth. That's not all. The phantoms of the strange beasts would occasionally let out long, earth-shaking roars. The sound shook the sky. The sound shattered the earth. With every roar of the King Kong beast, the golden light on Chen Tianlong's body would deepen, while the phantom of the beast itself would shrink. It seemed as if this long roar was some kind of help, helping Chen Tianlong and the phantom of the strange beast to merge as quickly as possible. But this has nothing to do with Ye Bufan. For Ye Bufan, as long as Chen Tianlong's life is safe, that is enough. Moreover, in the current situation, it seems that no one can threaten Chen Tianlong at all. After all, even those with his combat power comparable to that of the Tiangong realm dare not approach him, let alone other people. However, Ye Bufan still did not dare to be careless. It is better to be safe than sorry. Especially at times like this, we need to be more careful and cautious. That is why, even after confirming that Chen Tianlong was not in danger, Ye Bufan did not leave, but found a secret place under a nearby tree and sat down cross-legged. Of course, Ye Bufan would not just sit there and wait without doing anything. He could take this time to improve his cultivation. 1,890,000 points of luck. Ye Bufan is now rich as hell. It takes 70,000 points of luck to go from the 6th level of Tai Heaven to the 7th level of Tai Heaven. It takes 80,000 points of luck to go from the 7th level of Tai Heaven to the 8th level of Tai Heaven. It takes 90,000 points of luck to go from the 8th level of Tai Heaven to the 9th level of Tai Heaven. It takes 100,000 points of luck to go from the 9th level of Tai to the 1st level of Tiangong. 7, 8, 9, 10. The upgrade from the 6th level of Tai to the 1st level of Tiangong only has 340,000 points of luck. Just a drizzle. In this case, I will first improve my cultivation to the 1st level of Tiangong. Chen Tianlong awakens. Ye Bufan is practicing. The master and disciple acted as if nothing had happened. Little did they know that the Star Moon Forest, which covered an area of 100,000 meters in radius, had become a mess. All the monsters fled in all directions. All the human race looked pale. When humans meet monsters, the monster wanted to escape, so it naturally would not change direction, but would rush straight towards the human in front of it. The human race thought that the monsters were going to attack them, so they would naturally fight back with all their might. Just like that, humans and monsters started fighting each other for no apparent reason. Of course, there are exceptions to everything. For example, some humans and monsters, when they meet, it's as if they don't see each other, you run yours and I run mine. What's worse, some human warriors did not retreat but advanced instead, heading straight towards the phantom of the strange beast. Because in the eyes of these people, it is impossible for such a powerful and terrifying monster to appear outside the Star Moon Forest. Since it is not a monster, it must be something else. What could it be? The phantom of the strange beast, with tremendous power. Whatever it is, it must be something extraordinary. In that case, why run? Opportunity is fleeting. Whoever runs is an idiot. Faced with such an opportunity, one naturally has to fight to get it. Even if one cannot get it, one must go and find out for oneself. As the saying goes, the bold will die of overeating, and the timid will die of starvation. If you run away when you encounter trouble, then there is no point in practicing martial arts. In fact, the saying that people die for money and birds die for food is also true. Unfortunately, these people were just like Ye Bufan. After entering a place 2,000 meters away from Chen Tianlong, they no longer dared to take a step forward and could not go any further. 2,000 meters, this is a limit. Within 2,000 meters, the aura of strange beasts covers the entire area. Here, the stronger the strength, the stronger the pressure, and the weaker the strength, the weaker the pressure. But no matter what, no matter who it is, as long as they enter the 2-kilometer area, they will be strongly suppressed. Faced with this situation, all the human warriors who came to hunt for treasure or seek opportunities all stopped and fell into infinite silence. What to do? If you can't get in, then wait. As for leaving, that's impossible. In their opinion, the phantom of the strange beast could not exist forever, and the terrifying pressure would dissipate sooner or later. They only had to wait until all this was over, and that would be the time for them to enter the 2,000-meter core area to find out what was going on. 3 days passed in a flash. In 3 days, thousands of human warriors have gathered around Chen Tianlong 2 kilometers away. These human warriors were all attracted by the phantom of the strange beast. In addition, after confirming that the phantom of the strange beast was not dangerous, many monsters nearby also surrounded it. It can be said that at this time, whether it is the human race or the monsters, they are all staring at the phantom of the strange beast in the core area of the 2,000-meter race, or in other words, staring at Chen Tianlong under the phantom of the strange beast. In their opinion, it must be some treasure on Chen Tianlong's body that triggered the phantom of the strange beast. After all, with Chen Tianlong's strength, he could not make such a big noise. As for the awakening of Chen Tianlong's special physique, they had never even thought about it. Special physique. What is that? Can awakening a special physique cause such a big fuss? Stop kidding. This must have been caused by some treasure. Everyone wants to get this treasure. However, no one, whether it was the monsters or humans, took action. But everyone knew that all of this was just the calm before the storm. Noon time. Roar. 2,000 meters away, the phantom of the strange beast, which had shrunk to 100 meters, suddenly let out a long roar. Then, the phantom of the strange beast turned into a golden light and poured into Chen Tianlong's body. The strange beast disappeared. The endless pressure also dissipated instantly. Everyone was shocked. Brush. 2,000 meters away, on the treetops, Ye Bufan suddenly opened his eyes. In 3 days, Ye Bufan had already used up 540,000 points of luck and raised his cultivation to the 2nd level of Tiangong. Feeling the excitement of the human warriors and monsters around him, Ye Bufan curled up the corners of his mouth into a faint smile. They all regarded Chen Tianlong as their prey. Little did they know that they had already become their prey. Chapter 2016. That wolf, do you want to run away again? Rush. The human warriors and the monsters around Chen Tianlong 2,000 meters away had no idea that there was a pair of eyes watching them in secret. The moment the monsters disappeared and the endless pressure dissipated, they no longer hesitated and rushed towards Chen Tianlong. Where Chen Tianlong is. Call. After the pressure dissipated, Hu Sandao and the other 13 chefs in the immortal martial realm all couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The 3 days before that seemed as long as tens of millions of years to them. That kind of terror and torment was something they would probably never forget for the rest of their lives. At this moment, they had all stood up, but they were still looking at Chen Tianlong with infinite fear. Before this, Chen Tianlong was just a good-for-nothing foodie in their eyes. If it weren't for the fact that he was Ye Bufan's apprentice, they wouldn't even bother to pay attention to Chen Tianlong. But it's different now. After witnessing the horror of the strange beast's phantom, Hu Sandao and others clearly realized Chen Tianlong's extraordinariness. As expected of him being the disciple of the Lord God, in 2 words, awesome. Let's talk about Chen Tianlong. The phantom of the strange beast has disappeared, and the endless pressure has also dissipated, but Chen Tianlong is still lying on the ground with his eyes closed, looking as if he is asleep. In fact, Chen Tianlong was indeed in a dormant state. This was an instinctive protection of Chen Tianlong by the Vajra indestructible body when it awakened. Not only that, in 3 days, Chen Tianlong's body has undergone earth-shaking changes with the awakening of his Vajra indestructible body. If nothing else, just say that he is in good shape. Chen Tianlong used to look thin and weak because he had been hungry for many years. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was skinny. But now it's different. Chen Tianlong is now much stronger, and can even be called burly. Even his height has soared from about 1.67 meters to 1.8 meters. That's not all. At the same time as his body shape changed, Chen Tianlong also had a kind of vague wild and fierce aura on his body. This aura was exactly the same as the previous phantom of the strange beast, but the wild and fierce aura on Chen Tianlong was many times weaker than the previous phantom of the strange beast. In addition, Chen Tianlong's cultivation has reached the first level of destiny. Of course, this is physical cultivation, not martial arts cultivation. Possessing the infinitely domineering Vajra body, Chen Tianlong's future, or his path of martial arts, is bound to be to conquer everything with his physical body. The awakening is over. The golden light on Chen Tianlong's body slowly merged into his body. When the golden light completely subsided, Chen Tianlong suddenly opened his eyes, and in an instant, a ray of light burst out from his eyes. That look was fierce, confident, and even arrogant. It feels like the Chen Tianlong in front of him has become a different person. This is also true. In the process of awakening the Vajra indestructible body, not only did Chen Tianlong's body change, but he also invisibly inherited the strength and dominance of the Vajra beast. Young master. Seeing Chen Tianlong waking up, Hu Sandao and others immediately came forward. But at this moment, there were unusual movements all around. Hu Sandao and the others were all stunned, and they looked around instinctively. Before, all their attention was on Chen Tianlong, so much so that they didn't notice anything unusual around them. At this moment, Hu Sandao and others were all shocked to see countless warriors and monsters gathering towards them from all directions. Protect the young master! Hu Sandao screamed and shouted. 13 warriors in the immortal martial realm surrounded Chen Tianlong in an instant. They all looked outward, staring closely at the humans and monsters that were approaching them, and they all entered combat mode at the first opportunity. Within a few breaths, the surrounding human warriors and demon beasts had already arrived 10 meters away from Chen Tianlong and his group. The human race is on the left, and the monsters are on the right. The two sides fell into a confrontation with Chen Tianlong as the center. The humans did not come forward. The demons did not dare to act rashly. But it's not as if neither side has done nothing. In the human camp, a one-eyed man looked at the demon camp and shouted coldly, "This is our human race's business, what are you demons doing here? I advise you to retreat as soon as possible. If you don't blame us for being rude." After the one-eyed man said this, the other human beings did not say much, because they all thought the same as the one-eyed man, that the treasure should belong to those who are capable, but the prerequisite is to drive away these monsters first. So at this moment, their enemy is the same, that is, the monsters in front of them. Joke. As soon as the one-eyed man finished speaking, a sky-splitting jade fire lion in the monster camp shouted coldly, "This is the Star Moon Forest, our monster tribe's territory. If you want to leave, it's you who should leave. It can speak human language, and it is obviously a demon beast in the Tai realm. Okay, let's go." The one-eyed man responded, then looked at Chen Tianlong and his group and said, "What are you still standing there for? Come with us." Young master. Hearing this, Hu Sandao and others all looked at Chen Tianlong. Although they were well aware that these humans and monsters in front of them had ill intentions towards them, by comparison, it was safer to follow humans than monsters. However, before Chen Tianlong could make a decision or respond, the sky-splitting jade fire lion in the monster camp was already furious. "Human, are you kidding me?" He glared at the one-eyed man and shouted angrily, "When did I allow you to leave with this kid? If you want to leave, you can go, but this kid must stay. Do you think it's possible?" The one-eyed man looked coldly at the sky-splitting jade fire lion. "Then what's the point of talking?" The sky-splitting jade fire lion roared angrily, "Kill." Roar. Single quote. In an instant, the more than 2,000 monsters around the fierce sky jade fire lion all let out a long roar, and then they no longer hesitated, and rushed directly towards the human camp. Seeing this scene, the one-eyed man couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The same is true for other human beings. If possible, they really don't want to have a head-on confrontation with these monsters. After all, thousands of humans vs thousands of monsters, this is equivalent to a small battle between the two races. Although the battle was small, casualties were inevitable. What's more, they may not win. What to do? Are we just going to retreat like this? Impossible. If we retreat now, the treasure will fall into the hands of the demon clan. In that case, let's do it. The monsters are not afraid, so what are they afraid of? Kill. The one-eyed man shouted loudly and rushed out directly. Kill. The human members no longer hesitated. A distance of 20 meters. The two parties encountered each other in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. A chaotic battle broke out instantly. But whether it was humans or monsters, they did not attack Chen Tianlong and others, and even avoided them from afar. So that although Chen Tianlong and others were in the center of the battlefield, there was still an empty space around them, with no humans or monsters. Seeing this scene, Chen Tianlong was a little confused, and Hu Sandao and 13 others were also a little dumbfounded. They had completely no idea about the situation, and they even felt a little puzzled. Stop. But at this moment, a loud shout suddenly sounded from a distance. The owner of this voice was Ye Bufan. With Ye Bufan's current strength, he could have returned to Chen Tianlong and protected him as soon as the shadow of the strange beast dissipated. But Ye Bufan didn't do that. The reason for this is that Ye Bufan wants to wait until all the humans and monsters nearby gather together before taking action. However, I didn't expect that these humans and monsters all had bad tempers. When the two sides met, they started fighting after just a few words. This won't work. To Ye Bufan, these humans and monsters are all his destiny. If one of them dies, it will be his loss. How could he allow both sides to fight to the death? Buzz. Ye Bufan's sudden loud shout startled all the humans and monsters present. The fight between the two sides also stopped instantly, and they all instinctively looked in the direction of the sound. Master. The moment he saw Ye Bufan, Chen Tianlong's face lit up with joy. Hu Sandao and others also breathed a sigh of relief. Is it you? But at this moment, the one-eyed man looked at Ye Bufan and exclaimed. Well, Ye Bufan was stunned. He looked at the one-eyed man with some confusion and asked, do you know me? No. It's more than just knowing each other, I simply can't forget you. Nowadays, there are still a few people in the entire Star Moon Kingdom who don't know Ye Bufan. After all, Ye Bufan's head is worth a full 100 million low-grade spirit stones. The middle-aged man appeared here because of Ye Bufan. After all, the last place Ye Bufan appeared was in Qingshan Town. In this case, if one wants to search for Ye Bufan, one must naturally start from Qingshan Town. On the way to Qingshan Town, the middle-aged man happened to see the phantom of the strange beast caused by Chen Tianlong's awakening outside the Star Moon Forest. As a result, the middle-aged man gave up going to Qingshan Town and put the matter of searching for Ye Bufan behind his mind. He directly entered the Star Moon Forest with a group of his brothers. But he didn't expect that he would meet Ye Bufan here. What is this called? This is like searching for something everywhere but still not finding it, yet finally getting it without any effort. The one-eyed man is like this. Many of the human race members present were also like this. Looking at Ye Bufan, their eyes sparkled. Their expressions showed excitement and excitement. After all, this was a full 100 million low-grade spirit stones. Stop. But at this moment, before these human members could think about it, Ye Bufan suddenly shouted, that wolf demon, yes, I'm talking about you, what's the matter, you want to run away again? Pa. Just as Ye Bufan finished his words, a wolf demon who was crawling on the ground in the northwest direction of the battlefield and was trying to escape from the battlefield suddenly fell to the ground. He looked at Ye Bufan with pitiful eyes, and for a moment he didn't know whether to leave or not. His expression was extremely awkward. This wolf demon was none other than the Wolf King from the Shanwu realm who had used his wolf pack to cover himself and was the first to escape when Ye Bufan was killing the wolf pack last time. Of course, this was not the second time Ye Bufan encountered the Wolf King, but the 9th time. Chapter 2017. What? You don't want to? Why is it the 9th time? Because this wolf demon is not only afraid of death, but also holds a grudge. After Ye Bufan killed his wolf pack, he wanted to take revenge on Ye Bufan more than once. The first time was the day after Ye Bufan killed the wolf pack. That day, the Wolf King brought 3 demon beasts from the immortal martial realm to ambush Ye Bufan, and the result was naturally predictable. The 3 immortal martial realm monsters were killed instantly by Ye Bufan as soon as they appeared. Where is the Wolf King? The Wolf King didn't even make a move. Seeing that the 3 helpers he had found were killed instantly by Ye Bufan, he simply chose to run away. The second time was on the 3rd day after Ye Bufan killed the wolf pack. That day, the Wolf King brought 5 demon beasts from the immortal martial realm to take revenge on Ye Bufan. The result was naturally not unexpected. All 5 demon beasts from the immortal martial realm were killed by Ye Bufan. As for the Wolf King, If it were someone else, they would definitely choose to cut the weeds and root them out. But Ye Bufan is different. The monster is Ye Bufan's luck. He was hunting down monsters in the Star Moon Forest, just to gain luck. Now that a monster has come to his door, Ye Bufan is naturally very happy. For this reason, Ye Bufan did not make things difficult for the Wolf King. He simply pretended to let the Wolf King run away, making the Wolf King think that his escape was entirely due to his own reasons. Of course, the Wolf King did not disappoint Ye Bufan. After that, he sneak attacked Ye Bufan 5 more times. The number of monsters he brought each time continued to increase, and even the last time a monster from the Tai realm appeared. Although he didn't know how the Wolf King managed to get these monsters to ambush and attack him, Ye Bufan still chose to accept them all. But who would have thought that the 7th time, that is, after the Tai realm monster was killed by Ye Bufan, the Wolf King did not appear for 5 consecutive days. This made Ye Bufan feel a little uncomfortable, and he was even a little worried whether the Wolf King had run into trouble or met with misfortune. But he didn't expect that he would meet the Wolf King again today. What's this? This is naked fate. Ye Bufan thought so, but the Wolf King didn't think so. Fate. Bullshit. Even if there is a fate, it is a bad fate. To the Wolf King, Ye Bufan is his nightmare. After all, the Wolf King witnessed with his own eyes Ye Bufan's heroic feat of killing 50 or 60 immortal martial realm monsters. That would have been fine, but Ye Bufan actually slapped to death, in front of the Wolf King, the Tai realm monster that the Wolf King had worked so hard to invite. Under that scene at that time, the Wolf King must have felt so shocked. That is a demon beast from the Tai realm. Kill Tai realm with one slap. MMP. He is undoubtedly the king of Tiangong realm. The king of Tiangong realm actually bullied them, the Shanwu realm monsters, in the Shanwu realm area. This human race is so shameless. But what can the Wolf King do? The weak have no human rights. If you can't beat them, you can only give in. As for revenge, hee. The Wolf King wants to live a few more days. Because of this, the Wolf King never appeared again. But he didn't expect to meet Ye Bufan here again today. Beat him. Revenge on him. Stop kidding. Even though their side has many monsters now, if a fight really comes, the Wolf King guarantees that even if all of these monsters rush forward together, they will definitely not be Ye Bufan's match. After all, the strongest among these monsters is only at the Tai realm. Where is Ye Bufan? That's a powerful person who can kill a Tai realm man with just one slap. If we fight, we will definitely not be able to win. Since you can't beat them, you can only run. As for whether or not to remind other companions around him to run away together, the Wolf King never even thought about it from beginning to end. Who is he? He is the Wolf King. He believes that it is better to let my friend die than to let me die. As long as he can survive, he doesn't care whether other monsters live or die. The best way is to use them and escape during the chaos. However, he did not expect that the vicious human being still discovered him. What to do? At this moment, the Wolf King's heart sank. If he could speak human language, the Wolf King would definitely say to Ye Bufan, "Senior, what a coincidence, you are here too. Have you eaten?" It's a pity that the monsters in the Shanwu realm cannot speak human language. That's why. Hee. Looking at Ye Bufan, the Wolf King's human-like wolf face was filled with a silly smile. Weird picture. Weird atmosphere. The other humans and monsters present were all bewildered and confused. Their eyes seemed to be saying, do these two know each other? What is their relationship? Why do they look like they have some secret that they have to tell? But no matter what, facing this sudden change, both humans and monsters retreated to both sides tacitly. At least they will never act rashly before figuring out the situation clearly. In this way, the situation returned to the way it was at the beginning. The humans are on the left, the monsters are on the right, and in the middle are Chen Tianlong, Hu Sandao and 13 others. Of course, compared to before, there is now Ye Bufan and the Wolf King. Ye Bufan didn't care about this. He pointed at the Wolf King across Chen Tianlong and his group and said, "Hey, stop looking at me. I'm talking about you. Come here quickly. Come over. What are you coming here for? You're not going to chop me up, are you?" The Wolf King shuddered all over. Afterwards, he looked directly at the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion with a pleading look, and let out a "wool," as if asking the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion for help. This is also true. The Wolf King had already made up his mind to ask the leader, the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion, to help him hold back the vicious man Ye Bufan so that he could take the opportunity to escape. As for the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion, that's definitely a sure death. But so what? It's enough for him, the Wolf King, to survive. It's a pity that the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion had no idea of the Wolf King's inner thoughts and calculations. In his opinion, the Wolf King was still his subordinate after all. If a human was ordering his subordinates around in front of him, how could he, as the boss, not say something? Then how could he command the monsters under his command in the future? Roar. Immediately, the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion roared angrily and said to Ye Bufan, "Human, who do you think you are? Are you worthy enough to order my men around?" After saying that, the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion looked at the Wolf King again and shouted, "You useless piece of shit, what are you still doing lying there? Come and die for me." Die. I want to die. But I really don't dare. Do you know how cruel and terrifying this human race is? The Wolf King felt aggrieved and depressed. Ye Bufan, however, was already looking at the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion with a smile, and said with a teasing look on his face, "It seems that this subordinate of yours is not very obedient. Son of AB*TCH. The sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion was furious. Because of Ye Bufan's provocation. It was also because of the Wolf King's disobedience. After all, I am the Demon King in this area. Now, in front of so many humans and his subordinates, if he couldn't even control a Wolf King under his command, then his dignity as the Demon King would be completely gone. What are you still standing there for? Come and die for me." Immediately, the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion roared at the Wolf King again. It's a pity that the Wolf King remained unmoved. "You are so fucking." The sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion's face was twisted with anger. Ye Bufan suddenly spoke up, looking at the Wolf King and said, Why don't you come here quickly? If you try to run again, I will break all 5 of your legs." All 5 legs broken. The Wolf King felt a chill and shivered all over. The sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion looked at Ye Bufan with contempt and ridicule, and said, "Human boy, this rubbish doesn't even listen to me. Do you think your threats will work?" But at this moment, the Wolf King moved, and he crawled towards Ye Bufan step by step. In an instant, the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion was stunned. The sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion was like this, and the other monsters present were no exception. Even the human warriors looked confused. What's going on with this wolf demon? It actually disobeyed a Demon King and listened to the words of a human boy. Are you kidding me? Is it just because the other party threatened to break all 5 legs? In a weird atmosphere, Ye Bufan looked at the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion and asked, "What did you just say?" The sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion's mouth twitched. Deliberate. This human race definitely did this on purpose. It's so fucking infuriating. Even the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion felt that Ye Bufan and the Wolf King were in the same group, and they wanted to team up to slap him in the face and humiliate him. MMP. I can't tolerate it. Kill him for me. Immediately, the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion roared angrily at Ye Bufan. Huff huff. As soon as the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion finished speaking, 2 immortal martial realm monsters from the monster group behind him rushed directly towards Ye Bufan. The Demon King has given an order, kill him. Seeing this scene, the Wolf King not far away stopped moving forward and lay on the ground. He looked innocent as if to say, "This has nothing to do with me." But in fact, he was already very happy in his heart. The fight finally broke out. Let's fight. The harder the fight, the better. The harder you hit, the better. Then the wolf can take advantage of the chaos to escape. Inside the human camp, at the front of the team, a burly middle-aged man glanced at the one-eyed man beside him, then frowned and asked, "Brother Two, are we just going to watch?" The middle-aged man's name is Tilong. He is the leader of the Iron Blood mercenary group, which is ranked 13th among all the mercenary groups in the Star Moon Kingdom. He is also a warrior at the 6th level of Tai. As for the one-eyed man, his name is Tu Xiao, and he is the leader of the Iron Blood mercenary group, which is ranked 12th in the Star Moon Kingdom. His strength is also stronger than Tilong, and he is a warrior of the 7th level of Tai. Tilong and Tu Xiao are definitely the 2 strongest people among the human warriors present, and their mercenary groups are also the 2 largest forces present. Almost all the human warriors present at the moment are led by them. After Tilong finished speaking, Tu Xiao chuckled and said, "What else?" After a pause, Tu Xiao continued, "Brother Tai, have you forgotten that the Wu family's bounty is for life or death? If that's the case, why should we care so much? Moreover, if this kid didn't have some ability, would the Wu family offer a sky-high reward of 100 million? I don't think the Wu family is that stupid, right? So, we can take this opportunity to understand this kid's strength. If the demon tribe can kill him, that would be the best. If they can't kill him, then when the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. When they fight to the point of both being defeated, wouldn't we be able to take advantage of this opportunity to make a big profit? 2. Tilong smiled and said, Brother 2, now that there is an additional 100 million yuan reward, then I think there is no need for our two families to fight over it anymore, right? I think so. Between the 100 million reward and the unknown treasure, which one do you want, Brother 2? You choose first. Since I proposed it, Brother 2 should choose first. Are you sure you won't regret it? Nature. Okay, then I'll choose the treasure. Brother 2, aren't you afraid that the treasure is not worth 100 million? Even if it's not worth it, I accept it. Brother 2 is still so fond of gambling. In this case, the 100 million reward will be mine. I wish our two families a happy cooperation. It's been a pleasure working with you. Tilong and Tuxiao smiled at each other. The treasure belongs to Tuxiao. 100 million goes to Tilong. The two reached a consensus immediately. As for the others, they are just a bunch of cannon fodder, and Tilong and Tuxiao don't care about them at all. It's a pity that although Tilong or Tuxiao spoke in a low voice so that other people couldn't hear them, they could not hide it from Ye Bufan's ears. A reward of 100 million. Are you talking about yourself? Ye Bufan was curious, but didn't care too much. After all, if they want to take my life, these people present are not qualified enough. Hoo. At this time, two demon beasts from the immortal martial realm had arrived in front of Ye Bufan. They came with great momentum and attacked Ye Bufan from the left and right. In response, Ye Bufan just smiled indifferently. It's just the immortal martial realm, it's nothing. When the attacks of the two monsters were about to fall on him, Ye Bufan directly slapped out with a palm. The palm seemed ordinary, but it was actually fast and powerful. Pa! Ye Bufan launched a palm strike from behind, directly hitting the huge forehead of one of the Shanwu realm monsters. At the same time, as soon as the palm fell, Ye Bufan kicked the other monster. Bang! There was a loud bang. The body of the second monster flew backwards. Bang! At this moment, the monster that was hit by Ye Bufan's palm fell heavily to the ground in front of Ye Bufan, causing the earth to tremble violently. Bang! The next second, there was another muffled sound, and the Shanwu realm monster that was kicked by Ye Bufan flew backwards to the open space several meters away from Ye Bufan. Moreover, both monsters were completely lifeless. A lightning-fast confrontation. The two monsters were killed instantly. The vast majority of humans and monsters present were bewildered and confused. Who I am? Where am I? What just happened? But there are exceptions. For example, Iron Dragon. For example, Slaughtering Owls. Another example is the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion. For these Tai realm warriors, Ye Bufan's attack was fast, but not fast enough for them to be unable to capture. But that's not the point. The key point is Ye Bufan's strength. Instantly kill the immortal martial realm. This is at least something that only a warrior at the Tai level can do, right? Is this kid a warrior from the Tai realm? But why doesn't he have any warrior aura? Or was it that he had already surpassed the Tai realm, so that the gap was too big, so he could not see through his depth and true cultivation? It should be unlikely, after all, he is so young. If that's the case, then he should be a warrior at the Tai realm. The reason why I can't see his depth is only because he has used some means to hide his own cultivation level. Tilong and other Tai warriors immediately made a judgment in their hearts. That is why, even after witnessing Ye Bufan killing two immortal martial realm monsters in seconds, they were not afraid or cowardly. You! The sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion glared at Ye Bufan, furious, and said angrily, "Human boy, no wonder you dare to be so arrogant. It turns out you have some ability, but do you think this is enough? Let me tell you, this is far from enough. Today, you are dead." Yeah, Ye Bufan chuckled and said, "You can decide my life or death with just one word. Why do I feel like you are even more arrogant than me?" Nonsense. The sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion shouted angrily, "Who am I? I am the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion, the supreme demon king within this 100,000 meter radius. Why shouldn't I be arrogant? Not bad, not bad." Ye Bufan stroked his chin, looked at the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion and said, "Just because of your words, why shouldn't I be arrogant? From now on, you will be my disciple's mount. What the hell? The sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion was stunned and confused. Why, you don't want to? Ye Bufan said lightly. I'd like you, sir. The sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion instantly went berserk. Chapter 2018. You won't refuse, right? Who is it? It is the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion. He is the supreme demon king within a radius of 100,000 meters. Now, this human boy actually wants me to be a mount for his apprentice. MMP. From birth to now, the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion has never met anyone so arrogant. My uncle can tolerate it, but my aunt can't. Let's go together. Kill him for me. Immediately, the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion let out an angry roar. Roar. Behind the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion, thousands of monsters rushed out in an instant. At this moment, the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion could no longer endure it, and so were these monsters. In their opinion, Ye Bufan, this human boy, was too arrogant and too presumptuous. This kind of human being must be dealt with and killed. Otherwise, where is the face of the demon race? Bang, bang, bang. Thousands of monsters came rushing over, led by 7 Tai realm monsters. They were as powerful as a rainbow and their murderous intent was shocking, just like a raging storm, directly engulfing Ye Bufan. Master. Seeing this scene, Chen Tianlong couldn't help but exclaim. Hu Sandao and others also had worried expressions on their faces. The sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion had a look of mockery and amusement on its face. The mere human race dares to be so arrogant, it is simply seeking death. The other side. When Tilong, Tu Xiao and others saw thousands of monsters overwhelming Ye Bufan, they immediately prepared for battle. After all, even if they were surrounded by so many monsters, they would definitely die. If they are like this, Ye Bufan must be the same. But at this moment, the center of the monster army. Good to come. Seeing that thousands of monsters had surrounded him, and the 7 Tai realm monsters in the front were less than 2 meters away from him, Ye Bufan shouted loudly and then attacked directly. He is as quiet as a virgin and as swift as a rabbit. Call out. Ye Bufan's figure flashed and he appeared in front of a Tai realm monster. Then, Great Wilderness Heavenly Steel Hand, double the power. Ye Bufan struck out with his palm, causing a series of sounds of breaking through the air, and attacked the Tai realm monster in front of him directly. The Tai realm monster sneered at this. Although he didn't know how strong Ye Bufan was, in his opinion, Ye Bufan's current behavior was a last-ditch struggle. Why? 7 Tai level monsters, plus thousands of Shanwu level and Shinpo level monsters, can a mere human teenager contend with them? Stop kidding. This kid is dead. No matter how strong he is, as long as I can block one of his attacks, his companions will rush up and tear him to pieces. In that case, what do I have to be afraid of? Just get him. He could even perform well in front of the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion King. Roar. With this thought in mind, the Tai realm monster let out an angry roar. It is full of confidence and fighting spirit. Unfortunately, it was wrong, very wrong. In other words, it completely underestimated Ye Bufan. Bang! Ye Bufan arrived later and slapped the Tai realm monster directly on its huge head. In an instant, the Tai realm monster shook all over. It was confused and stupid. Who I am? Where am I? What's wrong with me? Bang! Before the Tai realm monster could think about it, its head exploded into a ball of bloody mist. After 0.01 seconds, the body of the Tai realm monster fell heavily to the ground with a bang. At this moment, it was completely lifeless. At this time, the other 6 Tai realm monsters had also come to Ye Bufan's side. Just as the dead Tai realm monster thought, as long as he could block Ye Bufan's move, his companions would rush up and tear Ye Bufan into pieces. It's a pity that the Tai realm monster never thought that with his strength at the Tai realm, he couldn't even take on or block Ye Bufan's move. What's more, even if it caught it, what would it matter? Even if it blocked it, what would it matter? 6 Tai realm monsters, could they really threaten Ye Bufan? Maybe it was okay when Ye Bufan first came to the Hongmeng world. But now, with Ye Bufan's martial arts cultivation of the 2nd level of Tiangong and his terrifying physical body, even if he stood still, these monsters could not threaten him at all. 6 Tai realm monsters pounced on them. Ye Bufan had nowhere to retreat. But Ye Bufan never thought about retreating. He attacked with lightning speed, throwing out 6 palms, almost in no particular order. At the same time, each of these palms corresponded to a demon beast in the Tai realm. Bang, bang, bang. A dull and heavy voice sounded. After the 6 Tai realm monsters and Ye Bufan fought head-on, without exception, they were all repelled by Ye Bufan's palm, and even their bodies flew backwards. Bang, bang, bang. The bodies of the 6 Tai realm monsters flew backwards and directly hit the army of monsters rushing towards them from behind, so that thousands of monsters were knocked down directly. A lightning-fast confrontation. Everything seems long, but it is only a moment. Even in the eyes of bystanders, all they saw was thousands of monsters surrounded Ye Bufan, and then Ye Bufan completely defeated the attack of these monsters with one blow. What a ferocious scene this is. What a shocking scene this is. Outside the battle, the sky-splitting jade fire lion opened its mouth wide, looking confused and dumbfounded. The same is true for Tilong, Tuxiao and others. Even Chen Tianlong, Hu Sandao and others were no exception. Dead silent space. Weird atmosphere. Whether it was humans or monsters, everyone present had a look of disbelief on their faces. But Ye Bufan is different. He never forgot what he should do. These are thousands of monsters. This is nearly 1,000,000 yuan of luck. He had struggled hard for more than 20 days in the Star Moon Forest and had only plundered about 1 million worth of luck. Now that nearly 1 million worth of luck was right in front of him, how could Ye Bufan let it go? Kill. He shot out and came directly in front of one of the Tai realm monsters. This Tai realm monster had been hit by Ye Bufan's palm before, and although it did not die, it was still in a dazed state at this time. Ye Bufan didn't care about this. Base. A long sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. Then, puff, the knife fell with a sudden movement. Ye Bufan directly killed the Tai realm monster in front of him. The scene and the action were as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. After killing the second Tai realm monster, Ye Bufan did not stop for a moment. He directly swung the butcher knife in his hand to kill the other monsters. The monsters naturally couldn't just sit there and wait to die. They were terrified and even more angry. Roar, roar, roar. The monsters in the Shanwu realm and the Shinpo realm rose up in resistance. Unfortunately, it's of no use. Thousands of monsters were not enough to threaten Ye Bufan when they surrounded him, not to mention that they were completely scattered at the moment. Kill, kill, kill. Ye Bufan transformed into a butcher. He killed a beast with one sword and took a life with one sword. Bloody scene. A hideous scene. This was a completely one-sided massacre. The monsters were shocked and scared. Even many monsters have chosen to retreat. Outside the battle, gurgle. Looking at Ye Bufan who was continuously slaughtering monsters in front of them, both Tilong and Tuxiao couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Other human beings are no exception. They never imagined that Ye Bufan could kill thousands of monsters by himself and make them defeated and unable to resist. This guy is simply not a human being. As for how strong he is, what level of warrior is he? No one knows this. However, all the human beings present have clearly realized that Ye Bufan in front of them is definitely not someone they can provoke. Kill him and earn the 100 million reward from the Wu family. Kill Yu Ma Pai. Can they kill a warrior of this level? At this moment, whether it was Tilong or Tuxiao, they all wanted to kill the person from the Wu family who posted the bounty with one sword. Why? Because the other party is clearly pushing them into the fire pit. But at this moment, Ye Bufan suddenly said, Sandao, keep an eye on that wolf. Don't let it run away. If it insists on running, just break its legs. Buzz. Ye Bufan's sudden voice brought Tilong and the others back to their senses instantly, and they instinctively looked towards the location where the Wolf King had been. Unfortunately, the Wolf King had already disappeared. Where is the Wolf King? After searching for a while, Tilong and others discovered that the Wolf King had actually run over 100 meters away. No, it should be said that he had crawled over 100 meters away. Judging from the situation, the Wolf King is clearly trying to escape in the chaos. Suddenly, Tilong and others were confused and speechless. Where is the Wolf King? After hearing Ye Bufan's words, and feeling countless eyes locked on him, the Wolf King was stunned and dumbfounded. What to do? To run or not to run? If you run, now that I have been discovered, I may not be able to escape. But if you don't run, how will that evil human being deal with me? The Wolf King was hesitant and depressed. Yes. But at this moment, before the Wolf King could think about it, Hu Sandao and other 13 chefs from the immortal martial realm had already responded, and rushed up, surrounding the Wolf King. Okay, now there's no need to think about it, there's no way to escape. The Wolf King lay on the ground with his two front legs placed directly on his head, as if to say, I won't run, don't kill me, and don't break my legs. Seeing this scene, everyone was confused again. This was the first time they encountered such a top-grade monster like the Wolf King. Seeing the human race act like this, the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion became angry. In the eyes of the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion, this Wolf King is simply a disgrace to the demon race. However, he ignored the Wolf King, because the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion finally understood why the Wolf King was so afraid of Ye Bufan. This human is clearly a strong man in the Tiangong realm. Facing a strong man in the Tiangong realm, how could the Wolf King in the Shanwu realm not be afraid? Not to mention the Wolf King, even the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion itself was scared. But the Wolf King knew Ye Bufan's strength but didn't tell him. He even wanted to ask him for help. What does he want to do? The sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion is not a fool. Considering all the strange behaviors displayed by the Wolf King, he could naturally see that the Wolf King wanted to use him to restrain Ye Bufan so as to give himself a chance to escape. It's so fucking infuriating. How could a great demon king like him be betrayed by a Wolf King under his command? What to do? Or just run away yourself? Do it when you think of it. As soon as the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion came up with this idea, it no longer hesitated. Call out. He turned and ran. It's a pity that he has forgotten that as the leader of the monsters, he is one of the main focuses of all humans and monsters present. His running immediately attracted the attention of all the humans and monsters present. Suddenly, all human beings were speechless. Where are the monsters? The Demon King has run away, what's the point of their fighting? In an instant, all the monsters no longer hesitated and chose to flee in all directions. The situation suddenly became chaotic. Ye Bufan was also helpless about this. He wanted to keep all the monsters, but unfortunately, he was powerless. The monsters were determined to escape, and he alone was unable to stop them. In that case, let's keep the Lion King. Call out. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan gave up on the fleeing monsters, and with a flash of his body, he chased after the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion in the distance. With Ye Bufan's current cultivation level of the second level of Tian Gang, how could the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion possibly be faster than Ye Bufan? In just 2 seconds, Ye Bufan had already blocked the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion. The sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion paused. Little lion, where are you going? Looking at the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion, Ye Bufan smiled slightly. The sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion's mouth twitched. Where to go? I can go wherever I want, it's none of your business. How about it, have you thought about it? Before the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion could think about it, Ye Bufan spoke again. Afterwards, he wiped the blood off the long sword in his hand in front of the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion and said calmly, regarding my previous proposal to let you be my disciple's mount, you shouldn't refuse, right? Chapter 2019. Stop. Looking at Ye Bufan in front of him, especially at the movement of Ye Bufan when he was wiping the knife, a drop of cold sweat rolled down the forehead of the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion, and he couldn't help but shiver all over. I shouldn't refuse, right? I shouldn't be your sister. I would definitely say no. But what does your action of wiping the knife mean? If I reject you, will you kill me? MMP. Human, you are going too far. This is clearly a naked threat. Can I think about it? Although angry and aggrieved, the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion still asked in a weak voice. Consider. Ye Bufan smiled and said, sure. Really? The sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion was overjoyed. Do you think I'm joking with you? Ye Bufan said, still smiling, but, there must be a time limit for consideration, right? How long do you need? 3 days. The sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion didn't even think twice before blurting out the 2 words. 3 days. Ye Bufan shook his head. No, it's been too long. How about 2 days? The sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion said cautiously. 1 day. Ye Bufan said calmly, I will give you 1 day to consider it. If you don't agree after 1 day, don't blame me for being rude to you. The sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion hesitated for a moment and said, okay, 1 day at a time. Although the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion looked helpless and unwilling at this moment, he was actually very happy in his heart. What can you do in a day? Have you considered becoming a mount for this human disciple in front of you? Don't be funny, the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion, is not stupid. He naturally fought for this day to use in his escape. The Star Moon Forest is as big as this. Not to mention a day, even in an hour, he could disappear without a trace. Will humans be able to enslave it by then? Hee. That's impossible. Stupid human beings really think they have strong limbs but simple minds. In that case, I will take my leave now. After leaving a few words, the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion turned around and wanted to leave. Etc. Unexpectedly, Ye Bufan called it directly. Do you have anything else to do? The sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion was somewhat puzzled. Where are you going? Ye Bufan asked. Well, the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion was stunned and said, of course I will go back and think about your proposal carefully. Didn't you give me 1 day? Just considering it, there's no need to go back, right? Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Huh. The sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion's expression changed, but he said seriously, no, this is such a big deal, I must go back so I can calm down and think about it carefully. 2. Ye Bufan responded, in that case, I will go with you. What the hell? You want to go with me? That won't work. If you follow me, how can I escape? Ahem. Immediately, the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion pretended to cough lightly and said, human, if other monsters see this, it would be bad, right? What's wrong? I am also a demon king after all, this. Oh, you are afraid that other monsters will see you and damage your dignity as a monster king, right? Yes, that's what the king meant. It's a small matter. I will help you kill all those monsters when the time comes. Kill you, Ma Pai. The sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion's face turned black. If you want to kill the monster and silence him, won't I do it myself? The king wants to escape. Do you understand what it means to run away? Well, otherwise I'd better go back by myself. Don't worry, I will give you a satisfactory answer in 1 day. The sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion made the promise solemnly. Okay, stop wasting time, let me accompany you home. Ye Bufan ignored it. Son of AB*TCH. The sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion finally couldn't help but get angry. Human, don't bully the monster too much. Too much bullying. Ye Bufan was puzzled. How did I bully you? After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, look, you said you needed a day to think about it, so I gave you a day. You said you wanted to go home to think about it, so I agreed to let you go home to think about it. I've already done this, what else do you want? Even so, you still say that I'm bullying you. The sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion's mouth twitched and he was speechless. Yes, you gave me time, and you agreed to my conditions, but my ultimate goal is to escape. How can I run away if you keep following me? While feeling resentful in his heart, the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion finally understood that the human in front of him was really cunning and would not give him any chance to escape. In that case, this king will fight you. The sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion roared and then charged directly towards Ye Bufan. Can't hold it back so soon. Ye Bufan chuckled, then said with disdain, fight. Do you think you are qualified to fight in front of me? As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan was about to take action. But at this moment, call out. The sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion suddenly made a sharp turn as it was charging forward. Then, it spread out its 4 legs and rushed directly to Ye Bufan's left side. Ye Bufan was stunned. This sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion actually knows how to feint. It's really fucking amazing. But, can you run away? Call out. Ye Bufan flashed and chased after him. 2 seconds later, seeing Ye Bufan standing in front of him again, the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion Luan became even more crazy. Human, this is also the Star Moon Forest after all, don't be so presumptuous. I'm being presumptuous, what can you do about it? I'll ask you one last time, will you obey or not? I'll think about it. Consider your hemp skin. Ye Bufan cursed angrily and rushed directly towards the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion. The sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion was very anxious. Ye Bufan had already arrived in front of it, and with a whoosh, his sandbag-sized fist smashed directly into the huge forehead of the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion. Ma Pai, I will fight you to death. Seeing this, the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion made up its mind and slapped Ye Bufan with one claw. In an instant, fists and palms collided. Bang! After a muffled sound, the body of the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion flew backwards. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of meters away, after the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion fell to the ground, his body rolled uncontrollably on the ground for several meters away. Defeated in one blow, the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion collapsed and became even more desperate. This is fucking impossible to beat. Before the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion could think more, Ye Bufan had appeared in front of him again. In a flash, bang, Ye Bufan punched the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion directly on the forehead. Ah! The sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion howled in pain. The next second, Ye Bufan attacked again. The sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion wanted to resist. But Ye Bufan didn't give it any chance at all, or it could be said that Ye Bufan's attack speed was too fast, so fast that the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion didn't even have time to react. Bang! Another punch landed on the forehead of the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion. After 2 consecutive punches, the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion had stars in its eyes and was in a state of confusion. Ye Bufan did not stop. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. He took advantage of the moment when the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion was confused and unable to fight back, and started punching and kicking him, or rather, giving him a perfect beating. 30 seconds later, whiff, whiff, whiff. The sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion lay on the ground, gasping weakly. At this time, not only was its nose and face swollen, but it also felt waves of heart-wrenching pain all over its body from time to time. It was in so much pain that it couldn't even stand up. Are you going to obey or not? Looking at the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion, Ye Bufan asked again. The sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion spoke weakly. Never mind. Unexpectedly, Ye Bufan interrupted him and said, there is a long way to go. There will be plenty of time in the future. Just take your time to think about it. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan squatted down and grabbed the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion's tail. What do you want to do? The sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion's heart trembled, and his whole body couldn't help but shiver. Ye Bufan ignored it. He grabbed the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion's tail as if he was dragging a dead dog, and walked straight towards Chen Tianlong and others not far away. Suddenly, the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion was in disarray and collapsed. It was a dignified demon king, but now it was being dragged forward by a human like a dead dog. This is such a huge shame. But what can he do? He is also helpless. I can't beat him. Run, you can't run away. This feeling is so fucking terrible. 2 lines of tears fell. The sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion cried in grievance. Not far away, the moment they saw Ye Bufan dragging the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion towards them, Tilong, Tu Xiao and the others immediately recovered from the huge shock of Ye Bufan's capturing the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion. Looking at Tilong beside him, Tu Xiao asked in a low voice, Brother Tai, what should we do? What to do? Tilong smiled bitterly. More than half of the thousands of monsters were killed, and even the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion, which was several points stronger than them, was captured by Ye Bufan. What else could they do in the face of this situation? Let's go, Tilong said lightly. Tu Xiao nodded. Although the treasure is good and the reward of 100 million is indeed tempting, but if you lose your life here, then what is the meaning of this treasure and the reward of 100 million? Immediately, the 2 major mercenary groups chose to withdraw. Once the 2 major mercenary groups withdrew, the other people present naturally did not dare to stay any longer. Unfortunately, it's too late. If they chose to evacuate at the beginning, Ye Bufan, who was dealing with the monsters, would have no time to take care of them and could only let them leave. But now, without the restraint of the monsters, could Ye Bufan still allow these human warriors to retreat from him like this? It's impossible. Stop. The moment he saw these people wanting to evacuate, Ye Bufan shouted loudly. Chapter 2020 Congratulations, you have been kidnapped. Did I let you go? After Ye Bufan's loud shout, Tieshong and the others were all stunned, then they stopped and turned around, looking at Ye Bufan who was walking towards them not far away with a serious and vigilant look on their faces. Tilong even asked, Young senior, is there anything I can do for you? In response to this, Ye Bufan ignored it and did not make any response. He just dragged the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion step by step towards Tilong and others. Tilong frowned. Others were also dissatisfied, but did not dare to show it. A moment later, Ye Bufan arrived in front of Tilong and the others. He threw the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion aside with a bang, then looked at Tilong and the others and said, the matter of the monster has been resolved. Now it's time to talk about our business. What's going on between us? What's going on between us? Everyone was puzzled. Tilong frowned and asked, I wonder what you were referring to, senior. Aren't you going to kill me? Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Buzz. In an instant, Tilong's heart trembled violently. The expressions of the others who knew about the Wu family's bounty also changed. Before seeing Ye Bufan's strength, they naturally wanted to kill Ye Bufan in order to earn the sky-high reward of 100 million yuan offered by the Wu family. But now, after seeing Ye Bufan's strength, they no longer had such ideas. After all, even the monsters in the Tai realm could be killed instantly by Ye Bufan. Why would they take Ye Bufan's life? Not only do I no longer have such thoughts, but I cannot admit that I have had such thoughts. Otherwise, what is the difference between this and seeking death? Tilong immediately forced a smile and said, "Senior, you are joking. We just met by chance. How could we have such absurd thoughts?" "Oh, really?" Ye Bufan raised his eyebrows, looked at Tilong and asked with a smile, "You don't want 100 million?" Tilong's mouth twitched. He was embarrassed, nervous and fearful. It was obvious that Ye Bufan had heard the previous conversation between him and Tu Xiao. What now? Before Tilong could think about it, Ye Bufan had already glanced at everyone present and spoke again, "A person who kills others will be killed. Since you want to take my life, it wouldn't be too much for me to kill you, right?" Buzz. Everyone's heart trembled. Ye Bufan continued, "Of course, I am not a bloodthirsty person. I have killed so many monsters today. There is no need to kill you all as well. How about this, first tell me about your respective identities and origins." Well, hearing this, everyone was stunned. "Tell us about our identity and origins." "Do what? Let's start with you." Ye Bufan did not explain much, but just pointed at Tilong. "This." Tilong hesitated. Although he didn't know what Ye Bufan wanted to do, he had no choice in this situation, so he could only honestly say, "To answer your question, my name is Tilong, and I am the leader of the Iron Blood Mercenary Group." Iron Blood Mercenary Group. Leader. Ye Bufan looked at Tilong, then looked at the thousands of people behind him and said, "Then there should be quite a few of these people who are also members of your Iron Blood Mercenary Group, right?" "Yes, it is." Tilong responded respectfully, then pointed to the dozens of people standing behind him and said, "These are all brothers and sisters of my Iron Blood Mercenary Group." "Not bad, not bad." Ye Bufan smiled, and then suddenly asked, "Do you have a backer?" Rely on a mountain." Tilong was a little confused. "Idiot." Ye Bufan rebuked him harshly, "What I mean is, does your Iron Blood Mercenary Group have a backer? Or, among the people in your Iron Blood Mercenary Group, are there people with a relatively good background?" This. Tilong was speechless and even more frightened. Why is he asking these questions? Background. Backer. What would happen if you and your group had no background or backing? He won't just kill us, will he? Tilong thought so. Everyone else present thought so too. I was asking you a question, didn't you hear me? Before Tilong could think about it, Ye Bufan shouted loudly. Buzz. Semicolon. Tilong suddenly came back to his senses, then looked at Ye Bufan and said instinctively, "To reply to what you said, Senior, our Iron Blood Mercenary Group has no background and no backing." As soon as he finished speaking, Tilong was ready for battle. Tilong was like this, and so were all the members of the Iron Blood Mercenary Group behind Tilong. Even the other people present were ready to fight Ye Bufan. But unexpectedly, Ye Bufan didn't make any move at all. Is that so? Looking at Tilong and his group, Ye Bufan said with some disappointment, "Since you don't have any backers or background, then all of you Iron Blood mercenaries should stand on my left-hand side." What the hell? Without any background or support, I will just stand on your left. What do you want to do? Tilong was confused. The others also looked confused. However, since Ye Bufan did not take any action, they naturally did not dare to act rashly. Immediately, Tilong and the members of his Iron Blood mercenary group stood directly on Ye Bufan's left side. Ye Bufan ignored it. He looked directly at Tu Xiao and asked, "What about you?" "My name is Tu Xiao, and I am the leader of the Blood Evil mercenary group." Blood Evil mercenary group. Did they have a background or a backer? "No, I haven't." "Then stand on my left." Tu Xiao's face was full of bitterness and frustration. Ye Bufan ignored Tu Xiao and pointed to a middle-aged man at the 9th level of Shanwu in front of the crowd and said, "It's your turn. Speak for yourself." "Yes, yes, yes." The middle-aged man responded repeatedly. "My name is Zhang Jia, and I am the deputy leader of the Mingyu mercenary group in Tianfeng City. I have no background, and I don't have any backers." the deputy leader of the Dark Moon mercenary group. Ye Bufan glanced at the middle-aged man. Yes, it is. The middle-aged man responded. Are you alone? Ye Bufan asked. No, it isn't. The middle-aged man pointed at the dozen people behind him and said, They are also members of our Dark Moon mercenary group. Very good. Ye Bufan smiled and said, all of you should stand on my right-hand side. Ah. After Ye Bufan said this, the middle-aged man was stunned and dumbfounded. No one else present was an exception. Especially Tilong and Tushao. In terms of strength, the Dark Moon mercenary group is far inferior to the other two. In terms of status, both of them are the heads of a group, while the middle-aged man is only a deputy head. But why can the group of middle-aged men fight on the right, while they can only stand on the left? What on earth does this guy want to do? Tilong and Tushao both looked mad. The middle-aged man and other members of the Mingyu mercenary group no longer hesitated, nor did they dare to refuse. They just stood obediently on Ye Bufan's right-hand side with a nervous look on their faces. Ye Bufan continued to check the identities of other people. Head of the Black Wind mercenary group, Yu. A warrior at the 8th level of the Divine Soul realm. Forget it, just tell me directly whether you have any background or backing. No, I haven't. Then stand on the left. Your father is the chief steward of the Dark Moon City Lord's mansion. Yes, senior. Not bad, you have a bright future, stand on my right-hand side. Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior. Thank you, it's my duty. What about you? What's your origin and background? Replying to the senior, I am just an ordinary warrior, with no origin or background. You can do it, you can cultivate to the 9th level of Shanwu on your own, and you are almost advancing to Tai realm. Not bad. Is there anyone else at home? No, there's no one else. That's a shame. Stand on the left. You said you were only here to accompany your third young master to the Star Moon Forest for training, and not to hunt me down. Yes, senior, we didn't know you before this. The reason we are here is just because of the strange phenomenon in the sky and earth that appeared before. Is that so? But what I'm asking about is your identity and origins. Why are you telling me this? Well. Alright, there are still so many people queuing up behind you, don't waste their time. For the sake of your third young master, just stand on the right. Half an hour later, Ye Bufan had completed the identity verification of more than 2,000 people in front of him. Most of them were arranged on his left side, so that there were only 200 or 300 people on his right side. But these 200 or 300 people all have backgrounds and backers. At this moment, everyone was staring at Ye Bufan. Especially those people on Ye Bufan's left who had no background or backing, each of them was even ready to fight Ye Bufan to the death. As for the 200 or 300 people on Ye Bufan's right, they were much more relaxed. After all, in their opinion, since Ye Bufan asked about their background and backers, he must be planning to let them go. But is this really the case? When everyone had finished standing in line, Ye Bufan looked directly at the 200 or 300 people on his right and said with a smile, Congratulations, you have been kidnapped. Chapter 2021 Senior, give it to us. What the hell? We've been kidnapped. As soon as Ye Bufan said this, the 200 or 300 people on his right immediately rushed to kill him. They originally thought that Ye Bufan was planning to let them go by asking about their background and backers, but they didn't expect that this guy actually wanted to kidnap them. If they had known this would happen, they would never have told Ye Bufan their identities and backgrounds even if they had been beaten to death. Now, I've been kidnapped. This feeling is so fucked up. The people on the right were all dumbfounded, and so were the people on the left. They were all dumbfounded and confused as well. Their original idea was the same as the person on the left, but they did not expect that Ye Bufan spent so much time asking about their identities and backgrounds just to take the opportunity to blackmail them. It's really that's great. Since Ye Bufan wants to kidnap those people with backgrounds and backers, and take the opportunity to blackmail them, then those of us who have neither backgrounds nor backers should be safe, right? Why, you don't want to? Looking at the nobles on his left who looked like frost-bitten eggplants, Ye Bufan smiled and said with a playful and teasing look on his face. We don't want to. Can we be willing? This is kidnapping, okay. The 200 or 300 people on the left were all in disarray, angry, and helpless. Senior, I wonder how much ransom you are going to ask for. At this moment, a young man in brocade clothes in the crowd At this moment, he understood clearly that Ye Bufan was clearly trying to raise the price. He had already begun to regret telling Ye Bufan his identity. But is it too late to regret? It's obviously too late. The son of the chief steward of the city lord's mansion. If it were any other time, this identity would indeed be quite prestigious, but now this is definitely a fat sheep. Just thinking about it, the young man in brocade clothes felt a little depressed and a little fucked up. But what can he do? Others are the butchers and I am the meat. There was nothing he could do. The young man in brocade clothes was like this, and everyone else around him was no exception. Identity. Background. Backer. They really wish they had nothing and were nothing. Bang. At this time, a middle-aged man in the crowd suddenly collapsed to the ground, and looked at Ye Bufan tremblingly and said, "Senior, misunderstanding, this is all a misunderstanding, I am not an outer disciple of Tianyu sect, I just made it up, please spare my life." The sudden change made everyone present couldn't help but twitch their lips when they saw the middle-aged man. This man was not unfamiliar to everyone present, because when Ye Bufan asked everyone's identity just now, the middle-aged man said that he was an outer disciple of Tianyu sect. What is Tianyu sect? That is the only sect in the Star Moon Kingdom. In terms of overall strength, the Tianyu sect is even stronger than the royal family of the kingdom. That is why, when the middle-aged man said that he was an outer disciple of the Tianyu sect, everyone present was shocked and envious. But I didn't expect that all this was fake. What on earth is this guy thinking? Doesn't he know the Tianyu sect style of doing things? Pretending to be a disciple of Tianyu sect. Even if Ye Bufan let him go for this reason, would the Tianyu sect let him go? Definitely not. He is totally looking for death. Of course, it is also possible that the middle-aged man is really an outer disciple of the Tianyu sect, but in the face of Ye Bufan's kidnapping and extortion, he could only choose to change his words and deny his identity. When truth is false, falsehood is true. Nowadays, who can still tell the difference? Aren't you a disciple of Tianyu sect? But at this moment, Ye Bufan glanced at the middle-aged man. No, senior, I really am not. The middle-aged man shook his head repeatedly. Oh, Ye Bufan responded, that's none of my business. Well, the middle-aged man was stunned, then looked at Ye Bufan with a sad face and said, Senior, I am really not a disciple of Tianyu sect. Even if you kidnap me, Tianyu sect will not give you a ransom. Ye Bufan ignored the middle-aged man and said calmly, do you remember what I told you before I asked about your identities? Well, the middle-aged man was stunned again. Ye Bufan said, I have said that whoever it is should be who it is, and tell us what background it has. Do not hide anything, and do not lie, otherwise it will be of no benefit to you. But what about you? Did you listen to me? You obviously turned a deaf ear to my words. Senior, you didn't say these words, did you? Ye Bufan glared at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked aggrieved. You were right to deceive me. Ye Bufan shouted angrily, I don't care whether you are a disciple of Tianyu sect or not. Anyway, I have determined that you are a disciple of Tianyu sect. If Tianyu sect does not pay to redeem you, then I will kill you. Tear up the ticket. The middle-aged man was stunned, shocked, and confused. Ye Bufan ignored it. You all are the same. Pointing at the other 200 or 300 people in front of him, Ye Bufan said in a deep voice, I don't care whether the identities you said before are true or false. Anyway, I have already determined that you are this identity. Changing the subject, Ye Bufan continued, now, think carefully about how much you are worth, or how much your backers are willing to pay to redeem you. If the price you offer is different from my estimate of your worth, I will kill you directly. Of course, if no one redeems you, or if I cannot receive the ransom, I will still kill you, so think it through. Buzz. As soon as Ye Bufan said this, the 200 or 300 people on his right were all startled, and each of them had a look of sorrow and bitterness on their faces. Let us tell you how much we are worth. If the price we give you is too different from your estimate of us, will you kill us directly? MMP. What do you want us to say? If I say less, you will definitely be unhappy, and if you are unhappy, you will kill us. Then we can only exaggerate. But if we talk too much, it will only make us sad. The 200 or 300 people on the right swore that Ye Bufan was definitely the most cunning kidnapper they had ever met in their lifetime, no doubt about it. Snort. Ye Bufan ignored the 200 or 300 people and snorted coldly, then looked directly at the 2,000 or 3,000 people on his left. Seeing this, the 2,000 or 3,000 people on Ye Bufan's left-hand side all trembled violently. Ye Bufan said, although I don't intend to kidnap you, but now, immediately, hand over all your valuables. Hand over all your belongings. The 2,000 or 3,000 people on the left were instinctively stunned. What are you still standing there for? Ye Bufan shouted, didn't you hear anything I said? This is a robbery, you know. Hurry up, don't force me to kill anyone. If someone has a background and backers, you can kidnap them. Without any background or support, you just rob people. MMP. You are worse than a bandit and worse than a robber. Everyone was in chaos and angry. At the same time, they all looked at Tilong and Tushao. After all, these two were the most powerful and had the most say among them. Feeling the gazes of the people around them, Tilong and Tushao both frowned, and then they looked at each other. Be it Tilong or Tushao, they are not only the leaders of a group, but also strong men in the Tai realm. Faced with Ye Bufan's robbery, they naturally would not give in easily. But what if I don't give in? They have already witnessed Ye Bufan's strength. It can be said that even if all of them joined forces, they may not be able to be Ye Bufan's opponent. In this case, how can they refuse, and on what basis can they refuse? After weighing the pros and cons, Tilong and Tushao looked directly at Ye Bufan. Tilong frowned and said, first, we were the first to offend you today, so we, the Iron Blood mercenary group, are willing to pay 20 million spirit stones as compensation. What do you think? 20 million. Ye Bufan said coldly, I want all your valuables. All, you know. All means everything, not the mere 20 million you mentioned. You. Tilong was furious. Tushao said coldly, Senior, please don't go too far. Although you are extremely powerful, we are not easy to mess with. If we really fight, it will not be good for anyone, and you may not win. Yeah, Ye Bufan chuckled, then give it a try. You. Tushao was also furious, Senior, do you really want to force us to fight to the death with you? A life or death struggle. You are not worthy. Ye Bufan snorted coldly, then raised his sword and said, go ahead, let me see what qualifications you have to negotiate with me, and what qualifications you have to fight to the death with me. Anyway, even if I kill you all your property will still belong to me. Tushao was speechless. Everyone else also looked messy and devastated. Take action. If we wanted to take action and dared to take action, we would have done it long ago. Why would we wait until now? What are you still standing there for? Come on. The next second, Ye Bufan shouted again. Everyone remained silent and hesitant. Waste. Ye Bufan shouted, since you won't move, let me do it. I want to see what qualifications you have to negotiate with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan rushed out with a knife in hand. Everyone was terrified. Tilong immediately said in a hurry, Senior, give it to us, we will give it to you. Chapter 2022, I am a very reasonable person. Call. A fierce murderous intent came. As soon as Tilong finished speaking, Ye Bufan had already arrived in front of him, and the bloody long sword in Ye Bufan's hand was already on Tilong's neck. Tilong could even clearly feel the coolness coming from the blade of the long sword. If it had been a little later, his head would have fallen to the ground. Fortunately, Ye Bufan chose to stop. Or perhaps it was his quick decision that saved his life. But even so, Tilong was still terrified. Gurgle. He swallowed, his legs trembled, cold sweat ran down his forehead, and he didn't dare to move his body. Tilong swore that from the time he was born until now, he had never been as scared and terrified as he was now. The crisis of death made it almost impossible for him to breathe. The next second, Tilong tremblingly repeated, Senior, please don't do anything rash, it's just property, I'll give it to you, isn't it okay? Have you thought it through? I've thought about it. But didn't you just say that you wanted to perish together with me? Tilong said bitterly, Senior, it's just a joke, don't take it seriously. Is this really just a joke? Really, it's just a joke. How about you think about it again? After all, you seem to be in a difficult situation, and what I hate most is forcing others to do something. You are a jerk. The knife is already on my neck, and you still say you don't like to force people. Tilong was in a mess and angry, but he had to say against his will, Senior, it's not difficult, really, it's not difficult at all, it's just a little money, it's my duty to show my respect to you. All right. Ye Bufan retracted his sword. Call. Tilong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was just a few seconds, but to Tilong it felt like tens of millions of years. At this moment, his clothes were already soaked with cold sweat, and he was almost fainting. Have you really thought it through? It's really not difficult. But at this moment, Ye Bufan looked at Tilong again and asked. You idiot, are you done yet? Tilong was so frightened that he repeatedly assured her, Senior, I have really thought it through, and I really am not embarrassed at all. Hearing this, Ye Bufan ignored Tilong and looked at the others, saying, What about you? Do you want to perish together? Do you want to fight to the death? No. Everyone shook their heads, even Tu Xiao was no exception. Burn both sides. A fight to the bitter end. Stop kidding. Didn't you see that Tilong, a powerful warrior in the Tai realm, was almost killed instantly? Even so, how can we destroy both ourselves and others? Even so, how can we still end up in a desperate situation? Isn't it just money? These are just my worldly possessions, I'll just give them to you. In that case, what are you still standing there for? Without waiting for anyone to think, Ye Bufan shouted loudly, then pointed to the empty space in front of him and said, Now, immediately, put all your valuables here. Of course, you can also hide some privately, as long as you can ensure that I won't find out. Damn it. After hearing this, those who originally had this idea immediately chose to give up. After all, the previous disciple of Tianyu sect was the best example. Facing Ye Bufan, lying or hiding the goods would definitely be asking for trouble and playing with one's own life. So I'd better not do it. Immediately, the 2,000 to 3,000 people present came forward one after another and placed their belongings on the open space in front of Ye Bufan without reservation. Although I am unwilling and aggrieved, there is no other way. Who made them, 2,000 or 3,000 people, not dare to fight against Ye Bufan? Or, who made them, 2,000 or 3,000 people, unable to defeat Ye Bufan alone? After more than 10 minutes, everyone had handed over all their belongings, so that the belongings on the open space in front of Ye Bufan had piled up into a small mountain. According to preliminary estimates, the total value of these properties is definitely over 100 million. Unfortunately, Ye Bufan didn't even glance at them. He still stared at the 2,000 or 3,000 warriors in front of him, and stroked his chin, saying in a somewhat obscene manner, Since you are so cooperative, I will not kill you. However, are you all very angry and furious, and even want to kill me with a single blow? No, Senior, we absolutely don't have such an idea. Tilong said immediately in a hurry. The others also nodded repeatedly, indicating that they had no such idea at all. Depend on. Unexpectedly, Ye Bufan shouted angrily, raised his long sword, pointed at the people in front of him and cursed, Are you still warriors? Can you still have some backbone? I robbed all your property, but you don't hate me and don't even want to kill me. You are so cowardly, what are you doing here? Faced with Ye Bufan's accusations, everyone present couldn't help but lower their heads. They are messy and frustrated. Do you think we don't want to retaliate against you? You think we don't want to kill you? We want to very much. But what's the use of thinking about it? We can't beat you at all. Why? Before everyone could think about it, Ye Bufan sighed and said, Forget it, you are a bunch of cowards. I don't even want to say anything to you, but I am a reasonable person. Although robbery is taking things for free by force, these are your property anyway. If I just take them for free, I will feel a little guilty. So, I decided to give you something in return. Give us some feedback. What do you want to do now? Everyone was shocked and stared at Ye Bufan with vigilance. Ye Bufan ignored it. He looked at the Iron Dragon in front of him and said earnestly, Iron Dragon. Exist. Tilong's nerves were tense, and he instinctively responded with a scream. Why are you so nervous? Ye Bufan shouted. Tilong was speechless. Am I nervous? How can I not be nervous? Before Tilong could think about it, Ye Bufan had already put his right hand on Tilong's shoulder. Suddenly, Tilong's heart trembled and his whole body shivered. Ye Bufan looked at Tilong like an old friend and said calmly, Tilong, what's the name of your mercenary group? Reply to the senior, call the Iron Blood Mercenary Group. Iron Blood Mercenary Group. But why do I feel that you have no blood at all? Aren't you not worthy of the name? Yes, senior, I will change my name after I return. Why change it? Isn't this a good name? Senior, please stop teasing me, okay? If you have anything to say, just tell me, and I will definitely do it. Look at what you said. What do you think of me? I've already told you that I'm a reasonable person. I robbed your property, so I should give you something in return. Senior, can I not? What do you think? I think I still want it. Is that right? Hello, I'm fine, and everyone is fine, that's the real good, right? Oh, where were we just talking about? Senior, you said that our Iron Blood mercenary group is not worthy of its name. Yes, that's all. Of course, this is not the point. The point is I actually want to say, isn't it difficult to be a mercenary? Yes, a little. What about competition? Is it fierce? Fierce. Does your Iron Blood mercenary group have many competitors? Many. Haha, that's right. Ye Bufan smiled, then patted Tilong on the shoulder and said, Tilong, didn't I just say that I would give you some feedback? How about this, you go find all the competitors of your Iron Blood mercenary group, and I will help you deal with them and teach them a lesson, how about that? Well, Tilong was stunned. He was a little confused and puzzled. What do you mean, senior? Pa, Ye Bufan patted Tilong's head and said, you are stupid. Changing the subject, Ye Bufan continued, didn't the Wu family offer a bounty of 100 million for me? Aren't the vast majority of warriors in the Star Moon Kingdom searching for me now? In that case, why don't you tell your competitors about my presence in the Star Moon Forest? After your competitors know my whereabouts, will they come to the Star Moon Forest to hunt me down? After they arrive, can I take the opportunity to help you deal with them? Chapter 2023. Are you here for the 100 million reward too? What's the meaning? I'll reveal your whereabouts to my competitors, and then they'll come to the Star Moon Forest to cause trouble for you because of the 100 million yuan bounty from the Wu family. And then, you can take the opportunity to help me teach them a lesson. Is there such a thing? Tilong was confused and dumbfounded. No one else present was an exception. It can be said that at this moment, everyone present widened their eyes and looked at Ye Bufan in shock and disbelief. If it is true as Ye Bufan said, then being robbed by Ye Bufan may not be a bad thing. After all, Ye Bufan robbed their property, but he also prepared them to deal with their competitors. It's like a deal. They paid the money and Ye Bufan did the work. The most important thing is Ye Bufan's strength, which is suspected to be at the Tiangong realm. Under normal circumstances, with the properties that were robbed from them, could they ask a strong man in the Tiangong realm to help them deal with their enemies? Don't think about it, that is simply impossible. But now, after they were robbed, this Tiangong realm expert actually said that he would help them deal with their enemies. MMP. Happiness came so suddenly that everyone present was unable to react. But, would Ye Bufan be so kind? You know, he is not only a strong man in the Tiangong realm, but also a complete robber and bandit. For such a person, would he really give such a big reward to people like him out of guilt? Seems unlikely. But he did just that. What exactly does he want to do? Etc. Oh shit. Could it be that this guy wanted to use people like me to attract more warriors to the Star Moon Forest so that he could rob or even kidnap them? Many people immediately thought of this. It is precisely because of this thought that people who have this idea immediately feel frightened and their scalp tingling. Crazy. If it is really as he thought, then this guy is ready to make an enemy of the entire Star Moon Kingdom. This isn't crazy. And Tilong is one of those who has this idea. Looking at Ye Bufan, Tilong was a little afraid and a little uncertain. Senior, what do you mean? What's the meaning? Ye Bufan frowned. Is it that what I said was not clear enough? Or are you too stupid to understand? Tilong was speechless. Forget it. Since you didn't understand, I'll say it again. Ye Bufan waved his hand and continued, what I mean is, isn't the Wu family offering a bounty of 100 million for me? And aren't there many warriors searching for and hunting me? In that case, you can tell your opponents or enemies that I am in the Star Moon Forest. After they know where I am, will they come to trouble me? After they come, can I help you deal with them and teach them a lesson? Now, you should understand, right? Ming, I understand. Tilong responded weakly, and then asked in an uncanny way, Senior, you are not going to take this opportunity to blackmail or even kidnap them, are you? What? Ye Bufan shouted, glaring at Tilong and said, I've already told you that I am a reasonable person. If I am a reasonable person, how could I possibly do something like what you said? But you still robbed us. Tilong complained in his heart. Ye Bufan changed the subject and continued, of course, if they came to trouble me first, it would be different. After all, they wanted to take my life, and I just wanted some of their property. In comparison, I have actually shown mercy, don't you think? Iron Dragon is messy. Is that right? To you, uncle. In the final analysis, this is still robbery and kidnapping. Although he thought so, Tilong didn't dare to say it. Yes, yes, yes. Tilong responded repeatedly, Senior is right. This young man is teachable. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Tilong felt ashamed, but for him, this may not be a bad thing. After all, the incident had already happened, and all their belongings had been robbed by Ye Bufan. In this case, since Ye Bufan offered to help them teach their opponents and enemies a lesson, why would he refuse? What reason was there to refuse? I would rather die than let my friend die. This is the case even among many brothers, let alone when dealing with opponents and enemies. It can be said that when it comes to harming others for one's own benefit, especially when the ones harming one's opponents and enemies, I believe there are few people in the world who can refuse such a thing. Iron Dragon is no exception. What's more, everyone came here for the 100 million bounty on the Wu family. Why was he robbed, while his opponents and enemies were able to live in peace? This is not fair. We must cheat them, and we must cheat them to death. Tilong thought so, and most of the people present also thought so. Many people even started to think about who to trick and who to plot against. At this moment, the selfish side of human nature is fully revealed. Ye Bufan didn't care about this. In fact, this was what he wanted to see, and it was also the result of his deliberate efforts. But at this moment, Tu Xiao on the side suddenly said, Senior, are you just planning to rob, or kidnap those intruders? Everyone was stunned. Ye Bufan looked at Tu Xiao meaningfully. What do you want to say? Tu Xiao hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, what I mean is, can you help me kill a few people? Of course, I will also give you a certain amount of reward. What the hell, what do you want to do? Hiring a killer. Everyone looked at Tu Xiao in shock. But at the same time as they were shocked, a gleam of brilliance and coldness flashed in their eyes. Hiring a killer. It has to be said that at this moment, many people present were moved. You still have money. But at this moment, Ye Bufan narrowed his eyes, looked at Tu Xiao, smiled and said. Well, Tu Xiao was stunned and said awkwardly, Senior, I don't have any money at the moment. Then what the hell are you talking about? Ye Bufan rolled his eyes and scolded. But Senior, I can go and raise the money. Tu Xiao immediately explained. Then wait until you raise the money. Ye Bufan said lightly. He neither agreed nor refused. But it was different in Tu Xiao's heart. Let's raise the money first. What does this mean? This shows that there is still room for negotiation. Yes, Senior, I will go and raise money now. Tu Xiao said immediately, then looked at Ye Bufan carefully and said, then Senior, can I leave now? Let's go. Ye Bufan waved his hand. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. Tu Xiao said a few words and then left with the members of the Blood Evil mercenary group. At this time, Ye Bufan glanced at the others and shouted, what are you still standing there for? Are you planning to ask me to keep you for dinner? Wow. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the rest of the people immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Of course, the 200 or 300 people on the right are exceptions. They wanted to leave, but would Ye Bufan let them go? Obviously not. They are all Ye Bufan's hostages. If they dared to run, Ye Bufan might kill them directly. After a while, 2,000 or 3,000 people had all left. Ye Bufan looked towards his southwest, smiled slightly and said, come out, don't hide anymore. Well, Ye Bufan's sudden words stunned everyone present. Come out, stop hiding. What's the meaning? Is there anyone else here? Rustle. The next second, a group of more than 10 people slowly emerged from a bush 200 meters away in the southwest direction of Ye Bufan. The leader was none other than Chen Hai, the second elder of the Chen family. When the Chen family members came in front of Ye Bufan, Chen Tianlong at the side couldn't help but exclaimed, second grandfather. As he spoke, a hint of shock and vigilance flashed across Chen Tianlong's eyes. Just because he experienced what happened just now, and suddenly saw the Chen family, Chen Tianlong subconsciously thought that they were also here for the 100 million reward. Ye Bufan doesn't think so. But he still smiled, looked at the Chen family and said meaningfully, why, you are here for the 100 million reward too. Chapter 2024 Remember to bring more money. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, everyone in the Chen family felt a jolt in their hearts. Chen Hai, the second elder of the Chen family, immediately explained, young Master Yi misunderstood. We. Ha ha ha. But at this moment, Ye Bufan smiled and said, second elder, don't be nervous. I am just joking with you. Are you kidding? The second elder of the Chen family was stunned. What else do you think? Ye Bufan smiled and said, I am very confident in Patriarch Chen's character. Moreover, Tianlong has already accepted me as his master, so how could he send people to hunt me down? Besides, he knows my strength very well, so how could he do such a stupid thing? Yes. Elder Chen responded a few times with some embarrassment. Everyone in the Chen family also breathed a sigh of relief. Ye Bufan changed the subject and frowned at second elder Chen, saying, by the way, second elder, why did you come to the Star Moon Forest this time? This. Elder Chen hesitated for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, to be honest, we came here to inform young Master Yi to leave the Star Moon Kingdom as soon as possible, but now it seems that it is no longer necessary. The Wu family offers a reward of 100 million. Is Ye Bufan in danger? After witnessing the scene just now, Elder Chen realized that their so-called tip-off was nothing but unnecessary worry and a waste of time. Ye Bufan looted thousands of human warriors by himself, and even planned to use himself as bait to lure more warriors to come to Xingyu Forest to hunt him down. With such strength and courage, could a mere reward from a Wu family do anything to him? Could it threaten him? Stop kidding. That's a joke. That's thoughtful. After Elder Chen finished speaking, Ye Bufan said something indifferently, and then changed the subject and said, by the way, how is the Chen family? Did the Wu family embarrass you? They wanted to embarrass us, but they were sent away by Mo Yan and the others. Mo Yan, Tianlong's sister who has been missing for half a year. Yes. What exactly is going on? How is this related to her? Here's what happened. Elder Chen recounted the situation to Ye Bufan. That was a close call. Ye Bufan couldn't help feeling a little scared after hearing this. He never imagined that there was a Wu family behind Wu Qianchuan. He never expected that the Wu family would come to him not long after he left Qingshan town. Fortunately, there are Chen Moyan and the second prince. Otherwise, by the time Chen Tianlong and I return to the Chen family, I'm afraid the Chen family will have ceased to exist. If it really comes to that, what would be the point of destroying the Wu family? The dead cannot be resurrected. The disaster of genocide will surely become a major concern for Chen Tianlong. And what about yourself? I will definitely feel guilty about this for the rest of my life. I was really careless this time. But at the same time, this incident also taught Ye Bufan a profound lesson, forcing him to remind himself that he must be extremely careful and cautious in the future. When facing an enemy, one should know everything about the other party. If you want to eradicate the enemies completely, you must do it thoroughly and comprehensively, not just eliminate the enemies you can see on the surface. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, Elder Chen spoke again and changed the subject. By the way, Master Yi, what was the strange vision before? That gorilla. As he spoke, Elder Chen instinctively looked at Chen Tianlong who was not far away. That gorilla? No, it was the King Kong monster. Elder Chen had seen it, and so had the Chen family members around him. That was when Chen Tianlong was just born. However, they did not expect that they would see this huge monster again here. As for why this strange King Kong beast appeared, Elder Chen and others still didn't understand, but they knew very well that this was not what others thought, that it was not a strange phenomenon caused by a certain treasure, and the root of all this definitely came from Chen Tianlong himself. As soon as Elder Chen finished speaking, Ye Bufan came back to his senses. Nothing, he said calmly, that was just a strange phenomenon caused by the awakening of the heavenly dragon. Don't take it too seriously. Tianlong. Awakening. Elder Chen looked confused. Ye Bufan responded, as for the details, I won't tell you in detail. If you want to know, go back and ask Patriarch Chen. Beiwang also knows what's going on. Elder Chen was stunned. Yes, I have already explained it to him before. Ye Bufan said something. No wonder. Elder Chen groaned. Now he finally understood why Chen Tianlong wanted to take Ye Bufan as his master, or he finally understood why Chen Tianlong could take Ye Bufan as his master. Everything is definitely related to the awakening that Ye Bufan mentioned. As for more specifics, since Chen Beiwang knew it, there was no need for him to rush. He could just ask Chen Beiwang when he got back. But even so, Elder Chen couldn't help feeling excited. After all, he could clearly feel, and even see, that the Chen Tianlong in front of him had undergone earth-shaking changes. Not only had his height and body shape improved, but even the aura he emanated from his body had reached the first level of heaven's destiny. Although no one knows how Ye Bufan did it, Chen Tianlong has obviously escaped the fate of being unable to practice. This is Chen Tianlong's luck. This is also a blessing for the entire Chen family. Chen Moyan's return and the second prince's proposal of marriage were already double happiness for the Chen family. Now with Chen Tianlong's changes, it was triple happiness. Elder Chen was very happy. Ye Bufan shook his head and said, "Second elder, if there is nothing else, you should leave as soon as possible. After all, the Xingyu forest is not peaceful." Buzz. Hearing this, Elder Chen immediately came back to his senses. He knew exactly what Ye Bufan was referring to. Next, countless warriors from the Star Moon Kingdom will enter the Star Moon Forest to hunt down Ye Bufan. Under such circumstances, a war will inevitably break out in the Star Moon Forest. With their strength, if they continue to stay in the Star Moon Forest, they will inevitably be affected, and may even become a bunch of cannon fodder. That is why Elder Chen did not say anything more, but directly said, "In that case, we will take our leave first." Ye Bufan responded, "Take care, Master Yi." Elder Chen too left a few words and left with everyone from the Chen family. However, before leaving, he did not forget to look back at Chen Tianlong a few times, his expression full of joy. In response, Ye Bufan just smiled and shook his head. After the Chen family members left, Ye Bufan turned and looked to his left, at the 200 or 300 people he had kidnapped. Facing Ye Bufan's eyes, these people's bodies trembled violently. Ye Bufan ignored him and just smiled and said, "Have you figured out how much ransom I should ask from you?" Everyone's mouth twitched. At this moment, they really wanted to slap Ye Bufan to death. As a kidnapper, this guy actually asked his targets how much ransom he should ask from their families or friends. MMP. Is there anyone who does this? It's so fucking bullying. Ye Bufan clearly wants to squeeze them dry. But what can they do? I can't beat him. Escape, can't escape. I want to die, but I dare not die. Helplessly, everyone could only reply, "Think about it. Not bad, not bad." Ye Bufan smiled, then pointed at a young man in brocade clothes in the crowd and said, Yes, you, the son of the chief steward. How much do you want your father to pay to redeem you?" The young man in brocade clothes twitched his mouth, and said tremblingly, "Senior, my father is the chief steward of the city lord's mansion, but he is just helping the city lord to manage the city lord's mansion, so my father really doesn't have much money. What's the point of saying so much about being rich or poor? Just tell me how much you want your father to pay to redeem you." 3 million. What 3 million? I'm talking about 300,000, okay. The young man in brocade clothes was disheveled. Unfortunately, Ye Bufan didn't even give him a chance to speak, and directly made the decision for him. "Okay, 3 million is 3 million. Including you, there are 11 of you in total. 3 million per person, that's 33 million. Of course, I'm reasonable, so I'll just deduct the change and charge you 30 million. You are a jerk. 3 million per person, and you want to give us the remaining balance. That's also 30 million, okay. 30 million was the first thing he asked for. Why the hell don't you go and rob it? Besides, can the lives of my subordinates be worth the same as my own life?" The young man in brocade clothes was disheveled, mad, and even more furious, but he could only say with a frustrated and fearful look on his face, "Senior, is it a bit too much?" "A lot," Ye Bufan said indifferently. "Your father is the chief steward of the city lord's mansion. Can't a chief steward even take out 30 million? After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, "Of course, I am reasonable. Since you have said too much, forget it. I will just kill him." "You are a jerk. Just kill the person. You call this reasonable?" The young man in brocade clothes was about to cry, but he could only hurriedly say, "Senior, it's not much at all. 30 million is 30 million. You look so embarrassed, why don't you just forget it? It's not difficult not difficult at all. Real. It's true. It's absolutely true. Okay, that's a happy decision then." Ye Bufan smiled, then pointed at one of the men beside the young man in brocade clothes and said, Yes, you. Go back to your chief steward and tell him to bring 30 million to redeem the person." Of course, if he doesn't want to pay the ransom and wants to snatch the person back directly, that's fine. After all, I am reasonable. But you have to remind him that if he wants to snatch someone back, remember to bring more money. After all, it's too troublesome for me to go back and forth. Chapter 2025 Beast. If you want to rob someone, remember to bring more money. Hearing Ye Bufan's words, everyone present turned pale. Especially the young man in brocade clothes. Bring more money. What to do with extra money? Do you want me to grab it? Do you think I'm stupid? Although he thought so, in fact, at the beginning, the young man in brocade clothes did have the idea of asking his father to come and rescue him. After all, that was a full 30 million spirit stones. But after hearing what Ye Bufan said, the young man in brocade clothes decisively gave up this idea. 30 million is already an astronomical figure. If Ye Bufan kidnaps me again, I will just have to wait to be killed. So, just give in. With this thought in mind, the young man in brocade clothes explained something to the middle-aged man beside him. After a moment, the man left in a hurry. In response, Ye Bufan just smiled slightly. After the man left, Ye Bufan continued to discuss the amount of the ransom with others. It was said to be a discussion, but in fact there was no need for discussion and there was nothing to discuss. Ye Bufan had the final say on everything. 20 minutes later, the 200 or 300 people in front of Ye Bufan had sent representatives to leave the Star Moon Forest. Looking at the 200 or 300 people, Ye Bufan smiled and said, "You all cooperated very well. I am very satisfied, so please disperse first." Let's disperse first. What's the meaning? Everyone was stunned and confused. The young man in brocade clothes, the son of the chief steward, couldn't help but ask, "Senior, you mean to let us go? What are you thinking about?" Ye Bufan glared at the young man in brocade clothes. The young man in brocade clothes was disheveled and aggrieved. "Senior, didn't you say let us all go? I said I wanted you to disperse, but did I say I would let you go?" Ye Bufan rolled his eyes. What's the difference? The young man in brocade clothes looked stunned and puzzled. The same is true for everyone else. Nonsense, of course there is a difference. Ye Bufan shouted, "If I let you go, it means I don't want a ransom." But is that possible? That's obviously not possible. I'm letting you go, but I'm only allowing you to move around freely around here. After all, I'm a reasonable kidnapper. It's impossible for me to tie you all up and restrict your movements. Of course, you still have to pay the ransom, and not a single spiritual stone can be less. Are you a reasonable kidnapper? So you won't tie us up and restrict our movements. MMP. So, should we thank you? 200 or 300 people were all in disarray. One of them even asked timidly, "Senior, you are not afraid that we will take the opportunity to run away?" Run. Ye Bufan glanced at the man and said with a smile, "Why don't you try running one?" Changing the subject, Ye Bufan continued, "Let's not talk about whether you can run away or not. Even if you can, what can you do? As the saying goes, the monk can run away but the temple cannot. I know the identities and origins of all of you very well. In this case, where can you run to? So, remember, don't cause trouble for yourself. I am polite to you, but that doesn't mean I don't have a temper." Hearing this, everyone's hearts couldn't help but tremble. There is no doubt that Ye Bufan's words were a naked threat. The monk can run away but the temple cannot. If you dare to run, I will come to your house and cause trouble for your entire family. In this situation, who would dare to run? Without paying any more attention to the 200 or 300 people, Ye Bufan walked directly to the Wolf King, who was lying on the ground with his head in his hands, surrounded by Hu Sandao and others. Seeing Ye Bufan walking towards him, the Wolf King suddenly trembled all over. A moment later, Ye Bufan had arrived in front of the Wolf King. Looking at the Wolf King, Ye Bufan said with a playful and teasing look on his face, "Little wolf cub, why don't you run away? Run. Do you think I don't want to run? If I could run, I would have disappeared long ago. But I can't run away." The Wolf King secretly hated and complained in his heart, but could only utter choking, woo, sounds, and he looked as if he was extremely aggrieved. Hee hee. Seeing this, Ye Bufan smiled and said, "Do you know why I didn't kill you directly?" The Wolf King was shocked. Ye Bufan continued, "Because I see the shadow of an old friend in you, but you are not it after all, so I am really in a dilemma. Otherwise just kill you. Kill your sister." The Wolf King was frightened and howled miserably. "Why, you don't want to die?" The Wolf King nodded. "But what if you run away? The Wolf King shook his head. You said you wouldn't run. The Wolf King nodded. Forget it. You are a demon beast in the immortal martial realm. There is no point in me keeping you. Ah, ah, ah. The Wolf King was so frightened that he immediately howled and gestured. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Ye Bufan spread his hands and said. Ouch. The Wolf King anxiously looked towards the dying sky-splitting jade fire lion not far away. Yo-ho. Ye Bufan chuckled. You are quite smart. You even knew to find a translator. After saying that, Ye Bufan looked directly at the sky-splitting jade fire lion and asked, what did it say? Snort. The sky-splitting jade fire lion snorted coldly and ignored him completely. It's over. It doesn't want to be your translator. What should I do? Ye Bufan clapped his hands and said helplessly. Ah. The Wolf King howled angrily. The next second, it jumped up and rushed directly towards the sky-splitting jade fire lion. Bang, bang, bang. On the body of the sky-splitting jade fire lion, the Wolf King stomped and kicked it hard, and even bit it from time to time. The sky-splitting jade fire lion was furious. Just the Wolf King of the Shanwu realm. Under normal circumstances, he could kill the other person with just one slap. But times are different now. Humans often say that a tiger in dire straits is bullied by dogs. That's what it is now. After being beaten half to death by Ye Bufan, facing the beating and humiliation from the Wolf King, the sky-splitting jade fire lion didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. Ah, ah, ah. After a moment, the Wolf King roared at the sky-splitting jade fire lion again. The sky-splitting jade fire lion was feeling aggrieved, but could only say with a dying breath, It said it is willing to submit to you and become your servant. Oh, I see. Ye Bufan responded in a long voice, but suddenly changed the subject and said, but I have already said it just now. It's just a Wolf King in the immortal martial realm. What's the point of coming here? Roar, roar, roar. The Wolf King roared a few times anxiously. The sky-splitting jade fire lion immediately said with a look of shame, anger and humiliation, it said, it can serve you and sleep with you like a human woman. What the hell, what do you mean? Ye Bufan couldn't help but exclaim. Everyone else present was no exception and was shocked. Sleep with me. Is this wolf demon crazy? In the Shanwu world, there are cases of humans and demons combining with each other. There are actually quite a few of them. After all, that's how half-demons come into being. But, they are all monsters at the Yuanfu realm, or even above the Yuanfu realm. After all, only monsters that have reached the Yuanfu realm can transform into human form. Where is the Wolf King in front of you? It is only at the immortal martial realm. A demon beast from the Shanwu realm sleeping with you. Damn it. Just thinking about that scene makes people feel a little creepy, and many people present even had goosebumps all over their bodies. Ye Bufan was naturally no exception. Let him ride a wolf. Ye Bufan asked himself if he was hungry and thirsty to that extent. Etc. Sleep with me. Suddenly, Ye Bufan was stunned, looked at the sky-splitting jade fire lion and said, is this little wolf cub a female wolf? Oh shit. Everyone was shocked again. Is this little wolf cub a female wolf? What do you mean? You don't really have any idea about it, do you? Visionary eyes. Weird atmosphere. Ye Bufan was completely unaware of this and just stared straight at the immortal martial realm Wolf King in front of him. Ah. The Wolf King howled a few times and nodded. Really a female. Ye Bufan couldn't help but feel happy. Ye Bufan had already seen the shameless and vulgar style of the Wolf King in front of him. Originally, Ye Bufan thought it was a male wolf, but he didn't expect it was actually a female wolf. She-wolf. She-wolf is good. Isn't the Snow Wolf Demon King still lacking a partner? This is simply a match made in heaven. The Snow Wolf Demon King plus this Wolf King. Tisk tisk. I dare not say that I am invincible. However, Ye Bufan can guarantee that if these two wolves get together, they will definitely turn the entire Shanwu world upside down. This is a perfect match. It was a happy decision. Betroth this Wolf King to the Snow Wolf Demon King. Hand over your inner elixir. Looking at the Wolf King in front of him, Ye Bufan spoke directly. How can I control this Wolf King without leaving my inner elixir behind? If we don't control the Wolf King, what if it takes the opportunity to run away? Ye Bufan was simply looking for relatives for the Snow Wolf Demon King. But the other people present didn't know what he was thinking. In their opinion, Ye Bufan clearly had ideas about this Wolf King. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. In an instant, it was as if thousands of alpaca horses were galloping through the hearts of everyone present. They were stunned, and even more frightened. Ye Bufan actually accepted the Wolf King's proposal. Damn it, beast. This is a wolf. You could even kill a wolf. Do you have to be so hungry and so crazy? Everyone was horrified. Everyone's scalp tingled. Everyone was trembling with fear. Ye Bufan ignored it, or rather, he was only thinking about finding the most suitable marriage for the Snow Wolf Demon King, but ignored the reactions of the people around him. Why, didn't you say you would submit to me? Could it be that you were just saying it casually, or are you just pretending to submit so that you can find a chance to escape? Looking at the Wolf King in front of him, Ye Bufan narrowed his eyes and said. The Wolf King's limbs trembled violently. In fact, it really wanted to pretend to surrender so as to find a chance to escape. Otherwise, it would not need the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion as an interpreter and could just hand over its inner elixir directly. But now, Ye Bufan actually asked it to hand over the inner elixir. What is inner elixir? The inner elixir is the source of power for the monster and also its lifeblood. Controlling the inner elixir is equivalent to controlling the life and death of the monster. If I hand over the inner elixir to the other party, wouldn't I really be submitting to him? The most important thing is, do I really have to sleep with a human being? Damn it. Just thinking about it made the Wolf King feel a little frightened. This is the human race. What does it feel like to sleep with a human being? What does that look like? The human race cannot accept the union of humans and demons. The same is true for the demon race. But, once words are spoken, they cannot be taken back. I have already said it, and this human race actually agreed. In this situation, what should I do? Where should I go? Reject him. After rejecting him, would he just kill himself? The Wolf King was confused, dumbfounded and shocked. But at this moment, Ye Bufan frowned, showing a hint of dissatisfaction. Ouch. The Wolf King was so frightened that he immediately spat out his inner elixir. It's a coward. It doesn't want to die. Chapter 2026 Qian Duoduo is here. After revealing his inner elixir, the Wolf King looked a little weak and tired. Ye Bufan ignored it. He took the inner elixir and directly imprinted his divine consciousness on it. From then on, he could kill the Wolf King with just a thought. After doing all this, Ye Bufan returned the inner elixir to the Wolf King. The Wolf King took back his inner elixir, and his weakness and fatigue immediately disappeared, but he still looked frustrated and bitter, and even looked a little lonely and desperate. But there is nothing we can do about it. My fate is in the hands of others, not myself. I believe that faced with this situation, most people will not be able to accept it in a short period of time. Although the Wolf King is a monster, what is the difference between monsters and humans? As for the other people present, although they did not have the loneliness and despair of the Wolf King, they could not help but feel creepy and their scalps tingling. Man and wolf. That scene is simply unbearable to imagine. Ye Bufan didn't care about this. After taming the Wolf King, he looked at the Wolf King and pointed at the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion beside him and said, "From now on, he will be your follower, but the premise is that you have to make him submit to me. Do you understand?" Buzz. Hearing this, the Wolf King was shocked. It immediately looked at Ye Bufan with a look of shock and disbelief. Let the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion be your follower. This. The sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion is the Demon King of the Tai realm. Let the Demon King of Tai realm be your younger brother. Is this true or false? Happiness came so suddenly that the Wolf King was a little overwhelmed. But the Wolf King is the Wolf King after all. It is timid and afraid of death, but has great ambitions. Submitting to the other party would allow him to command the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion of the Tai realm. In this case, why not submit to the other party? Ouch. The Wolf King couldn't help but howl. He looked excited and thrilled, and did not forget to flatter and please. Hee. Ye Bufan smiled and said, "Don't be too happy too soon. I have already said that if you want him to be your follower, you have to make him submit to me. Otherwise, he will no longer be your follower. The most I can give you is a corpse." Ouch. The Wolf King stood up and howled, as if saying, "I understand, leave it to me, little wolf will make this guy submit to his master." Seeing this scene, the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion's face turned black. It would be fine to ask him to submit to Ye Bufan, but now he is asked to be the younger brother of this Wolf King. What did they think of themselves? He is the Tai realm Demon King in this area. Where is the Wolf King? He was just a small soldier under his command. Let yourself be a follower and younger brother to the younger brothers under your command. Damn it. This is too much. No, it's too much bullying. Uncle Shu can tolerate it, but my aunt can't. Human, if you have the guts, kill me. It is impossible for me to submit to you. Looking at Ye Bufan, the sky-splitting jade fire lion said angrily and resolutely. Roar. As soon as the sky-splitting jade fire lion finished speaking, before Ye Bufan could respond, the Wolf King beside him roared angrily. Immediately afterwards, the Wolf King rushed directly to the sky-splitting jade fire lion. Paw! It slapped the sky-splitting jade fire lion's huge forehead with its claws. You're looking for death. The sky-splitting jade fire lion was furious. Paw! But he didn't expect that he would be greeted by the Wolf King's claw again. MMP. The sky-splitting jade fire lion was about to explode with anger. Little wolf cub, just wait for me. When I get out of this, I will definitely kill you. Snap, snap, snap. Before the sky-splitting jade fire lion could finish his words, the Wolf King slapped him 3 times in a row, with each claw biting into the flesh and drawing blood. It even roared at the sky-splitting jade fire lion a few times. The sky-splitting jade fire lion was furious and even more aggrieved. A tiger in dire straits is bullied by dogs. A dragon swimming in shallow water was bullied by shrimps. Isn't this what it is like right now? The dignified Tai realm demon king was actually bullied and humiliated by a demon beast from the Shanwu realm. The most important thing was that this demon beast was once a soldier under his command. This is a shame, but what can the sky-splitting jade fire lion do? Others are the butchers and I am the meat. He wanted to resist, but at the moment he was simply powerless to do so. Snort. Immediately, the sky-splitting jade fire lion snorted coldly and said through gritted teeth, "You want to use this method to force me to surrender? I tell you, that's impossible." Paw. As the sky-splitting jade fire lion finished speaking, the Wolf King slapped down with his claws again. This is so unreasonable. I have already told you it is useless, why are you still doing this? The sky-splitting jade fire lion was in disarray. Ye Bufan said calmly, "Don't kill him." Ah. The Wolf King howled a few times and nodded. Paw. Afterwards, it slapped the sky-splitting jade fire lion on the forehead with its claws again. Don't mention anything, just enjoy the game first. He used the sky-splitting jade fire lion to vent the frustration and helplessness in his heart. The sky-splitting jade fire lion was bitter and desperate. He felt that his future was dark and there would never be a ray of sunshine. Ye Bufan ignored it. 200 or 300 hostages have been dealt with. The Wolf King has also surrendered. The sky-splitting jade fire lion was even unable to escape. Now that everything here has been resolved, Ye Bufan explained everything to Chen Tianlong and the others, and then walked deeper into the Star Moon Forest alone. Everyone, what should we do now? After Ye Bufan left, one of the 200 or 300 people he kidnapped couldn't help but ask the others a question. What to do? Everyone present looked at each other in bewilderment. One of them suggested, how about let's run? Run. Yeah, he's gone anyway, so why don't we take the opportunity to escape? That way, we don't have to pay him a ransom. That's millions, or even tens of millions. Haha, if you want to run, go ahead. We don't dare to run. Why? Didn't you hear what he said just now? The monk can run away but the temple cannot. If you run away now, aren't you afraid that he will come looking for you in the future? But what if he's just trying to scare us? Just in case. Yes, there are so many of us, he can't possibly come to us one by one, right? Besides, after we return to the city, does he really dare to come to us? Forget it, if you want to run, go ahead. I don't dare to do it anyway. I don't dare. It's just a few million. Consider it a peace of mind. If you ask me, I really can't run away, but why don't we arrest his men? That little fat guy seems to be his apprentice, right? Hee hee. Why are you laughing? I'm laughing. Are you stupid or is he stupid? What do you mean? What do I mean? I mean, would a strong man of his level make such a serious mistake? Or, do you think he would give you the opportunity to kidnap his apprentice? Well, if you don't believe me, you can try it. If you dare to attack his apprentice, I guarantee that you won't even know how you died in the end. Everyone was silent. Yes, a strong man like Ye Bufan's level would give these people the opportunity to kidnap his disciples and blackmail him in turn. Absolutely not. Ye Bufan must have a backup plan. This is also true. Although Ye Bufan left, he did not stay away from Chen Tianlong and his party. As long as there was any noise here, Ye Bufan would return immediately. In an open space 200 meters away, Ye Bufan has already taken out the Hongmeng Sky Seal. Looking at the luck points on the Hongmeng Sky Seal, a satisfied smile appeared on Ye Bufan's lips. In more than 20 days, Ye Bufan hunted countless monsters in the Star Moon Forest. With the addition of the rewards after the mutated 10,000 Taikang dragon snakes, his original accumulated luck had reached more than 1.8 million. After that, he spent more than 500,000 to improve his cultivation to the second level of Tiangong, so that his luck was directly reduced to more than 1.3 million. But what about now? 1,928,392.283. 1,920,000. Nearly 1.93 million points of luck. Compared to before, the amount of luck Ye Bufan possessed increased instead of decreased. Most of this good fortune comes from monsters. After all, there were thousands of monsters gathered by the sky-splitting Jade Fire Lion. Although Ye Bufan only hunted down more than half of them, there were still as many as 1 or 2,000. Moreover, these monsters are all spirit and immortal level monsters, and there are even a few Tai level monsters among them. What does it mean to have 1 or 2,000 divine spirits and demon beasts from the realm of immortal martial arts? That is truly 5 or 600,000 points of luck. Of course, the human race's property also provided Ye Bufan with some luck, but the amount was not much. After all, only the spirit stones among the property could provide Ye Bufan with luck. There are more than 2,000 human warriors, and the total value of their property is definitely more than 100 million, but the number of spirit stones among them is not large, only tens of millions. Tens of millions of spirit stones can only be converted into tens of thousands of points of luck. Tens of thousands of points of luck are nothing to Ye Bufan now. But it doesn't matter. Nearly 1.93 million points of luck. Since coming to the Shanwu world, Ye Bufan has never been as rich as he is now. The most important thing is that Ye Bufan has already known the fact that humans are immortal. Why didn't he summon Long Xiaobao and others before? Why did he summon Hu Sandao and others to conduct the experiment first? It's because he has concerns. After all, this is the Shanwu world, not the Tianyuan small world. Here, whether it is himself or Long Xiaobao and others, they are still too weak. Facing those strong people in the Hongmeng world, they may die at any time. But it's different now. The human race possesses immortal bodies, and as long as they do not die, they can be resurrected infinitely. In this case, it doesn't matter whether you are a Taoist or a Holy Spirit. If you want to kill, then kill. You kill me once, and I revive you once. You kill me again, and I will revive you again. Isn't it just luck? There are billions of living beings in the Hongmeng world, and luck is everywhere. In that case, what are you waiting for? Come on, Fatty Qian. Ye Bufan did not hesitate and directly summoned Qian Duoduo. Chapter 2027 is so infuriating. In terms of martial arts talent and combat strength, Qian Duoduo is not outstanding. In fact, among the people Ye Bufan knows, these two abilities of his are not even in the top 10. However, in terms of grasping people's hearts and controlling the overall situation, Qian Duoduo is definitely the best one among the people Ye Bufan knows. Otherwise, how could Qian Duoduo still be able to thrive among the major forces after cheating so many people when he was in Tianwu continent? Do you really think that people in Tianwu continent are fools? Do you really think there are so many people in the world who would help others count money after being sold? Neither. All of this is because Qian Duoduo is too cunning. Dig a hole and bury people. Scam money and make extra money. Qian Duoduo was born to do this. Although Ye Bufan didn't need Qian Duoduo to help him cheat or plot against anyone, he had only been in the Shanwu world for a short time after all. He needed Qian Duoduo to give him advice, or he needed Qian Duoduo to point him in the direction of progress. In this way, he could at least avoid taking detours. Call. A white light flashed, and a figure appeared directly in front of Ye Bufan. It was none other than Qian Duoduo. Greetings to the Lord God. Like everyone else, the moment he entered the Shanwu world, Qian Duoduo turned towards Ye Bufan and said something with an extremely respectful look. Uncle Qian, there's no need for us to be so polite, right? Ye Bufan said helplessly. Ha ha ha. Qian Duoduo smiled and said, yes, yes, how can I refuse it? After all, you are the master of a world now. Come on, call me father-in-law. Ye Bufan was messy. You pointed out my identity as the God Lord, aren't you trying to emphasize that you are the God Lord's father-in-law? Boy, what's with that look in your eyes? Before Ye Bufan could think about it, Qian Duoduo glared at him and said, what's the matter? Now that you've become successful, do you look down on his poor relatives? Ye Bufan was in disarray again. What do you mean I turned against you after I became successful? Besides, are you poor? If you are poor, are there any rich people in this world? Helpless, Ye Bufan could only shout, father-in-law. Why? Qian Duoduo smiled and responded, then said happily, not bad, not bad, I never thought that I, old Qian, would become the father-in-law of the God Lord one day. Boy, call me that from now on, okay. Ye Bufan was speechless. Qian Duoduo had already taken a look at the surrounding environment. The amusement on his face had completely disappeared, and he changed the subject and asked solemnly, is this the Shanwu world? Yes, this is a dense forest in a remote area of the Shanwu world, called the Star Moon Forest. Star Moon Forest. Qian Duoduo groaned for a moment, then looked at Ye Bufan and squinted his eyes and said, you must have bad intentions in calling me here, right? Uncle Qian, what do you mean by that? Just because I called you here, I must have bad intentions. Ye Bufan retorted speechlessly. Hee. Qian Duoduo sneered and said with contempt, how can I not know what kind of character you are, kid? Even if you fart, I know what you are up to. Are you planning something bad again and want me to help you plot against someone? Qian Duoduo changed the subject and said earnestly, Xiao Fan, I am your father-in-law. What kind of place is this? This is the Shanwu world. Any random person here can torture your Uncle Qian to death. You let Uncle Qian help you do such a shameless thing. Aren't you afraid that your Uncle Qian will be beaten to death? Ye Bufan's mouth twitched, and he said in a somewhat messy voice, Uncle Qian. What did you call me? Qian Duoduo glared at Ye Bufan. Father-in-law, Ye Bufan said a little madly. Is that right? Qian Duoduo smiled and said, go on. Ye Bufan smiled bitterly and said, father-in-law, let's not talk about anything else for now. Humans have immortal bodies, so how could you be beaten to death? See, I told you that you have bad intentions, right? You even thought of a way out for your Uncle Qian. Qian Duoduo looked as if he really thought so. After a pause, Qian Duoduo continued, Xiao Fan, although the human race is immortal, and your Uncle Qian will not die, but your Uncle Qian is already very old, with his old arms and legs. Can you bear to see your Uncle Qian being killed and resurrected again and again? Wouldn't you be heartbroken? That's enough, fatty. Unable to bear it any longer, Ye Bufan finally shouted angrily, tell me, what do you want? Qian Duoduo is a guy who never does anything without profit. After he said so much, Ye Bufan knew what he was trying to do even with his toes. Hee. Qian Duoduo chuckled and said, you must have been in the Shanwu world for quite some time, right? Ye Bufan frowned, somewhat puzzled, but still said truthfully, it is true that I have been in the Shanwu world for quite a while, but not too long either, only about a month or so, right? More than a month. After such a long time, you should have a preliminary understanding of the martial arts system of this world, right? What do you want to say? Why are you in such a hurry? Come, tell your Uncle Qian about the martial arts system of this world first. Heavenly Fate, Divine Soul, Immortal Martial Arts, Tai, Tiangong, Yuanfu, Wuji, Daoji, and Shengdeling. These are the 9 realms of martial arts in the immortal martial arts world. The Heavenly Fate realm corresponds to the mortal realm in the Tianyuan small thousand worlds, which is from transcendence to semi-saint. The Divine Soul realm immortal martial arts realm Tai realm is that okay? So, your Uncle Qian is now just an ant in the immortal martial realm. He is not an ant. At least in Qingshan town outside the Xingyu forest, Uncle Qian's cultivation level of the first level of Shanwu can be considered a minor expert. Yuma Pai, it's just a small town, you're still a little master. Alright, let's continue. In more than a month, you should have accumulated a lot of luck, right? What do you want to do? What do I want to do? Qian Duoduo rolled his eyes and said sternly, boy, haven't you heard the saying? If you want a horse to run fast, it has to eat more grass. After all, your Uncle Qian has crossed 2 worlds and came all the way from the Tianyuan small thousand world to the Shanwu world to help you. Why don't you improve your Uncle Qian's cultivation first? Of course, your Uncle Qian's requirements are not very high. Just let him infuse his body with qi a few times to raise his cultivation to the first level of the Holy Spirit. We can talk about the rest later. Looking at Qian Duoduo, Ye Bufan's face turned dark. How about some good fortune infusing your body with it to raise your cultivation to the first level of the Holy Spirit? What is the Holy Spirit realm? That is the pinnacle of the 9th realm of martial arts in the Shanwu world. You want me to make you invincible as soon as you come here. Even with this, you still have the nerve to say that your requirements are not very high. Also, what do you think of me? If I really have this ability, would I still need you to give me advice? Why, you don't like it? Looking at Ye Bufan's dark face, Qian Duoduo said something, and then said with some pain, alas, the world is really going downhill, people's hearts are not as good as before, Uncle Qian is your father-in-law after all, and now, you can't even meet such a small request of your father-in-law. Forget it, you should kill your Uncle Qian and send him back to Tianyuan Shaoqianji. Your Uncle Qian is old and has no value. What is this fat guy doing? This fat guy is clearly threatening me and trying to defeat me. The world is becoming more corrupt and people's hearts are no longer the same as before. What? Kill him and send him back to the Tianyuan small thousand worlds. What's the matter with being old and useless? All of this is bullshit. To put it bluntly, this fat guy is forcing himself to improve his cultivation. But even if he knew Qian Duoduo's intentions and purposes, what could Ye Bufan do? Is it possible that Qian Duoduo will really be sent back to the Tianyuan small thousand worlds? Stop kidding. Ye Bufan didn't just summon Qian Duoduo into the Shanwu world for fun. Besides, if he just sent Qian Duoduo back to the Tianyuan small thousand world, wouldn't the nearly 200,000 points of luck that he spent when summoning Qian Duoduo be wasted? No matter what, he must earn back this nearly 200,000 yuan of luck. I have to say that Fatty Qian is still the same Fatty Qian, he hasn't changed at all. He still deserves a beating, but no one can bring themselves to beat him. Helplessly, Ye Bufan could only tell the truth. Uncle Qian, it's not that I don't want to raise your cultivation to the Holy Spirit realm, but do you think that in just over a month, I can accumulate so much luck to help you advance to the Holy Spirit realm? That is the pinnacle of the 9 realms of martial arts in the immortal martial world. Hee. Qian Duoduo sneered. Although he didn't say anything, his expression clearly said, boy, you may be able to fool a 3-year-old child with this, but you are too naive to fool your Uncle Qian. MMP. Looking at Qian Duoduo's disdainful eyes, Ye Bufan was almost furious. You still don't believe me when I tell you the truth. Do you think everyone is like you, that 9 out of 10 statements are false? Thinking in his heart, Ye Bufan didn't say any more nonsense. He directly sacrificed the Hongmeng Heaven seal, and said, Fatty, if you don't believe me, then look for yourself. More than 1.7 million is all the luck I have left after summoning you. Do you think more than 1.7 million luck can elevate you to the first level of the Holy Spirit? Why? As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Qian Duoduo sighed, then patted Ye Bufan on the shoulder and said earnestly, Xiaofan, you are already the master of a world, why are you still so impetuous and angry? Don't you know that there is a saying that goes, you must be on guard against others? Although Uncle Qian is your father-in-law, but you can't show your cards so quickly, right? Well, Ye Bufan was stunned. Qian Duoduo continued, all right, let's do this. First, use this 1.7 million luck to help your Uncle Qian improve his cultivation. Fuck. When Qian Duoduo said this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but exclaim. Then, the corner of his mouth twitched again. At this moment, Ye Bufan was stunned, stupid, and confused. What are the requirements? What complaints? What a complaint. What's there to lament about? It's all bullshit. All of this is fake. Qian Duoduo's real intention was to find out his own bottom line. He wanted to know how much luck he had now so that he could possess it all openly. MMP. Knowing what kind of person this guy is, why did I still fall for his trick? Of course, even if Qian Duoduo didn't say this or do this, I would definitely help him improve his cultivation to the greatest extent possible. In fact, Qian Duoduo is well aware of this. Therefore, Qian Duoduo's current behavior is actually mainly to remind Ye Bufan invisibly that he must be on guard against others. After all, this is the Hongmeng world, not the Tianyuan small world. To all the creatures in the Hongmeng world, they are outsiders and invaders. Although it was well-intentioned, that feeling and that approach made Ye Bufan think of his repeated competitions and confrontations with Qian Duoduo when he was in Tianwu continent. From the beginning to the end, it seems that I have never won once. Now, this guy just came to the Shanwu world, and he defeated me again without knowing it. It's so fucking infuriating. I really want to slap him to death. Chapter 2028 Qian Duoduo's Crazy Proposal. Forget it, forget it. After all, this fat guy is Rumeng's biological father. Just be patient with him. Anyway, he will be beaten to death sooner or later if he looks like he deserves a beating. After comforting himself in his heart, Ye Bufan looked at Qian Duoduo and said calmly, Uncle Qian, let's talk about improving our cultivation later. Now, let's talk about business first. Business. Qian Duoduo's expression became serious, and he said in a deep voice, Tell me, what do you want your Uncle Qian to do? It's okay to compete. Just a joke. When it comes to serious matters, Qian Duoduo is not vague at all. After all, he is a cunning old man and naturally knows the priorities of things. It's like this. I just came to the Shanwu world not long ago, so I would like to ask Uncle Qian to help me figure out what to do next. Ye Bufan did not hide anything and directly stated his purpose. Qian Duoduo frowned. He looked at Ye Bufan and said, Aren't you always very opinionated? Why do you think of asking your Uncle Qian for his opinion now? After all, I'm a newcomer, so it won't be wrong to be careful. Besides, I'm not as skilled as Uncle Qian in controlling the overall situation. Moreover, I have the whole world as my backing, so why shouldn't I take advantage of it? If you want to be a hands-off boss, you can just say it directly. Is there any need to say it in such a high-sounding way? Fatty, it's over. Okay, tell me first, what was your original plan? Ye Bufan rolled his eyes at Qian Duoduo, and then told Qian Duoduo what he knew in his current situation, and said, This is what I originally thought. In this Shanwu Great World, whether it is because of the invasion of Tianyuan's small thousand worlds or because of Shengyu and Shishan, the so-called Supreme Immortal Sect must be our first opponent. Of course, for now, we know nothing about the situation of the Supreme Immortal Sect. For example, where is the Supreme Immortal Sect? How strong are they? What role did they play in the immortal martial world? We need to understand and investigate all of this ourselves. But there is no rush. After all, with the strength that the Supreme Immortal Sect showed in the Tianyuan small thousand world at that time, we will definitely not be able to do anything to them even if we find them now. In the final analysis, it's all about strength. So, the most urgent thing we have to do is to improve our strength. And, if you want to quickly improve your strength, you must have enough luck. Where does luck come from? First, the Spirit Stone. Second, killing. Third, the Taikang Dragon Snake mutated and evolved. Of course, there are definitely other ways to gain luck, but for now, I only know these three, so my idea is to start from these three ways. First, the Spirit Stone. Spirit Stones are the only currency in the Shanwu world. In terms of earning ability, I think that in the entire Tianyuan Shaochen realm, Uncle Qian is second to none, and no one dares to claim to be first, so I plan to give Uncle Qian the first way to obtain luck. Etc. When Ye Bufan got to this point, Qian Duoduo suddenly interrupted him. What's wrong? Ye Bufan looked at Qian Duoduo with a puzzled look. Qian Duoduo frowned and said, Since obtaining spirit stones can also earn luck, then can it be like this? For example, I have 100 spirit stones, and I will give them to you. After you receive them, you return them to me, and then I will give them to you again. Uncle Qian, I understand what you mean, but no, I've tried it before. This kind of repeated trading method, except for the first time, subsequent transactions simply cannot provide luck. Ye Bufan said helplessly. If this method worked, he would have become a billionaire long ago. Is that so? Qian Duoduo groaned for a moment and said, You continue. Good. Ye Bufan responded, The second one is killing. This is easy to understand. As long as you kill the native creatures of the Shanwu world, you can gain the corresponding luck. However, the creatures of the Tianyuan small thousand worlds are still too weak. Moreover, after they kill the creatures of the Shanwu world, they can only provide me with 1% of their luck. Therefore, this one still depends on me. As for the third one, after the Taikang Dragon Snake mutates and evolves, it can also provide luck for me, but we don't know much about the situation in the Star Moon Forest. There are already more than 10,000 Taikang Dragon Snakes. If the number continues to increase, I'm afraid that the noise will be too loud and it is very likely to alarm the powerful monsters in the Star Moon Forest. That is definitely not a good thing for us. So in the short term, I don't plan to continue summoning dragons and snakes. That is to say, the third path can be ruled out, so only the first and second paths are left. My initial idea is that Uncle Qian will set up a chamber of commerce, and with the Star Moon Kingdom as the center, it will continue to expand outward. On my side, I will temporarily stay in the Star Moon Forest and rely on killing monsters to gain luck. This is the most reasonable and effective way I can think of at the moment. What does Uncle Qian think? Having said that, Ye Bufan looked at Qian Duoduo. Qian Duoduo pondered secretly. Ye Bufan did not disturb him. After a moment, Qian Duoduo looked at Ye Bufan and said, "No. No." Ye Bufan was stunned instinctively. "That's right." Qian Duoduo responded and said, "Let's talk about the Chamber of Commerce first. You've said before that the repeated trading method simply doesn't work. So, I think that even if the Chamber of Commerce is established, if you don't run it yourself, you will never be able to get 100% of all the profits. To put it bluntly, the money of the Chamber of Commerce is earned by me, and you, as the Lord God, can only get 1% of all my profits. 1% may seem like a lot, but what is it really like? You've already said before that 1 million low-grade spirit stones can only provide you with 1,000 points of luck. In other words, the conversion rate between spirit stones and luck is 1,001. Then let's do some calculations. Suppose, your Uncle Qian earns 10 billion a month. 1,000 to 1 conversion rate. 10 billion spirit stones converted into luck equals 10 million. 10 million is not a small amount, but don't forget that you are the Lord God. You can only get 1% of all my profits. 1% of 10 million is 100,000. With a monthly income of 100,000 points of luck, do you think this business is worth doing? Besides, do you really think your Uncle Qian can make 10 billion a month? At least in the short term, your Uncle Qian definitely doesn't have the ability to do so. This. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Qian Duoduo continued, "Let's talk about you. You said it yourself. We are new here and don't know much about the situation in the Star Moon Forest. So we must be careful and keep a low profile. But how can your current thoughts be considered low-key? Hunting monsters. If you kill 1,000 or 2,000 of them, it may not be a big deal, but what if you kill 10,000, 20,000, or even more monsters? By then, it will definitely alert the king-level monsters in the Star Moon Forest. If those king-level monsters are just Tai or Tiangong monsters, then it's still okay. But what if they are Yuanfu or even Wuji monsters? What will you do? What can you use to withstand their wrath?" This. Ye Bufan was speechless. Qian Duoduo directly denied it. "So, according to your thinking, both of your ideas are completely unacceptable. So what does Uncle Qian mean?" "What do I mean? What I mean is that your ideas are too conservative. Why should we keep a low profile? We need to make money and kill people, and we have to make money and kill people in a high-profile way." Well, Ye Bufan was stunned, and said with a strange look, "Uncle Qian, did you say it wrong, or did I hear it wrong? Making money in a high-profile way. Killing people in a high-profile way. Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death?" "Beat him to death? How is that possible?" "So you just said." "I just said that because you are thinking in the wrong way." "Wrong idea." "That's right, the idea is wrong. Why should we kill monsters? If we don't kill monsters, then how can we kill people?" "Yes, it means killing people." "Uncle Qian, you are getting more and more outrageous." "What's so outrageous about that?" "Uncle Qian, we are human beings after all. We can't just kill innocent people to achieve our own goals, right? Although I am not a saint, I will never do such a thing." "Who the hell told you to kill innocent people? Even if it's not a random killing of innocent people, then the large-scale killing will definitely alert the strong men of the human race, right? Wouldn't the situation be the same as in the Star Moon Forest?" "How can it be the same? Why is it different? Let me ask you first, where is this place?" "The Star Moon Forest. What I'm asking is, what world is this?" "The immortal martial world. Are there many kingdoms like the Star Moon Kingdom in the Shanwu world?" Too many to count." "Then let me ask you again, how strong is the Star Moon Kingdom?" "According to the information I have currently obtained, the top combat power of the Xingyu Kingdom is only at the Tiangong level, and at most at the Yuanfu level. Moreover, even if there are strong people in the Yuanfu level, they are definitely below the third level of the Yuanfu level. That's it. What do you mean? Wait, Uncle Qian, you don't mean to say just massacre the Star Moon Kingdom. You're crazy. What do you think your Uncle Qian is? A god killer. Uncle Qian, just tell me what you want to do. Idiot. Qian Duoduo scolded, there will always be contradictions and conflicts between people. With so many kingdoms in the Shanwu world, how can there be no wars between kingdoms? War. Yes, it's war. But what does this have to do with us? It matters a lot. Since there is a war, why don't we help these kingdoms fight? Help the kingdom fight. Why, no. Qian Duoduo said with disdain and disgust, didn't you say that there is a profession called mercenary in this world? Since mercenaries are paid to do things, why can't you form a mercenary group to help these kingdoms fight? After a pause, Qian Duoduo continued, you also know the strength of the kingdom. At most, it is only at the first or second level of Yuanfu. For a warrior of this level, once your cultivation level is improved a little bit, even if you can't beat him, you can still run away, right? Of course, maybe you don't need to run at all. After all, this is a war between kingdoms. Once the Yuanfu realm experts from your enemy's country join the war, the Yuanfu realm experts from your employer will definitely not stay out of it. Since this is a battle in Yuanfu, it's none of your business. They beat theirs, and you kill yours. If the opponent's Yuanfu realm expert insists on killing you, then run away. As for the other mercenaries who are fighting with you, you don't have to worry about them at all. The human race in our Tianyuan small thousand realms are all immortal. If they are killed, they can be summoned and resurrected. If you can't die, then do it. Of course, this is not the point. The point is the benefits involved. Think about it. If a kingdom wants to hire you to help them fight a war, shouldn't they give you a corresponding reward? After receiving this reward, won't you be able to gain a lot of luck? Then there is the time when the two armies are at war. Whether it's you or your mercenaries, when you kill the enemy soldiers, can you gain some luck? The most important thing is that there is no right or wrong, good or evil on the battlefield. Since you are employed by a certain kingdom, you naturally have to stand on the side of this kingdom. Since you stand on the side of this kingdom, then killing the enemy is a matter of course, isn't it? And then there are the spoils of war. Since we have won the war, it is only natural to obtain the spoils. When the time comes, you can sell these spoils to me, your Uncle Qian. Wouldn't that be another profit? After your Uncle Qian sells these spoils, will you be able to get a share of the profits? To be employed by a kingdom and receive a share of the profits. Killing the enemy is another benefit. Sell the spoils and get another profit. Uncle Qian works for you and provides you with an income. After one battle, we can definitely get 4 times the profit. This deal. Tisk tisk. Do you think it's worth it? Is it profitable? If you don't do it, Uncle Qian will look down on you. Chapter 2029, Control the World, Unlimited Penetration. Faced with Qian Duoduo's words, Ye Bufan was completely stunned. The same thing can earn 4 times the profit. This kind of means and this kind of efficiency can only be achieved with a lot of money. Most importantly, how long has it been? From the time he summoned Qian Duoduo to enter the Shanwu world to now, it has been less than half an hour. In such a short time, Qian Duoduo was able to come up with such an amazing strategy. I have to say that summoning Qian Duoduo into the Shanwu world first was definitely the wisest choice. In terms of the ability to dig holes and bury people, as well as to amass wealth, Qian Duoduo is definitely a terrifying, Holy Spirit, level being, at least that's what Ye Bufan thinks. After all, if it were Ye Bufan himself, even if he racked his brains, he might not be able to come up with such an amazing strategy that kills 4 birds with 1 stone. But Qian Duoduo did it. Not only did he do it, but he did it with ease. What is this called? This is called talent. There are thousands of professions in the world. In the pursuit of wealth, Qian Duoduo has reached the extreme. And luck itself is a kind of wealth. In Ye Bufan's opinion, Fatty Qian must have been afraid of poverty in his previous life, so he became so cruel in this life. Of course, that doesn't matter. The important thing is that Qian Duoduo's proposal is definitely the most effective and reasonable choice at the moment. In that case, let's do it. Ye Bufan smiled happily. This is considered as an agreement with Qian Duoduo's proposal. Qian Duoduo spoke again. Of course, this is just one of them. Is this just one of them? Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned, and he looked at Qian Duoduo with some surprise. That's right. Qian Duoduo responded and then changed the subject. Xiao Fan, do you know what your greatest advantage is? What is it? Ye Bufan asked instinctively. It's the Tianyuan small thousand worlds. Qian Duoduo said in a deep voice. Tianyuan small thousand worlds. Ye Bufan was stunned again, and was even more confused. Yes. Qian Duoduo said slowly. The Tianyuan small thousand worlds is a complete world, and the number of living beings in it is an astronomical number. These living beings are your greatest advantage and your greatest asset. Although the luck they can provide you is only 1%, what if there are 100,000, 1 million, or even more people? Ye Bufan was shocked. Qian Duoduo continued, quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Even if the people in the Tianyuan small thousand world can only provide you with a little luck every day, then 100,000 people will be 100,000 luck, and 1 million people will be 1 million luck. How crazy and terrifying will this speed be? Hearing this, Ye Bufan said with some helplessness and bitterness, Uncle Qian, I have naturally thought of the method you mentioned, but have you forgotten? Although I am the master of a world, summoning the creatures of the Tianyuan small thousand worlds requires the consumption of luck. Now, how can I have so much luck to summon so many creatures? No, you obviously misinterpreted what I meant. As the saying goes, those involved are confused while those who are on the sidelines can see things more clearly. In your current situation, why do you insist on summoning warriors? Can't you summon ordinary people? Ordinary people. That's right. Ordinary people without martial arts skills, or in other words, martial artists with the first or second heaven's destiny will do. After a pause, Qian Duoduo continued, didn't you say that the luck you consume when you summon all the creatures in the Tianyuan small thousand worlds is closely related to the strength and talent of the creatures themselves? The stronger the strength and the higher the talent, the more luck you consume when summoning, and vice versa. How much luck does an ordinary person with no martial arts skills need? It's just a little bit of luck. You now have more than 1.7 million luck points, which is equivalent to more than 1.7 million people. More than 1.7 million people. If each of them provides you with a little luck every day, that would be more than 1.7 million points of luck. Hiss. Ye Bufan couldn't help but take a breath. 1,700,000 points of luck a day. What is the concept? You know, after struggling in the Shanwu world for more than a month, I have only accumulated 2 to 3 million points of luck. 1,700,000 a day. This is really crazy. But at this time, Qian Duoduo spoke again. Of course, I am just giving you an example, or giving you some advice. After all, ordinary people cannot hunt monsters in the Star Moon Forest like you. If they want to provide you with luck, they can only do so in other ways. Therefore, even if you summon these 1.7 million people now, they cannot provide you with luck immediately. Moreover, in this small Star Moon Kingdom, if 1.7 million people suddenly appear, it will definitely attract the attention of the Star Moon Kingdom. In this way, it is definitely not a good thing for you or for these people you summoned. After all, their value is not just to provide you with luck. Well, Ye Bufan was stunned. Qian Duoduo continued, so, what I'm talking about cannot be done all at once. It must be done step by step. At least it can't cause too much noise, or attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. No, Uncle Qian, what I mean is, what did you mean by that last sentence? Do these people have other value? Certainly. What's the value? Their greatest value is themselves. What do you mean? Were you born a warrior? Of course not. Then how did you become a warrior? Of course, it depends on practice. Then how did you get to where you are today? Did you rely on opportunities one after another? Well, it seems right. That's it. Qian Duoduo clapped his hands and said, if you can practice, then they can too. If you can become a warrior, then they can too. You have the opportunity, but they can't. Ye Bufan was stunned. Qian Duoduo continued, when these people were in the Tianyuan small thousand worlds, they were just ordinary people, doing nothing. But, are they destined to be ordinary from birth? Not necessarily. Things in this world are impermanent. Who can guarantee that in this great world of Shanwu, there will be someone among them who will be noticed by some powerful person from some big power, accepted as a disciple, or even fully trained as a successor? Who can guarantee that among them, there will be someone who is lucky enough to obtain the inheritance left by a senior master and soar to the sky from then on? A little more. What if one of them, by chance, saved a severely injured warrior, or a noble person with an extraordinary background? Or maybe someone becomes a noble lady of a wealthy family, or the son-in-law of a powerful man, Chen Long. This is not impossible, right? Different times, different regions, different opportunities. The combination of the three creates different destinies. Life is full of infinite possibilities. What's more, this is not just one person, but 1.7 million people, or even 17 million people, 170 million people, or even many more people. In this way, isn't it more likely that someone will be able to get an opportunity? The most important thing is that all of these people are absolutely loyal to you, even the demons and half-demons are no exception. Just imagine, one day, when the creatures of the Tianyuan small thousand worlds spread throughout the entire Shanwu world, what kind of scene will that be like? Gurgle. Ye Bufan couldn't help but swallowing. Qian Duoduo continued with a smile, take a step back. Even if all these people are useless and have made no achievements, and are destined to be mediocre, but each of them can always influence a few people around them, right? At that time, these people will become your eyes, so that you can know what is going on in the world even if you don't leave your house. Think about it, what kind of situation will that be? And all you need to pay for all this is just a little bit of luck you expended to summon each person at the beginning. That's why I said, whether these people can help you earn luck is secondary. Their greatest value is themselves. Control the world and penetrate it infinitely. Of course, all of this cannot be accomplished overnight, and Uncle Qian also knows that you don't have the time and experience to deal with these things, so. Qian Duoduo patted his chest and vowed, I'll leave all this to Uncle Qian. You just need to provide Uncle Qian with a steady supply of humans, monsters, and half-monsters. Chapter 20 10 Beauties from the Tianyan tribe and Shanyu tribe each come. Qian Duoduo's proposal and analysis were absolutely well-reasoned and convincing, but his last words made Ye Bufan frown and even looked at Qian Duoduo with a strange expression, and subconsciously said, Uncle Qian, why do I feel that you have bad intentions? What? Qian Duoduo exclaimed, pointed at Ye Bufan and said angrily, have you let a dog eat your conscience? Your Uncle Qian came all the way here to help you with your plans and to help you earn spiritual stones. How dare you say that your Uncle Qian has bad intentions? Heaven and earth, in all conscience. In your eyes, is your Uncle Qian such a person? Qian Duoduo beat his chest and stamped his feet, looking aggrieved. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. To be honest, what he said before was just a subconscious reaction. In fact, he couldn't be sure whether Qian Duoduo really had other intentions. But now, Qian Duoduo's extreme reaction made Ye Bufan instinctively have an idea in his mind, he is trying to cover up his mistake. Qian Duoduo must have other intentions. What does he want? Ye Bufan didn't know. The only thing Ye Bufan could be sure of was that Qian Duoduo would definitely not harm him, and his ill intentions were definitely not directed at him, but at the native creatures in this Shanwu world. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, Qian Duoduo had already waved his hands and said again, forget it, forget it. A great man should not bear grudges. After all, I am your father-in-law. It's just a misunderstanding. Let's get down to business first. Misunderstand? I misunderstood you. How can a great man not bear grudges against a small person? Do you dare to say that what I said is wrong? Do you dare to say that what I said is not true? Ye Bufan was messy. However, Ye Bufan has already experienced Qian Duoduo's character. That was why Ye Bufan was too lazy to continue arguing with Qian Duoduo on this topic. Instead, he looked at Qian Duoduo, frowned, and asked in confusion, business? What business? You. Qian Duoduo was upset. So, all the things Uncle Qian said just now were in vain. Well, Ye Bufan was stunned. Qian Duoduo continued, didn't you ask Uncle Qian to work for you to earn spirit stones? In that case, don't you have to arrange some manpower for your Uncle Qian? After a pause, Qian Duoduo continued, as the saying goes, a skilled cook cannot cook without rice. Are you planning to let your Uncle Qian start from scratch in this Shanwu world? If you need someone to help you, just say it directly. Why are you wasting so much time? Aren't you tired? Ye Bufan rolled his eyes and said, tell me, who do you want? Is that right? Qian Duoduo smiled knowingly, then took out a book from the storage ring and threw it to Ye Bufan, saying, the people Uncle Qian wants are all in it, take a look for yourself. Well, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Could it be that Qian Duoduo had already prepared for this? But it shouldn't be like that. After entering the Shanwu world, the Tianyuan small world has been completely sealed, and everything inside is in a state of confinement. To put it bluntly, the current Tianyuan small thousand worlds is still stuck at the moment when the world was destroyed. In this situation, how could Qian Duoduo have been prepared? Although puzzled, Ye Bufan still took the book thrown by Qian Duoduo and glanced at it. Suddenly, the words, Linglong Chamber of Commerce Personnel Roster 1-inch appeared in Ye Bufan's eyes. Ye Bufan understood. It turned out that it was not because Qian Duoduo was well prepared, but that the people he wanted were just the original people of Linglong Chamber of Commerce. Ye Bufan smiled and then randomly turned a page. After one look, the smile on Ye Bufan's face froze instantly. Then, he flipped through several pages one after another. After finishing reading, Ye Bufan's face turned black. What did he see? He saw a dense network of names and positions. But that's not the point. The point is that there are dozens, even hundreds of names on each page. How thick is this book? At least several hundred pages, or even thousands of pages. How many people would that take? Ye Bufan couldn't count them carefully, so he could only look at Qian Duoduo and ask, Uncle Qian, how many people are there in your Linglong Chamber of Commerce? Not counting non-staff personnel, the total number is 273,667. Qian Duoduo said lightly. 273,667. Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. That's it, and it's not considered as non-staff personnel. Damn it. If you include non-staff members, how many people does your Linglong Chamber of Commerce have? I'm afraid it has exceeded 1 million. It's just a magical place, but your Linglong Chamber of Commerce has millions of people. Are you kidding me? What do you want to do? Wrong. I should say, where do all these people in your Linglong Chamber of Commerce come from? If Qian Duoduo hadn't said it clearly, Ye Bufan would never have known in his entire life that a mere Linglong Chamber of Commerce would have so many people. Ye Bufan didn't know, and probably the other people in the land of divine martial arts didn't know either. Why didn't you know? It is obvious that Qian Duoduo did this deliberately. To put it bluntly, these non-staff members were all Qian Duoduo's hidden people. Damn it. Originally, Ye Bufan thought that Qian Duoduo's previous idea of controlling the entire world and infiltrating infinitely was just a temporary idea, but now it seems that may not be the case. This fat guy had already done this when he was in the Shenwu continent. He is indeed cunning and sly, and he hides his true intentions. Call. Ye Bufan took a deep breath, looked at Qian Duoduo and calmed down, and said, Uncle Qian, there are more than 200,000 people here. Do you really want to bring them all into the Shanwu world at once? Didn't you just say that if too many people show up at once, it might attract the attention of the Xingyu kingdom? What are you thinking about? Qian Duoduo interrupted Ye Bufan and said, Look carefully, the list in your hand is just one of them. Who told you to summon everyone at once? One of them. Ye Bufan looked back and saw that, sure enough, there was a 1 behind the Linglong Chamber of Commerce personnel list on the cover of the list in his hand. Qian Duoduo ignored him and said, Now, let your Uncle Qian summon the 81 big shopkeepers and 360 small shopkeepers on the previous pages. Ye Bufan didn't say much and started summoning according to the roster. More than half an hour later, the 81 major shopkeepers and 360 minor shopkeepers of Linglong Chamber of Commerce had all arrived in the Shanwu world. Among them are men and women, young and old. As for their cultivation, all of them are above the 5th level of destiny. Of course, even the ones with the highest cultivation are only at the 9th level of destiny. But even so, the 81 major shopkeepers and 360 minor shopkeepers of Linglong Chamber of Commerce consumed a full 137,600 points of Ye Bufan's luck. After summoning these big and small shopkeepers, Qian Duoduo looked at Ye Bufan again and said, Now, 10 more beauties from the Tianyuan tribe and Shanyu tribe each come. What the hell? When Qian Duoduo said this, Ye Bufan was stunned. Ye Bufan could fully understand the act of summoning the 81 big shopkeepers and 360 small shopkeepers of Linglong Chamber of Commerce. After all, Qian Duoduo, like himself, had just entered the Shanwu world not long ago. If he wanted to do something big, he certainly couldn't do it alone and would definitely need some help. The 81 big shopkeepers and 360 small shopkeepers of Linglong Chamber of Commerce were all Qian Duoduo's capable assistants in the past. They would definitely be the most suitable candidates to assist Qian Duoduo. But what the hell are these 10 people from the Tianian tribe and the Shanyu tribe? What the hell, does it have to be a beautiful woman? What does this fat guy want to do? He wouldn't mean to. Chapter 2031. A big loss. Beasts, brutes, shameless. Ye Bufan glanced at Qian Duoduo with disdain and contempt, and then said righteously, Uncle Qian, although I am the master of a world, and you are my father-in-law, it is impossible for me to abuse my power for your benefit, not to mention that you. Stop, stop, stop. Ye Bufan was interrupted by Qian Duoduo just as he was about to say something. What do you mean, kid? And what's that look in your eyes? Do you think Uncle Qian is a sex-hungry ghost like you? Isn't it? Etc. Am I a sex-hungry ghost? Fuck you. Ye Bufan was furious. Uncle Qian, although you are my father-in-law, you can't slander me like this, right? When did I become a sex-hungry ghost? Hee hee. Qian Duoduo sneered. You still dare to say that you are not a sex-hungry ghost? So far, how many women have you had? Come, Uncle Qian will count for you, one for Rumeng, one for Ningshang, one for Qinyao. For a moment, Ye Bufan was speechless and didn't know how to refute. Could it be that I am really a sex-hungry ghost? MMP. That's not the point, okay. The key point is the 10 members of the Shanyu tribe and the 10 members of the Tianian tribe that Qian Duoduo wants. I almost got tricked by this fat guy again. Ye Bufan immediately glared at Qian Duoduo and said, Uncle Qian, you don't have to say anything. I will never agree to the matter between the Tianian clan and the Shanyu clan no matter what. Although I am not a good person, I am not an unforgivable criminal. I cannot force her to give herself to you. I'm forcing you, you be *** who thinks with your lower body. Who told you that Uncle Qian wants these people just to possess them? Isn't it? You are judging me by your own standards. Are you a gentleman? Ahem. Qian Duoduo coughed a few times and awkwardly changed the subject. Okay, don't worry, Uncle Qian is not interested in women. You are not interested in women. I'm totally confused by you. Your Uncle Qian means that he is not interested in the women of the Tianian and Shanyu tribes. Really? I'm still thinking it's fake. Hurry up and summon the person to me. Uncle Qian, if you have any ideas about the women of the Tianian or Shanyu tribes, I actually have no objection. I believe Rumeng will not object either. Of course, the premise is we cannot abuse our power for personal gain. We must make sure that the other party is willing to do so. Are you fucking done yet? Qian Duoduo was almost furious. Nan Zailuo. The next second, Qian Duoduo shouted loudly. Exist. Among the 360 small shopkeepers of Linglong Chamber of Commerce, a girl in green immediately stood up. Looking at Ye Bufan, Qian Duoduo pointed at the girl in green and said, let's not talk about other things, just look at her appearance. How do you think our Zailuo compares to your women? Well, Ye Bufan was stunned. He looked at the girl in green, then looked at Qian Duoduo, and said in confusion, each of them has his own merits, so they are equally matched. Each has its merits, and they are equally matched, right? Qian Duoduo looked at Nan Zailuo with a dark face and said, Zailuo, tell this kid, how long have you been in my Linglong Chamber of Commerce? I have been in the Chamber of Commerce for more than 7 years. During the past 7 years, has this president ever had any improper thoughts about you? Never before. Then tell this kid, in my Linglong Chamber of Commerce, where do you rank in terms of appearance and temperament? In the Chamber of Commerce, there are more than 100 people whose appearance is better than Zailuo's. More than 100 people, right? Has this president ever had any improper thoughts about them? No. Why? This. Just say it. The president said that rabbits don't eat grass near their burrows. There was obviously some resentment in Nan Zailuo's expression when he said this. Qian Duoduo ignored it. Did you hear that? He glanced at Ye Bufan and said angrily and contemptuously, a rabbit does not eat grass near its nest. This is a principle. Do you think everyone is like you, without principles or even moral integrity? How come I have no moral integrity? Ye Bufan retorted subconsciously. Oh. Qian Duoduo sneered, your moral integrity has long been gone. What's wrong with Lang Ningshang? What's wrong with Ni Ziyi? Don't you have any idea? Fuck, how did you know that? When Qian Duoduo said this, Ye Bufan was immediately shocked. Be it Langning Shang or Ni Zi, although the fate between Ye Bufan and them all originated from an accident, it seems that only the few parties involved know about this. How did Qian Duoduo know this? How should I know that? Why can't I know? Qian Duoduo glanced at Ye Bufan with disdain and said, "Boy, remember one thing, if you don't want others to know, then don't do it yourself." Ye Bufan was speechless and confused. All right. Qian Duoduo shook his hands and said, "Uncle Qian doesn't even bother to deal with your trivial matters. Hurry up and summon someone to me. Your Uncle Qian's time is very precious." Since Qian Duoduo said so, what else can I do? But, wasn't it me who took the initiative at the beginning? How come Qian Duoduo took the initiative now and even questioned me? MMP. I was tricked by this fat guy again. The most important thing is that he still hasn't found out Qian Duoduo's true intention of wanting 10 members of the Tianian tribe and 10 members of the Shanyu tribe. Forget it, I won't ask anymore. At least judging from Qian Duoduo's expression, his intention of wanting 10 beauties from the Tianian tribe and 10 beauties from the Shanyu tribe was not what he thought. Just this is enough. As for what Qian Duoduo wants to do, let him be. Anyway, if he doesn't want to say it, I won't be able to ask him. Immediately, Ye Bufan directly summoned 10 members of the Shanyu tribe and 10 members of the Tianian tribe. Boom. The moment the 10 fairy feather girls arrived, Ye Bufan and the others present couldn't help but be shocked. Then, their attention was firmly attracted by the 10 fairy girls, and an unprecedented throbbing came from the depths of their souls. That kind of throbbing made them unable to control their emotions and unable to extricate themselves, as if the 10 girls from the fairy feather clan before them were the most beautiful elves in the world. They make people lost. They are intoxicating. They are even more depressing. This feeling, wrong. Ye Bufan suddenly came back to his senses. Ye Bufan was not unfamiliar with the Shanyu clan. After all, Ji Qianya was a member of the Shanyu clan. In terms of appearance and temperament, Ji Qianya was definitely far superior to the 10 girls of the Shanyu clan in front of him. But even so, Ji Qianya would not let Ye Bufan become so intoxicated by her that he could not control himself. But right now, these 10 girls from the fairy feather clan. When something is out of the ordinary, there must be something wrong. The moment Ye Bufan came back to his senses, Qian Duoduo also came back to his senses suddenly. But it was just the two of them. The 81 major shopkeepers and 360 minor shopkeepers of the Linglong Chamber of Commerce present, regardless of gender, age or status, were still looking at the 10 fairy feather girls in front of them with fascination. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan was shocked, Qian Duoduo was dumbfounded, and they both looked at each other instantly and said in unison, "The third race, special talent." Pa. As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Duoduo slapped himself in the face and said angrily, "Damn it, how could I forget about this? This business is a big loss." Chapter 2032. Your Uncle Qian is a businessman, not a bandit, and certainly not a robber. Why? Qian Duoduo slapped himself in the face, and Ye Bufan sighed helplessly. The first race of gods, the human race, possesses special talents, immortality and luck tank. The second royal family, Taikang Dragon Snake, possesses a special talent, infinite evolution. Now, as the third race to come to the Shanwu world, the Shanyu race is naturally the third race, and the charm that they are showing invisibly at this moment that can captivate the mind is obviously the special talent they have acquired. But, isn't this kind of talent too useless? Compared with the special abilities obtained by the human race and the Taikang Dragon Snake clan, the charm of the Fairy Feather clan is simply useless, and is even garbage among garbage. After all, although both himself and Qian Duoduo were affected, they quickly got rid of this invisible seductiveness. As for the rest of us, although they are still immersed in it, they are only warriors in the Destiny realm after all. In other words, this ability of the Shanyu clan is only effective against warriors below the Shanwu realm, or even below the Shenpo realm. What's the use of an ability that is only effective against warriors in the immortal martial realm or even below the divine soul realm? Almost useless. The most important thing is that Ye Bufan had already had a guess before, that is, whether it is the first race or the second race, the special abilities they obtained are not fixed, but are related to themselves. At least this is the case with the Taikang Dragon Snake clan. Snake monsters can swallow whole creatures that are several times larger than themselves, so they have gained the special ability of infinite evolution. And now, the special abilities acquired by the Shanyu clan have further confirmed Ye Bufan's conjecture. After all, the Shanyu clan is inherently charming, so they have acquired such an ability. In other words, if it were other races, other special abilities would definitely appear, and there might even be special abilities that are more powerful than immortality, luck tank, and infinite evolution. However, he and Qian Duoduo actually summoned the Shanyu clan directly, ignoring the fact that the third race would also possess a special ability. It's okay now. What to do? The die is cast and there is nothing we can do but leave it alone. What special abilities did you gain? Looking at the 10 members of the Shanyu tribe in front of him, Ye Bufan asked calmly. Although it is a bit disappointing, at least we need to understand the following. Reporting to the Lord, the special ability that my Fairy Feather clan has acquired is the charming body. One of the girls from the Shanyu tribe immediately responded. Really? Ye Bufan sighed inwardly and said, this kind of talent should increase your own charm, right? Yes, Lord. The Fairy Feather girl responded, the charming body can infinitely magnify our own charm, forming a kind of charm power invisibly. Anyone with a weak will can easily be confused and lose their mind. Moreover, as the cultivation level increases, the charm power will continue to increase. Ye Bufan frowned and asked, can this enchanting power be strengthened? Yes, Lord. The girl from the Fairy Feather tribe responded. Damn it. This is a bit outrageous. Ye Bufan originally thought that this ability of the Shanyu clan was only effective against Shanwu or even warriors below the Shinpo level, but he did not expect that this charming power could continue to increase with the improvement of cultivation. Just imagine, if one day, a strong man in the Holy Spirit realm appeared in the Shanyu clan, and this Shanyu clan member in the Holy Spirit realm used his power of charm, what kind of scene would that be? Just thinking about it makes one feel a little numb and terrified. Ha ha ha, okay. But at this moment, Qian Duoduo on the side suddenly laughed. Old Qian, I thought I had lost a lot this time, but I didn't expect that not only did I not lose anything but I also picked up a treasure. Damn it, I have to make a fortune. After saying that, Qian Duoduo ignored Ye Bufan and looked at the other 10 Tianyan tribe members around the 10 Shanyu tribe girls. He rubbed his hands, looked at them, and said impatiently with a vulgar look on his face. What about you? What special abilities have you, the Tianyan clan, gained? Seeing Qian Duoduo like this, Ye Bufan rolled his eyes at him, and then looked at the 10 girls from the Tianyan tribe. Special talent. One of the Tianyan girls was a little confused and asked, what special talent? We don't have any special talents. Well, Qian Duoduo was stunned. Ye Bufan also frowned. The next second, Qian Duoduo said in disbelief, really? Really not. This. Qian Duoduo was speechless. Ye Bufan frowned, thought for a moment, and said with some regret, Uncle Qian, it should be that only the first 3 races are given special abilities, and the other races after that will not have them. Is that really true? Although it is a little hard to accept, this is the only explanation for now. Why? Thinking in his heart, Qian Duoduo sighed helplessly and said, what a pity, what a pity. If there was another charming voice, it would be perfect. Upon hearing this, Ye Bufan rolled his eyes at Qian Duoduo. The greed of mankind is like a snake swallowing an elephant. This is exactly what it means to have a lot of money. Another enchanting voice. What do you want to do? Will the merger of immortal sounds enchant the world? In fact, Qian Duoduo thought so, but Ye Bufan didn't know it. Alright, let's do this. The next second, Qian Duoduo said something, then looked at Ye Bufan and said, we have the Fairy Feather clan and the Tianyan clan. Next, we will have 2 more monster beasts. 2 monsters coming. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Nonsense. Qian Duoduo said as a matter of course, your Uncle Qian is already quite old. When he goes out, he must have someone to pull the cart, right? Let's take those 2 immortal martial realm Imperial Red Soul Lions that participated in the World Destruction War. Finally, Qian Duoduo stroked his chin and muttered, use the demon beasts of the immortal martial realm to pull the cart for me, old Qian. This should be enough for me. So you want 2 demon beasts in the immortal martial realm just to pull your cart for appearances? Damn it. That is a monster from the Shanwu realm. If we summon 2 demon beasts from the immortal martial realm, it would take at least 300,000 or 400,000 points of luck, right? I'm spending 300,000 or 400,000 points of my luck just to show off to you. Ye Bufan was confused. Uncle Qian, there aren't many other things in this Star Moon Forest, but there are many monsters. How about I go and catch 2 for you? Catch both ends. Qian Duoduo said with a look of disdain. After you catch them, can you make them listen to your uncle Qian? Well, can't we find a way to subdue them? How long will it take to subdue them? 10 days, 20 days, or 1 month, 2 months? Do you know that for your uncle Qian, time is money? If you had wasted time on 2 monsters, your uncle Qian would have earned back the money by subduing 200 monsters. Ye Bufan really believed this. In fact, even if Ye Bufan didn't believe it, it would be useless, because Qian Duoduo didn't give him a chance to refuse. Okay, hurry up, summon him, get things done as soon as possible, so that Uncle Qian can help you make money. Hee. Ye Bufan smiled. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with Qian Duoduo anymore. In short, whatever Qian Duoduo says is what it is. After spending nearly 400,000 points of luck, Ye Bufan directly summoned the 2 immortal martial realm Imperial Red Soul Lions that Qian Duoduo mentioned. Since then, Qian Duoduo has spent more than 500,000 points of luck. Ye Bufan's remaining luck is less than 1.2 million. However, Qian Duoduo did not intend to continue to let Ye Bufan summon other creatures, but directly said, you should still have more than 1.1 million points of luck left now, right? Come on, use the luck tank to improve your Uncle Qian's cultivation. All. Ye Bufan confirmed. Nonsense. Qian Duoduo scolded, not all of it, but half of it. Even this is not enough for your Uncle Qian. After all, how can you do business with others without some strength? Do you need strength to do business? What else? Do you think your Uncle Qian has it easy? All the money your Uncle Qian earned was hard-earned money. Nowadays, there are so many people who are greedy for money. If you don't have some strength, let alone doing business with others, it's already good enough if you don't get robbed. Uncle Qian, why do I feel like the people you're talking about are you? Ye Bufan said with a wicked smile. Who do you think your Uncle Qian is, kid? Qian Duoduo blew his beard and glared. Your Uncle Qian is a businessman, a serious businessman, an honest businessman, not a bandit, let alone a robber. Chapter 2033 The Evildoers of Linglong Chamber of Commerce. You are indeed not a bandit or a robber, but you are more of a bandit than a bandit and more of a robber than a robber. Ye Bufan curled his lips and thought secretly in his heart. I don't know why, but when facing Qian Duoduo, he always likes to refute or complain. Maybe it's because he was cheated too many times by Qian Duoduo when he was in Shenwu continent. But that doesn't matter anymore. They are all in the past tense, so let's not mention them. Right now, even if Qian Duoduo didn't say it, Ye Bufan would help him improve his cultivation. After all, what Qian Duoduo said made a lot of sense. In a world where the strong prey on the weak, without strength, you can do nothing. Take the 10 girls from the Shanyu tribe for example. The women of the Shanyu tribe are naturally graceful and charming. Once they show up in public, they will surely drive countless people crazy. Worse still, someone might even rob you outright. If Qian Duoduo didn't have some strength, how could he protect these 10 girls from the Shanyu tribe? This is just one of them. With Qian Duoduo's ability, I believe it won't be long before he becomes as rich as a country and becomes the richest person in the Star Moon Kingdom. Money can move people's hearts. If he doesn't have some strength, how can Qian Duoduo protect his wealth? Therefore, it is necessary to improve Qian Duoduo's strength. If conditions permit, Ye Bufan would even like to improve the cultivation of the 81 major shopkeepers and 360 minor shopkeepers under Qian Duoduo. It's a pity that even a good cook cannot cook without rice. Ye Bufan simply doesn't have that much luck to squander. But if you have a lot of money, one more person is enough. At least in the short term. After all, with more than 1 million luck invested, Qian Duoduo will definitely be able to become a warrior of the Tiangong realm. Looking for trouble with a strong man in Tiangong realm. That's nothing but seeking death. What's more, Qian Duoduo's origin is special, even a little mysterious. Under such circumstances, I believe that even the most powerful people in the Star Moon Kingdom, including the royal family of the kingdom, will not easily cause trouble for Qian Duoduo. Without saying anything more or thinking any more, Ye Bufan directly used the remaining 1.1 million points of luck to infuse Qian Duoduo's body with luck. More than an hour later, Qian Duoduo successfully transformed more than 1.1 million points of luck. His cultivation level has surpassed Ye Bufan and reached the 6th level of Tiangong. This level of cultivation is already top-notch in the Star Moon Kingdom. It's a pity that even with a lot of money, he is still not satisfied. He patted Ye Bufan on the shoulder and said earnestly, Xiaofan, you still have to work harder and try to raise your Uncle Qian's cultivation to the Yuanfu level within a month. That depends on whether Uncle Qian has the ability to do so. Ye Bufan smiled and said, if you can earn me tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of luck points in a month, you can reach the Yuanfu realm, or even the Wuji realm. Help you earn tens of millions, or even billions of points of luck in a month. Do you think your Uncle Qian runs a spirit stone mine? Besides, even if we open a spirit stone mine, it won't be enough, right? Qian Duoduo rolled his eyes and changed the subject. How much luck do you have left now? 23,666 points. Okay. Qian Duoduo once again threw a list to Ye Bufan and said, starting from the first page, replace all the remaining luck with ordinary human beings. Linglong Chamber of Commerce roster, 9. Looking at the roster in his hand, Ye Bufan couldn't help being speechless. However, having already spent more than 1 million points of luck, why would Ye Bufan still care about the last mere 20,000 points of luck? Nothing much to say, just summon. More than 20,000 people descended. After his luck was exhausted, Qian Duoduo spoke again. Didn't you say that you robbed more than 2,000 human warriors before? If so, where are the treasures? MMP. You're determined to squeeze me dry before you'll give up, right? Ye Bufan was angry. But there is no point for him to keep those riches. Since the fat guy wants them, just give them to him. This guy will have to work for him in the future anyway. Thinking in his mind, Ye Bufan waved his hand, and piles of wealth, including tens of millions of spirit stones, appeared directly in front of Qian Duoduo. Qian Duoduo didn't even glance at it, but said calmly, divide the spirit stones equally, and you can deal with the other property yourselves. Also, look around to see if there are any items like maps. As soon as Qian Duoduo finished speaking, the 81 big shopkeepers and 360 small shopkeepers around him immediately came to the pile of wealth that had grown into a small mountain. A minute later, hundreds of millions worth of property had disappeared, apparently falling into the hands of these shopkeepers, and was distributed evenly. This efficiency is simply amazing. Ye Bufan had no choice but to accept it. It is true that birds of a feather flock together. As Ye Bufan was thinking, one of the big shopkeepers of Linglong Chamber of Commerce came to Qian Duoduo and handed him something, saying, President, a map. Qian Duoduo responded, then after taking a few glances, he squatted down, spread the map on the ground, and said, this president took a look and found that the entire Xingyu kingdom, except for the royal city, is divided into 3 counties. Each county has 7 counties, and each county has 9 cities. Under the jurisdiction of the 9 cities, there are varying numbers of small towns. Now, let's divide your respective areas based on the city. Wang Tianyang. Exist. The shopkeeper in front of Qian Duoduo responded. Take Zhang Ziyu with you to take charge of Hurricane City. As he spoke, Qian Duoduo had already handed the map of the Star Moon Kingdom to the shopkeeper in front of him named Wang Tianyang. Yes. Wang Tianyang responded and began to check the map in his hand. Zhao Shuiling. Qian Duoduo called out to someone again. Exist. Among the 81 shopkeepers, a middle-aged woman immediately stood up. Take Sun Shang with you and take charge of Kaiyuan City. Yes. After Zhao Shuiling finished speaking, Wang Tianyang smiled and handed her the map in his hand, saying, Shuiling, we will be neighbors from now on, so we should visit each other more often. Snort. Zhao Shuiling snorted coldly and took the map directly. Qian Duoduo continued to allocate areas. Ye Bufan looked confused. What is Fatty Qian doing? Assignment area. Yes, he was assigning areas, but what was the reason for these shopkeepers to take turns looking at the map? Could it be that in such a short time, they had memorized the contents of the map? It's impossible. After all, this is just an ordinary map, not a jade slip of inheritance like martial arts or skills, which can directly engrave the contents in everyone's mind. Puzzled, Ye Bufan interrupted Qian Duoduo and asked, Uncle Qian, can I ask you a question? Qian Duoduo glared at Ye Bufan and said unhappily, if you have something to say it quickly. If you have something to say, fart quickly. Can't you see that your Uncle Qian is busy? Ye Bufan was somewhat speechless, but still explained the confusion in his mind in detail. Hee. Qian Duoduo sneered. What's the meaning? Ye Bufan was stunned and confused. Qian Duoduo was too lazy to explain directly to Ye Bufan. Wang Tianyang, you tell this kid what the basic conditions are for becoming the shopkeeper of Linglong Chamber of Commerce. Yes. Wang Tianyang responded, then looked at Ye Bufan and said, reporting to the Divine Lord, there are 7 basic conditions to become the shopkeeper of Linglong Chamber of Commerce. First, have a photographic memory. Second, do tens of millions in your mind. Third, complete $1 billion transaction alone. Fourth, deceive a target designated by the president. Ahem, that's enough. When Wang Tianyang said this, Qian Duoduo immediately interrupted him with 2 coughs, and looked at Ye Bufan, and said with some pride, boy, did you hear everything? Yes. Ye Bufan looked at Qian Duoduo with a strange expression. Uncle Qian, what does it mean to successfully fool a target you designated? In addition, what are the other 3 basic conditions? You are a jerk. Is this the point? Qian Duoduo's mouth twitched, and he said angrily, why do you care so much? The key is to remember everything you see. Do you understand? Also, what are you still doing here? There is no place for you here anymore. Get out of here and kill your monster. Uncle Qian, are you feeling embarrassed? That's why you can't wait to get me out of here. Ha ha ha. Ye Bufan said with a big laugh. Although he said so, Ye Bufan had to admit Qian Duoduo's ability and the extraordinary nature of Linglong Chamber of Commerce. Let's not talk about anything else, let's just talk about the 360 small shopkeepers under his command. Have a photographic memory. Do thousands of maths in your head. Complete $1 billion transaction alone. I believe that most people in the world are unable to accomplish just these 3 things. Let's talk about the 4th point. Successfully fooled a target designated by Qian Duoduo. Do you think the target designated by Qian Duoduo is so easy to fool? Don't look at the appearance, look at the essence. This kind of test is actually a manifestation of ability. If you succeed, it means you have the ability. If you fail, it only proves your incompetence. What's more, these are only 4 of the conditions. Although Wang Tianyang did not mention the other 3 conditions, Ye Bufan knew that they were definitely more difficult and more abnormal than the first 4 conditions. And this is only the basic requirement to become the shopkeeper of Linglong Chamber of Commerce. The small shopkeeper is like this, what about the big shopkeeper? It goes without saying that becoming a big shopkeeper of Linglong Chamber of Commerce is bound to be more difficult and more difficult. But even so, Qian Duoduo still has 81 big shopkeepers and 360 small shopkeepers under his command. These people are all talents. No, they are monsters, monsters in the business field. Chapter 2034 Target, Star Moon Forest, let's go. Qian Duoduo had already issued the order to evict, so Ye Bufan naturally did not stay any longer. After saying a few words, he left directly. After all, when it came to business, Ye Bufan was a complete layman and knew nothing about it. There was no point in him staying here any longer, not to mention that he had already done everything he should do. As for the safety of Qian Duoduo and others, Ye Bufan doesn't have to worry at all. With Qian Duoduo's current cultivation level of the 6th level of Tiangong, it would be no problem at all for him to protect himself and his men in the monster area of the Shanwu realm. Besides, what does it matter if you die? You can just be resurrected again. The place where Chen Tianlong and others are. When Ye Bufan came back, the 200 or 300 people he kidnapped were still sitting there obediently. They didn't dare to act rashly, nor did they think of escaping when Ye Bufan was away. At this moment, they were staring at Chen Tianlong not far away in a daze, and some of them even swallowed their saliva from time to time. The reason for this is that they were all shocked by Chen Tianlong. What is Chen Tianlong doing? He is eating. Of course, that's not the point. The key point is that several hours have passed since Ye Bufan left, and Chen Tianlong has been eating during these hours. What does always mean? It just never stopped. Over a period of several hours, these 200 or 300 people witnessed with their own eyes the scene of Chen Tianlong devouring several Shanwu realm monsters weighing thousands of kilograms. Can you imagine what that feels like? Those were several complete Shanwu realm monsters, weighing several thousand pounds in total. If an ordinary person ate so many immortal martial realm monsters at once, he would probably have been blown up by the energy contained in the flesh and blood of these immortal martial realm monsters. Even whether one can eat is still a problem. But what about Chen Tianlong? Not only did this guy eat it, but nothing happened to him either. It's simply a miracle. The most hateful thing is that Chen Tianlong is still eating. Do you have to be so crazy? Do you have to be so scary? Also, even if you can eat it, you have to take it easy, right? These are all monsters from the immortal martial realm. You are not eating meat, you are clearly eating money. Look at Chen Tianlong. Think about yourself again. It is true that if you compare people, you will throw them away, and if you compare goods, you will throw them away. The 200 or 300 people present were all upset. At the same time, they all began to understand and even sympathize with Ye Bufan. With such a foodie apprentice, could he support him without stealing or robbing? It's impossible to support it at all. Ye Bufan kidnapped them, obviously because he was forced by life. I have to say, they thought too much. Master. Seeing Ye Bufan coming back, Chen Tianlong immediately put down the right leg of the monster in his hand, walked up to him, and called out with a smile. Not bad, not bad. Looking at Chen Tianlong in front of him, Ye Bufan nodded with satisfaction. Seeing this scene and hearing these words, the 200 or 300 hostages standing nearby couldn't help but twitch their lips. Not bad, sir. Do you know that in the short time that you were away, your beloved disciple has already eaten several immortal martial realm monsters weighing thousands of kilograms? Of course Ye Bufan didn't know. But what can I do even if I know? He obviously wouldn't care. It's just a monster, and there are plenty of them in the Star Moon Forest. You can kill it again after you finish eating it. What Ye Bufan cares about is Chen Tianlong's strength. Because of his physical cultivation, others could not see through Chen Tianlong's changes or improvements, but Ye Bufan saw it clearly. A few hours ago, Chen Tianlong's Vajra indestructible body had just awakened, and at that time his physical body had just reached the first level of Heaven's destiny. But what about now? In just a few hours, Chen Tianlong's physical body had reached the third level of destiny, and judging by his condition, he would soon be able to be promoted to the fourth level of destiny. It has to be said that when these two special physiques, the innate soul-devouring body and the Vajra indestructible body, appear on the same person at the same time, the consequences are indeed somewhat terrifying. Of course, Ye Bufan was also very satisfied. After all, no matter how strong or perverted Chen Tianlong is, he is still his disciple. Patting Chen Tianlong's head, Ye Bufan said with a smile, "Since you have awakened, I will teach you 2 more martial arts." Martial arts. Chen Tianlong's eyes lit up and he asked, "Master, what kind of martial arts?" The 200 or 300 people on the side also pricked up their ears and listened carefully. After all, considering Ye Bufan's strength, the martial arts he taught must be not simple. If I could learn a thing or two, it would be worth being kidnapped by Ye Bufan. Unfortunately, they thought too much. The martial arts that Ye Bufan was going to teach Chen Tianlong were indeed of a high grade, and Ye Bufan himself didn't care too much about it, but that didn't mean that Ye Bufan would teach them easily. Come with me. Ye Bufan said this and walked straight into the depths of the forest. Chen Tianlong followed closely. The 200 or 300 hostages all had expressions of regret, loss, and bitterness on their faces. Deep in the Star Moon Forest. After Ye Bufan walked 200 or 300 meters, he stopped in an open area, turned around and looked at Chen Tianlong, and said, "That's it." Chen Tianlong also stopped and looked at Ye Bufan with great interest, saying, "Master, what kind of martial arts are you going to teach me?" What kind of martial arts? Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Master intends to teach you 2 martial arts, one is the Great Wilderness Heavenly Steel Hand, and the other is the Heavenly Gang Subduing Demon Skill. If it were someone else, perhaps there would be no suitable martial arts to teach Chen Tianlong. After all, most warriors cultivate spiritual power, while Chen Tianlong cultivates his physical body. But Ye Bufan is different. Ye Bufan is a master of both. The bearer of the Great Wilderness Heavenly Monument. Tian Gang Subduing Demon Skill. These 2 martial arts, one for attack and one for defense, are just right for Chen Tianlong. Afterwards, Ye Bufan taught Chen Tianlong the training methods of these 2 martial arts, and guided Chen Tianlong in practicing the Tian Gang Fu Mo Gong. As for the Great Wilderness Heavenly Steel Hand, we can only wait until Chen Tianlong has mastered the Tian Gang Subduing Demon Skill. After all, one has to bite back one bite at a time, and martial arts must be practiced one by one. In the following days, Ye Bufan would guide Chen Tianlong in his cultivation in the camp during the day, and at night he would go deep into the Star Moon Forest to gain luck by hunting monsters. Chen Tianlong was not idle either. He practiced martial arts while devouring monsters. 3 days passed in a flash. Within 3 days, the warriors who had been looted by Ye Bufan had already left the Star Moon Forest and returned to their respective cities one after another. At this time, the news that Ye Bufan was in the Star Moon Forest was, inadvertently, leaked out by these warriors, causing most of the warriors to fall into a state of absolute madness. What is Ye Bufan? That's a real 100 million. During this period of time, they did almost nothing but were busy looking for Ye Bufan, but Ye Bufan seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth and could not be found no matter how hard they looked. But unexpectedly, he actually hid in the Star Moon Forest. In that case, what are you waiting for? Target, Star Moon Forest, set off now, immediately, right away. Countless warriors flocked to the Star Moon Forest. However, they only knew that they could get a reward of 100 million yuan from the Wu family by killing Ye Bufan, but they didn't know that all this was done intentionally by Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan was planning to catch all the warriors who had ill intentions towards him so that he could gain a lot of luck. As for whether doing so is right or wrong, good or evil, Ye Bufan doesn't care at all and will never care. People die for money, and birds die for food. Since they want to kill you, you must be prepared to be killed by you. Kindness, pity, mercy. That doesn't exist. Chapter 2035 A Guilty Conscience. While countless warriors rushed to the Star Moon Forest, the Wu family, which had issued a $1 billion bounty, naturally also knew the news. Royal City, Prime Minister's residence. At this moment, Wu Qianyan was standing in the center of the hall, looking respectfully at an old man in green clothes in front of him. The old man in green was none other than Wu Qianchuan's biological father, the head of the civil servants in the court of the Star Moon Kingdom, and the current Prime Minister, Wu Yuanying. Is that boy found? Looking at Wu Qianyan, Wu Yuanying asked calmly. Yes, father. Wu Qianyan responded and said, it is rumored that the boy is now in the Star Moon Forest. Star Moon Forest. Wu Yuanying frowned. Where did the news come from? This. Wu Qianyan hesitated for a moment, and said awkwardly, I can't confirm where the news came from, but Wu Qianyan changed the subject and said, Father, is the source of the news really that important? It doesn't matter where it comes from, as long as we lock on the whereabouts of that kid, isn't it enough? Madness. Wu Yuanying shouted angrily. Father. Wu Qianyan was puzzled. Wu Yuanying said in a deep voice, don't you think about it? These days, we have issued a huge reward and driven so many people to hunt down that kid, but there has been no result. We haven't even found a hair of that kid. Now, suddenly such news comes out, and it spreads throughout the kingdom in an instant. The most important thing is that we don't even know where this news came from. Don't you find all this strange? This. Wu Qianyan was speechless. Wu Yuanying pondered and said, there is no smoke without fire. This matter I'm afraid it's far from as simple as it seems. Wu Qianyan was stunned and said, Father, do you mean that, as my second brother said, there really is someone behind this incident who is deliberately targeting our Wu family? Isn't it? This. He still can't tolerate our Wu family after all. Father, do you mean that all this is the king targeting us? Who else could it be except him? But why? Killing my second brother, other than angering us, doesn't seem to bring him any benefit at all, right? This is also something that I can't figure out, but don't you think that killing Qianchuan is very similar to that of a human being? Looks like someone. Who? He's about 20 years old, extremely talented, and extremely powerful, but his origins are unknown. It's as if he appeared out of thin air. Putting all this together, who do you think of? Seventh Prince. Yes, it is the Seventh Prince. But, Father, isn't the Seventh Prince dead? Dead. Did you see the body? No. Since you haven't seen the body, how can you be sure that he is dead? This. I am 90% sure that the boy is the Seventh Prince who unfortunately died young. That's perfect. I will lead the Kanglang army to the Xingyu forest to kill him now. The Seventh Prince is already dead anyway. Even if we really kill him, the old man can't do anything to us. No. Why? I have already told you so much, don't you understand yet? It is very likely that all of this is a trap he has set for our Wu family. If this is true, there must be a heavy ambush in the Star Moon Forest. If you go there rashly at this time, wouldn't it be equivalent to falling into his trap and being ambushed? By then, I am afraid that you will not be able to come back after you go there. Wu Qianyan was shocked. Father, what should we do? Are we just going to let it go? If so, wouldn't my second brother have died in vain? Forget it. How is that possible? Wu Yuanying said gloomily. He killed my son, so I will use his son to pay for his life. Changing the subject, Wu Yuanying said, Qianyan, go change the bounty now and increase the bounty amount to 1 billion. 1 billion. Wu Qianyan was shocked. Father, this isn't it a bit too much? A lot. Wu Yuanying sneered. It's all the Chu family's money anyway, why should we care how much it is? After a pause, Wu Yuanying continued, with a bounty of 1 billion, I think some of the kings in the Tiangong realm will be tempted to take action. Isn't he trying to use the 7th prince as bait to lure us into the game? Well, no matter what his plan is, I will take his bait without falling into his trap. I will see what he will do. This time, I want him to lose both his wife and his army. No, that's not enough. Since he is unkind, then don't blame my Wu family for being unrighteous. Qianyan, you must lead the Kanglang army out of the city now, and when you leave the city, make as much noise as possible, so that everyone in the city knows that you have left. After that, you must go to Fengming Villa alone and secretly bring the death squads we have trained over the years into the city. Wu Qianyan was stunned and asked, Father, do you want? Kill him and let Ming the eldest prince, take the throne. Wu Yuanying said coldly. Boom. Wu Qianyan was shocked and said with some concern, Father, isn't this a bit too hasty? Urgent. Wu Yuanying shook his head. No hurry, okay. He who strikes first is the strongest, and he who strikes later will suffer. He is already preparing to eliminate us. If we continue to wait and see, we will be the only ones to die in the end. But don't worry. Even if I want to do it, I won't do it right away. I have to discuss this with Ming first and make all the necessary preparations. Anyway, you don't have to worry about what's going on in the royal city. You just need to go to Fengming Villa and secretly bring my Wu family's assassins into the royal city. Since Wu Yuanying said so, what else could Wu Qianyan do? Yes, father. He responded immediately. Go ahead. Wu Yuanying waved his hand and said, remember, when you leave the city, make a loud noise to let everyone know that you have left the royal city. The child understands. Wu Qianyan took his leave and left. Wu Yuanying also walked out of the hall. He stood at the entrance of the hall, looking in the direction of the palace, and said in a cold voice, Chu Xinghe, since you are unkind, don't blame my Wu family for being unrighteous. Wu Yuanying believed that what happened in Qingshan town and Kangyan city was a trap set by Chu Xinghe, the king of the Xingyu kingdom, against their Wu family. Although he did not know what every link in this trap was, he was very clear that Chu Xinghe's ultimate goal was to eradicate the Wu family. However, he didn't know that all of this was just his personal subjective imagination. To put it bluntly, there is nothing to worry about in the world, but mediocre people make trouble for themselves. Of course, as the Prime Minister, Wu Yuanying was no mediocre person. The biggest reason why he had such an idea was because he was guilty. Evil intentions. A disloyal heart. Wu Yuanying already had it. Now he is just a desperate man. It's a pity that Ye Bufan didn't know all this. If Ye Bufan knew, he would definitely laugh and then give Wu Yuanying 2 words, idiot. Chapter 2036 Fate. What 7th Prince? What is the king's plan? It doesn't exist at all. I killed your grandson and your son only because they were seeking death. Also, killing them would bring me a lot of luck. Apart from that, there is no other reason. As for your desire to assassinate the king and usurp the throne, that's your business, and has nothing to do with me. Success is good too. Failure doesn't matter. You are destined to be a dead person. Why? It's very simple. Since you have put a bounty on my head, I will naturally not let you go. Of course, this is a later story. After all, Ye Bufan was now thousands of miles away in the Star Moon Forest and had no time to care about Wu Yuanying and the Wu family in the Star Moon Royal City. Star Moon Royal City. At the West City Gate. At this moment, it was noon, and there were at least hundreds of people walking in and out of the city. Normally, under such circumstances, the city gate should be particularly noisy. But now, the West Gate was dead silent. Even a pin drop can be heard. The reason for this is that everyone present, whether passers-by or officers and soldiers, were deeply attracted by the team that had just entered the city. At the front of the team was an ordinary, very common carriage, but pulling this carriage were 2 majestic fairy-like monsters. This is a monster from the Shanwu realm. Use the monsters from the Shanwu realm to pull the cart. Damn, it's amazing. Of course, this is not the point. The point is the dozens of people riding on horses following the carriage, or rather, the 20 half-demon girls among these dozens of people. Half-demons are rare. It is rare to see it even in the Star Moon Royal City. Now, 20 half-demons appear at once. This has never happened before. The most important thing is that these 20 half-demons are all young girls, and each of them has a stunning beauty. Especially the 10 veiled half-demon girls among them. Although their faces could not be seen clearly, everyone present, whether men or women, felt their hearts beating fast when they looked at them. Obviously, these 10 veiled girls were the 10 girls from the Shanyu tribe summoned by Ye Bufan, the other 10 were girls from the Tianyan tribe, and the rest were several small shopkeepers from the Linglong Chamber of Commerce. In this way, the person in the carriage at the front is about to come out. If not Qian Duoduo, who else could it be? This fellow, as a warrior of the Tiangong realm, shamelessly sat in the carriage, while letting 20 girls from the Tianyan clan and the Shanyu clan who had no martial arts skills ride on horses. He really has no regard for women. But is this really the case? Of course not. Qian Duoduo did this simply to expand his influence, using the 20 half-demon girls to create a sensation, and thus let those present do free publicity for him. In fact, Qian Duoduo's goal has been achieved. Don't you see that everyone here is dumbfounded? I believe that it won't be long before Qian Duoduo and his group will become the sole focus of the entire city. And this is exactly what Qian Duoduo wants. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. But at this moment, a burst of dense and urgent iron hoof stomping sounds suddenly came from in front of Qian Duoduo and his group, accompanied by someone's stern shout, "Get out of the way, get out of the way, all of you, get out of the way." The sudden change instantly awakened everyone at the city gate. They instinctively turned their eyes and looked towards the source of the sound. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of meters away, a team of thousands of people were riding on wolf monsters and rushing towards the city gate recklessly on the street. Wherever they passed, pedestrians were scared and retreated to both sides. Many people were even caught off guard and fell directly on the sides of the street. Unfortunately, this team of thousands of people still did their own thing and ignored them at all. These people were none other than Wu Qianyan and his 3,000 Kanglang soldiers. Wu Yuanying asked Wu Qianyan to make as much noise as possible when leaving the city, so Wu Qianyan chose this method and led 3,000 Kanglang soldiers to charge out of the city. A distance of several hundred meters. It's here in the blink of an eye. Faced with Qian Duoduo and his group blocking the middle of the street several meters away, Wu Qianyan and his 3,000 Kanglang soldiers had no intention of stopping, as if they would crush Qian Duoduo and his group into meat paste if they did not give way. Roar, roar. But at this moment, the two imperial red soul lions roared angrily. Monster against monster. How could the pressure from the Shanwu realm monsters be endured by the wolf monsters of the Kanglang army who are in the Shenpo realm or even the Tianming realm? Faced with the angry roars of the two emperor-level red soul lions, the wolf demon led by the Kanglang army members was frightened to the point that their legs went limp and they collapsed to the ground uncontrollably. That's not all. Because these wolf demons were originally in a state of rapid running, and now they suddenly stopped, they directly caused them to collide with each other, and even the members of the Kanglang army riding on them were thrown out one by one. That scene was absolutely terrifying. Of course, as a strong man in the Tiangong realm, Wu Qianyan was no longer among them. The moment he saw the wolf demon collapse to the ground, he jumped up and landed steadily 3 meters away from Qian Duoduo's car. The same is true for Wu Qianyan, and so are the Tai realm warriors under his command. A demon beast from the immortal martial realm. Looking at the two royal-level red soul lions in front of him, Wu Qianyan was stunned at first, then he looked at Qian Duoduo's car with a sullen face and shouted coldly, "Who are you? Why are you blocking our way? Young man, it seems like you rushed up here on your own. Why are you blaming Master Qian for blocking your way? Are you being unreasonable?" Qian Duoduo's voice came leisurely from the carriage. "You." Wu Qianyan was furious, but he didn't know how to refute Qian Duoduo's words, so he could only ask again, "Who are you, sir?" "Young man, before asking someone's identity, shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" Qian Duoduo still did not show up in the carriage, but just said with a smile. Wu Qianyan said proudly, "I am Wu Qianyan, the leader of the Kanglang army and the son of the prime minister of the current dynasty." Leader of the Kanglang army. The son of the current prime minister. Wu Qianyan. Isn't this the guy with the sky-high bounty on Xiaoyi? Tisk tisk. Lord Qian has just arrived and was originally thinking about how to establish his authority in this royal city, but he never expected that you would come to him on your own initiative. What a fucking fate. If Mr. Qian doesn't use you as a scapegoat, it would be unworthy of the relationship between us. Thinking of this, Qian Duoduo smiled and said, leader of the Kanglang army. The son of the prime minister. What the hell? I've never heard of that. Since you are a junior, kowtow 3 times to Mr. Qian's 2 little lions to apologize, and this matter will be over. Otherwise haha, Mr. Qian can only bully the weak today. Chapter 2037 Go hang on the city wall for 2 days. Kowtow and apologize to the 2 imperial red soul lions. After hearing Qian Duoduo's words, Wu Qianyan was confused and even more angry. Who is he? He is Wu Qianyan, the son of the prime minister of the current dynasty and the leader of the Kanglang army. Even if you look at the entire Star Moon Kingdom, he is an influential figure. Now, this guy who was hiding his head and showing his tail in front of him actually asked him to kowtow to the 2 imperial red soul lions and apologize. This is simply outrageous. This is contempt. This is an even more blatant humiliation. Presumptuous. Wu Qianyan immediately shouted angrily, you are such a coward, I want to see what qualifications you have to ask me to apologize to these 2 beasts. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Qianyan's martial arts pressure from the 2nd level of Tiangong exploded instantly. Faced with this sudden pressure, the onlookers were so frightened that they immediately fled in all directions. Even the members of the Kanglang army behind Wu Qianyan could not help but take a few steps back. Wu Qianyan didn't care about these. Bang! The moment the Tiangong realm's pressure erupted, he rushed towards the carriage where Qian Duoduo was like a cannonball, as if he wanted to tear Qian Duoduo into pieces. However, he did not notice in his rage that neither the 2 imperial red soul lions nor the uncultivated girls from the Tianyan and Shanyu tribes behind Qian Duoduo's carriage were affected by Wu Qianyan's Tiangong realm pressure at all. Or perhaps Wu Qianyan simply ignored this point. Hee. At this moment, when Wu Qianyan was about to charge, Qian Duoduo in the carriage chuckled and said, an ant trying to shake a tree is overestimating one's own abilities. Call out. As soon as Qian Duoduo finished speaking, a figure rushed out from the carriage. The next second, Qian Duoduo appeared in front of Wu Qianyan. His speed was so fast that Wu Qianyan didn't even have a chance to react. Wu Qianyan was stunned when he saw the figure suddenly appear in front of him. Then, his heart was shocked and he felt a creepy feeling all over his body. Although they had not fought yet, Wu Qianyan knew that if he fought alone, he would definitely not be a match for the man in front of him. Retreat. Without any hesitation, Wu Qianyan made a prompt decision and wanted to retreat immediately. Unfortunately, it's too late. On cultivation, Qian Duoduo is at the 6th level of Tiangong, while Wu Qianyan is only at the 2nd level of Tiangong. There is a difference of 4 small realms between the 2. On the background, Wu Qianyan is just a nobleman in a small border country in the Shanwu world. The martial arts and techniques he practices are at best Earth level. It's different if you have a lot of money. Qian Duoduo is not only the top powerhouse in the Tianyuan small thousand realms, but also has obtained the peerless inheritance of one of the former 18 generals of the Heavenly Palace, so that the martial arts and techniques he practices are at least at the Earth level. On the foundation, although one can only cultivate to the 4th realm of martial arts, the Tai realm, or even the 3rd realm, the Shanwu realm, in the Tianyuan small thousand realms, it is precisely because of this that the first 3 realms of martial arts in the Tianyuan small thousand realms have been developed to the extreme. Take the Destiny realm for example. The Destiny realm in the Shanwu world is just a big realm that encompasses 9 small realms. But it's different in the Tianyuan small thousand worlds. In the Tianyuan small thousand worlds, just one Destiny realm is divided into 9 major realms: refining skin, refining flesh, tempering bones, washing marrow, refining organs, condensing essence, returning to essence, divine essence, and Zhou Tian. And each major realm has 9 minor realms. In other words, in the Tianyuan small thousand worlds, just one Destiny realm needs to break through 81 times. If the martial arts realm is described by levels, then the first realm of martial arts in the Shanwu world is only level 9, while the Tianyuan small thousand world is a full 81 levels. That's not all. In the Shinpo realm, the Shanwu Great World is still at level 9, while the Tianyuan small thousand worlds is at level 36 of the 4th stage of the Holy Realm. In the Shanwu realm, the Shanwu Great World is still at level 9, while the Tianyuan Small Thousand Worlds is at level 81 of the 9th stage of the Divine Realm. In other words, it is just the first 3 realms of martial arts. The Shanwu world has only 27 levels, while the Tianyuan Small Thousand Worlds has a full 198 levels. The same 3 realms of martial arts, one is only level 27, and the other is a full 198 levels. The strengths and weaknesses have been revealed. That is why, for the warriors in the Shanwu world, the warriors in the Tianyuan Small World who have cultivated step by step to the Shanwu realm, their martial arts foundation is absolutely solid and frightening. And Qian Duoduo happens to be one of them. Cultivation, background, and foundation. Among these 3, Wu Qianyan is far inferior to Chang Duoduo. Just think about it, how could he be a match for Qian Duoduo? The moment Wu Qianyan was about to retreat, Qian Duoduo slapped him on the left cheek without holding back. Bang! Under the impact of such powerful force, Wu Qianyan fell uncontrollably to the ground. The entire earth trembled under the violent impact. Puff! Immediately afterwards, another mouthful of blood spurted out of Wu Qianyan's mouth. However, Wu Qianyan didn't care about these at all. What he cared about was that this fat man actually humiliated him in front of so many people. Angry, furious, and even more furious. You're looking for death. After a roar, Wu Qianyan jumped up. What is strong and what is not strong? What is enemy and what is not? Wu Qianyan no longer cared about so many things. He only knew that as the son of the prime minister and the leader of the Kanglang army, he had never suffered such humiliation in the huge Star Moon Kingdom. This fat guy must die. In a rage, Wu Qianyan rushed straight towards Qian Duoduo. However, he didn't expect that he would be greeted by Qian Duoduo's fat palm again. Bang! Wu Qianyan fell to the ground again. Bang! At this moment, Qian Duoduo stepped heavily on Wu Qianyan's cheek, pinning him firmly to the ground and not giving him any chance to get up. You! Wu Qianyan was shocked and angry. He wanted to break free, but he couldn't. He wanted to resist, but he was powerless. Wu Qianyan could only roar angrily, "What the hell are you all still standing there for? Come on, kill him together." Buzz. Hearing this, the members of the Kanglang army who were originally a little dazed came back to their senses instantly. Without any hesitation, they rushed towards Qian Duoduo. Brush. At this time, Qian Duoduo looked at the 3,000 Kanglang soldiers rushing towards him. A cold light flashed in his eyes and he angrily said, "Get lost." As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Duoduo's terrifying pressure poured out. With a solid and profound foundation in martial arts, coupled with his cultivation at the 6th level of Tiangong, Qian Duoduo's pressure far surpassed that of a warrior at the 9th level of Tiangong, reaching an existence almost like that of Yuanfu realm. Faced with this sudden change, faced with this terrifying and almost hopeless pressure, the 3,000 Kanglang soldiers who were originally charging forward were stunned where they were. They were confused and dumbfounded. Looking at Qian Duoduo, they had even lost the courage to take another step forward. The Kanglang army is like this, and Wu Qianyan is no exception. Originally, he almost lost his mind because of anger, but after feeling the terrifying pressure from Qian Duoduo, he immediately came to his senses. Wu Qianyan had only seen this level of pressure once, and the person who released this level of pressure at that time was none other than the kingdom's strongest man, Gongsun Bupo, who was at the 9th level of the Tiangong realm. Is this fat guy a strong man from the 9th level of Tiangong? Wu Qianyan was shocked. Snort. Qian Duoduo snorted coldly, looking at the trembling Kanglang army members in front of him, and said with cold disdain, "Ant-like things." After saying that, Qian Duoduo no longer paid attention to them, but looked at Wu Qianyan who was stepped on by him again, and said angrily in a cold voice, "My Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce has always been about money and not life. Now that I have just arrived, I don't want to cause trouble, but why do you have to force your master Qian?" After a pause, Qian Duoduo continued, "Son of the Prime Minister, right? Leader of the Kanglang army, right? You are so arrogant. Do you know that the last guy who showed off in front of Master Qian has grass on his grave taller than you? Moreover, he was a warrior at the Yuanfu realm after all. What about you? A scumbag at the 2nd level of the Tiangong realm actually dares to show off in front of Master Qian. Who gave you the courage and guts? The grass on the graves of Yuanfu realm masters is taller than mine." Wu Qianyan was immediately scared. "Senior, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding." "Misunderstand? Qian Duoduo sneered and cursed, do you think your master Qian is an idiot? I offended your master Qian, and you think you can just let it go with a misunderstanding? Senior, then what do you say we should do? Wu Qianyan said tremblingly. What to do? Qian Duoduo sneered and said, that's easy. Just hang on the city wall for 2 days. What? Hang on the city wall for 2 days? What's the meaning? Wu Qianyan was puzzled. Qian Duoduo didn't explain. He just took out a spear and threw it out. With a bang sound, the spear thrown by Qian Duoduo pierced directly into the city wall just above the city gate, leaving only half of the spear shaft exposed. After doing all this, Qian Duoduo released his foot from Wu Qianyan's head, but then looked at Wu Qianyan and said, okay, hang it up yourself. Me myself, hang it up. Wu Qianyan was confused. Qian Duoduo's face darkened and he said, why, you still want Master Qian to send you up there personally? If that's the case, then it won't be as simple as just hanging you up there for 2 days. Once Master Qian does it himself, he will at least break your limbs first, destroy your cultivation, and then hang you up there. Hearing this, Wu Qianyan's heart could not help but tremble. He glanced at the spear on the city wall, then at Qian Duoduo, and said in embarrassment, Senior, You have 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, if Master Qian still hasn't seen you hanging there, then Master Qian will have no choice but to send you up there himself. Qian Duoduo interrupted Wu Qianyan directly. Hearing this, Wu Qianyan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He felt embarrassed and even more aggrieved. Hang on the city wall for 2 days. After all, he is the son of the Prime Minister, the leader of the Kanglang army, and a warrior at the Tiangong level. If he really did that, how could he have the face to stay in this royal city? Most importantly, he has important things to do now. But what can he do? Didn't you hear what the fat guy said just now? The grass on the grave of the last Yuanfu realm expert who provoked him was already taller than you. That's the Yuanfu realm. The strongest person in the entire Star Moon Kingdom is only the 9th heaven of Tiangong. Is it possible for his Wu family to provoke a strong man of this level? Stop kidding. It is better to live a miserable life than to die. Since you can't win, you can only admit defeat. Isn't it just hanging on the city wall for 2 days? What the hell? Can't I just hang up? Chapter 2038, Too much. What the hell? Can't I just hang up? As the son of a prime minister, the leader of the Kanglang army simply chose to give in. There is no way, the situation is stronger than people. Facing the unfathomable Qian Duoduo, Wu Qianyan had no choice but to be timid. Unless he wants to die. In front of the 3,000 Kanglang soldiers and hundreds of people at the city gate, Wu Qianyan jumped up and firmly grasped the half-broken gun barrel on the city wall with both hands. Seeing this scene, the whole audience was in an uproar. Who is Wu Qianyan? He was the prime minister's son and the leader of the Kanglang army. In the royal city, Wu Qianyan is a well-known figure who is known to everyone. But what about now? He actually hung himself on the city wall. Damn it. What about dignity? What about face? Don't you want all these anymore? You are the son of the prime minister and the leader of the Kanglang army. You are also a strong man in the Tiangong realm. All right. Although most people had this idea, no one laughed at Wu Qianyan. Why? Because the money is extraordinary. Because the amount of money is unfathomable. At this moment, in this situation, even if it were them, they would definitely make the same choice as Wu Qianyan. At least that's what the people watching thought. As for the 3,000 members of the Kanglang army standing by, they all lowered their heads in shame. The arrogance they once had as one of the 3 ace armies of the Star Moon Kingdom was nowhere to be seen. From today onwards, Wu Qianyan and the Kanglang army will surely become everyone's laughing stock. But what can they do? In a world where the strong are respected, the weak have no dignity. What are you doing? But at this moment, Qian Duoduo looked at Wu Qianyan who had hung him on the city wall and shouted angrily, come down quickly. Come down. Wu Qianyan couldn't help but be stunned. He couldn't help but look at Qian Duoduo in surprise. No one else is an exception. Qian Duoduo shouted angrily, you have ears. Master Qian asked you to come down, did you hear me? Hurry up, now, immediately, right now. Yes. Wu Qianyan responded several times and jumped down from the city wall. Then he immediately came to Qian Duoduo, looked at him, and said gratefully, thank you for your kindness, senior. In Wu Qianyan's opinion, since Qian Duoduo asked him to come down, that meant he was going to let him go. But I don't want to. Pa. Qian Duoduo slapped him directly and said angrily, "Are you kidding me?" Wu Qianyan was stunned and dumbfounded. He covered his face and looked at Qian Duoduo with a puzzled look on his face. "Senior, what do you mean by this?" "What do I mean?" Qian Duoduo cursed coldly. "How dare you ask? What did Master Qian ask you to do? You're not going to let me down. I asked you to come down. Why would I ask you to come down? How would I know? You're still not convinced, right? What did Master Qian say just now? Master Qian wants you to hang yourself up there. Do you understand? You have to find a rope first, tie yourself up with one end of the rope, and then hang yourself up with the other end of the rope. Do you understand? Do you want Master Qian to help you? Damn it. Do I have to tie myself up first and then hang myself up? Don't go too far." Wu Qianyan was furious. Bang. Qian Duoduo kicked him and shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and go. Do you know how much of Mr. Qian's time you have wasted?" "Yes, yes, yes." Wu Qianyan was furious, but he could only respond repeatedly. Then, he looked at the members of the Kanglang army standing aside and said, "What are you still standing there for? Come over and help. Do you still want the senior to do it himself?" Naturally, the Kanglang army dared not disobey. Immediately, several members of the Kanglang army ran up, found a rope from somewhere, tied up Wu Qianyan, and hung him on the gun barrel on the city wall. Not bad, not bad. Looking at Wu Qianyan hanging on the city wall, Qian Duoduo touched his chin, praised him a few times, and said, "Hang like this for 2 full days. You are not allowed to come down during this period. Do you understand?" "No." Wu Qianyan responded with a frustrated look on his face. "Very good." Qian Duoduo smiled and said, "Master Qian is not an unreasonable person. As long as you stay up there for 2 days, the matter between us will be over. But if you dare to come down early, even by just 1 second, Master Qian will definitely break your 5th leg without mercy." Damn it. What does this have to do with my 5th leg? Wu Qianyan went crazy, and his heart was chilled. Originally, he wanted to pretend to obey and leave after Qian Duoduo left, but now, he didn't dare to do it no matter what. After all, that was related to the happiness of his lower body. After reminding Wu Qianyan, Qian Duoduo ignored him and turned to look at the 3,000 Kanglang soldiers who were originally standing behind him. In an instant, the 3,000 Kanglang soldiers were shocked. They took a few steps back uncontrollably, and looked at Qian Duoduo with eyes full of fear and dread. Qian Duoduo didn't care about this at all. "Shi Luo." He called out softly. "President." Nan Zailuo came forward with a smile. "Calculate how much damage this young man has caused this president." Qian Duoduo explained. "Okay, President." As Nan Zailuo spoke, he took out a small abacus made of pure gold from his body, and then he started banging it in front of everyone present and Wu Qianyan. After a few seconds, Nan Zailuo put away the abacus, looked at Qian Duoduo, and said, "President, I have figured it out. The total is 88,888,888 low-grade spirit stones." "What the hell? 8,888,088? Are you kidding me? Is this the loss caused to you by Wu Qianyan? Where did you lose? Everyone is messy." Wu Qianyan on the city wall couldn't help but twitch his lips. He understood clearly that Qian Duoduo was clearly blackmailing. "That's too much. This fat guy beat me and humiliated me, and in the end he even wanted to blackmail me for 88,888,888 low-grade spirit stones. This is so. Is there any justice in the world anymore? Is there still any law? The most hateful thing is that this fat guy keeps saying that he is reasonable. You are talking about something ridiculous. That's all." But at this moment, Qian Duoduo looked at Nan Zailuo with some surprise and asked, "President, didn't you say that since we're new here, all transactions will be discounted by 10%? Nan Zailuo responded with a smile. "Look at my memory." Qian Duoduo patted his forehead and said, "How could I have forgotten about this? 8,888, so let it be 8,888. After hearing this, everyone became confused and crazy. Wu Qianyan even had the urge to bang his head against the city wall and die. 8,888,088. Or did you give me a 10% discount? Damn it. Thank you. Are you a fucking robber? However, Qian Duoduo obviously didn't care about this. He looked at the 3,000 Kanglang soldiers and said directly, "Did you hear that? 8,888,088, this is the loss caused to Master Qian by your leader. Since he caused the loss to Master Qian, he has to pay it back, but he is not free now, so you should quickly inform his father, your prime minister, and have him pay the 8,888,088 as soon as possible. If it takes a few days at night, Master Qian will charge interest." Hearing this, the 3,000 Kanglang soldiers all looked at Wu Qianyan on the city wall with inquiring eyes. Wu Qianyan was frightened by Qian Duoduo's words, interest, and roared angrily at the 3,000 Kanglang soldiers, "What the hell are you all standing there for? Hurry up and go." Chapter 2039 President, you lose. She wants to be a whore and also be a saint. Wu Qianyan finally understood what this meant today. Although he and Qian Duoduo only met by chance and the time they had spent together was not very long, Wu Qianyan already had a very deep understanding of Qian Duoduo. This fat guy is obviously such a person. He is also a powerful bandit and rogue. Although it was very frustrating to have to pay more than 80 million in compensation after being beaten and humiliated by him, Wu Qianyan knew that he had no right to choose at all. Don't give. Hee. You don't give it a try. If you don't give it to him now, he will take more later. After all, it is only natural to pay back debts. If you delay paying, you will naturally have to pay some interest. From this point of view, the fat man is indeed reasonable. But how much is the interest? God knows. Wu Qianyan just had a feeling that this interest would be enough to make the Wu family lose everything. In this case, how could he dare not refuse? Not only should we give, but we should also give quickly, now, immediately, and right away. Yes. After Wu Qianyan shouted loudly, the 3,000 Kanglang soldiers responded and fled away. There was no other way. The current atmosphere was too uncomfortable and too tortuous. They didn't want to stay there for even a second. Hee. Looking at the Kanglang army members who were fleeing, Qian Duoduo smiled, then walked towards the carriage and said, "Let's go too. Let's find a place to stay first." After he finished speaking, Qian Duoduo walked directly into the carriage. The group continued to move forward. As for Wu Qianyan, Qian Duoduo simply ignored it. But the more this happened, the more uneasy Wu Qianyan became. After all, under normal circumstances, if Qian Duoduo was leaving, he should have stayed behind to keep an eye on him. Otherwise, what would happen if he ran away? But Qian Duoduo didn't do that. Why didn't he do that? Because you forgot. Stop kidding. That's simply impossible. In Wu Qianyan's opinion, Qian Duoduo obviously did this on purpose. He was trying to create an opportunity for himself to escape. As long as he ran away, he would have an excuse to come to him to reason. Damn it. This fat guy is really insidious. But want to get yourself fooled? Want to escape? You are dreaming. It's just 2 days. I'll fight you to the end. But even though he admitted to being a coward, Wu Qianyan was not a monkey in a zoo. As the son of the prime minister and the leader of the Kanglang army, he would not let these people come here to watch the show. Immediately, Wu Qianyan looked at the crowd watching under the city wall and shouted angrily, "What are you looking at? If you don't want to die, get the hell out of here." Wow. As soon as Wu Qianyan finished speaking, everyone present immediately dispersed as if they were fleeing. They faced Wu Qianyan just like Wu Qianyan faced Qian Duoduo. "I can't afford to provoke you, and I dare not provoke you." In an instant, the whole place was silent. The originally noisy West Gate was left with only Wu Qianyan hanging on the city wall and the city guards who were responsible for guarding the gate. But things are obviously not over yet. As everyone left, what happened at the West Gate spread like wildfire throughout the Star Moon Royal City in less than half a day. Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. The fat president who calls himself Mr. Qian. Unfathomable strength. And 20 stunningly beautiful half-demon girls. All of this, while spreading throughout the Star Moon Royal City, also made everyone in the Star Moon Royal City clearly aware that a formidable and powerful person had come to the city. It can be said that although Qian Duoduo and his party had just arrived, as soon as they entered the city, they had already caused an unprecedented sensation in the Star Moon Royal City. And this is exactly what Qian Duoduo hopes to see. In fact, Qian Duoduo did all this deliberately. Star Moon Royal City. Prime Minister's Mansion. Wu family. In the hall, Wu Yuanying stared at the Kanglang army member in front of him and said angrily, "What did you say?" Qian Yun was hung on the wall of the West City Gate. And the other party wants Qian Yun to compensate him for the loss of more than 88 million. Yes, yes, Prime Minister. Faced with Wu Yuanying's frightened and angry expression, the members of the Kanglang army responded tremblingly. Asshole. Wu Yuanying couldn't help but yell angrily. However, although he was angry, he had not yet lost his mind. In fact, after a loud rebuke, his heart had already regained its calm. He looked at the Kanglang army member in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Tell me exactly what happened. Remember, I want to hear the truth, not exaggerated lies." Yes. The members of the Kanglang army responded and did not dare to slack off at all. They immediately told Wu Yuanying the whole incident in detail. After Wu Yuanying heard this, he narrowed his eyes and said, "So, it was you who bumped into each other first?" "Yes, I guess so." "Did the other party explain his origins?" "No, but what? But he calls himself Lord Qian, and also says he is the president of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce." "Mr. Qian, Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce." "Yes. He was accompanied by 20 half-demon girls." "Yes." After the Kanglang army member finished speaking, Wu Yuanying did not ask any more questions. Instead, he frowned and thought to himself. Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Qian, suspected to be at the Yuanfu realm. 20 half-demon girls. From the information fed back by the members of the Kanglang army, Wu Yuanying has been certain of two things. First, this person is someone his Wu family cannot afford to offend. Second, this person has no direct connection with the royal family. Although there are only 2 points, they are already a thing of the past for Wu Yuanying. Looking at the Kanglang army members in front of him, Wu Yuanying asked again, "Do you know where that group of people are now?" "This I don't know." "Then go check it out." "Yes. Remember, you only need to find out where the other party is staying. Don't disturb them, and don't offend them again. Remember." "Yes, I've made note of it." "Go ahead. I'll take my leave." The members of the Kanglang army left in response. "Someone come." Wu Yuanying shouted loudly. "Grown-ups." Outside the hall, a member of the Wu family immediately ran in. Wu Yuanying said directly, "Go to the west gate now and tell Qianyan that it's 2 days, no more, no less. If it's less, even for just 1 second, I will break his legs myself without him having to do anything." Well, the Wu family members were stunned. What West City Gate? What 2 days? He listened with a bewildered and confused look on his face. "What are you standing there for? Go quickly." Wu Yuanying rebuked harshly. "Yes, sir." The Wu family member came back to his senses, responded with a word, and then hurriedly took his leave. Hopefully everything can be salvaged. Looking at the Wu family members leaving, Wu Yuanying frowned and pondered for a moment. His attitude was very clear, which was to do everything the Wu family could to make friends with Qian Duoduo. Star Moon Royal City. Central Square. At this moment, Qian Duoduo's carriage was parked here. On the left side of the carriage were 10 girls from the Tianyan tribe riding on fine horses, and on the right side were 8 girls from the Shanyu tribe also riding on fine horses. As for the rest of us, the dozen or so small shopkeepers who had originally accompanied the Linglong Chamber of Commerce had all been assigned out by Qian Duoduo, while the other 2 girls from the Shanyu tribe were massaging Qian Duoduo's shoulders and legs in the carriage. Such a scene, especially the beautiful scenery, formed by 10 members of the Tianyan tribe and 8 members of the Shanyu tribe, naturally attracted countless people around the central square to stop and watch. Qian Duoduo didn't care about this at all. Inside the carriage, one of the girls from the Fairy Feather clan who was massaging Qian Duoduo's shoulders couldn't help but ask, "President, did you really send Sister Xiluo and the others out to buy the shop?" "Certainly. But you only gave them 1 spirit stone each. Can we buy it?" "Why can't I buy it? It seems a little unrealistic to buy a shop or a house with 1 spirit stone. Since you don't believe it, how about we make a bet?" "Bet? Yes, if Xiluo and the others can buy a shop or station a place with 1 spirit stone, then even if Master Qian wins, you will have to kiss Master Qian." "What if the president loses?" "What if I lose?" "If I lose, I will satisfy one of your conditions." "Of course, you cannot let me die with you." "Hee, President, stop being so conceited. Who asked you to pledge your life to me? So do you want to gamble or not?" "Why not gamble?" "President, you are bound to lose. How can 1 spirit stone buy a shop or a house? Unless the other party is a fool." "Ha ha." Qian Duoduo smiled and said, "How do you know there are no fools in this royal city?" If there are, why did Master Qian just happen to meet one? Then let's wait and see. Xiao Qian, just wait for your sweet kiss. Qian Duoduo said, then looked at another girl from the Fairy Feather clan and said, Xiao Lu, do you want to make a bet with this president? Don't want. The Fairy Feather girl called. Xiao Lu directly refused. Why? Qian Duoduo said, somewhat puzzled. My father runs a casino, and 9 out of 10 of them are scams. Xiao Lu said with a smile. Well, Qian Duoduo was stunned. President. But at this moment, Nan Ziluo's voice was heard outside the carriage. Is everything done? Qian Duoduo asked lightly through the car curtain. It's done. Nan Ziluo replied. Qian Duoduo nodded. Sister Ziluo, have you bought a shop or a house? At this time, the girl from the Shanyu tribe who had made a bet with Qian Duoduo immediately lifted the curtain of the car, looked at Nan Ziluo and asked. Well, Nan Ziluo was stunned, then asked in confusion, no, what's wrong? Ha ha. The girl from the Fairy Feather tribe smiled and said, nothing. Then she looked at Qian Duoduo and said smugly, President, you lost. Chapter 2040, Qian Duoduo was tricked. President, you lose. Hearing this, Nan Ziluo looked at Qian Duoduo with a strange look, then looked at the girl from the Fairy Feather tribe, and asked in astonishment, you made a bet with the president? Yes. The Fairy Feather girl responded with a smile. Then you lose. Nan Ziluo said in a rather bitter tone. Why? The girl from the Shanyu tribe was stunned. Nan Ziluo said, the president has never lost a bet. But I've already won. You won. Yes, the president made a bet with me, saying that you can buy a shop or house with 1 spirit stone. Now you didn't buy it, so I won. Really? Nan Ziluo stroked his forehead and said, Sister Xiaochen, you have been tricked by the president. We indeed haven't bought it yet, but that doesn't mean we will never be able to buy it. How is that possible? The girl from the Fairy Feather tribe said in disbelief, 1 spirit stone to buy a shop or house, how is that different from giving it away for free? The people in the Star Moon King City are not fools, how could they possibly sell it? Yes, the people in this Star Moon Royal City are indeed not fools. They are even very smart. But it is precisely because they are very smart that they would sell it. What's the meaning? Do you know what the president asked us to do just now? I know. It's just buying shops and houses. Yes, but no. Well, our main mission is actually to spread a message. Spread a message? What message? Spread the news that the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce has just arrived in Xingyu Royal City, and the president intends to use a spirit stone to purchase a shop, or perhaps a residence. It's still the same, no one will sell it for 1 spirit stone. No, under normal circumstances, no one would sell a shop or house for 1 spirit stone. However, you have overlooked the most important factor. I overlooked the most important factor. What? The strength of the president. Huh, isn't it buying a shop or a house? What does this have to do with the president's strength? Of course it is related. Considering the strength that the president showed at the west gate of the royal city and the humiliation he gave to the son of the chancellor, if it were you, how would you view the president? Unfathomable. Domineering. It's true that he is unfathomable and domineering. So, what kind of mentality would you have when facing such a person? This should be to try to make friends with them, or at least not to become enemies with them. That's right. In this case, if there is an opportunity to make friends with the president, will you miss it? You mean? Yes, it's just as you thought. The president said he wanted to buy a shop or a house, but he was just trying to get something for nothing. To be more blunt, he asked us to spread the news so that the dignitaries in the royal city could give him gifts. The girl from the Shanyu tribe was confused and bewildered. Is this possible? After a brief moment of distraction, she spoke again, but even if that's the case, they may not necessarily send it, right? Why not? Because. Can't tell the reason. In fact, this is a very simple truth. For ordinary people, a shop or a house may be all they have. But for the powerful people in the royal city, shops or houses are insignificant things. Now that there is a chance to use these things to make friends with an unfathomable strong man, why not? Yeah, why not? The girl from the Fairy Feather tribe looked at Qian Duoduo, looking aggrieved and angry, and said, President, you tricked me. Is there? Qian Duoduo pretended to be confused and said, betting is something that we both agreed to. How come it's like I'm trying to trick you now? After a pause, Qian Duoduo continued, since you said that, does that mean you've already admitted defeat? You. The girl from the Shanyu tribe was furious. Xiao Qian, you have to accept defeat. Now that you've lost, what should you do? Qian Duoduo said with a smile. Snort. The girl from the fairy feather tribe snorted with shame and anger on her face. Ba ji. Then she kissed Qian Duoduo on the face. Ha ha ha. Qian Duoduo laughed a few times and said, Xiao Qian, don't blame me for bullying you. I am reminding you that there is no such thing as a free lunch and that small profits are not so easy to take. Unexpectedly, the fairy feather girl ignored Qian Duoduo's earnest instructions and looked at another fairy feather girl in the carriage. She smiled and said proudly, Xiao Lu, you lose. I kissed the president. Snort. The fairy feather girl called. Xiao Lu snorted. Well, Qian Duoduo was stunned. What's going on? He looked at Xiao Qian, then at Xiao Lu, with a look of confusion on his face. Seeing this, Xiao Qian, a girl from the fairy feather clan, smiled and said, President, actually the sisters had made a bet before, that is, whoever kisses the president first, then the other sisters will have to listen to her in the future. Fuck. Qian Duoduo was completely stunned. Looking at Xiao Qian, a girl from the Shanyu tribe, Qian Duoduo was even more incredulous. Did you have a bet before? Or do you want to bet on who can kiss me first? Damn it. Is this possible? Doesn't that mean that it wasn't me who tricked you, but it was you who tricked me? Ha ha ha. At this time, Nan Xiluo on the side finally couldn't help laughing out loud, and gave the fairy feather girl a thumbs up. Xiao Qian, you are amazing. You know, you are the first person who successfully tricked the president. Really? The girl from the fairy feather tribe blinked and said uncertainly. Of course, if you don't believe me, ask the president. Nan Xiluo said this and looked at Qian Duoduo in the carriage with a smile. Qian Duoduo suddenly went crazy and angry. Qian Duoduo has always been a far-sighted, cunning and shrewd person, and he has always been the one setting traps for others to fall into. However, he did not expect that at this moment, he would be tricked by a little girl from the Shanyu tribe. Damn it, what a shame. Hee hee. Seeing Qian Duoduo's face full of frustration and indignation, the two girls from the Shanyu tribe in the carriage couldn't help but laugh proudly. Their laughter was so beautiful that it was thrilling and captivating. Even Nan Xiluo couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Why? Qian Duoduo sighed and said, I wish you, Master Qian, had a great reputation throughout your life, but I didn't expect that in the end, it would be defeated by a little girl. It really is the world is going downhill, and people's hearts are no longer the same as before. Qian Duoduo suddenly changed the subject and said, Master Qian, this shouldn't be considered as forcing you, right? After a pause, Qian Duoduo continued, Little sister Zixin, Master Qian has already told you that the first person to kiss Master Qian will definitely be little sister Xiao Qian. You still didn't believe it. Now you've lost miserably, right? Huh. Qian Duoduo was so dazzling that the smiles on Nan Xiluo, Xiao Qian and Xiao Lu's faces froze instantly. They all looked at Qian Duoduo with surprised and confused eyes. What's going on? Did you make a bet with Yu Zixin? Chapter 2041 President, if you do this aren't you afraid of being beaten to death? Brush. Nan Xiluo did not hesitate at all. She instinctively looked at one of the 8 fairy feather girls on the right side of the carriage, the girl named Yu Zixin mentioned by Qian Duoduo. Snort. At this time, the girl called Yu Zixin snorted angrily. Obviously what Qian Duoduo said was true. Suddenly, Nan Xiluo was confused and crazy. At this moment, she didn't understand what was going on. A bet between the girls of the Shanyu tribe. Qian Duoduo obviously knew about this a long time ago. Not only did he know about it, but he also made a bet with a girl from the Shanyu tribe named Yu Zixin. The reason why Qian Duoduo fell into the trap set by the Shanyu girl Xiao Qian was entirely to win the bet with Yu Zixin. Even this so-called falling into the trap was just Qian Duoduo's deliberate act. Nan Xiluo originally thought that their president had finally been tricked, but he didn't expect that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, and Qian Duoduo actually played 3 roles by himself. He is a mantis, a cicada, and the ultimate oriole. Sure enough, the president is still the same president, the cunning and well-planned president. It's so fucking infuriating. Nan Xiluo said this, and the 2 girls from the Shanyu tribe in the carriage were stunned and confused. They looked at each other, and for a moment they had no idea what was going on. At this time, a middle-aged man squeezed in from the crowd and looked at Qian Duoduo's carriage road. President Qian, my master has an idle manor in the northern part of the royal city and plans to sell it for 1 spirit stone. I wonder if President Qian is interested in going to take a look. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was excited. North District of Wangcheng. Where is that place? That is where most of the rich and powerful people in the entire royal city gather, and the land price there is absolutely worth every inch of land. A manor in the northern part of the royal city. Its value is definitely over 50 million spirit stones. But now, there is actually someone willing to sell it for the price of 1 spirit stone. Are you crazy? What's the difference between this and giving it away for free? Of course, this is a free gift. Many people have already thought of this. But not everyone thinks this way, and not everyone can think of this. Purchasing a manor in the northern area of the royal city with 1 spirit stone, this has never happened before, and this price is definitely cheaper than cabbage. In that case, what are you waiting for? Buy it. No, it should be snatch. There is only 1 manor, and whoever buys it first owns it. Unfortunately, those who had such thoughts were obviously overthinking, because the middle-aged man's eyes were on Qian Duoduo's carriage from beginning to end. Apart from that, he didn't pay any attention to anyone around him. Inside the carriage, after hearing the middle-aged man's shout, the 2 fairy feather girls looked at each other, and their shocked eyes fell on Qian Duoduo. Although they had been mentally prepared after Nan Ziluo's explanation and analysis, they still found it difficult to accept when they actually faced it. After all, it's an entire manor. Can it be bought with just 1 spirit stone? This is too cheap and a little crazy. However, Nan Ziluo didn't think so. Is it cheap to buy a manor with 1 spirit stone? No, that's not cheap at all. That is even an unprecedentedly high price. Why? Because in Nan Ziluo's opinion, when it comes to money, Qian Duoduo always has money coming in but never going out. Let Qian Duoduo use a spirit stone to buy a manor. Stop kidding. That's impossible. It's already pretty good that he didn't let the other party pay for it. Before Nan Ziluo could think about it, Qian Duoduo said with a smile, "Ziluo, why are you still standing there? Go buy all those properties. Those ones." Hearing this, Xiao Qian, a girl from the Shanyu tribe, was stunned. Then she looked at Qian Duoduo in confusion and said, "President, isn't there only 1 manor?" "President Qian, my master owns a 3-story shop nearby and is planning to sell it for 1 spirit stone. I wonder if President Qian is interested in taking it over." "President Qian, my master has a shop and a house in the southern part of the royal city. They are both for sale at the price of 1 spirit stone. I wonder if President Qian is interested." President Qian, President Qian, President Qian, President Qian. As soon as Xiao Qian, the girl from the Shanyu tribe, finished speaking, more than 10 people suddenly stood up from the crowd and expressed their desire to sell a shop or house for a spirit stone. In an instant, the mouths of the 2 fairy feather girls opened into an O shape, and they looked at Qian Duoduo in shock and disbelief. It's really all of them, not just 1 place. But this is too crazy, how can there be so many? Yes, President. Nan Ziluo smiled and left directly, apparently going to buy those cheap shops or houses. President, you are so amazing. After Nan Ziluo left, the 2 girls from the fairy clan immediately came back to their senses. Among them, the fairy feather clan girl named Xiao Qian looked at Qian Duoduo with admiration. Of course. Qian Duoduo smiled and said, "Don't you see who Master Qian is? To Master Qian, making money is no different from eating and drinking water." The president is bragging again. "Why, you don't believe it?" "I believe it, why wouldn't I believe it, President? If I say I don't believe it, will you bet with me again?" "Well, hee, it seems that I guessed right, President, you are so mean, you actually want to trick me again. Xiao Qian, can we still have a good chat? When did Master Qian try to trick you? Is this the kind of person you think Master Qian is? Isn't the president such a person? But then again, President, when do you plan to meet these people? Which ones? Those who gave the president a shop or a house. Why does Mr. Qian want to meet them? Huh, President, didn't Sister Ziluo say that those people sent you the shop just to get to know you? If that's the case, shouldn't you meet them? They want to get to know Master Qian, that's their business, what does it have to do with Master Qian? But, if you don't meet them, wouldn't that be a breach of trust? As a businessman, this is not good, right? Breaking promise. It seems that Master Qian didn't promise them anything, right? This. Xiao Qian, what on earth are you thinking about? From the beginning to the end, Master Qian seemed to have only said that he would buy some shops and houses for a spirit stone, but he never made any guarantees, right? They think that they can make friends with Master Qian by selling him a property for a spirit stone, but that is just their own wishful thinking, and it has nothing to do with Master Qian. Besides, who is Master Qian? Can they meet him whenever they want? The girl from the Shanyu tribe was confused and crazy. She understood very well that Qian Duoduo was clearly tricking everyone. Mr. Qian accepted the benefit. However, it is impossible to meet Mr. Qian or to make friends with him. At least, a mere shop or house is far from enough. With this thought, Xiao Qian, a girl from the Fairy Feather clan, looked at Qian Duoduo, her face messy and speechless, and said, "President, if you do this, aren't you afraid of arousing public anger and getting beaten to death?" Chapter 2042 Chen Tianlong vs. the Destiny Realm Monster. Being beaten to death. Qian Duoduo shook his head. This is impossible. After all, Mr. Qian didn't steal or rob. It was a fair transaction. They sold and I bought. It was completely consensual. Why did they beat Mr. Qian to death? And on what basis did they beat Mr. Qian to death? Although Mr. Qian is a businessman, he is also reasonable. Makes sense. Hee. The principle you are talking about is your martial arts cultivation of the 6th level of Tiangong, right? It's amazing. The two girls from the Shanyu tribe finally understood why Qian Duoduo wanted Ye Bufan to improve his cultivation to a level close to the peak of the Star Moon Kingdom. This Nima. He must have known that if he didn't have some strength, he would be beaten to death sooner or later. Improving your cultivation is just a way to prevent trouble before it happens. No. It should be said that he needs strong enough strength to support his fraud. That he is a businessman. This is simply the biggest insult to the word, businessman. Let me explain this on two sides. While Qian Duoduo was busy cheating and deceiving people, Ye Bufan was not idle either. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Ye Bufan guided Chen Tianlong in his practice during the day, and went out alone at night to hunt monsters in order to gain luck. At this moment, the sun is shining brightly. In the demon beast area of the Shanwu realm in the Star Moon Forest, at the camp where Ye Bufan and his group were located, the 200 to 300 warriors who were kidnapped by Ye Bufan formed a circle, and inside the circle was a life and death fight between one man and one beast. The beast is a demon beast in the realm of destiny. The person is Chen Tianlong. Chen Tianlong vs the monster of destiny realm. Bang, bang, bang. There was no defense or calculation between the man and the beast, only direct punches to the flesh. The bloody and violent scene stimulated everyone present again and again. After all, they had seen many bloody fights between humans and beasts, but they had not seen many bloody fights between humans and monsters like the one before them, or had never seen one at all. Why? As we all know, in terms of physical strength, the monster race is far superior to the human race, so when humans fight monsters, they mostly rely on weapons or martial arts. And now this young man actually chose to fight a monster of the same level with his physical body. If this isn't crazy, what is? However, after repeated bloody clashes, Chen Tianlong did not show any signs of defeat, and even had a slight advantage. In the battle circle, bang! As the man and the beast collided, a dull and heavy sound was heard. Then, Chen Tianlong retreated 3 steps, and the monster in the Destiny Realm retreated 5 steps in a row. However, neither the monster nor Chen Tianlong stopped. After one attack, the man and the beast rushed towards each other again. What is violence? This is violence. What is wild? That's wild. Bang, bang, bang. Repeated collision of flesh and blood. Fighting life and death again and again. The contest between the man and the beast was shocking to everyone present, and many people even felt their scalps tingling. The truth is, this scene is too violent and a little too hideous. However, this is not the point. The point is, everyone present still clearly remembers the scene when Chen Tianlong first fought against the Destiny Realm monster a day ago. At that time, Chen Tianlong was directly knocked out by the monster in the Destiny Realm. But what about now? Just over a day had passed, and Chen Tianlong had been able to fight on equal terms with the monsters in the Destiny Realm, and even had the upper hand. This growth rate is simply scary. Of course, the people present are not fools. They naturally know that the reason why Chen Tianlong can grow so fast is closely related to the bloody battles between him and the monsters. After all, the challenge on the brink of life and death can best stimulate the potential of the human body, not to mention Chen Tianlong's continuous and almost perverted crazy challenges. But if we talk about perversion, the one who was more perverted was Ye Bufan, who was standing aside with his arms folded over his chest, quietly watching the bloody fight between a man and a beast in the circle. After all, this time everything was arranged by Ye Bufan, and the relationship between Ye Bufan and Chen Tianlong was already clear to everyone present. One of them is the master and the other is the apprentice. Ye Bufan is his teacher. Chen Tianlong is his disciple. If a master tortures his apprentice in this way, it must be out of hatred. Unfortunately, they thought too much. There is no hatred between Ye Bufan and Chen Tianlong. Ye Bufan arranged all these just to train Chen Tianlong. After all, Chen Tianlong's timidity over the years has made his character a little cowardly, and Ye Bufan needs to use this method to stimulate Chen Tianlong's bloodiness. Of course, for Chen Tianlong who possesses an indestructible body, this is the most suitable way for him to grow. Fight, fight, and fight. Grow in battle. Gain insights through battle. Also transformed in battle. Ye Bufan obviously wanted to train Chen Tianlong into a violent and wild fighting maniac. Buzz. Before everyone could think about it, the space around Chen Tianlong in the battle circle suddenly shook slightly, and then a layer of light golden halo appeared in the right palm of Chen Tianlong. What's this? Seeing this scene, everyone present was a little dazed. It was also at this time that the battle between Chen Tianlong and the monster in the Destiny Realm clashed again. Bang! The monster from the Destiny Realm slapped Chen Tianlong with one palm. Boom! Chen Tianlong also slapped the monsters in the Destiny Realm without any order. Da da da! In an instant, Chen Tianlong retreated 3 steps uncontrollably. Call! The monster in the Destiny Realm flew backwards. Fuck! Seeing this scene, many people couldn't help but exclaim. In the direction where the monster flew backwards, dozens of human warriors instinctively dispersed to both sides. The body of the monster passed by them in an instant. Boom! Dozens of meters away, the body of the Destiny Realm monster fell heavily to the ground, and then rolled forward several meters before finally stopping. At this time, the Destiny Realm monster suddenly stood up. However, bang! In just a second, the demon beast in the Destiny Realm collapsed to the ground again. Then, blood flowed from the corners of its mouth. After struggling on the ground for a few times, it became unresponsive. The sudden change made everyone present a little dazed, and several human warriors even ran directly towards the demon beast in the Destiny Realm. After they checked the condition of the Destiny Realm monster, their faces suddenly changed. One of them was even more shocked and horrified and said, "He's dead." That palm strike just now directly shattered his internal organs. What? That palm strike directly shattered the monster's internal organs? Are you kidding me? In other words, the palm strike just now instantly killed a demon beast in the Destiny Realm. Damn it! Isn't this a bit too scary? In an instant, everyone looked at Chen Tianlong with disbelief. The whole place was dead silent. The atmosphere was weird to the extreme. However, Chen Tianlong didn't care about these at all. Huff, huff, huff. Huff, huff, huff. At this moment, he was breathing heavily. Although he was a little tired, there was a hint of excitement and joy on his face. Paw, paw, paw. At this time, Ye Bufan on the side suddenly clapped his hands, looked at Chen Tianlong and said with a smile, "You have finally not let me down by practicing the great desolate heavenly steel hand in 3 days. The great wilderness heavenly steel master. Was it the palm strike just now?" Everyone was stunned, etc. Suddenly, most of the people present were shocked again. Getting started in 3 days. In other words, the palm strike that this kid just displayed was only the entry level of this martial art. Damn it! Are you kidding me? If an entry-level fighter can directly kill a monster of the same level in the Destiny Realm, then if he practices this martial art to the extreme, wouldn't he be able to fight across levels and directly kill a monster of the Spirit Realm? Chapter 2043 Young Master Yi, the Torturer. When they thought of this, those who had this idea were immediately shocked and confused. The Shanwu world is huge, and its martial arts strength far exceeds that of the Tianyuan small thousand worlds, but the Xingyu kingdom is, after all, just an inconspicuous and insignificant small country in the borderland of the Shanwu world. In such a place, most warriors only practice ordinary level martial arts, and a small number of people can practice yellow level martial arts. As for the mysterious level martial arts, only families or forces at the main city level can possess them. As for the ground level, only top-level forces like the Wu family and the royal family of the kingdom can possess them, and the grades of these earth-level martial arts will not be too high, basically they are at the low or medium levels. The most important thing is that not everyone has the opportunity or qualifications to practice this level of martial arts, even among the top forces in the kingdom. In short, there are no high-level martial arts in the Star Moon Kingdom. Just like the people in front of me. Even though they all have prominent status, in fact, there is not even one person among them who masters Earth-level martial arts. Even among them, there are only 3 or 4 people who master mysterious-level martial arts. Of course, even if they don't know Zon-level or even Earth-level martial arts, it doesn't mean that they know nothing about this level of martial arts. Just like now, the martial arts he had just learned actually killed a monster of the same level in seconds. Is this a mysterious martial art? Or maybe this is an Earth-level martial art? No. Whether it is Zon-level martial arts or D-level martial arts, these 2 levels of martial arts can indeed kill beings of the same level in seconds. However, that is definitely not the case when you are just starting to learn martial arts. Instead, you have to practice these 2 levels of martial arts to the extreme. But now, Chen Tianlong actually killed a monster of the same level as him in seconds with a martial arts skill that he had just learned. What does this mean? This means that the martial arts displayed by Chen Tianlong must have surpassed the Earth level. That is a heavenly level martial art. Heaven level martial arts. The entire Star Moon Kingdom may not have martial arts of this level. No, it's not maybe, but definitely. There are absolutely no heavenly level martial arts in the Star Moon Kingdom. As soon as they thought of this, the faces of those who had such thoughts immediately changed when they looked at Ye Bufan and Chen Tianlong, especially when they looked at Ye Bufan, there was something called reverence in their eyes. After all, among those people who are qualified to be kidnapped by Ye Bufan, except for followers and servants, the rest are people with status and background. Such people are definitely not short-sighted. Just a heavenly level martial art is enough to make them think of a lot. For example, Ye Bufan's identity. Another example is Ye Bufan's origin. Although they still knew nothing about these, there was one thing they were certain of, and that was no matter who Ye Bufan was or what his origins were, he was not someone they could afford to provoke. Not to mention them, even the royal family of the kingdom can't afford to offend them. But they actually came to cause trouble for Ye Bufan just to get the Wu family's sky-high reward, and even wanted to take Ye Bufan's life. They really don't know what's good for them. Why? Let's not talk about whether they have the ability to kill Ye Bufan. Even if they killed Ye Bufan and successfully obtained the Wu family's sky-high bounty of 100 million, so what? A young man with heavenly martial arts skills, would he not have a backer? It's impossible. If you kill him, you will have to wait for revenge from the person behind him. Ye Bufan himself is already a Tiangong-level warrior. As the person behind him, his strength must be even more powerful and terrifying, at least surpassing the Tiangong level. Above Tiangong is Yuanfu. The revenge of a powerful Yuanfu realm master is enough to make people shudder just thinking about it, and even feel deep despair. But the Wu family still issued such a reward. What did they want to do? They are trying to push everyone into the fire pit. Hemp leather. Damn Wu family. Damn Wu Qianyan. Just wait for me. If I don't die, you won't have an easy life either. In that brief moment, after some imagination, many people present hated the Wu family and Wu Qianyan, and it was the kind of hatred that was so deep and almost irreconcilable. Ye Bufan knew nothing about this. Looking at Chen Tianlong, he praised him and said, "Of course, don't be complacent about this. After all, practicing the Great Wilderness Heavenly Steel Hand to the entry level in 3 days can only be considered as passing, not excellent at all. Do you know how long it took me to practice this martial art to the entry level? How many? Moment. That's right. After I got this martial art, I only took a look at it and was able to master it instantly." Ye Bufan said without blushing or beating his heart, and even said it shamelessly. When he first obtained the Great Wilderness Heavenly Steel Hand, he indeed cultivated it to the entry level in an instant, and even directly cultivated it to the extreme, but what did Ye Bufan rely on? He relied on the super bug of the Hongmeng Emperor scripture. However, Chen Tianlong didn't know this. After hearing Ye Bufan's words, he was completely stunned and dumbfounded. Chen Tianlong was like this, and everyone else present was no exception. Learn heavenly level martial arts instantly. Damn it. Do you have to be so scary? Even for ordinary and yellow level martial arts, we need to practice hard for 10 days or half a month to reach the entry level. But you can master heaven level martial arts instantly. It's really special. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. Alright. Before everyone could think about it, Ye Bufan spoke again, changing the subject. I am telling you this not to discourage you, but to remind you that this world is huge, bigger than you can imagine. There are many people like you in this world, so many that you may not be able to count them. You have already wasted more than 10 years and started much later than others, so you are not qualified to be complacent because of a little achievement, because the stage that belongs to you is not this mere Star Moon Kingdom, but the entire Shanwu world. Yes. Chen Tianlong responded and said, Master, I will remember this. Chen Tianlong was like this, and everyone else present was in a mess, and some had been hit hard. Look at others, then look at yourself. Damn it. Just a Star Moon Kingdom. Do you know how big the Star Moon Kingdom is? Do you know how many people there are in the Star Moon Kingdom? That's all. However, compared with the entire Shanwu world, the Xingyu Kingdom is indeed just a small area. Why? It is true that vision determines the pattern. Compared with Ye Bufan, most people present felt that the first half of their lives were just like dogs. Ye Bufan nodded and said, since you have already practiced the Great Wilderness Heavenly Steel Hand to the entry level, then start practicing the Heavenly Gang Subduing Demon skill. Tian Gang Fu Mo Gong. Could this be another heavenly level martial art? Everyone was shocked. Chen Tianlong also immediately gave them a perfect answer. He scratched his head, looked at Ye Bufan awkwardly and said, Master, this Tian Gang Fu Mo Gong is so difficult. Although I have cultivated the Tian Gang internal energy, I can't use it. It's as if it doesn't belong to me. This problem is easy to solve. Ye Bufan said this, and then looked at the 200 or 300 human warriors who were watching, that is, the hostages he had kidnapped, and said, all the warriors in the Destiny Realm, please step out. Well, everyone was stunned and puzzled, but 50 or 60 warriors in the Destiny Realm still stood up. There was nothing they could do. They were at the mercy of others and Ye Bufan had already spoken, so they did not dare to refuse. After 50 or 60 Heavenly Fate Realm warriors came out, Ye Bufan looked directly at them, pointed at Chen Tianlong and said, come on together and beat him hard. Remember, don't hold back at all. When Ye Bufan said this, everyone present was stunned and dumbfounded. It was fine that you had let your apprentice fight a monster of the same level before, but now, you actually let 50 or 60 warriors in the Destiny Realm beat up your apprentice together. Are you kidding me? Is this guy really your apprentice? You are not a false teacher, are you? Or do you have a grudge against him? Or maybe you are just a torturer with a special fetish. Chapter 2044. Here comes the one seeking death. Not only the people present, but also Chen Tianlong himself was looking at Ye Bufan stupidly, with a look of bewilderment and confusion, and even a little confusion. But at this moment, Ye Bufan shouted at the 50 or 60 Heavenly Fate Realm warriors, what are you all standing there for? Why don't you take action now? Upon hearing this, the 50 or 60 Heavenly Fate Realm warriors present instantly came back to their senses. Yes, they responded in unison, and then without any further hesitation, they all rushed towards Chen Tianlong. Seeing this scene, Chen Tianlong took a step back and assumed a fighting stance. Unexpectedly, Ye Bufan suddenly said, don't fight back. Chen Tianlong was stunned when he heard this. No fighting back. Do you really want to get yourself beaten? Although he didn't know why Ye Bufan did this, he had to obey his master's orders. Since his master said so, as a disciple, he had no choice but to do as he was told. Immediately, Chen Tianlong withdrew his fighting stance and just stood there stupidly, allowing 50 or 60 warriors in the Destiny Realm to rush towards him. Although the warriors in the Destiny Realm were equally puzzled and stunned, they did not ask any more questions and did not hesitate for a moment. After all, it was Ye Bufan who asked them to fight, so they would be in vain if they did not fight. What's more, even Ye Bufan, the master, doesn't feel sorry for him, so how could outsiders like them feel sorry for him? Beat him up. In just a moment, 50 or 60 warriors in the Destiny Realm had arrived beside Chen Tianlong. The first warrior in the Destiny Realm who was charging in the front kicked Chen Tianlong directly. Bang! After a dull thud, Chen Tianlong was instantly kicked to the ground, and a trace of pain appeared on his face. 50 or 60 warriors in the Destiny Realm did not stop. Bang, bang, bang. They surrounded Chen Tianlong and started punching and kicking him. Those punches and kicks were as heavy and fierce as they could be. It can be said that the 50 or 60 warriors in the Destiny realm present all fought without reservation. Of course, they were just doing it without reservation. They didn't use any killing moves, nor did they dare to. After all, they always remembered that Chen Tianlong was Ye Bufan's apprentice. If they killed him, they would definitely have a hard time surviving. But even so, Chen Tianlong didn't feel good. Although he possesses an indestructible body of diamond and a physical body comparable to, or even far superior to, those of monsters, his cultivation is only at the Destiny realm after all. How could he withstand the continuous attacks from 50 or 60 warriors of the same level when he was unable to fight back? In just a moment, Chen Tianlong was beaten black and blue, and waves of heart-wrenching pain continued to sweep over his body. This kind of pain made Chen Tianlong feel like he was dying. The pain was so severe that Chen Tianlong almost fainted. But he held on. Not only did he hold on, he also gritted his teeth to prevent himself from making the slightest sound. Ye Bufan was very satisfied with this. He nodded and said, "Practice the Tian Gang subduing demon technique and try to mobilize the Tian Gang fighting energy in your body to protect yourself. Don't be impatient, do it step by step." Hearing this, Chen Tianlong was stunned at first, and then he understood Ye Bufan's intention. Although he has already cultivated the Tiangong battle power, he still doesn't know how to use it, or he can't use it at all. Ye Bufan wants to use this method, with the help of external stimulation, to familiarize himself with, master, and further use the Tiangong battle power. Immediately, Chen Tianlong began to practice the Tiangong demon subduing technique. As the Tiangong subduing demon skill was used, the traces of Tiangong fighting energy in Chen Tianlong's body directly surged out. This trace of Tiangong fighting energy was completely out of control. After rushing around in Chen Tianlong's body, it directly caused Chen Tianlong considerable internal injuries. The internal and external injuries were so painful that Chen Tianlong couldn't help but sweat rolling down his forehead, but he still gritted his teeth and persevered. This scene made the surrounding warriors feel sympathy and pity, and even a little admiration. After all, looking at Chen Tianlong's appearance, it was not difficult to imagine how much pain he was in at the moment, but he kept gritting his teeth and didn't make even the slightest sound. Ask yourself, if it were them, they might not be able to do what Chen Tianlong did. After all, who is not afraid of pain? The path of martial arts is inherently against the will of heaven. Money, friends, land and laws are important, but yourself is the key. If you are not fierce and cruel, how can you fight against heaven for your life? Only those who endure the most hardships can become the best. This is absolutely true. Perhaps, their current mediocrity is caused by themselves. If they could be like Chen Tianlong is now, be a little harder on themselves, and work harder, perhaps they would be a different picture now. It's a pity that time can never be recovered. It's a pity that they didn't meet a strict teacher like Ye Bufan like Chen Tianlong did. Time passes by every second. Half an hour later, Ye Bufan suddenly said, "It's okay." As soon as Ye Bufan said this, 50 or 60 warriors in the Destiny realm immediately stopped attacking Chen Tianlong and retreated to the side. As for Chen Tianlong, he lay on the ground, stunned for a moment, then turned his head to look at Ye Bufan, and said with a dying breath, Master, I can still continue." "Are you sure?" Ye Bufan asked with a smile. Chen Tianlong stopped talking instantly. "That's enough. If you hit me again, I'll kill you." Ye Bufan said calmly, "More haste makes waste. You have to eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. The same is true for martial arts practice." "Yes," Chen Tianlong said in a weak voice. Ye Bufan ignored Chen Tianlong and looked at Hu Sandao who was standing beside him. He said, "Sandao, bring the meat." For others, a panacea might be needed to heal the wounds at this time, but for Chen Tianlong who possesses the indestructible body of Vajra, there is no need to be so troublesome. As long as there is food, it is no different from a panacea. In fact, as long as he is full, a panacea cannot compare to it. This is also the main reason why Ye Bufan dared to torment Chen Tianlong like this. In this Star Moon Forest, no matter how seriously injured Chen Tianlong was, as long as he could still eat, he would not die. "Yes, master." After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Hu Sandao directly walked towards Chen Tianlong carrying the monster meat that had been prepared long ago. As for the title of Master, it was naturally requested by Ye Bufan. God Lord, that's too high profile. Ye Bufan didn't want some people in the Shanwu world to associate something with the word, Lord God. 20 minutes later, Chen Tianlong directly devoured a demon beast from the immortal martial realm. At this time, all his injuries had healed, and he was even more energetic than before he was seriously injured. This scene made everyone present stunned. Can the meat of monsters heal wounds? Stop kidding. Unless it is some special monster, there will be no such effect. But was the monster that Chen Tianlong just swallowed a monster of this special nature? Not at all. It was just an ordinary demon beast in the immortal martial realm. Since it was just an ordinary monster, how come his injuries suddenly healed? Not knowing why, the warriors present could only attribute this sudden change to Ye Bufan. In their opinion, Ye Bufan must have added some kind of magic medicine to the monster's meat. After recovering from his injuries, Chen Tianlong looked at Ye Bufan. Go on. Ye Bufan understood and said lightly. Yes, master. Chen Tianlong responded and looked at the 50 or 60 warriors in the Destiny realm. The warriors in the Destiny realm were suddenly confused and disoriented. What do you mean by master and disciple? Especially you as a master. What happened to the saying that more haste makes waste? Didn't we say that martial arts training cannot be accomplished overnight? What is this now? It's only been more than 20 minutes. Isn't this what they call haste makes waste? The most important thing is that your disciple became full of energy again after eating a monster, but it's different for us. Although your disciple did not resist, we beat him for more than half an hour and he must be very tired. Okay. Can't you give us some time to catch our breath? Although they think so, no one dares to say it. Why? It's simple, they are prisoners. Others are the butchers and I am the meat. Faced with the master and disciple pair of Ye Bufan and Chen Tianlong, they simply did not dare to disobey. In that case, let's fight. 3 days later. Bang, bang, bang. In the camp where Ye Bufan and his party were, with hundreds of people watching, Chen Tianlong was engaging in close combat with a monster. This seemed to have become Chen Tianlong's daily compulsory course. However, the monster in front of Chen Tianlong was no longer the Destiny Realm level monster before, but a Spirit Realm monster. In terms of cultivation, this monster had even reached the 7th level of Spirit Realm. And what about Chen Tianlong? Just 2 levels of Spirit and Soul. The 2nd level of the Divine Soul versus the 7th level of the Divine Soul. There is a full 5 small realms between the 2 sides. However, under such circumstances, the demon beast of the 7th level of the Divine Spirit was actually beaten back by Chen Tianlong. You know, the physical bodies of the monster race are far superior to those of humans. But what about now? A demon beast at the 7th level of the spiritual soul was actually beaten back step by a human teenager at the 2nd level of the spiritual soul in a close combat and bloody fighting. This Nima. Who is the monster and who is the human? The most important thing is that 3 days ago, Chen Tianlong was still struggling even when facing a monster at the Destiny Realm, but now, he can actually completely defeat a monster at the 7th level of the Spirit Realm. This growth rate had already frightened the warriors who were kidnapped by Ye Bufan. They were stunned and numb. Bang! As Chen Tianlong struck out with the Great Wilderness Heavenly Steel Hand, the demon beast of the 7th level of the Divine Soul flew backwards directly, and then with a bang, it crashed directly into a tree as thick as a human waist. Crack! The big tree broke and the monster fell to the ground. Woo woo woo. The next second, after struggling for a few times, the monster suddenly became silent. The demon beast of the 7th level of the Divine Spirit dies. The whole place was dead silent. Those warriors who were kidnapped by Ye Bufan looked at Chen Tianlong and felt terrified and their scalps tingled. If word got out that a boy of 14 or 15 years old had killed a demon beast of the 7th level of spiritual power with just his physical body with a single blow, who would believe it? But they saw it with their own eyes. The most terrifying thing is that it only took the boy a few days to grow to this point. If he was given another month, 2 months, or even a year, or 2 years, how would he grow to? It's unimaginable. No wonder his master told him that his stage was not in this mere Star Moon Kingdom, but that he should look at the entire Shanwu world. Now it seems that his master's words were not false. Of course, that's not the point. The key point is his master. The apprentice is already so perverted, what about the master? A strong person in Tiangong realm. Is it really just like that? Looking at Ye Bufan, the eyes of everyone present have undergone tremendous changes. Previously, they all believed that Ye Bufan was a strong man in the Tiangong realm, but now, they feel that Ye Bufan's cultivation should be far more than just the Tiangong realm. Perhaps, he has reached the Yuanfu realm, or even the Wuji realm. But at this moment, a sound suddenly came from not far away. There's someone over there. Let's go and ask them. Maybe they have seen that boy. Well, the sudden voice made most of the people present stunned. When they turned around, they saw a team of 200 to 300 people had come to them, led by a burly man in armor, and his cultivation had reached the 9th level of Tai. The 9th level of Tai, such strength is already considered a strong man in the Star Moon Kingdom, and there are 6 other Tai realm warriors standing next to the burly man. With such strength and lineup, they are definitely not unknown in the Star Moon Kingdom. At least, among those kidnapped by Ye Bufan, many people recognized their identities and origins as soon as they saw this group of people. Tianyao Mercenary Group, the 3rd-ranked mercenary group in the Star Moon Kingdom. When the Tianyao Mercenary Group came to Ye Bufan and his group, one of the Tai realm men didn't even look at them. He directly took out a portrait and presented it to them, saying, "Have you seen the person in the portrait?" Well, after seeing the portrait in the hands of the Tai realm man, all the warriors who were kidnapped and captured by Ye Bufan were stunned, and a few words immediately rang in their minds: "Here comes someone seeking death." Chapter 2045 Wrong Person. It was not for any other reason, but because the portrait of Ye Bufan was in the hand of the Tai realm warrior in front of him. It was obvious that the Tianyao mercenary group entered the Xingyu forest to hunt down Ye Bufan. In this case, what else could they be but seeking death? If it was a few days ago, these people present would naturally not have such thoughts. After all, the Tianyao mercenary group is at least one of the top 3 mercenary groups in the Star Moon Kingdom. With the cultivation level of its leader Mo Beishong infinitely close to the Tiangong realm, plus several Tai realm powerhouses and hundreds of gang members in the Tianyao mercenary group, the strength of the entire Tianyao mercenary group is already comparable to that of a Tiangong realm powerhouse. This level of strength is simply not something that ordinary people can contend with. But is Ye Bufan an ordinary person? Obviously not. After a few days of getting along and observing, the people present have determined that Ye Bufan's strength has surpassed the Tiangong level and reached the Yuanfu realm, or even the Wuji realm. A strong man of this level is not someone that a mere Tianyao mercenary group can contend with. Not to mention the Tianyao mercenary group, no one in the entire Xingyu kingdom can be his opponent. The most important thing is that all the people present knew very well that the reason why the Tianyao mercenary group appeared here was entirely planned by Ye Bufan. It was he who let go of the thousands of warriors before, and he also deliberately instigated those warriors to spread the news of his presence in the Xingyu forest in order to lure forces like the Tianyao mercenary group to come to the Xingyu forest to hunt him down. As for why Ye Bufan did this, they were not clear and did not know, but they were sure that those who came to hunt down Ye Bufan would definitely not have a good ending. Being robbed or kidnapped are minor incidents, but you may even lose your life as a result. It's a pity that the people of Tianyao mercenary group are completely unaware of this. Faced with everyone's silence, the Tai realm warrior holding Ye Bufan's portrait immediately frowned and said angrily, "I'm asking you a question. Are you all mute? Has anyone seen the boy in this portrait?" Hearing this, everyone rolled their eyes, as if to say, "Are you an idiot?" Court death. Seeing this scene, the Tai realm warrior instantly became furious. Just as he was about to attack in anger, a voice suddenly rang out from behind the crowd, "Hey, why does the person in this portrait look so much like me?" After hearing this, the hundreds of warriors who were captured and kidnapped by Ye Bufan were all confused and crazy without exception. "What do you mean by looks like you? It is obviously you." Although they thought so, no one spoke up. Why? Because they are not fools, they can naturally see that Ye Bufan is teasing the people of Tianyao mercenary group. If they expose Ye Bufan at this time, they will be asking for trouble. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the people from the Tianyao mercenary group all looked at him. "It's you." The moment he saw Ye Bufan, the Tai realm man holding the portrait exclaimed, "Do you know me?" Ye Bufan glanced at the other person and pretended to be confused. "No." The Tai realm man sneered, "It's more than knowing it, it's too knowing it, it's really like after searching everywhere for something, it's easy to find it. What are you still standing there for? Kill him." After he finished speaking, the Tai realm man rushed directly towards Ye Bufan. It was obvious from his look that he wanted to steal the credit. Upon seeing this scene, the warriors kidnapped by Ye Bufan collectively observed a 3-second silence for this Tai realm warrior from the Tianyao mercenary group. What kind of person is this? He is looking for death by robbing. Call. 0/10 of a second later, the Tai realm warrior had arrived in front of Ye Bufan. Without any hesitation, he threw an extremely powerful punch directly at Ye Bufan. This punch was clearly intended to take Ye Bufan's life. It's a pity that his speed was too slow. No, it should be said that Ye Bufan's speed was too fast. After the Tai realm man threw a punch, Ye Bufan directly hit out with a palm, but he was the last to arrive. Paw. Ye Bufan slapped the left cheek of the Tai realm man with one palm. Under the powerful force, a dull and heavy sound instantly rang out, and then the Tai realm man's body hit the ground with a bang. Something happened in a flash. Mo Beixiong, the leader of the Tianyao mercenary group, was dumbfounded, and those warriors in the Tai realm were also confused. As for the ordinary members who were originally preparing to charge forward, they just stood there in a daze, not daring to take another step forward. They even felt as if they were hallucinating. Why? Because of his identity as a Tai realm warrior. He is not only one of the 7 deputy leaders of the Tianyao mercenary group, but also a Tai 6th heaven level warrior who ranks 3rd in strength in the entire Tianyao mercenary group. But what about now? A powerful man at the 6th level of Tai was actually knocked to the ground by a slap in the face. Damn, is this true? Even the captain, a powerful person at the 9th level of Tai heaven, doesn't have this ability, right? At this moment, time seemed to stand still and space seemed to solidify. All the people in the Tianyao mercenary group, from the leader to the ordinary members, looked at Ye Bufan with deep fear in their eyes. After all, they were not fools. After seeing this scene, how could they not understand that the so-called fat sheep in their eyes was not someone they could afford to provoke? The members of the Tianyao mercenary group understood this, and the deputy leader of the Tai realm, who was the person involved, had a deeper understanding of it. After all, Ye Bufan's palm strike just now almost took his life. At this moment, he simply lay on the ground and dared not move. There was no other way. He was afraid that if he moved rashly, Ye Bufan might take his life. It's like a little white rabbit standing in front of a big tiger. How can the little white rabbit dare to move if the tiger doesn't give the order? At this time, Ye Bufan lowered his head, looked at the man lying on the ground, and complained, "Are you still unreasonable? I don't even know you, why do you want to kill me right away?" Nonsense, of course I'm here for the sky-high bounty of 100 million spirit stones. The man in Tai realm felt extremely aggrieved. Of course, he didn't dare to say this, and he couldn't say it. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. At this time, Mo Beixiong, the leader of the Tianyao mercenary group, finally came back to his senses, and stood up, looking at Ye Bufan and said, "Senior, this is all a misunderstanding. My brother recognized the wrong person." "Did you recognize the wrong person?" Ye Bufan glanced at Mo Beixiong with suspicion. Yes, senior, I recognized the wrong person." Without waiting for Mo Beixiong to answer, the Tai realm warrior on the ground spoke in a hurry. "I see." Ye Bufan stroked his chin and groaned, then said, "I told you, I don't even know you, why did you come up and want to kill me? It turns out you recognized the wrong person." Changing the subject, Ye Bufan rebuked again, "How could you be so reckless? Fortunately, I still have some ability. If it was someone else, wouldn't you have killed them by mistake?" Yes, senior, I have learned your lesson. I will definitely correct it in the future." The Tai realm warriors responded one after another. "Is that right?" Ye Bufan smiled and said, "Although you almost took my life, I am still a reasonable person. Since you have recognized the wrong person and you have apologized, then forget it. I will not take your life. Get up." Puff. After hearing this, especially the word reasonable, many of the hundreds of prisoners watching on the side couldn't help but burst out laughing. Makes sense. Ye Bufan is very reasonable, but what is the reason he is talking about? If you don't provoke me, then it's fine. But if you mess with me, you will either die or be skinned alive. Unfortunately, the people of the Tianyao mercenary group knew nothing about this. They even thought that the laughter around them was due to their gaffe, cowardice, or something else. Yes, thank you for not killing me." Immediately, the Tai realm warrior said something and stood up respectfully. Ye Bufan nodded. At this time, Mo Beixiong, the leader of the Tianyao mercenary group, immediately looked at Ye Bufan, clasped his fists, and said, "Senior, since it is a misunderstanding, we will not bother you anymore. Goodbye." "Goodbye." Ye Bufan smiled and said, "Don't be in a hurry. I wonder if the senior has any other instructions." Mo Beixiong frowned, and a hint of vigilance flashed in his eyes. "Order." Ye Bufan smiled and shook his head, saying, "I didn't give any orders, but you almost took my life, so, should we talk about the compensation issue?" "Compensation?" Mo Beixiong was stunned, looking a little surprised. The members of the Tianyao mercenary group were all dumbfounded. "Didn't you say forget it? Why do you want compensation?" Only those warriors who were kidnapped and captured by Ye Bufan stood aside, each of them covering their mouths and laughing secretly. "Do you think that just because your seniors say forget it, they will really let bygones be bygones?" "Innocent. The senior only said that he would not take your lives, but he did not say that he would not ask you to pay compensation. Next, you just wait for the senior to have a good talk with you, just like us a few days ago." Chapter 2046, Senior, is that too much? Why, shouldn't it be? Looking at Mo Beixiong, Ye Bufan frowned. "Shouldn't it? Of course not. Although it was my brother who attacked first, you did not suffer any harm. Instead, my brother was almost beaten to death by you. In this case, why should we pay compensation? If there is any compensation, it should be you who compensates us." Demon Northern Bear was filled with resentment. However, he could only think about this in his mind and didn't dare to say it out loud. After all, with the strength displayed by Ye Bufan, if he was angered, none of his group would survive. The demonic Northern Bear understands the principle of the survival of the fittest. So, he could only give in. Therefore, he could only look at Ye Bufan. Although he was unwilling, he still smiled and said, it should be, it is absolutely right. However, senior, how much do you think we should pay? Is that right?" Ye Bufan smiled slightly and said, "I am reasonable. Since you are so straightforward, I will not make it difficult for you. So, just leave all your belongings here. As for weapons, leave them for you to use for self-defense. After all, this is the Star Moon Forest, which is not very safe." "What the hell?" When Ye Bufan said this, Mo Beixiong was stunned. Not only Mo Beixiong, but other members of the Tianyao mercenary group were no exception. They had already prepared themselves for heavy losses, but they did not expect that Ye Bufan would demand everything from them right away. "Damn, this is too much." The next second, Mo Beixiong frowned, looked directly at Ye Bufan, and asked calmly, "Senior, are you joking?" "Joke?" Ye Bufan shook his head, "Do you think I'm joking? To be honest, I never joke with strangers." "You." Hearing this, Mo Beixiong instantly became furious. He finally understood that he and his group were being robbed, or in other words, the other party had been playing tricks on them from the very beginning. "Call. Take a deep breath." Mo Beixiong looked at Ye Bufan and said in a deep voice, "Senior, isn't this a bit too much?" "Passed? How did it pass? Why don't I feel that?" "You. What are you talking about? Hurry up, leave your belongings behind and get out of here." "What a great plan. Leave your belongings here, but get out. What if we don't agree?" "Yo-ho." Ye Bufan chuckled, looked at Mo Beixiong with a playful and teasing expression and said, "So, you guys are planning to compete with me?" Mo Beixiong instinctively took a step back, then gritted his teeth, looked at Ye Bufan with a fearful expression and said, "If possible, we naturally don't want to be enemies with the senior, but the senior wants too much, so much that we are far from being able to bear it, so why don't you take a step back?" "Take a step back? Yes, let's take a step back and accept the compensation, but not all of it. So how much do you think is appropriate? How about 30 million? 30 million. It's a lot, but only what? What do you think I am doing now?" Well, Mo Beixiong was a little confused for a moment. "Oh what?" Ye Bufan shouted, "This is robbery, you know what robbery is. Have you ever seen anyone bargaining during robbery?" Mo Beixiong was instantly confused. "I know you were robbing me, but didn't you say before that this is just compensation? So, there's nothing to talk about." Looking at Ye Bufan, Mo Beixiong clenched his fists and said in a cold voice, "Talk." Ye Bufan shook his head and said, "What's the point of talking? Either leave your belongings behind and leave, or get started right away. Stop wasting time and nagging, okay? Son of a B*TCH. Mo Beixiong cursed in his heart. "Kill." Then he shouted directly. If Ye Bufan only asked for 30 or 50 million, they might be able to accept it. However, Ye Bufan asked for all of their money right away. How could they accept that? As the saying goes, people die for money and birds die for food. What is a mercenary? Mercenaries are a group of desperate criminals who live on the edge of a knife, and everything they do is ultimately for the sake of money. Although Ye Bufan is powerful, he may not be invincible. So, Mo Beixiong decided to give it a try. I am already a desperado, so why should I fear death? Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Beixiong rushed out directly, his right hand already grasping the hilt of the long sword at his waist. Base. The long sword was unsheathed, and Mo Beixiong clenched the sword and slashed at Ye Bufan. Kill. After Mo Beixiong, hundreds of people from the Tianyao mercenary group no longer hesitated. They drew their weapons and followed Mo Beixiong to charge towards Ye Bufan. They knew that Ye Bufan was very strong, so they used all their strength when they attacked, without any reservation or luck at all. But even so, is it useful? Looking at this scene, the hundreds of warriors who were captured and kidnapped by Ye Bufan shook their heads with sympathy and pity. In their opinion, although the Tianyao mercenary group is powerful, facing Ye Bufan, their behavior is like an ant trying to shake a tree, which is simply courting death. This is also true. Facing the hundreds of people from the Tianyao mercenary group rushing towards them, Ye Bufan chuckled, and then instead of retreating, he advanced straight towards the Tianyao mercenary group. In the face of absolute strength, the advantage in numbers is completely meaningless. 3 minutes later, Ye Bufan stood with his hands behind his back. Among the hundreds of people from the Tianyao mercenary group, including their leader Mo Beixiong, no one was left standing. They all lay on the ground wailing and screaming. One person completely defeated the entire group. The strength displayed by Ye Bufan made the entire Tianyao mercenary group despair. At this time, Ye Bufan squatted down in front of Mo Beixiong, looked at him and said slowly, "Still fighting?" Mo Beixiong was in a mess and even more aggrieved. "Beat. What the hell? In less than 3 minutes, all the members of our Tianyao mercenary group were knocked down by you. In this situation, is there any need to fight again? Not to mention doing it again, even if it happens 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times, the result will be the same. Go ahead." With no other options, Mo Beixiong simply closed his eyes and said, "Do something. What do you want to do?" Ye Bufan was a little confused. "I admit that I am inferior to you in skills. You can kill me or chop me up if you want," Mo Beixiong said in a deep voice. "Hee hee." Ye Bufan smiled and said, "When did I ever say I would take your lives?" Mo Beixiong was stunned. The next second, he opened his eyes, looked at Ye Bufan with some surprise and asked, "You won't kill us?" "Why would I kill you?" Ye Bufan asked back. "This." Mo Beixiong was suddenly speechless. Ye Bufan said slowly, "I have already told you before that I am reasonable. If I want money, I will not take your life. Do you understand?" "Understand. I seem to understand." Mo Beixiong was confused. Ye Bufan had already looked at the hundreds of captives standing aside and said, "What are you still standing there for? Take away all the valuables from these people. Do you want me to do it myself?" Hearing this, the hundreds of prisoners who were watching the show suddenly came to their senses with a start. Then they did not dare to hesitate at all and immediately came forward. "What are you doing?" Of course, it was to seize the spoils for Ye Bufan. A few minutes later, all the valuables of hundreds of people from the Tianyao mercenary group, including Mo Beixiong, were stripped clean. Naturally, all these properties fell into Ye Bufan's hands. Although the people of the Tianyao mercenary group felt aggrieved and unwilling, they were simply helpless and could only watch their years of hard-earned money go into Ye Bufan's pocket. After confiscating all the property of the Tianyao mercenary group, Ye Bufan still squatted in front of Mo Beixiong, looked at him and said lightly, "By the way, what's your name?" Mo Beixiong's mouth twitched, and he said, "Junior Mo Beixiong." "Captain Mo, right." Ye Bufan groaned for a moment, then smiled and said, "I have a deal I'd like to discuss with you. Is Captain Mo interested? Can I refuse?" Mo Beixiong said with some resentment and trepidation. "Reject." Ye Bufan was somewhat surprised and puzzled and said, "I haven't even told you what the deal is, why are you refusing? You are a jerk. With your character, how could I dare to do business with you?" Mo Beixiong was filled with resentment, but he said, "Senior, to be honest, I have important matters to deal with, so, I really can't do that kind of business with you." "I see." Ye Bufan touched his chin and said, "You are really embarrassing me. After all, I have already said it. If you refuse, I will lose face. After losing face, I will be very unhappy. After being unhappy, I will want to kill someone. Senior, I'll take this deal. Ye Bufan had just finished speaking when Mo Beixiong interrupted him. At this moment, Mo Beixiong finally understood that facing Ye Bufan, here his Tianyao mercenary group had no power to choose or refuse. You answered. After Mo Beixiong finished speaking, Ye Bufan looked at him with some surprise. Yes, I did, but I haven't said what the deal is yet. No matter what the deal is, I'll take it. No, I'm a reasonable person. I haven't even made it clear yet. How can I let you accept this big deal without knowing the truth? You idiot, are you done yet? Mo Beixiong was tired. Ye Bufan continued, well, first tell me what level of skills and martial arts you are practicing. Well, Mo Beixiong was puzzled. Why, you can't tell me? Ye Bufan asked calmly. Mo Beixiong was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, so he said directly, the technique I practice is the best of the yellow grade. As for the martial arts, one is the lower grade of the mysterious grade, and the other is the upper grade of the yellow grade. Not bad. Ye Bufan smiled and said, you mercenaries must have killed many monsters in your daily life, right? You should be able to make a lot of money by killing a monster, right? You are a jerk. Mo Beixiong felt like his head was about to explode. He really wanted to ask Ye Bufan directly what he wanted to do. He even had the urge to ask Ye Bufan, can you give me a quick death, but he couldn't bring himself to do it, so he could only bite the bullet and tell the truth. Senior, to be honest, we mercenaries really don't make money, especially in the business of hunting monsters. The bulk of the money goes to those restaurants and medicine dealers. At most, we just follow them to drink soup. And these are some relatively high-level monsters. If it's some low-level monsters, it's no different from giving it away for free. Sometimes no one wants it even if it's given away for free. I see. Ye Bufan touched his chin and said, since you can't make money, then you can just follow me from now on. You help me catch monsters and I'll pay you. How about that? Well, Mo Beixiong was stunned. Ye Bufan continued, of course, I won't treat you unfairly. How about this, I will buy the monsters you capture at 10 times the market price. 10 times the market price. Mo Beixiong was suddenly shocked. Not only him, but everyone else present was no exception. That's right. Ye Bufan nodded and said, it's 10 times the market price. I'll take as many as you have, regardless of grade or disability, as long as they're still alive. This. Mo Beixiong was shocked and confused. Buying monsters at 10 times the market price. Or taking as many as you can get, regardless of grade or injury, as long as they are still alive. Damn it. What do you want to do? Too much money and nowhere to spend it. Etc. Money. Damn it. Didn't you steal all your money from us? Use our money to hire us to help you hunt monsters. Senior, this is too much. Chapter 2047 The Crazy Beginning. Yes, it is excessive, very excessive, extremely excessive, quite excessive. Not only Mo Beixiong and the people from the Tianyao mercenary group thought so, but also those who were kidnapped and captured by Ye Bufan thought so. It would be fine if he used the Tianyao mercenary group's money to hire people from the Tianyao mercenary group to work for him, but he actually hired them in such an extremely wasteful way. What is this? Showing off wealth? Or is it simply a desire to humiliate the other person? Or is it both? But Mo Beixiong really didn't want to refuse. Why? It's very simple. Isn't the purpose of being a mercenary to make money? Since Ye Bufan is willing to pay 10 times the price to purchase various monsters, why should he refuse? Mo Beixiong really couldn't find a reason to refuse. Mo Beixiong's only concern was that after his Tianyao mercenary group made money, Ye Bufan would snatch it away again. After all, after spending some time together, Mo Beixiong has clearly realized that Ye Bufan is a person who does not play by the rules, so this possibility is not impossible. As if he understood Mo Beixiong's thoughts and saw through his concerns, Ye Bufan suddenly smiled and said, of course, you can rest assured about one thing. Since you are employed by me, you are my people. After you become my people, I will naturally not rob you of your property again. Really? After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Mo Beixiong asked instinctively. Do you think I'm joking with you? Didn't I tell you before that I never joke around, especially with people I'm not familiar with? Ye Bufan said this, and then changed the subject. Of course, a reward of 10 times the market price is only one of the benefits. If you follow me, I will not treat you unfairly, so when you have captured 1,000 immortal martial realm monsters for me, I will reward you with a mystical level kung fu technique. Zon level technique. Mo Beixiong was directly shocked. As the leader of the Tianyao mercenary group and a powerful warrior at the 9th level of Tai Heaven, Mo Beixiong is currently practicing only the yellow level top grade martial arts. Is it that he doesn't want to practice higher level skills? Of course not. Although the grade of the yellow level top grade martial arts is not high, it is definitely a very rare and scarce existence in the entire Star Moon Kingdom. This level of skills is absolutely in short supply. As for the Zon level skills, in the entire Star Moon Kingdom, there are probably no more than 10 gates. Of course, martial arts are excluded. This level of skills are all in the hands of the major top forces. It is simply impossible for outsiders to get access to this level of skills. Furthermore, although there is only one level difference between the top grade yellow level and the lower grade black level, this one level difference is like the difference between heaven and earth. Take Mo Beixiong for example. If Mo Beixiong had been practicing the lower grade Zon level skills over the years, he would have already become a strong man in the Tiangong realm, not just the 9th level of Tai. It's a pity that the Zon level skills are too rare. But now, Ye Bufan actually told Mo Beixiong that as long as he could successfully capture 1,000 fairy level monsters, Ye Bufan would reward him with a mysterious level skill. Damn it! What is this? Pie in the sky. There are only 1,000 demon beasts in the immortal martial realm. For a Tai 9th layer strongman like Mo Beixiong, it is not difficult at all. It is only a matter of time to capture 1,000 demon beasts in the immortal martial realm. What's more, Mo Beixiong also has the Tianyao mercenary group. With the strength of the entire Tianyao mercenary group, it would probably only take a few days to successfully capture 1,000 Shanwu realm monsters. How many days does it take to earn a profound skill? So exciting. That's crazy. At this moment, not only Mo Beixiong, but also other members of the Tianyao mercenary group, as well as the hundreds of hostages captured and kidnapped by Ye Bufan were all shocked. This is a profound level technique. Senior, are you telling the truth? Looking at Ye Bufan, Mo Beixiong was extremely excited and asked very seriously. Nonsense. Ye Bufan rolled his eyes and said, how many times have I told you that I never joke, especially with people I don't know well? Senior, then, let's go and capture the monster for you now. Mo Beixiong said hurriedly. Are you injured? 10 times the market price. Damn it. Compared with the Zon level skills, this is nothing. Mo Beixiong wanted to place 1,000 fairy level monsters in front of Ye Bufan immediately. What's the hurry? But at this moment, Ye Bufan scolded, can you let me finish what I'm saying? Well, Mo Beixiong was stunned at first, and then he said repeatedly, yes, senior, you say. At this moment, Mo Beixiong had completely forgotten about being robbed by Ye Bufan. The only things left in his mind were the 1,000 immortal martial realm monsters and the Zon level skills. What kind of person is this? Not polite at all. Ye Bufan muttered, and then said, I have already said that as long as you capture 1,000 Shanwu realm monsters for me, I will reward you with a Zon level martial art. However, this is just the beginning. If you capture 10,000 Shanwu realm monsters, I will reward you with a D level martial art. Of course, if you are able to capture 100,000 Shanwu realm monsters, I will still have other rewards. Damn, Earth-level martial arts. This time, the people present were no longer shocked, but were completely frightened by Ye Bufan's words. After all, this was an Earth-level martial art. Although the martial arts were not as precious or rare as the techniques, it was, after all, an Earth-level martial art. The word, Earth-level, alone was enough to drive anyone in the Star Moon Kingdom crazy about it. That is why, as soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, one of the hundreds of hostages beside him couldn't help but ask, Senior, can we? What can you guys do? Ye Bufan turned sideways and asked instinctively. That's right, we also want to capture monsters for you, Senior. The man said with a fiery look. The other hostages also looked at Ye Bufan with excitement and desire. Oh, Ye Bufan sneered and said, what are you thinking? You are all my hostages. What if I ask you to catch monsters? What if you take the opportunity to run away? Run. Only fools run. Faced with such a great opportunity, I will not leave even if you drive me away. Senior, we promise not to run away. Immediately, someone spoke up. Not running. You still promise. Ye Bufan rolled his eyes and said, "Do you think I look like a fool? Guarantee. What can you guarantee? If you want to trade with me, then pay the ransom quickly." Ye Bufan naturally knew that these people would not run away, but these people in front of him were different from the Tianyao mercenary group. Although they also had hundreds of people, they belonged to dozens or even hundreds of different camps. Moreover, these people had limited strength. Even if they were asked to capture monsters, it would not have much effect. The most important thing was that if they had an accident, when the person who delivered the ransom arrived, it would only cause trouble for themselves. This is a credibility issue. In Qian Duoduo's words, this is a signboard, and you can't destroy your own signboard. Ye Bufan doesn't want to lose the big picture for the small. Want to catch monsters? Can. Wait until your backer comes and pays the ransom before we talk about it. Ye Bufan believed that almost no one in the Star Moon Kingdom could resist the power of the Zon-level techniques and Earth-level martial arts. It was for this reason that Ye Bufan was already prepared to have not only the creatures of the Tianyuan Small Thousand World work for him, but also the warriors of the Star Moon Kingdom work for him. As for the reward, the money is their own. As for martial arts and techniques, Zon-level technique, Earth-level martial arts, there are a lot of such things in the Tianyuan Small Thousand World. Ye Bufan would not care about them at all, nor would he feel bad about it. To put it bluntly, this is a completely no-cost business for him. There is also the issue of safety. The man is innocent, but guilty of possessing a treasure. Stop kidding. In this Star Moon Kingdom, how many people can be his rivals? Besides, faced with such a great opportunity, would these people be willing to share it with others? It's impossible. Not only will they not leak this information, they will also keep it strictly confidential. When the situation escalates and can no longer be controlled and spreads out, the luck that I have accumulated will be enough to push my cultivation to the Yuanfu level. Will anyone come to cause trouble for me at that time? It is already very good if you don't cause trouble for others. Even if someone really comes to cause trouble for you, it is purely seeking death and abuse. Of course, there are also strong people above Yuanfu. Although Ye Bufan cannot contend with a strong man of this level in a short period of time, but having reached this level, would they still be interested in cheap stuff like Zon-level skills and D-level martial arts? Stop kidding. I'm afraid they won't even take a second look at it. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, the hundreds of hostages present were collectively silent and confused. Ye Bufan didn't believe them, so what could they do? They are also very sad. A great opportunity is right in front of you, are you just going to sit there and wait? No, absolutely not. Senior, can I send someone back to urge them? It's been so many days, why hasn't the ransom been delivered yet? Immediately, someone in the crowd asked a question. There's no way, he's in a hurry. Hundreds of hostages, one like this, 2, 3, all of them were like this. However, this scene made the people of the Tianyao mercenary group dumbfounded. The people of Tianyao mercenary group originally thought that these people were in cahoots with Ye Bufan, but they didn't expect that these people were actually kidnapped by Ye Bufan. Damn it. No wonder they were laughing just now. What are they laughing at? They were clearly laughing at the plight of their own group. Why? Because that's what they had just experienced not long ago. It's really fucked up, but it's okay now. Are you anxious? As mercenaries, the Tianyao mercenary group had seen many things like robbery and kidnapping. However, this was the first time they had encountered a situation like this, where the hostages were more anxious to pay the ransom than the kidnappers. Strange things happen every year, but this year there are especially many. Of course, this is also understandable. After all, the power of Zon-level techniques and D-level martial arts is so great that no one can resist it. But this has nothing to do with us. Anyway, none of us have been kidnapped, so there is no need to wait here. Senior, shall we start the action? Without paying any more attention to these anxious hostages, Mo Beixiong looked at Ye Bufan and asked respectfully. As for the previous unpleasantness, he had already forgotten it completely. Ye Bufan nodded. Walk. Mo Beixiong did not hesitate or stay any longer, and left with hundreds of members of the Tianyao mercenary group, rushing to the Shanwu realm monster area in the Xingyu forest. As for monsters like Tianming and Shenpo, Mo Beixiong simply looked down on them. 10 times the market price. Even if it is 10 times the market price, how much can it be sold for? Zon-level skills and Earth-level martial arts are the key points. Senior. After Mo Beixiong and his group left, hundreds of hostages once again looked at Ye Bufan with anxious eyes. Sure. Go ahead. Ye Bufan nodded directly. Pay the ransom as soon as possible. As a kidnapper, Ye Bufan was naturally happy to do so. However, it is obvious that Ye Bufan now no longer cares about those small profits. What he is eyeing now are those warriors who were lured by the Wu family's sky-high bounty to hunt him down. Well, he will rob them first, and then use their money to hire them to help him capture monsters. There is strength in numbers. Ye Bufan believed that it would not be long before his luck would experience an explosive growth. Of course, the monsters in the Star Moon Forest would also be in trouble. But that has nothing to do with Ye Bufan. What Ye Bufan is thinking about now is whether he should also issue a reward and use Zon-level skills or Earth-level martial arts to reward the lives of all the Wu family members. After all, the Wu family has helped me so much, and I should thank them very much. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Chapter 2048 Humans, you are so brave. Of course, Ye Bufan was just thinking about it. Reward for the Wu family. Or should the reward be in the form of Zon-level skills or Earth-level martial arts? To be honest, although the Zon-level skills and D-level martial arts are like street stall goods to Ye Bufan and are not worth much at all, Ye Bufan still feels that the Wu family is not worth the price. It would be such a waste to offer a reward to the Wu family using Zon-level skills or Earth-level martial arts. It's just a Wu family. Ye Bufan has plenty of ways to deal with them. There is no need to rush. For Ye Bufan, the most urgent task is to earn more luck. After all, luck is the foundation of his foothold in the world of immortals and warriors. After the Tianyao mercenary group left, Ye Bufan continued to urge Chen Tianlong to practice the Great Wilderness Heavenly Steel Hand and the Tiangong Subduing Demon skill. At the same time, the fairy martial arts realm monsters in the Star Moon Forest suffered. With the strength of the Tianyao mercenary group, the monster beasts in the immortal martial realm are no match for them at all. Whenever they encounter one, they will definitely be captured. It can be said that Ye Bufan's actions directly created a nightmare for the fairy martial realm monsters in the Star Moon Forest, pushing them into a desperate situation full of dangers. Of course, Ye Bufan wouldn't care about these at all. Sympathy, pity, does not exist. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. The human race and the demon race are mortal enemies, so how can there be any sympathy or mercy? What's more, this is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Killed, caught. That only shows that you are too weak and incompetent. In short, Ye Bufan didn't ask or care what the Tianyao mercenary group did. All he wanted was the result and luck. Nothing else mattered. Not long after the Tianyao mercenary group left, Ye Bufan and his group met another team, or rather, another team came looking for Ye Bufan and his group. What are you doing? Of course, it was to find out Ye Bufan's whereabouts. As for why they wanted to find out Ye Bufan's whereabouts, that was as obvious as lice on a bald head. Like the Tianyao mercenary group, they came for the Wu family's sky-high bounty. The result? People were beaten and their money was stolen. In the end, they all became Ye Bufan's prisoners. However, young Master Yi was still reasonable after all. He did not make things difficult for these people. Not only did he not make things difficult for them, he even made a deal with them. What's the deal? Of course it's the business of monsters. Purchase all levels of monsters at 10 times the market price. In addition, when the accumulated traded number of immortal martial realm monsters reaches 1000, the reward will be a Zon level skill, and when 10,000 reach an Earth level skill. Faced with such a situation, who can resist? Who can resist? Eventually, these people all became temporary workers for the wealthy Yi family. Like the Tianyao mercenary group, they ran to the Shanwu realm monster area to capture monsters. However, this is just the beginning. In just a few days, the news that Ye Bufan was in the Star Moon Forest had already spread throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom, and countless teams like the Tianyao mercenary group had entered the Star Moon Forest. These people, or these teams, might not be as strong as the Tianyao mercenary group, but they had the advantage of having more people. For this reason, in the next few days, Ye Bufan and his party encountered several teams almost every day who came to inquire about Ye Bufan's whereabouts. Or, some teams discovered Ye Bufan as soon as they met him, and without any hesitation, they chose to take action directly. Unfortunately, no matter whether these people came to inquire about the news or chose to take action directly, their results were the same, and they all ended up becoming temporary workers for the wealthy man Ye. In the Star Moon Forest, thousands of human warriors were hired by Ye Bufan and began a crazy and unscrupulous operation to hunt monsters. However, whether it was Ye Bufan or the others, they seemed to have overlooked a fact, that as this was the Star Moon Forest, the territory of the demon clan, and here, there were not only demon beasts such as Tianming, Shenpo, and Shanwu, but also Tai and Tiangong level demon beasts, and there might even be great demons in the Yuanfu realm. The most important thing is that the Star Moon Forest is also a country like the Star Moon Kingdom, but the Star Moon Kingdom is the country of the human race, while the Star Moon Forest is the country of the demon race. Since it is a country, there must be a king. For the king of the Star Moon Forest, all the monsters in the Star Moon Forest are his people. Can he just watch the human race capture the people in his territory on such a large scale? Obviously not possible. I just don't know why. 3 days in a row have passed, and the human race has caused such a big commotion in the Shanwu realm monster area of the Star Moon Forest, but the king of the Star Moon Forest has been reluctant to take any action. Not only the king of the Star Moon Forest, but even the monsters in the Tai realm and Tiangong realm have not shown up. There must be a reason for everything being unusual. It's a pity that Ye Bufan and other human warriors were all immersed in the joy of harvest and didn't notice this at all, or they didn't even think about it in this regard. 3 days later, that is to say, the Tianyao mercenary group was captured. No, it should be said that it was at dawn on the 4th day after the Tianyao mercenary group was hired by Ye Bufan. At this moment, the camp where Ye Bufan and his party were located had undergone earth-shaking changes compared to 4 days ago. The current camp can no longer be called a camp, but should be called a market. That's right, it's the market. With Ye Bufan and his party's camp as the center, dozens of teams have been stationed around it, and the total number of people is about to exceed 10,000. All these people were employed by Ye Bufan. These days, they went out early and came back late, frantically hunting monsters in the Star Moon Forest, so much so that Ye Bufan killed more than 3,000 monsters in the immortal martial realm in just 3 days. As for monsters like Tianming and Shenpo, there is not a single one. Like Tianming and Shenpo, there is not a single one. Why? It's very simple. These warriors came for the Zon-level skills and Earth-level martial arts that Ye Bufan promised. They simply don't care about the so-called 10 times the market price. In this case, why waste time capturing those monsters like Destiny and Soul? With this time, it would be better to